Three men found themselves in a fiery trap, and the fire was spreading faster and faster. And although the library could no longer be saved, the old man still shouted to one of the guys to take out the hard drive on which all the books were stored. The guy found himself between the shelves of books quite quickly, since he had a good sense of direction and was able to get the hard drive out intact and undamaged. But the joy was short-lived because at that very moment, a falling iron pipe began to creak over the young man's head. The metal structure was massive and heavy, which is why the young man didn't have a single chance, and he only managed to turn around before dying. The librarian suddenly sat up in bed as if from a bad dream and screamed at the last image of his life flashing before his eyes, and him being crushed to death by a metal pipe. But not only did the guy end up alive, he also ended up in a completely different place. And looking around, he didn't understand at all where exactly he was now. Before the young man had time to figure out where he was and how he ended up there, he looked at himself and did not recognize his body or the clothes he was wearing. The guy, without recovering from the state of shock and surprise, received a new portion of the incomprehensible, and a scroll appeared in front of him, radiating a golden glow, and announced in a human voice that this is a world where the path of the literary Tao is valued. The scroll continued to answer the young man's questions and said that this world had taken a different path since the time of Confucius. So such great poets and lyricists as Cao Cao and Cao Ji, as well as Li Bai and Du Fu, had never existed here. The scroll unfurled to reveal the disciples of Confucius, whom he had recruited after creating the 6 books, and through which the path of the literary Tao was opened, which later spread, and thus Confucius became the first saint among men. 5 disciples of Confucius appeared before the guy's eyes, and the scroll named each of them and explained that they, having inherited the teachings of the way, also rose to the ranks of saints in order to defend this world. Since the librarian was well-read, he was shocked to find himself in a world where people began to revere the path of literary Tao, considering martial arts to be crude. The scroll confirmed the guy's thoughts and indicated that indeed in this world people are called readers or masters of the path of literature, and they, cultivating this path, discover the palace of literature within themselves. The voice from the scroll told the young man that the 9th stage of the master is good reading, which significantly strengthens the body and grants ease of movement. The 8th stage of the master of the literary Tao path is characterized by the unification of writing and body, and at this stage the words of such masters become a powerful spell. At the 7th stage, a blade-like letter opens and a master with such abilities becomes a warrior whose word could strike no worse than a weapon. Finally, the voice clarified that in this world, people talented in the field of literature were like the owners of Malatang's magic brush and could destroy an army or restore prosperity to the entire world with just one word. After his explanation, Scroll addressed the guy as his master, saying that now he was like a system to him and that he could request information from the archives of the National Library at any time. The system also specified that the owner could touch it so that the memories of the previous owner of this body would return to him. And the librarian finally realized that this was the same hard drive that had now become his system. The guy looked at the source containing the works of brilliant writers of antiquity and was glad to realize that this archive was next to him in a world where cultivators of the path of literature are valuable. The joy of having such a tool at hand also gave the young man the idea that he essentially had everything he needed to climb to the top of this world. And after that, he touched the scroll to return the body's memories. Bright rays began to swirl from the scroll to the guy's head like incense smoke, thus returning the memories of the old body to the mind of the new hero. The young man's eyes opened wide as all the memories were loaded, which allowed him to feel like he was truly in another body. The guy looked at his hands again, just like the first time he saw them after he woke up. But now the sensations were different. The memories came back just in time because the door to the house opened and bright sunlight shone through it and someone was standing at the entrance. The girl was bringing food to her younger brother and smiling that he had finally woken up. And the guy already knew that this was his older brother's daughter-in-law, Liu Jiyin, who'd gone off to war on the second day after the wedding, and there had been no news for 5 years. Liu told her younger brother Li Chang'an that this time he became so ill that he lay unconscious for 3 days. The sister sat down next to him and asked that his brother must be very hungry, handed him a bowl, asking him to be careful because the drink was hot, and the guy responded to the smile with a smile and, thanking him, took the bowl in his hands. But Li was surprised when he looked at the contents of the bowl, because it seemed like there was just ordinary water in there. Sister Leo noticed her younger brother's reaction and, dejected, explained that their wine was not being sold at all, and that the money that was left was spent on medicinal herbs and porridge for Lee. The guy looked at Liu and, realizing that things were bad, suspected that his sister had most likely deprived herself and asked if she had eaten. Liu responded with a look and, embarrassed that she was lying, but did not want to make her brother worry, said that she had eaten. Lee saw that his sister had already started to cry and tried to explain something, but the lump in his throat wouldn't let him. So he told her that there shouldn't be secrets between relatives. The girl could barely utter anything again, so Lee, without hesitation, poured the drink into another bowl, dividing it in half. The brother gave a piece of bread to his sister, suggesting that they eat together, thereby calming the girl down, and the tears stopped flowing from her eyes. Liu was filled with gratitude towards her younger brother, and with a smile on her face, she turned around and accepted his offer. The brother and sister sat next to each other and continued to talk, sharing this modest meal with each other, and despite the circumstances, both were smiling. Lee asked where the younger Linglong was, who in the memories was Liu Ziyin's 17-year-old sister, meaning she was a year younger than Lee. Liu was ready to sink into the ground because this time her lie was even more obvious, and the girl replied that the baby had returned to their mother's house. The bowl of drink stopped at Lee's mouth because his sister's answer made him surprised and doubtful at the same time. The younger brother looked closely at his sister and, indicating that he had problems with his lungs and not with his head, asked her to tell the truth. Liu began to cry again, and covering her mouth with her hand, barely audibly replied that Linglong sold herself to the House of 100 Fragrances in order to get money for her brother's treatment. The guy felt a mixture of anger, fear, and shock from the situation, and he shouted to his sister that this was a brothel. Lee immediately jumped out of bed in order to take some action without even thinking about it, and completely forgetting that the mind is one and the body is another. This is exactly what played a cruel joke on the guy, and his legs, not obeying their owner, gave way from weakness without even taking a step. Lee fell to his knees from the helplessness and weakness of his sick body, and his sister rushed to his aid, reminding him that he had only just woken up. Full of determination, Lee looked at the girl and said that he had a duty to free his younger sister Linglong no matter what. Liu helped the boy up and explained that the people from the House of 100 Fragrances had set a condition for her to deposit 300 taels of silver by the end of the month because otherwise Linglong would start serving customers. And the girl began to cry bitter tears again because with their current state of affairs, contributing such a sum was impossible. Lee rose to his feet and stood firmly, placing his hand on his sister's shoulder, showing that he supported her and everyone who touched their family. The guy looked into the girl's tear-stained eyes and said that he would cope with this problem no matter what it cost him, and asked Liu not to worry. Finally, the brother indicated that he would definitely come up with a way to bring his younger sister back and promised that she would not be harmed, which again calmed Liu down and gave her hope. It was already dark, but Lee headed to the house where the wine was stored in order to solve two problems at once, with the products and with the return of his sister. From his memories, the guy knew that the Lee family was involved in winemaking, and at one time things were going really well, but something happened that threw both the production and the winemakers off track. The business came to naught because first his father and older brother went to war, and then Lee was struck by illness, and there was no one left to deal with wine. The guy opened one of the barrels and realized that he needed to start by trying what the wine tasted like, and from that draw a conclusion in which direction to move on. Lee scooped up the drink with a special ladle and tasted it carefully in order to evaluate the product, in the production of which mistakes had clearly been made. Lee concluded that there were a lot of impurities in the wine, but despite this, the aroma was very weak, which indicated the low quality of the wine, and accordingly, in this case, the required amount would not be collected by the end of the month. But the guy wasn't discouraged, because he had an ace up his sleeve in the form of a system that clearly contained information about winemaking. The librarian approached the system with a request to show him how to make ergotu, which was prepared by double distillation from sorghum grain and was quite strong. But learning the cooking method didn't last long because Lee was distracted by the scream of his older sister, which was heard somewhere from the street. The large man pestered Liu, ignoring the girl's reluctance to be near him, and Lee just ran to the gate to help. The rude Wanner Gu grabbed Liu's hand, insisting that she had no need to mess around with that weakling brother, since he had almost died forcing her to go with him. But the girl resisted and screamed for him to let her go. Lee came out of the gate and pointed his finger at the scoundrel, telling him to leave his sister alone, showing with his whole appearance that he was talking about this quite seriously. The guy no longer looked weak, as many had become accustomed to seeing him recently, and his eyes showed a real threat to the one who was threatening his family. When Lee saw that the freak was not getting the words and warnings, he took the first thing that came to hand, and it was a brick. Gu noticed that the guy was different now and really wasn't joking, so he let go of Liu and backed away to his cart. Warner was a neighbor who was engaged in winemaking, and before the librarian appeared in Lee's body, there was no one to protect the girl. So the scoundrel took advantage of his position, but now he retreated for the first time. Lee calmly warned Gu to return to where he was going, which made his words sound even more menacing than if it had been a shout. But the neighbor remained standing in place, and then the guy raised a brick and, pointing at the cart, repeated again that if Gu did not leave, the jugs of wine would be broken. The neighbor wanted to object to Lee's words, but the guy raised the brick even higher, thereby showing that he would really break all the jugs. Gu turned to his cart and irritably shouted that he was leaving, while uttering a bunch of swear words to the guy, but Lee continued to hold the brick at the ready. Having moved away to a safe distance, Gu shouted that he would still take the girl for himself when Lee finally died, which terribly angered the guy. Although Liu was grateful to her brother, when she approached, she was alarmed that he had acted in such a way, insulting that person, trying to say that this was at least some hope for the opportunity to sell wine. The younger brother didn't even listen to the end of why that freak was important, and answered his sister that people like him don't understand the good way, and Liu again wanted to convince him otherwise, but burst into tears. The guy convinced Liu not to worry because he would make sure that that person wouldn't harm her again. Chang'an carefully took Liu's hand in his own, showing his support not only in words, but also by the fact that he was really there and ready to help. Li looked at his sister and promised that from now on, he would protect both her and himself, not allowing anyone to bully them, and also added that he had already figured out how to get little Ling Long back. In the morning, Chang'an showed Liu his design for making wine and explained that he learned it from an ancient book. The girl, having smelled the aroma coming from the stream of drink, could not believe how aromatic and enticing it was. Liu looked at the barrel of drink, realizing that even just by smell and appearance, this was the best wine she had seen in all of Lin County. The older sister didn't drink alcohol, but the smell was so enticing that even she couldn't resist at least one sip. The girl's eyes filled with tears again from the realization that they could actually save the younger Linglong and bring her home. Liu rushed to hug her younger brother with tears in her eyes, which caught the guy by surprise because he did not understand what was wrong with her. The girl, wiping away tears of happiness, said that Chang'an is amazing, and she doesn't even know how to thank it now. Although Li was a brother to this girl in this world, at the same time he was also a librarian who was essentially a stranger to her, which made him embarrassed by Liu's words. Having prepared a small amount of wine, the brother and sister went to the western area of the Lin County wine market and actively offered their drink to passers-by for tasting. Liu picked up the jug and asked a guy passing by if he would like to try some wine, but he, seeing that it was the Li family, replied that he was not interested. The girl tried to convince the young man that this was a completely new wine, but this only made him angry and he quickly walked away. The sister was upset both from the fatigue of standing at the market since early morning and from the fact that they had not yet sold a single jug of wine, and suggested lowering the price to begin with. Li realized that the deal was bad and he had only recently appeared in this body, so he agreed to try to lower the price. Gu's neighbor was heading towards the boys, mocking their price of 20 coins for one jug, despite their recent conversation with Li. Of course, Gu didn't give a damn about the guy, because this time he wasn't alone, but with his workers, and in a humiliating manner, he pointed out that he wouldn't have taken this lousy wine for free. It doesn't take a lot of people to have fun, and after hearing Gu make fun of the Li family and their wine, people joined in and started laughing too. Liu wanted to say something to her brother, but he stood in front of her and told her not to be afraid of anything because he was nearby. Gu came close to Chang'an and, calling him a pathetic corpse, threw him a few coins, offering to sell the winery along with his older sister and take the money for medicine to last maybe another week. Li silently accepted the words of this clown and did not even glance at the money that fell down, but only continued to stand with the jug in his hands. But when Gu approached his sister and grabbed her hand again, it worked like a red rag to a bull for the guy. Chang'an immediately moved towards the dog, who had not understood the previous warning that evening, and said that he was now dead. Jumping over Gu's head and swinging hard, Li smashed a full jug of wine on the freak's head, something he didn't expect at all. Gu had not yet had time to recover from the blow to the head when Li immediately delivered another blow to his huge stomach with his foot, from which the big guy was thrown to the side. Lying on the ground, Gu began to bleat in his defense that this little bastard attacked him on the territory of the wine market. Lee continued to stand in front of Wanner while he barely got to his feet, complaining that he would report what happened to Lord Qingtian. The guy did not lag behind the pathetic winemaker and, falling on the fool, said that the jug simply slipped from his hands right onto Gu's stupid head, and he had no evidence against it, which greatly outraged the big guy, and he said that all the people saw what happened. While the men were arguing about who started the squabble, the intoxicating aroma of new wine was already emanating from the broken jug. And instead of watching the squabble, people were now inhaling the sweet aroma, discussing whether it was coming from that jug of the Lee family. One of Gu's workers told his boss that the Lee family's wine had become more fragrant according to people who smelled it. Since the contents of the jug spilled onto the winemaker after it broke, he sniffed and also smelled the same smell. The unpleasant incident turned out to be beneficial for the brother and sister, and people approached them praising the drink and its aroma and asking if they could try it. Lee didn't expect everything to turn out like this at all, and before he answered and became happy, he paused a little. A moment later, the younger brother asked his sister to bring another jug of wine, glad that despite the squabble, they still managed to attract people. Chang'an and Liu poured wine for people to try, and the guy said that it was the Erguotu variety brewed by their Li family. Potential buyers came up to try the wine one after another and could not stop enjoying such a truly wonderful drink. One of the men who tasted the wine could not contain his delight, so he shouted out that it was the most delicious wine he had ever tasted. Almost everyone who tried the wine said they wanted to buy a jug, and some asked for two at once. And Gu, who had previously sold only his own wine and had no direct competitors, was angry at such humiliation. When Liu turned to those wishing to buy wine with a piece of paper on which it was written whose drink it was, the buyers could not believe that the Li family's reputation had been restored and at first even had some doubts. But Chang'an now guaranteed the quality of the product made by his family, and his sister standing next to him confirmed this. One of the buyers agreed to take 10 gins of the Li family's wine, but set the condition that if the next batch of the drink was of worse quality, not only would he not buy it, but he would also tell all his friends about the failure. While Chang'an was thanking the customer for the order, Gu stood to the side the whole time and heard the conversation between the Li family and those who wanted to try and buy their drink, which the neighbor really didn't like. Wanner felt humiliated by the customers being taken away and decided to do everything to ensure that that scoundrel Li could not sell a drop of his wine. The next day, as promised, Chang'an gave 10 gin of fresh wine when a customer came to him after yesterday's tasting. The young man was very happy with the promptness of the order when suddenly Gu came running from behind with his cart and wine, asking the man to wait. Neither the seller nor the buyer expected such a turn of events, so they both froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Putting a fake smile on his face, Gu turned to the customer, reminding him that he had already ordered 50 gins of wine from him yesterday and that they were already ready and standing in front of him. In order to sweeten his already sticky speech, Wanner decided to resort to trickery and prepared a couple more extra gins. The winemaker said that this extra couple of gins of wine did not require payment from the buyer, which was how he was able to really bribe the man. The customer turned slightly towards Lee because it was difficult for him to choose between the orders. And the problem was that in their hotel they do not drink more than 60 gins of wine per day. Gu, without missing the opportunity, leaned over and quietly told the customer that in that case he should just return the wine to Lee and, like a snake, continued to whisper that the wine could be bad and could ruin the business. At that moment, Chang'an was analyzing his neighbor's behavior in the form of toadyism and extra gins of wine, and, in addition, once again slandering their family out of thin air. The guy took a firm step forward and quoted the great Confucius, who once said that he does not know what a person who cannot be trusted is good for, and whether a glow has appeared around him. Both Gu and the customer were taken aback by this sight, because even a simple winemaker, and one who is also weak in health, can be one of the greats, able to use words as a weapon. And Chang'an continued to say that if a man so easily went back on his word, he would never be able to be a decent person in society. Finally, Lee said, as if delivering the decisive blow, that just one human word could be worth thousands of gold. The men's necks were wrapped in chains, making it difficult for them to breathe, and they were unable to move their arms and legs for the same reason. From the outside, it seemed that nothing was happening, and the chains were not visible, but Lee realized that in this world, the word really has great power, because Gu was holding his throat and trying to catch his breath, apologizing for his words, and the customer was ready to buy all the wine from Lee. Since the guy used his knowledge for the first time and saw the word in action on living people, the sight surprised him. Chang'an looked at his hands and was delighted to realize that he was now able to teach two people a lesson at once without doing anything. Behind the customer and Gu, someone loudly and slowly clapped their hands, clearly watching what had just happened. The men came to their senses after the power of the word let them go, but they did not understand what had happened, and the one who was clapping behind praised the young man for how well he had said it. The owner of the Jiang family inn, Jiang Fugui, applauded the guy, and when he came closer, he added that he did not expect to meet such a talented young man, and at the same time regretted that Li was just an ordinary winemaker. Chang'an folded his hands to greet the master and bowed, introducing himself and saying that he would like to take part in the county examination next year. Jiang was amused by the guy's ambition, and he asked his employee who ordered the wine to give him the money, and clarified that since the employee had already ordered the drink from Li, they were obliged to pay regardless of the quality. Gu couldn't hold his tongue and told the gentleman that his worker was too kind and couldn't refuse the guy, even though everyone knew that the Li family's wine was disgusting, and offered 60 jins of his wine. Chang'an rightly responded to Gu's words that one can only know what kind of wine it really is by tasting the drink. The boy asked Mr. Jiang to compare Wanner's wine with the Li family's, and if Li's drink was better, then Gu would no longer tarnish the honor of his family with words. Gu was delighted with this move, being sure that it would be to his advantage, since it was impossible to learn how to make wine overnight, and he put forward his condition that if the drink was lousy, the guy and his family would no longer sell wine. Both winemakers agreed to the conditions put forward, as each of them had their own arguments on this matter. Gu and Chang'an poured their wine into sample bowls for Mr. Jiang, who still had his worker next to him. The winemakers handed bowls of drinks to Jiang, who smiled and promised to make a fair decision for both of them. The first drink Mr. Jiang tasted belonged to Gu, and the man slowly drained the cup. Jiang said that the drink does not contain any foreign impurities, but after drinking it there is a slight stickiness in the mouth, and indicated that this quality is above average. After Gu's drink, the innkeeper took the Li family's bowl of drink and also slowly drank it down to the bottom. Mr. Jiang's eyes widened in shock and confusion as to how the wine could possibly be of such high quality. The gentleman was struck by the purity and softness of the drink's taste and how it refreshed, spreading throughout the body like a balm. Jiang was overwhelmed with pleasant sensations, and he felt as if he was young again, and it seemed as if he was carefree, running along the seashore, enjoying the moment. There was no longer any drink in the bowl, but the innkeeper was ready to dry it so much that not even a drop remained. Jiang not only showed how much he liked the drink, but also immediately approved of the quality of the Li family's wine by directly speaking to Chang'an. Gu was outraged by the fact that it was impossible to make such wine overnight, and also because he essentially lost the deal. Jiang gave a semblance of a document to Chang'an, informing him that from now on, wine would only be supplied to his hotel from the Li family, and asked whether it would be possible to brew 60 gins a day. The guy convinced the gentleman that he could not worry about the timeliness of the drink's production, and he himself thought that his plan worked even better than expected. And in addition to the fact that he managed to rein in Gu, he also established a long-term cooperation. The neighbor stood by his cart, angry from defeat in this fight, unlike the guy who was able to teach the impudent guy a lesson without much effort. Chang'an went out with a basket on his shoulders to the fruit garden, which was in the suburbs, in search of the products he needed. And in the garden there were people who were picking fruits, and there were those who were selling them. The guy approached one of the sellers and asked why, among all the variety of fruits, he didn't have any hawthorn berries. The seller was surprised by the guy's interest in sour and tart berries, because of which no one would buy them even for a couple of coins, 1 jin, but he showed that there were a couple of berry bushes here that he was ready to give away for free. Li realized that in the world where he found himself, no one had ever tried hawthorn and sugar caramel, and this gave him the idea of making some extra money on the berries during a break from winemaking. The young man was distracted from his thoughts by the seller, who repeated whether the buyer still needed hawthorn, to which Li answered in the affirmative. Chang'an happily announced that he needed all the hawthorn that was in the fruit garden, which again surprised the seller. That same day at the Li family's home, the younger brother was teaching his sister how to prepare berries, explaining that they needed to remove the seeds and stick the berries on a stick, then cover them with hot caramel sugar. Sprinkling sugar on top of the berries, Chang'an explained that he had read the cooking method from an old book and added that if sales were good, they would be able to earn at least 100 taels of silver in just 5 days. Lu was surprised by this new product and did not yet understand why these berries were so good, So Lee said that until she tried them, she would not know, and gave her the treat. When the girl bit the first berry, a pleasant crunch of caramel was heard, and Liu continued to try the taste of the new sweetness for her. Liu was surprised that, despite the crunch of the caramel at the beginning, it then melted in her mouth, and to all this was added the sourness of the berries, which neutralized the sweetness of the caramel, resulting in an excellent taste. The sister, having thoroughly tasted the new product, agreed with Li's words that this sweet was really very tasty. Liu wanted to eat another berry, but her hair began to fall down towards the sticky dessert, and Chang'an hurried to fix the strand of hair, saying that he was very glad that his sister liked his idea. Because Li was quite close to the girl and there was an awkward pause, the girl's cheeks turned red. The librarian remembered again that he was a relative for the girl in this world, and having restored the distance between them, asked his sister to start selling sweets today, and Leo agreed. That same evening, Lu and two other sisters stood at the market wall and sold sweets, attracting customers with the new product. And people were really interested and came up to take the new sweets, and not just one piece, but several at once, which is why, in some places, some even got indignant, declaring that they also wanted to buy some. Jiyin calmed the crowd of angry customers by announcing that there would be enough sweets for everyone, after which everyone was satisfied. Very little time passed before all the sweets were sold out, and the stand for them in the girl's hands stood empty. The elder sister turned to the younger Lan and Fan, thanking them for their work and giving them their pay for today, and also called the sisters to continue tomorrow, hoping to sell even more. The younger sisters were outraged by the naivety of the elder Jiyin, who told her that they had no intention of coming tomorrow, since they could do the same thing and earn money on their own. The girl was shocked by such a statement from her sisters and asked them to think better of it and not to do this to her, because she was ready to help them. That's why she called and paid honestly. As always, Chang'an was nearby and, thanking the girls for their work today, asked them to leave since they had received their payment. Lu started crying and immediately began to blame herself for everything because she thought that she had let her brother down. But Li calmed the girl down, explaining that the sisters' actions were quite obvious because the sweet was not difficult to prepare. Zhiyin wiped away her tears and showed with her whole appearance that she did not fully understand what her brother wanted to say about the obviousness of what had happened. And Li explained that he knew about the appearance of those who would steal their idea and asked his sister what the most important thing is in preparing the sweet. Lu recalled that the two main ingredients for the sweet are hawthorn berries and sugar, which only needs to be melted. And after Zhiyin's answer, the guy explained as a conclusion that the sale of sugar is controlled by the authorities, while the sale of hawthorn is not under this control. Chang'an has already imagined a situation where people, after eating the new sweet, went to the fruit garden to buy hawthorn and also sell the new product. But the seller pointed his finger somewhere further and said that he didn't have any berries because all the bushes were bought by that guy. And Li would be the guy who bought up all the hawthorn and sold one jin for 15 coins, which would be unprofitable since one jin of berries could bring in 7 or 8 coins from sweets. Zhiyin was delighted and asked if her brother had known from the start that this would happen, to which Li replied that although the sweets were selling well, it was time-consuming, and it was easier to sell all the hawthorn at once. After explaining his cunning plan, Chang'an promised his sister that soon they would have only silver in their hands. One evening, Sister Liu decided to bring Brother Li to the Palace of Stars, which was located at the East Gate, where the County Poetry Festival was supposed to be held. At the entrance to the palace, in front of the crowd, stood the elder Gu Weidao, who was in charge of education issues in the county, and next to him were small assistants holding large scrolls. Jiying and Chang'an tried to get through the crowd, which was quite difficult, and they only angered the people who wanted to watch the tournament. Li tried to explain to his sister that they didn't have to go to the palace because he wasn't particularly interested in the festival right now, and was more focused on saving Linglong, and then he would prepare for the exam. But Jiying objected that Li was a very talented young man, and he definitely needed to try to take part so that everyone knew about his talent. When the girl finished her words, someone pushed her quite hard with an elbow, causing Lu to stagger towards her brother. Li, of course, caught Zhiyin by asking if everything was okay with her, and she replied that everything was fine with her, but it was unpleasant to receive this kick. Chang'an turned to the one who probably pushed his sister and sternly asked who this stranger was and why he did this to a person he didn't know. It was obvious that the scoundrel was from a rich family by his fancy clothes and the two guys accompanying him, and he emphasized that he didn't like it when poor people, having learned a couple of hieroglyphs, try to get ahead in life. The guy standing behind him recognized the guy as Li Chang'an and began to mock him, calling him a worthless person, which was picked up by the crowd standing behind Li himself and also began to mock, which made Liu feel uneasy. The girl asked for forgiveness for bringing her brother here and now he has to endure this. But Chang'an, as always, calmed Liu down, saying that she was not guilty of anything and understood that she wanted the best. Li decided to immediately show what he was made of and turned to the upstart, asking whether he had heard the expression, "Don't judge war heroes and educated people by their origins." Chang'an also added that people like them, who come from humble families, can be more well-read than kids like this arrogant guy who has had a silver spoon in his mouth since childhood, and the crowd began to buzz. Elder Gu noticed the altercation and concluded that the skinny guy in simple clothes had a sense of self-worth. Both sides argued about who was poor and who was rich, and that the quantity and quality of knowledge actually did not depend on this, and the crowd simply watched the spectacle. Elder Gu wanted to use the potential of both sides to good use, so he stopped the arguments that were leading nowhere. Not only the opponents, but also the entire crowd fell silent, and then the gentleman said that given the impasse of this discussion, it was worth resorting to resolving this issue in another way. The upstart immediately agreed with the elder, expressing his desire to demonstrate his abilities and talent. Chang'an folded his hands in front of the master, and sternly but respectfully also stated that he wanted to take part in the duel. Master Gu held up one of the scrolls and explained that the lines written on them were prepared to test those wishing to participate in the festival, and that it was thanks to them that the dispute that had arisen could be resolved. The elder raised his hand and unrolled all 5 scrolls and explained that the winner would be the one who completed the most quatrains within 12 moves, and in addition, the winner would be able to take part in the festival. Elder Gu announced to the participants that they could begin, and next to the master, there were again 2 assistants who had the necessary writing tools in their hands. Li looked at the lines thoughtfully and accepted the fact that this was not an easy task, while the arrogant one also looked at the poetry, but showed that he was worried. People in the crowd began to whisper that the poems needed to be completed with the appropriate number of characters and that they needed to stick to the same syntax. And although everyone laughed at first, now everyone was hoping for Li to win. The librarian had an ace up his sleeve in the form of a system that contained the books of the National Library, so the task would have been really difficult, but not this time. Chang'an moved decisively towards the elder's assistance in order to use the necessary tool. Li took a huge brush, which had already been dipped in ink at the tip, and all that was left was to start writing. And so the first quatrain came together, causing the crowd to make noise, not believing how perfectly the words written by the guy from the Li family fit. Chang'an deftly wielded his brush, adding and completing one verse after another, showing everyone his skills. Elder Gu noticed that the young man was extraordinary and truly had great potential in mastering words. And what was the master's surprise when he saw a student who was initially capable in words, but in fact had still done absolutely nothing. Li approached his opponent and asked if he would finish the verse, because if not, he asked to give him way, and the unfortunate student began to mumble that he seemed to have remembered. While the false, all-knowing guy was trying to justify himself, Chang'an did not hesitate and approached the scroll with the verse and completed the last of them. The poor guy sat on the stone road and felt not just like a loser, but humiliated because before all the glory went to him. The crowd raged and screamed, and everyone immediately became fans of the man they had recently been ready to throw tomatoes at and chase out of the square. A scroll suddenly appeared in front of the people, shining brighter than any gold, and when one of the onlookers asked what it was, another answered that it was the very same Wenchang monument. On the scroll appeared a scripture saying to climb to the top of the Palace of Stars and compose one poem, and when Li saw this, he was beside himself with admiration for the world where the path of the literary Tao reigns supreme. Elder Gu said that since there was a sign of the beginning of the poetry festival, the road to Li's palace was open, and pointing to the entrance, invited the guy to enter, to which Chang'an thanked him and bowed. The brother turned to his sister and, taking her hand, asked her to come with him and share this transition to a new level. The guys separated from the crowd and ran along the red carpet to the entrance to the Palace of Stars like little carefree children. The students who decided to learn the path of the literary Tao stood on the balcony and discussed the new boy with incredible abilities that were truly amazing, even though they were given such skill 10 years later. Standing separately from everyone else was a girl named An Nanji, dressed in men's clothing, and she was also glad that someone more interesting had finally appeared than these boring idiots whom she had been tired of listening to all evening. The brother and sister kept climbing up to the place they needed, and Lee led the girl behind him, carefully stepping up the steps. When Jian and Chang'an reached the landing and were no longer on the steps, the sister let go of her brother's hand and stopped. Lee turned to the girl, not understanding why she stopped so abruptly, and asked her what happened. Liu walked up to the balcony and explained to the young man that she wanted to enjoy the beautiful view from the window for a while, because she never thought that one day she would be standing like this in the Palace of Stars. The view was truly mesmerizing, because the city and its bright lights were visible as if in the palm of your hand. And beyond that, mighty mountains towered and the sky sparkled with stars scattered across it. Lee consoled his sister that the realization of her little dream was just the beginning, and in the future, they would be able to go anywhere without any obstacles. Jiyin asked her younger brother if he had any ideas for a poem, because if not, at the moment, it was quiet enough away from the crowd to concentrate. Chang'an assured the girl that he really already had a couple of ideas, and jokingly replied that he wouldn't promise first place, but he would definitely take the prize. For the theme of ascent, Lee had a version of a poem by Wang Zhihuan that described in a simple manner the beauty of the flow of nature that could only be seen by climbing higher, which had a philosophical subtext. Chang'an was trembling, and it felt like something was trying to break out of his body, and indeed, a bright glow appeared where his heart had been. Liu, having seen her brother feel bad many times before, was again afraid that he would get worse, not understanding what was actually happening to this man. The librarian realized that in this way the world of the literary Tao responded to the poem he had read, Climbing the Stork Tower. The glow that surrounded Chang'an burst out and hung in front of the Palace of Stars like a huge shining scroll. Words appeared on the scroll stating that the condition of the world of the path of the literary Tao had been fulfilled, and if others did not understand what was happening, then the librarian should have known what was being discussed. The students saw the changes in the Wenchang monument, which promised some incredible event, and the person who caused it had a truly unique talent, and they wanted to find him urgently. Ananzi also watched the scroll and realized that someone who could remove the shackles from her body had appeared, namely the owner of Xiantian's body. A bright stream flowed from Li's heart, connecting his soul and the strength he had awakened with the poem. But the guy didn't like it, because in such a state, he would not be able to protect himself and his family. The young man decided to get rid of the stream at any cost so that no one would find out about his talent, thereby wanting to get rid of unnecessary envy, and began to tear off the beam from himself so that the verse would not be visible on the monument. Using all his strength, Li was able to tear the stream off of himself as if it were some living part of his body and continued to hold it tightly in his hands. The moment the beam came off, blood spurted out of Chang'an's mouth, and he began to cough and choke because of it. Liu caught her brother, who was falling and exhausted, and bursting into tears from fear of losing him, called for help from at least someone. The pale guy, barely opening his eyes, asked his sister in a weak voice not to scream, but rather to close the door so that no one could enter their room. Zhiyin pulled herself together and wiped away her tears, immediately going to fulfill her younger brother's request. The doors, although wooden, were quite massive, and the girl had to make an effort and lean on them with her whole body to close them. Li, realizing that if the power of this poem lingered in him for even a moment longer, he would be torn to shreds and he would not have time to get out of here. So, gathering all his will into a fist, he began to rise to his feet. The boy took a piece of writing coal in order to release his power through writing poetry. Chang'an walked up to the clean wall and began to write hieroglyphs on it, describing what had previously only been in his head. The human body couldn't take it anymore, and Li coughed up more and more blood, but he leaned on the wall with one hand, not wanting to give up. And finally the text of the poem was completely written on the wall, and the guy, barely holding on, exhaled with relief that this nightmare was over, but still continued to cough. Right in front of Li, a pure monument appeared, shining brighter than the sun, and was already several times smaller than when it appeared outside in front of the palace. The monument returned to where it originally appeared, penetrating back into the heart of the young man, forcing him to feel these strange sensations again. Chang'an stood rooted to the spot, holding his hand on his chest and breathing heavily as he came to his senses with beads of sweat running down his face. Liu rushed to the guy, screaming that her brother had scared her to death, but now she was glad that he was okay. And Li said that everything was really okay now and asked him to come home. Sitting at home on his bed, Li watched the glow that emanated from his chest. But now it did not pose a threat, and the guy exhaled easily. Chang'an was pleasantly surprised that the chi of the path of literature not only did not tear his body apart, but also strengthened his soul, And now the body that had previously been sick began to recover. Zhiyin knocked on the door of the house and told her brother that the owner of the fruit garden, who was standing behind the girl holding a chest in his hands, was looking for him. Li shouted that he would come out now, and when he opened the doors, a man stood in front of him with an open chest containing taels of silver. The owner of the fruit garden found it amazing that someone could sell the sour hawthorn berries and even make 150 taels of silver from them. Chang'an brushed off the owner's words, saying that it was just luck, and taking a few taels from the chest, handed them to the man as a tip. And when Li added that the hawthorn bushes belonged to the owner again, and the next batch would be sold to them, the poor guy was completely delighted. Owner Tang asked again if the young man really wanted to hand over such a profitable business, and Chang'an replied that he had nothing to worry about, and the man headed towards the exit, satisfied. Tan promised that he would definitely repay for such kindness, and being at the gate said goodbye, to which Li also wished the owner a safe journey. Xiyin was alarmed by how everything turned out abruptly, and her brother noticed how sad his sister became, realizing what questions were currently troubling her. The guy turned to Liu and immediately responded to one of the guesses that the hawthorn berries and caramel were indeed finished. After all, everyone and their dog was already selling sweets on the market, so this niche already had a lot of competitors. The brother also added that the process of making caramel is different for everyone, but in general, the taste does not change to something radically different. And in addition, many most likely planted hawthorn to make the sweet again. Liu reminded them that they only had half the amount to ransom their younger sister Linglong and asked if her brother had any other ideas on this matter, which amused Li, and he answered in the affirmative. Liu was a little embarrassed, but still thanked her brother for the fact that she could trust him completely and that he really knew how to find a way out of situations. Chang'an was pleased to hear such words, both as a brother and as a man, that he was able to provide safety and comfort to his loved ones. The young man announced that their next step for sales will be spicy and hot Malatang soup, which is a traditional Sichuan dish with the addition of pepper that makes your tongue go numb, and the basis of the soup is chicken. Li went to the market to get the ingredients he needed, and the first place he came to was a spice shop. The guy was a little confused because the taste of the soup is not in the ingredients, but in the variety of spices. But here you don't need the usual ones that are sold at the market. You need the most important chicken seasoning. And just as Li was thinking about the seasoning, a chicken appeared from around the corner, and the young man realized that he himself would prepare the seasoning, because it was a complex process of chemical processing that this world had not yet reached. Thanks to the system, the librarian first made chicken powder and then steamed it. That is, decompression occurred to extract juice, to which salt and sugar or other flavor enhancers were added. Chang'an was trying what he had cooked in the kitchen when he suddenly heard his sisters talking in the courtyard, where the two younger ones ran to ask the older one for forgiveness. Zhiyin was not kind to the girls, arguing that they had once acted meanly, and now they could not be trusted, but the sisters begged the eldest to have mercy on them, since the matter with sweets did not work out. Chang'an intervened in the girls' conversation, coming out of the kitchen and inviting all three of them to come in, saying that he wanted to discuss something with them. There were bowls on the table in front of the three sisters, and Li explained that this was his new dish called Malatang, to which he had added a special seasoning, and also added that the girls could make it themselves. But to prepare such a soup, the sisters will have to buy seasoning from Chang'an, and it will cost 800 coins per box, and what the girls earn for the dishes will remain with them. The younger sisters looked at each other in horror when they heard how huge the price was for a box of seasoning, and were extremely outraged by such a condition. One of the younger sisters stood up and told the older one that it was not that they didn't trust her, but that they thought it was unreasonable. Instead of Zhiyin, Li responded by moving the plate closer to the girl, convincing her that they would not know whether it would work or not until they tried the new dish. The sisters finally decided to taste it, and one of them decided to start with the vegetable, taking one stick among all the other ingredients that were also temptingly lying on the plate. The younger sister was still stubborn, expressing the fact that these were ordinary vegetables boiled in water, and there was nothing special about them. As always, the older sister was the first to trust and decide to taste the soup, choosing circles of radish. What was quite ordinary for the librarian, in turn, brought the girl into gastronomic ecstasy from just one piece. Liu felt that same numbness of her tongue from the hot pepper, and the pleasant sweetness that every now and then spread throughout her body, leaving an incredible aftertaste. The younger sisters could not believe their eyes or ears, and especially their eyes, looking at the older one and how she enjoyed the food. Both girls simultaneously took one bite from each of the different ingredients in the dish, wanting to find out what was so special about it. The sisters admitted that they had never tasted anything more delicious in their entire lives and loudly declared that they wanted more of this deliciousness. Just like the last time with the berries, this time Lee also decided that Malatang could be sold that same day because he saw the girls' reaction. In the evening at the market, both younger sisters offered passers-by to try the new dish Malatang, and those who had already tasted it came for a second helping. The brother and sister watched the sales from the balcony, and Liu was worried about whether the idea would be stolen, just like with the berries. Chang'an replied that there really was nothing special about the dish except the seasoning, and added that if anyone could replicate its taste, they would accept their defeat. But at the market, all that could be heard so far were the cries of disappointment from visitors that Malatang was not at all like the Li families, but just a tasteless vegetable soup. The part of the market where the Liu sisters were selling Malatang with Li seasoning was bustling with people coming and going non-stop. Liu's younger sister came to the table to take the plates, and one of the customers praised the dish, saying that it should be in every restaurant, and asked what the secret of such an excellent taste was, but the girl said that the owner does not divulge this secret. While the man was getting up to leave, satisfied, another visitor at the next table took advantage of the moment when no one was looking, hid the bowl in his sleeve, and left. There were two men standing at the table in the house, and one of them, who took the bowl of soup, decided to try to achieve the same taste by adding all sorts of spices and seasonings to it. Having finished his magic over the dish, the man moved the bowl to another person, asking him to try it and say how similar it tasted to Malatang. The man scooped up some soup with a spoon, and after trying it, said that there was about 70% similarity, but it was still not what the Li family cooks. The man who stole the bowl slammed the table, causing the soup to spill, but he didn't pay attention to it and just got angry and started shouting that these people had lured a lot of their customers with their soup, and they needed to get some seasoning. The next day in Wangfuji, the sound of a cart and wagons with food was heard, which is why people immediately came running to the sound and smell, and were happy that they would finally have time to try the delicious food since they had not had time yesterday. Li was pleased that the plan was working and was already thinking that the next dish would be hogo, but for that, he would definitely have to rent a room. And while the guy was thinking, a man with assistance appeared behind him. The man who had tried the soup yesterday and decided that he needed this seasoning came to Chang'an and, smiling affably, asked if he was the owner of Wangfuji. Li knew that such a moment would come one day, but he still asked how he could help. And the man introduced himself as the owner of the C family store and that he was willing to pay 50 taels for the recipe. Chang'an did not like this proposal and asked not to take him for a fool, and the man again tried to bargain and talk about the price, but the guy clearly answered that the recipe was not for sale. The man suddenly changed from being friendly to furious and became personal, humiliating Li by throwing verbal mud at him. The owner of the Sei family shop shouted to his assistants to smash everything related to Wangfuji, and they overturned the cart with the bowls where the food was and gutted the tables. Li gritted his teeth in anger, and Zhiyan screamed for them to stop destroying everything, but it was no use, because there was a crowd of thugs, and they had been given an order. The scoundrel was pleased with the work done by the assistants, and again approached the guy to see if he had changed his mind about selling the recipe. Chang'an covered his sister with his body, reassuring her that everything would be taken care of, and at that moment, someone quickly rushed past them. Mr. Zhang ran past the brother and sister straight to one of Sei's guards and punched him in the face with all his might. Fugui easily dealt with all of Sei's guards, throwing them in different directions like toys. When all the assistants were laid on the ground, Zhang turned to Sei, asking why he was using such dirty negotiating methods, since it was tarnishing his reputation. A frightened Sei called Zhang an idiot, arguing that when Wangfuji becomes popular, he too will have to close his dirty restaurant. The big guy understood that there was nothing left for him to do here, so he turned around to leave and also ordered his would-be heroes to return. Chang'an bowed to Zhang in gratitude for saving him, and the owner said that it was unnecessary, after which he added that he was offering the guy a deal in the form of selling Malatang in his restaurant. Zhang offered a rather favorable condition in the form of 80% of the proceeds to the guy and 20% to him, and Li, realizing that troubles had already overtaken him, saw the deal as quite beneficial in both directions. Chang'an thanked the owner for such a generous offer and said that he would come to the master's place tomorrow to discuss the details. At night, The owner of Sei stood at the walls of Li's house, and his assistant called Gu, and Sei promised the scoundrel 50 taels of silver if he got the recipe for the seasoning. Warner was happy with this offer because he would kill two birds with one stone. He would earn money and do harm to the guy he couldn't stand. Gu somehow climbed up the wall of the backyard of Li's house, and all that was left for him to do was to carefully jump down. The neighbor, as always, mocked the weakling who was so stupid that he decided to encroach on Mr. C's business and was already imagining how he would get the recipe, and the guy's business would go down the drain and Liu Zhiyin would belong to him. But it was not Chang'an who turned out to be stupid in this situation, but the one who decided to get the recipe in such a dirty way, and in addition to stupidity, the neighbor was inattentive and underestimated in relation to the guy. Gu didn't get off the wall but jumped off and unexpectedly pierced his legs with the sharp pins that Li had prepared for people like him. The winemaker wanted to scream, but then he covered his mouth and did not understand what he had stepped on because it was dark all around. Trying to get out of the trap, experiencing terrible pain in his legs, Gu only fell into the second trap without looking where he was going. And when the big guy leaned against the loaded mechanism, a click was heard, and a metal pipe flew straight into his stomach, causing the poor guy to cough up blood. The unfortunate man could not bear such pain and screamed loudly, which woke up Li, who understood that the protection against those who would want to penetrate and steal the recipe had worked. Gu ran away as fast as he could, but Chang'an managed to notice him and realized that he had been bribed, so something had to be done to end this. In addition to the brother, the sister also ran out to the screams, asking what happened, and Li joked that he was trying to catch a rat. The girl screamed in horror and rushed to Chang'an, asking if he had already gotten rid of the terrible rodent. Li calmed his sister down by pointing his finger somewhere to the side and said that the beast had run away on its own, frightened by the traps that had been set. Zhiyin felt embarrassed that she had reacted so violently, and in order to hide it, she told the guy to go to bed because it was already late, and she would go too. Chang'an was shocked that he felt terribly hot, and he put his hand to his heart, which was beating furiously, and said to himself that it was autumn now, not summer. Strange feelings tormented not only the young man, but also Mrs. Anne, and this is exactly what the assistant talked to her about, comforting the girl by saying that the appearance of the owner of Xiantian's body in the Palace of Stars had already destroyed the ice seal of her body. But when the assistant asked why the girl didn't return home, since there she could consolidate the result and strengthen her body, Anya emphasized the stupidity of the idea because she needed such a person as a subordinate and showed an icy hand. The girl was amused by the lady's statement about subordination, and she jokingly asked, maybe it would be better to go straight to the husband, because in that case the head of her family would have to cancel the engagement. Anya supported her assistant's humor and jokingly decided to teach her a lesson for such sarcastic mockery by splashing water at her. Miss Anne analyzed that the sacred text compass had not yet found its owner, perhaps because he had not fully revealed his capabilities, and decided to contact Gu to check everyone on the list of festival participants. The next day after the commotion on the street, Li came to Zhang with a box of seasoning and again thanked him for the offer. But before agreeing, he put forward one condition. Fugi agreed to listen, but warned that he would not be able to make the percentage of revenue more in favor of the guy. And Chang'an replied that it was not about money, but about Liu's younger sisters picking up seasonings from the restaurant every morning. Zhang didn't really like this condition because it complicates everything, but despite his suspicions, the owner still asked why the guy needed it. Instead of Li, Master Gu, who stood at the entrance, answered and called Zhang a fool because the young man's request was obvious. Since the dish had become popular and there were enough envious people who had bad intentions, so Li asked for protection for the girls. Chang'an bowed to the elder, saying that nothing could be hidden from his gaze, and that he was indeed right. And Gu added that Zhang was a capable master, so a bunch of bandits would not touch the girls. Zhang asked again if he understood correctly that the guy wanted to use his restaurant as protection for the sisters, and Li, instead of words, handed Mr. Fugi another smaller box. Chang'an said that as a token of gratitude they would deliver one box of seasoning for free, and Zhang, seeing the young man's sincerity, agreed to his condition. The owner of the restaurant was happy as a child, because with the seasoning his profits would increase and the restaurant would prosper and attract visitors. Gu assured the boy that Zhang was his old friend, so he would vouch for him to take care of the Li family's wine and Malatang so that Chang'an could focus on preparing for the exam. But Li, having thanked the elder, refused, explaining that he now had a more important thought, to save his sister from the clutches of a brothel, and for this he needed to work hard and earn money. The master was sympathetic to the young man's incident and added that if there was a problem, he could come to the academy and find him, and regarding his talent, the elder was confident that the boy would pass the district exam without any problems. Chang'an bowed and thanked Master Gu for his support, and at the same time, Madame An rode up to the restaurant on horseback, along with her assistant and guards. The assistant explained to her mistress that Elder Gu was currently here in the Jiang family restaurant, and was once again overcome by the familiar feeling in her heart, just like back then in the palace, and she realized that the owner of Xiantian's body was somewhere nearby. Li was just leaving the restaurant, and the young lady immediately noticed him, remembering that this was the guy who suddenly appeared at the poetry festival and won the tournament. An jumped off her horse and ran towards the young man so quickly that Li even stopped, not understanding what was happening. The girl came closer, remembering that she had not been able to see the new guy, and Chang'an, in turn, asked if they knew each other and why the girl was not letting him pass. The girl extended her hand to the young man, explaining that she was looking for someone talented in literature and asked him to tell Li what his literary style was. The librarian broke out in a sweat because he understood that he was now at risk of going broke, and he couldn't let the girl find out that it was he who had summoned the monument back then, so only the wine merchant started bleeding, and he was definitely not talented in literature. The people standing behind the girl and the guy confirmed Li's words that he was indeed an ordinary winemaker, and the lady was mistaken. But Anne thought to herself that she had a very strong feeling inside. Chang'an was timidly glad that he had escaped and smilingly said that it was time for him to do important things, while the lady watched him with a suspicious gaze. Li instantly disappeared from sight, and the young lady asked Kui Yue to find out everything about this so-called wine cellar. Nianxi introduced herself as the eldest daughter of the An family and greeted Mr. Guidao, emphasizing his status by recalling from stories about the Ministry of War, of which Mr. Gu was the head. But the elder, while drinking tea, replied that he had long since left his post and it was unclear to him what the daughter of the An family needed from him, to which the girl asked for a list of participants in the last poetry festival. Throwing golden sparks, the elder reacted furiously to the girl's request, saying that he would never give her these lists. Since the master heard that Madame Anne needed the list because the owner of Xiantian's body had appeared, he explained that the family that had such a child, or who created his own family, would be invincible for 100 generations. The elder was angry for a reason, because he knew that when the owner appeared, the large families would start hunting him, so he was not going to help anyone, because he did not want to be an assistant to evil. Gu strictly warned the lady that if she understood everything, it would be better for her to leave, but if not, he would have to explain in a more rude manner why the girl also activated her power, showing that she was not going to give up. Nianzi loudly and confidently declared that even if the elder did not help her, she would find this man and he would definitely belong to her. Meanwhile, people were flocking to the Jiang family's restaurant like ants to sugar, because a sign had appeared announcing that they were starting to serve Malatang. Among the satisfied customers who kept asking for more of their dish was Mrs. An Nianji, who was joined by her assistant Kui Yue, who asked if she had learned anything about the winemaker. Kui said that the guy's name was Li Chang'an, and it was he who invented the sweetness of hawthorn berries in sugar caramel and Malatang, and added that he was an average student, and the neighbors did not know anything else. Yue suggested that the lady visit Li if the guy was so nice to her, but Nianzi objected that the assistant was talking complete nonsense, since she was only interested in whether the young man was the owner of Xiantian's body. The next morning, after the excitement in the restaurant, Zhang was busy doing calculations, and Chang'an brought out the seasoning box again, and Elder Gu was nearby savoring his dish. Li started to say that perhaps they shouldn't make the seasoning in such quantities, but the owner argued that on the contrary, everything was used up pretty quickly yesterday, so on the contrary, the amount of seasoning could be increased. Elder Gu, as always, caught the wisdom of the young man and explained to Zhang that the owners of neighboring restaurants would not just stand by and watch the success of a competitor, so they would unite to oppose Zhang. The owner flared up and said that in that case he would rip everyone's heads off, to which Gu quite reasonably called his friend an idiot, because in this way he could be set up, since crossing the line with force could end up behind bars. The elder advised him to listen to the guy's wisdom, and Zhang was a little taken aback, but still asked if Chang'an had any plan, to which he answered in the affirmative. The young man began to explain that competitors could ruin Zhang's business in only two ways, one of which was to lure customers, and if they did not get ahead of this, the restaurant would begin to lose popularity. Everything happened as Lee said, and competitors began to lure away guests by saying that they did not have a queue, and others already had freshly brewed Malatang, but people were standing in line to see Zhang. An employee came out of Zhang's restaurant and loudly announced that the owner had instructed them to place tables outside so that more people could enjoy the taste of Malatang, and it worked. People were happy and attracted, as if magnetized by the fact that they could sit down instead of standing in line and that there were free places to eat. Zhang saw with his own eyes that it worked and appreciated the young man's move, praising him, and the guy himself said that this was the least and that it would not end with just luring clients. Mr. Zhang was surprised and asked what other tricks the rivals could use, since his task was to feed 40 hungry mouths, which was already profitable, but the guy replied that a price fight was awaiting them soon. And indeed, the next day, the competitors' employees marched like an orchestra and loudly announced a half-price discount on all dishes, as well as free appetizers and free wine with any dish, and people took the bait. Because of such offers from competitors, the Zhang family's restaurant was empty, and the owner was shocked by the guy's accurate forecast, but he could not afford to lower the prices because his was small compared to other establishments. Lee reassured the gentleman by explaining that even if competitors united against them, it could be useful to them so much that the Zhang family restaurant could become the face of Lin County. Before revealing all the cards, Chang'an asked if Mr. Zhang was ready to play big and trust the guy, to which the owner doubted, saying that he was ready, but if he went broke, he would not be able to recover. The young man understood Zhang's worries perfectly well, but promised that he would do everything possible to save his business. Lee began to explain that large establishments were behind the oppression of Zhang's restaurant and his Wang Fuji, and if the shackles of the 9 large restaurants were not broken, the 10th would never appear. The young man also added that the big owners set the small ones against Zhang, and it worked because of resentment. But everything can be solved quite simply. You just need to allow the small owners to also trade in Malatang, and they will stop hating Zhang. Lee saw the surprise on the owner's face and finished his explanation by saying that if the recipe was shared, the owners of large restaurants would no longer have a hook to manipulate small ones, and it would work about 60% of the time. Zhang couldn't hide his horror at the figure, but Lee asked if that wasn't enough to close the vicious circle and give other small owners the opportunity to succeed. The gentleman, having digested the information, decided to take such measures and repeated that he was ready to play big, and also added that Lee could count on him. The young man guaranteed that he would not let his employer down and quietly began to whisper to Zhang their further plan of action. At the round table sat Sei and other small restaurant owners to whom he was telling the wonderful news that Zhang's restaurant had been empty all day and would soon go bankrupt, and he would take on all the expenses and shares. One after another, the owners began to timidly declare that they would not take part in such a thing tomorrow, as if something had changed their minds. The owners stood up to leave and began to discuss in front of Sei how good a person Zhang was, since he kindly shared the seasoning with them, and it would be unfair to treat him so meanly. Sei couldn't believe his ears, because a logical question was brewing. How was Zhang going to lure customers if he shared the seasoning? The librarian, as always, had an ace up his sleeve in the form of the system and a new dish that he had already prepared for tasting. Lee introduced the men to a new dish called hot pot, which means fire pot and involves cooking all the raw ingredients in a special pot where the broth is constantly boiling. Zhang and Gu began to dip the prepared vegetables and meat into the boiling broth and taste this new product, savoring the freshly prepared food. The men noted the moderately spicy and aromatic taste of the broth, which gives a vivid sensation from the first bite. Gu and Zhang admitted that hot pot is even more delicious than Malatang, because the spiciness and heat are revealed in this dish in a completely different way. Chang'an, as always, happily watched the results of his innovative ideas being implemented in this world, and asked Zhang if he now believed that his restaurant would be successful. The owner was still under the vivid impression of the new food, and imagining how others would react to it. He could not contain his delight, and answered the guy that he was now confident in the success of their plan. Zhang couldn't wait to introduce others to such a gastronomic masterpiece and launch hot pot on the menu today, but this time Lee asked him to take his time. Chang'an poured wine to discuss with the gentleman how he saw building a competent sales plan for the Zhang family restaurant. While the workers were busy renovating the restaurant premises, the owners of other establishments discussed what was happening with the premises and that over the past couple of days Zhang had not had any customers at all, which indicates that it was closing. Fugi was just behind, and when he heard the competitors talking, he sternly asked what closure they were talking about. The owner decided to calm the upstart's self-confidence and explained that, for their information, he had teamed up with Wang Fuji, and they were creating new dishes and wine of the highest quality, which made the owners laugh at Zhang's wine. The owners cited as an example the best wine of the 100 Flowers of Mr. Say, which was not even comparable to anything else, to which Zhang promised to prove them wrong and hung something on the wall. On the wall was an announcement of a competition for the best wine in Lin County, the winner of which would receive 100 taels of silver. The men were delighted with the opportunity to so easily get such a large sum, and were already ready to take part, and each of them already considered himself a winner. And Zhang thought that Li's plan was working like clockwork, and now there really would be a ton of visitors on the opening day. On the opening day, the restaurant looked gorgeous, and the staff greeted all the guests, thanking them for their visit and inviting them to enter the renovated premises. When most of the people had gathered, namely those wishing to take part in the competition, Zhang thanked everyone for supporting the opening and announced a half-price discount on all dishes in honor of the opening. Dissatisfied owners of other restaurants began to complain that they were not interested in discounts and that they came only for the winnings. Lu Zhiyin was next to her brother and looked at how many visitors had come. And Li made her even happier by saying that in a couple of days they would be able to return Linglong. Zhang said that he would not hesitate and pulled the cloth from the table on which the jugs of wine stood and indicated that in 5 days they had brought them 20 different wines. The gentleman also said that for the competition, they selected 30 random people who, after tasting the wines, would vote for the drink they liked, and after counting the votes, would fairly announce the winner. Say did not miss the opportunity to pour a fly in the ointment and said that what guarantee was there that there was no bribery of the people who would taste the wine. The small owners, like little kids, picked up on this statement from Big Uncle Say and also began to object to those who would taste the wine. Zhang was at a loss. But Li understood that everything could go wrong, and even in such a case, he had a backup plan. Chang'an announced that in order to dispel the jury's doubts, Elder Gu and the academy students would taste the drinks, and they would definitely not lie. The owners liked the updated conditions of the competition based on fairness, but Say could not calm down and reminded that his wine, 100 Flowers, had never lost. When everyone was satisfied with the conditions, Chang'an turned to the disciples and asked for a favor, to which they bowed, folding their hands respectfully as expected. The students of the academy stood next to each other, and in their hands floated bright green talismans that they had prepared before the tasting. The students began to recite words about the dignity of a person to always be honest with himself, because the path of the literary Tao will not accept a liar. Thus, the young people took an oath of honesty, ending it with the words that those illuminated by the light would speak with the help of the heart, from which 3 bright columns of light rose upward. The 3 disciples simultaneously took the cups of ergotu wine prepared for them, which Li had made. Also, at the same time, all 3 drained their cups to the bottom, and everyone else froze in anticipation of what the students would say. Both the boys and the girl were delighted with the drink, which spread pleasantly warmly throughout their bodies, and they experienced unearthly delight, just like everyone else who tried Li's new wine. Without any doubt, the choice of the jug with the inscription ergotu was loudly declared unanimously. Si was so upset by this situation and envy arose that, although he was angry, he still decided to try the competitor's wine. The man was so disgusted and underestimated the weakling Li's wine that he didn't even take a sip, but only licked the drink with his tongue. Si was about to curse the drink as much as he could, because he couldn't allow himself to be defeated, and on top of that, lose money. But the man was enlightened when he looked at the bright rays that had been shining since the moment the academy students took the oath of honesty. Say looked at the light source in fascination, and for the first time sincerely admitted his defeat, and also that Ergotu's wine was many times better than his drink of 100 Flowers. The owners standing behind were shocked by what they heard, but if Say himself acknowledged the quality of Li's wine, then it is indeed true, and now even they want to try it. Say came to his senses, and being furious, he shouted to Li Chang'an that one defeat meant nothing, but the man said this to himself more in order to somehow console himself. Chang'an also decided not to stop and asked if one defeat was not enough for Mr. Say, and he wanted a second one, and shouted to the workers to bring in what had been prepared. The assistants brought a pot of broth and the ingredients to the table, and someone was already asking what smelled so delicious that it was making their mouths water. When the table was fully set, Lee introduced everyone to the new hogo, which would go perfectly with ergotu wine. Undoubtedly, everyone wanted to try something new and what's more, so aromatic, so they rushed to the pot with chopsticks. People, having tried the new dish, were surprised that it was even tastier than Malatang, and now they will eat only in Wangfuji. And Chang'an at this time invited Mr. Sei to join in and satisfy his hunger. The assistant was no longer able to stand these pleasant smells and joyfully asked if he could really eat from them. But Sei shouted at him to shut up and objected that he wouldn't take even a bite from there. Chang'an was glad that he was able to implement the plan, helping not only himself, but Sei. He said that his plan to oppress the Zhang family's restaurants and Wangfuji had completely failed. Zhang's restaurant got a second wind and people sat on chairs next to the establishment waiting for their turn. And when their order was ready, the waiter came out and invited the guest by calling out his number. The younger brother came to tell his sister that thanks to all the sales, they had finally managed to save up 300 taels, and now they could rescue their younger sister, Linglong. The thin-teared Zhiyin threw herself into her brother's arms, glad that he had been there all this time, and asked him not to leave them alone again. Li consoled Zhiyin by saying that he was never going to leave them from now on, and would always support them in every possible way. Fugi stood at the entrance of the restaurant, loudly calling out to Chang'an to come in and have a drink to celebrate the opening. Lu suggested that her brother go and rest while she went to pick up her sister, and Li pestered her with this suggestion and added that they would see each other at home. After the restaurant closed, Gu, Chang'an, and Fugui were sitting at a table with hot pot and wine, raising a cup of wine and thanking the young man for resurrecting the restaurant from the dead. The guy's face turned red from both the wine and the embarrassment, and Li replied that on the contrary, he was grateful to the gentleman for the opportunity to collect money and help his sister, and once the issue was resolved, he would begin to study. Zhang, as always, could not hide his violent reaction, and hearing from the young man about the path of literature, immediately reacted by looking at him with wide-open eyes. Fugi suddenly stood up from the table and slammed his hands on it, frightening both the guy and the elder, giving a sign that he had a brilliant idea on this matter. The owner suggested that Li study under Elder Gu, and since they were old friends, he jokingly added that Chang'an should not look at the old man's advanced age, since he had once been quite an important person. Master Gu, without even waiting for an answer, asked the young man to kneel down and, according to tradition, offer him a cup of wine, and then the elder would become his teacher and take care of him. Chang'an was so excited that they had already taken care of him and immediately found him a teacher, and even such a famous one, that he could not collect his thoughts in order to answer anything. Fugui noticed the guy's stupor and decided to help him a little by distracting him from the thoughts he was immersed in and took him by the arm so that he could stand up. As ordered, Li got down on one knee, even though he was already a little drunk from the wine and tired lately, in order to do everything. The boy bowed and offered his teacher a cup of wine, asking for permission to become his disciple and learn the path of the literary Tao. Gu, already having a huge amount of experience behind him and seeing many such traditions, was amused by how quickly everything was resolved and announced the student's first task to write a poem. Chang'an felt as if he had been plunged into an ice hole, and he did not believe what the teacher had just said because he had expected some complicated preparations. The master repeated that he was indeed already giving the first task in the form of creating a poem and named the theme of wine. The librarian looked thoughtful and immediately began searching his memory and the system for poems about wine but could not remember a single one. Fugui was also already drunk and laughingly told the young man not to pay attention to the old man since he was teasing him because Li was drunk, but Chang'an answered absolutely soberly that he could handle it. The librarian knew that in his head there was a collection of tens of thousands of poems and he just needed to find it. Sheets of poetry were flying in front of the guy, but he couldn't find a single suitable one, and he thought that perhaps he hadn't drunk enough yet. Chang'an opened his eyes for a moment, leaving the system and heading towards the wine jug to put himself into the right state. The young man took a sip of the intoxicating drink straight from the jug, taking several huge gulps. Li began to sway from side to side, which is not surprising after drinking so much alcohol without a single snack. Elder Gu smiled at the state the boy was in, and Fugi took Li by the hand and said that he would help him get home. But the librarian's plan worked, and he said that he had come up with a poem about wine, and it seemed like enlightenment. The guy, who was drunk at first glance, now said his words so confidently and soberly that the men froze in anticipation of what would happen next. Chang'an had a pen in his hand and began to write out the words of a poem in the air, causing him to be surrounded by a radiance that blinded Gu and Fugui's eyes. Li continued to write out words that turned into ropes that entangled the bodies of the master and the owner, making it difficult for them to breathe. The guy didn't stop, and the light grew brighter and brighter, and above Li's head hung a medallion similar to those that the students had when they proclaimed the oath of honesty. When the verse was completed, the green talisman came together from many parts and hung in the air above Chang'an. The master and the owner looked at this with their mouths open, because they knew that this was the talisman of the owners of the Zintian body that had gathered. When the talisman was assembled and Li was still standing with the brush in his hands, a bright stream of light rushed from his body into the sky. And Nianzi saw this beam from the window of her house and realized that her feelings had not failed her and that the owner had indeed appeared in the county. The girl decided not to waste a second and, using her power, began to make ice steps for herself to quickly reach the source of light. Nianzi deftly jumped from one platform to another, creating new ones in front of her, thanks to which she could quickly get to the place where the talisman appeared. From the talisman, all the bright light merged into one stream that rushed towards the heart of Chang'an, just like at the festival with the monument. The light was not only bright but also hot, which caused a hole to be burned in the young man's clothes, and the boy himself fell to the floor screaming. Gu and Fugui were still standing at the table and understood that the shackles of the Zintian talisman had been removed, but when they saw that the guy had fallen to the floor, they simultaneously rushed to his aid. The master held the student's hand and said that of course he knew about the young man's talent, but he did not even imagine that he would become its owner, and now such talent is too dangerous in the wrong hands. The elder analyzed that most likely the talisman had completely destroyed Nianzi's ice shackles, and she was already heading here, and if she had found out about the owner, then others would also already know. The master knew that he could not allow others to find out about Chang'an since he was facing death, and so he sealed him with the chi of the path of literature. Elder Gu gave orders to Zhang to take Li and his family out of Lin County, and the owner took the boy's arm and walked towards the exit. The master, knowing what such things led to, realized that the young man now needed to run away from here without looking back. Li stood in the middle of nowhere looking at the monument with his poem about wine from which a column of light was spurting, and after which the Zintian talisman appeared, and next to it was another monument with a poem recited at the festival. The guy stood in front of the huge statue and couldn't believe that the poems he read were actually being immortalized in this way. In the distance, the young man could hear the voices of his sisters, who were very worried and asking him to wake up because they were afraid of losing him again. Chang'an tried his best to return from this world to the real world and not make his sisters worry, so he grabbed himself tighter to feel his body. The younger brother managed to return to the real world, and he immediately opened his eyes. Li grabbed his head in pain and then saw the girls who were bursting into tears sitting next to his brother, and all three were not in the house as usual. Chang'an stroked his younger sister Linglong's head and said that he was okay, and the girl finally smiled, although tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Ziyin screamed when she saw that her brother had woken up, and all three of them hugged each other, and Li was glad to see the youngest safe and sound. And only now the young man noticed that they were not at home, but were sitting in a carriage and heading somewhere rather quickly, so he asked where they were going and why they were not at home. Elder Lu wiped away her tears and said that she herself did not know where they were being taken, but she handed her brother a letter from Elder Gu, who had organized this transfer. Zhiyin conveyed the elder's words that when Li reads the letter, he will understand everything himself, and the guy took the sheet out of the envelope. In the letter, the teacher explained that the Zintian talisman can be passed down from one generation to another, and the owner of such a body has always been the dream of noble families, so either the guy is married to someone or killed so that no one gets him. Gu explained that he had sealed Chang'an's chai for a while so that he would not be discovered immediately, and when he grew stronger, he would be able to remove the shackles himself. And the teacher sent them to the city of Dongyue to the Bailu Academy, where Deputy Shu would meet them. Li mentally thanked the elder and gave his word that he would become so strong that he would control his own destiny, and with such intentions, the sisters and brother soon arrived in Dongyue. The guys were standing at the open gates, but behind them there was a wall, and guards were on duty on both sides of the entrance. And for some time Li did not dare to come closer. Chang'an began to approach the entrance, explaining to the sisters that they were where they were supposed to be, but the guard blocked the way, saying that they were not allowed to enter Bailu Academy. The girls hid behind their brother because they were worried, but Li confidently folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and clearly stated who he was and why he had come here. To prove for sure that he was sent here, the guy handed the guard a talisman, and the man replied that Shu had indeed warned them about Li's visit, but only he could enter. Chang'an turned to his sisters, asking them to sit in a nearby restaurant and wait for him, and after finishing his business, he would return to them, and the girls obediently agreed. In front of the young man stood both guards holding talismans in one hand and folding the other in a certain gesture, and simultaneously spoke the words to open the gates of movement. Pillars with hieroglyphs appeared around Li, and a green circle appeared under his feet, glowing like a teleporter. And when the guard shouted forward, Chang'an landed on the ground as if in a jump and was already in a completely different place. Anyone would be speechless to see what the young man saw when he raised his head after landing in another place. Before the librarian's gaze, the mountains of the heavenly palace, Maishan and Lanshan, as well as Izu Yishan and Jushan, stood like giants in the palm of his hand. The guy himself was on the 9th floor of Jushan, and a voice was heard from the building that called Li to come inside. Chang'an walked towards where the voice came from and climbed the steps and opened the massive wooden doors. In the spacious hall, with his back to the entrance, the student was already awaited by Deputy Director Zhu, who immediately interrupted the boy's greeting and said that he would never have thought that a teacher would vouch for some ordinary boy. And then the deputy added that if this was a request from his respected teacher Gu, then he would not ask unnecessary questions, but he would not be involved in training the boy and only handed over the talisman so that Li could make himself a new identity. Shu sternly told the boy to write his new name on the talisman and leave, and the stone moved into the student's hands. The librarian encountered something like this for the first time, so he looked at the talisman with bewilderment at what to write on it. But when Shu heard this question, he was beside himself with the fact that the student was not even able to use the chi of the literary Tao, and shouted that he might as well teach him the basics of the path. The deputy was so angry that he released his chi palm on Li in order to teach the would-be disciple a lesson for his ignorance. But even though Chi Chang'an was sealed, it still protected him, just like now when Deputy Chi attacked. The fact that the student was able to repel the master's attack affected Shu's body, and the wave that was supposed to go only towards Li returned to the deputy. Shuya broke out in a cold sweat from the realization that in front of him was not an ordinary boy, but the owner of great talent. Chang'an, as if nothing had happened to him, first asked if the deputy was okay because he felt the attack on himself. Shu replied that he was fine and explained that he had tried to awaken the chi in the student's body with his chi palm, but surprisingly, the guy had more power than expected. The deputy explained to the student that in order to write a name on the talisman, one must concentrate the power on the fingertips and everything will work out, and Li began to come up with a name for himself. Following the instructions of the deputy, the boy concentrated his chi into his fingertips and wrote his new name, Tai Bai, on the jade talisman. Tai Bai bowed to his deputy and thanked him for his help, and at that moment, Shu mentally asked Master Gu who he had sent them here in the first place. Li entered the academy and stopped at the entrance to take a good look at everything, and as it turned out, there weren't many students here. Tai Bai was surprised that there were so few students in the 3rd district and concluded that he might have been classified as a poor student. Li was distracted from his thoughts by one of the students who came up to ask if he was new and introduced himself as Anan, and Li, not expecting such a sudden appearance, was only able to say that he was Li Tai Bai. Li was surprised that the guy was so handsome that even girls would envy him, and Anan, noticing the new guy's excitement, asked why he turned away. Tai Bai didn't have time to answer anything intelligible because a monument appeared in front of them with an inscription stating that this was an announcement of the Holy Literary Tao. Anan shouted out that this was the January announcement of the Holy Literary Tao on the 9th floor of Jushan Tower, and all the disciples fell to the floor bowing in prayer. Tai Bai did not bow down but felt a strong pressure and could not understand whether this was the first step to entering the world of the path of literary Tao. When the students read the announcement, it tore into pieces and flew around, and people raised their hands in the air, rejoicing at the opportunity to be on the list of the best. The students began to argue heatedly about who was trying harder and studying more diligently, and who was truly capable of writing a poem worthy of that list and subsequently moving up to the next level. Tai Bai, observing the students, concluded that if he got on the list and accumulated enough chi of the literary Tao, he would increase the state he was currently in and become stronger, which was what Gu bequeathed to him. Annan suddenly appeared next to Lee again and consoled the poor guy so that he wouldn't even dream of a list, because as we know, the academy provides resources only to genius students and not to people like them. But suddenly another student appeared next to Annan, asking the guy not to talk nonsense, because everything was completely different from what he was saying. The guy pointed out that if the poem is good, then the academy does not look at genius and simply provides resources to support the student in his advancement. But in some ways he agreed with Annan, namely that the academy will not look for poems in their third district. The senior student encouraged Lee that he could very well take part by adding the name of their academy to the application and then receive help, and Annan added that this was not the only way to raise his stage. The friends laid out for Tai-Bai the ways to increase his cultivation stage in the form of a list of 6 points, which corresponded to difficulty levels, the easiest of which was to constantly study, and the most difficult was to get into the top 3 on the list. Lee analyzed that over the last 100 years, only a few dozen people were able to conquer the top of the list. So this is the most difficult way, but for him it was the easiest, having the works of geniuses over the last 5,000 years. Standing at the entrance to the academy, 3 students heard an announcement that the break was over and they needed to return to school. Lee, as if nothing had happened, turned around to leave and finally thanked the guys for their help and promised to definitely treat them to something, which shocked them. The young people were shocked because even the laziest person knows that it is worth doing at least some kind of activity. But Tai-Bai simply left, and the elder concluded that perhaps the guy accepted his defeat and gave up. A month later, the cold weather set in, and while the students sat studying, exhausted and tired, Lee showed up for class later than everyone else, in very good condition. And when Tai-Bai was the first one to leave class, he really irritated everyone else. It was quite funny for Ananu to watch such a frivolous student, because even compared to Lee, he was quite a diligent student. The brother and sisters spent the outgoing year modestly and greeted the new one by exploding firecrackers in their yard and congratulating each other verbally. Lu Linglong joyfully threw herself into Tai-Bai's arms and with her youth and emotions overflowing, made a wish that she wanted to give Lee a child in the new year, which made Zhiyin take aback and slap her younger sister on the butt. But Linlong didn't pay attention to her older sister's comments and only hugged the guy tighter, saying that there was nothing wrong with her words, because they were from different families and they called each other brother and sister because that's how it should be. Lee tried to turn everything into a joke and asked Zhiyin not to be angry with Lin because she was still young and distracted the girl's attention by saying that he hoped to spend this year together as a big family. Despite the fact that there was plenty of snow, it began to fall again at night. But there were no longer any lanterns hanging near the houses since almost everyone had fallen asleep. Almost all because Lee did not sleep, because how could he fall asleep when he was surrounded by girls on both sides and he could not move, he could not even turn around. Since the guy had not been dreaming, he got up from his bed, remembering that after midnight, the list of the Holy Literary Tao was supposed to open and decided that it was time to add his poems. Tai-Bai, sitting right on the bed, took out the talisman and poured his chi into it, because he had already learned to move with its help. After activating the power, the young man concentrated on opening the list and finding himself at the monument. So when he opened his eyes, he was already in the right place. The list had only recently been opened, but there were already many verses in it, and he remembered the words of the disciples that this would be a fierce battle. Lee concentrated his power on his fingertips as Shu had taught him and began to select poems, choosing the Stork Tower from the festival because offering wine was quite strong last time. The guy decided to change the title a little, and instead of the Stork's Tower, he called the poem Climbing the Tower and began to read it. With a wave of his hand, Tai-Bai sent his poem written on a huge scroll to the list of the Holy Literary Tao. Lee was pleased with himself and also anticipated success, because how could a masterpiece of classical poetry of the Tang dynasty, passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years, not be included in the list? And so the next day, on the first day of the new year, the young man was horrified when he went to the list with the help of the talisman. In the huge numbered list of Tai-Bai and his poem was not in any line of the top 100, and this caused shock from the unexpectedness of such a turn of events. Fluffy snow did not bypass the cities and fell from the sky, covering everything with a white blanket, and the wind helped it do its job better. The friends were sitting in the establishment with Tai-Bai and sipping drinks, and the older student decided to cheer up the new guy by saying that he shouldn't worry so much about the list, since more than 20,000 writers send poems there every year. Annan picked up on this fact and added that only a genius or a lucky person would get to the top spot, but this only irritated Lee because he did not understand how to get on the list. Annan told Tai Bai that getting on the list was possible thanks to fame and pointed his hand somewhere on the street, and Lee turned there. The guy saw students standing at the monument, which was under a canopy so that they could approach it at any time and pray. The students stood in front of Wenchang's monument, bowing in the hope of being included in the list of the literary Tao. And Annan explained to Lee that many writers spend money to attend the festival of different counties. Writers attend poetry festivals for fame because the list is a list of masters chosen by people and not the literary Tao itself. And therefore, the one who can win the attention of masters and mentors will be able to take a high place on the list. But there are two sides to every coin, and Annan pointed out the one that many people don't notice, namely that most poems get lost in the sea of submissions long before anyone notices them. Now Tai Bai understood the reason for his absence from the list, but that didn't make it any easier, because an unknown poet like him had almost no chance. Annan convinced his friend of the opposite, that there were many who were unknown, but very talented, and without anyone's help reached heights, because in the end you can't fool the saints list. After Annan's words, Lee's talisman began to glow in the area of his heart, as if trying to tell its owner something important. When the talisman was in the guy's hand, the text of the poem Climbing the Tower burst out of it and hung in the air in front of everyone. Annan was the first to be impressed by the work, and noted that at first, the verse seemed too simple to him. But that was precisely what touched him to the depths of his soul. The older friend also took up the admiration of the verse, and for himself found in it a neatness that emphasized the grandeur of nature, and at the end added that only a true master of style could have written something like that. The guys unanimously declared that the ascent to the tower must be heard by everyone, and soon the poem will shake the whole world. The boys ran downstairs under the impression of the poem to pass it on to others, and did not pay attention to Lee's words that they were overdoing it. But Tai Bai realized that it was useless to stop them and looked at it from the perspective that the first step towards growth had been taken. The struggle for places on the list was officially launched, and people came with works not only to ordinary residents, but also to nobles, for example like Master Tsong Kappa. At one point, the students cried out that the Wenchang monument had cracked, and this scared everyone, so the master said to bring a new one, since the lists change, and the works of their academy also need to be included in the list of the top 50. The list, like a seething river, poured into itself many streams of qi, which were given for the verses, and someone rose and someone fell. The fight for the list did not take long to come, as did the fact that two students learned about Lee's poem, and Ascent to the Tower appeared in 99th place. Tai Bai was saddened by the fact that after 5 days his poem had only risen to 99th place, and this was not at all what the guy himself expected from himself. Lee looked at the talisman and already began to doubt that he would be able to be on the list at all, and the place where his verse is now is the insignificant limit of him as a poet. There was a piece of paper on the table with Lee's poem written on it, and someone nearby banged their fist on the table. Under the urgent notices sign, Guan stood showing the students Ascent of the Tower, assuring them that it was a masterpiece of poetry. Guan raised his hands up and declared that he would give all his literary qi to this verse. And then the crowd began to shout that this was nonsense, because the guy was putting his future as a master of the literary Tao on the line. Someone shouted out that it would be good if the verse got into the list, but if not, the nearby students shouted out that Guan should not put everything he had accumulated on Lee, about whom no one had heard, and asked him to think better of it. But Guan had already made his decision, and the talisman began to shine in his hands. And before giving qi, he turned to his students so that they would not worry about him because this work was worth it and they would also join in if they read it. The guy loudly declared that he was putting all his qi into the poem, Climbing the Tower, and the text appeared before everyone's eyes. And along with the text, the students imagined the place that was mentioned in the poem and felt harmony with nature and peace. The guys really changed their minds because after reading it, their hearts fluttered like the wings of birds. The disciples joined Guan and directed their qi rays at the verse, just as Tai Bai's friend had already done. These bright flashes flew towards the list of the holy literary Tao, and they were brighter than all the others. The list began to spin like a film strip, and it seemed as if the hieroglyphs were about to fly off the paper into the air. Imagine the guy's surprise when he saw the talisman change the numbering of his verse in the list. Lee's work went from 99th place to 5th place, and this happened in just one night. The students noticed on the general list that was hanging on the wall that on the 9th floor of the Zhushan Tower, there appeared some genius who was able to rise without the support of the academy. This most shocked Deputy Shu because a month ago the guy couldn't use literary chi, but now he's in 5th place among the best. Shu admitted to himself that he was wrong in considering Li an ordinary boy and was shocked to realize that Teacher Gu had sent a real genius to them. The voting volume only increased, and the masters of the Western County had already voted for ascension to the tower, and the same thing was happening in the Northern County of Lianteng, and Baisheng was not far behind. And with his popularity, envy and greed grew, from which some masters ordered to find out everything about this unknown person and not allow him to rise higher on the list. The list and the changes in it were contemplated by 3 sages, so here too there was a discussion about the commotion that was happening with Li's verse. One of the elders was surprised that the young Tai Bai had only just begun his path of literary Tao and had already reached such heights, and this indicated that perhaps he would become one of the pillars of literature before Su Yuan King himself. Another elder, who was clearly not ruled by wisdom and prudence, said that such talent should be lured to them, but the first master asked not to get excited and just observe for now. Li walked into the first floor of the central tower and into the classroom area, and was immediately met with many glances in his direction. In the gaze of each student, only negative emotions were read, and to a large extent it was envy or anger from the fact that it was unclear who reached the top of the list, while others were wasting years on even the smallest chance. Li read the anger in the eyes of others and understood that most likely his peaceful and quiet days had left him from that moment on. One of the top 3 students from the first district was walking towards Tai Bai, asking the guy what books he usually reads, because everyone wants to get on the list. Li answered quite seriously that recently he had been paying attention to the sayings of Confucius, also leafing through Introduction to the Reefs, and also looking at the collection of poems. But this only made the best student angry because from the outside it looked like Li was mocking him, since all the books that the guy listed were read by beginning students. Tai Bai turned around to leave, but the student made a mistake and grabbed him by the shoulder, shouting that until he answered the question, he would not go anywhere. The young man only turned his head and told the bully to remove his hand, but that was enough to teach the impudent fellow a lesson. The student flew away from Li so hard it was as if he had kicked him instead of turning his head to him and saying a few words. The librarian remembered that the system told him that the level of qi would grow, and in fact now Li could influence the world with just one word. There was a dead silence in the hall, and the student remained lying on the floor, afraid to get up, and continued to look attentively at Tai Bai. The guy used his power for the first time and learned a lesson that he still doesn't understand a lot of things, and it's better to try not to make enemies. Li turned to the student, saying that he had not deceived him, and taking a book out of his pocket, he went to the poor man to prove his words. The student thought that he would now get what he deserved again, but Li leaned towards him, and holding the book in his hand said that this is what he was reading now. The young man raised his head up because he heard a stern voice coming from the 7th floor calling Li Tai Bai to come up. The guy sat down and calmly put the book next to the student and said that it was time for him to go. When the librarian had almost left the hall, a loud astonishment was heard from the students behind him, because the new guy had actually read the sayings of Confucius, and they thought that perhaps they should reread something similar. Tai Bai entered the spacious room on the 7th floor of the central tower and bowed to the deputy and master in greeting. The master of Zhushan Tower, whose name was Qin Shuman, asked the guy not to speak in such a guilty voice, because he was not called here to scold him, but on the contrary to offer him a transfer to the main tower. Qin also added that in the main tower, the young man would be provided with fame and other necessary resources, and the founder also promised to personally transfer his qi, which would allow the young man to reach the 5th stage of the path, which made Li's jaw drop. Tai Bai remembered that the system mentioned the 5th stage masters, who could deal with an army of soldiers with just one word, and were not afraid of fire or water. Li was not stupid, and this was no longer about literature, and he immediately asked what the price would be for such a generous service. Master Qin possessed a power that the young man still had to grow up to, and when he said that the price was simple and that he only had to pay with diligence, Tai Bai felt that power for himself. For the first time, Li learned how other people felt when he read poems or mentioned quotes from famous masters. The guy felt his body being bound by chains, and Qin continued to say that the academy was planning to spend huge resources on him, and if he failed, her anger would burn the young man to the ground. Tai Bai immediately realized that he would become a pawn in the hands of the academy, and his main task was to control his destiny, and he asked the master if there was any other option. Chin warned that if he refused, no one would insist, but Lee would become an ordinary student, and the promised privileges would be canceled, and he would have to take all the exams on his own. The librarian did not want to lose his freedom, and kneeling before the master announced that he was choosing the second path. Chin approached the student and raised him from his knees, accepting his choice, and also added that he would not leave him without a reward for his merits. So the academy, at his request, allowed him to choose something from the treasury. Lee tried to say that he agreed to what the master himself would choose, but Chin refused to listen and had already activated the field to move to the treasury of the Jushan Tower, where treasures had been accumulating for thousands of years. In the blink of an eye, the master and the student found themselves in front of a huge door in the middle of some rock, which did not exactly inspire confidence. Chin pushed the guy, saying that he could only choose one treasure and he had an hour to think about it. Tai Bai found the doors to the treasury very scary in appearance, and he already thought that they were trying to deceive him and lock him here forever. But once outside the door, the young man lost the gift of speech, because for the first time he saw the secret kingdom where bright balls were flying, which were treasures. The student focused on releasing his chi, so that it could sense the inner chi of the treasures, and through this he could choose the most suitable one for himself. From each of these spheres, Lee felt an incredibly strong energy, which made it difficult to choose just one, so the guy focused as much as possible. The treasures at first glance looked like ordinary objects, unremarkable in any way, but they contained a power that complemented the poet's talent. After some time of thought, Tai Bai was attracted by a sphere inside which was a scroll with an image of fire. The young man raised his hand in front of him, and the treasure he had chosen was drawn like a magnet, enveloping him with its radiance. Lee felt how this particular sphere reacted to his chi more than others, and now he felt how this energy filled his body. The student has chosen a fire attribute technique that will become more effective each time as his internal chi supply increases. Behind the door, Master Chin's voice was heard, saying that since the guy had already chosen a treasure for himself, it was time for him to return. After the master's words, the doors opened, and Lee was sucked into them like a whirlpool. But the young man did not resist and simply waited for the force to return him behind the doors. Tai Bai was thrown to the ground and in front of him. For some time, the doors were open from which emanated a blue glow of a wall that could let in or not those who came. The doors slammed shut, and the student sitting on the ground turned around to the laughter of the master, who indicated that, as he had said, the Bailu Academy really does encourage everyone who deserves it. Lee smiled back and thanked the master and thought to himself that it would be great if the landing was a little softer. While the young man was shaking the dirt off his clothes, the master put his hand on his shoulder and asked the boy to go back and continue his diligent training, and he could leave the rest of the troubles to the academy. Finally, Chin assured the boy that their academy would do everything possible to maintain the high place of Lee's work on the list of saints. Returning home in the evening, the guy was already met at the gate by a joyful Jiyin, who told Lee to quickly go home and see who had come to visit them. Chang'an was very happy to see Mr. Zhang, with whom communication had been so abruptly interrupted for a long time, and Zhang had also already gone outside, impatiently awaiting the student's return home. Zhang asked how the young people were living here and said that he and Elder Gu missed them, to which Lee replied that everything was fine, after which the owner said that he had come to give the guy a receipt with 60% of the sales of his dishes. Chang'an refused to take the money since all the work now lies with Zhang, but the gentleman asked the young man not to talk nonsense, since he is now essentially just a working hand, and added that if he did not help his brothers in the army, he would give 10%. Lee was shocked when he learned that Mr. Zhang, with those 10% of sales, also managed to help former soldiers. Zhang was dejected by the state his brothers in service were in, and replied to the young man that he was indeed helping them as much as he could. The owner recalled how they once fought shoulder to shoulder with the men on the side of the Jin dynasty, every day being on the brink of death. And now the restaurant owner watched the heartbreaking picture of how those who managed to survive were still fighting for their lives but already on the streets. As a former comrade, Zhang could not bear to see his comrades suffer because the country had forgotten them, and so he helped them with silver from time to time. Lee was angry with himself because, being focused on the path of the literary Tao, he began to forget how unfair this world is. But Zhang reminded him that the boy wants to help people. Zhang had tears in his eyes when Chang'an told him to bring his service brothers to him tomorrow, and he would help them improve their lives. The next day, Zhang introduced his comrades to Li Chang'an, who promised to help them find a way to feed themselves and their families. One of the tramps was outraged that his already hard life was now in the hands of some brat, and this was picked up by the others, who pointed out to Jiang that he had trusted the wrong person. The owner of the Jiang family restaurant sternly told his comrades to bite their tongues and listen carefully to what he was about to say to their indignation. Turning to the first disgruntled friend, Jiang reminded him that without the 5 taels of silver he had received, his mother would have died long ago. And the gentleman also wiped the nose of the second comrade, refreshing his memory of how he received 10 taels for medicine for a sick child. And after giving examples, Jiang pointed his hand at Li and indicated that he was able to share this money with everyone standing here, only thanks to the young man who taught him how to earn this money, and now he will teach the others too. Chang'an smiled and asked Uncle Jiang not to be savage, since it was normal for these people, tired of begging, not to trust a stranger, to which the owner calmed down but ordered the men to address Li as Sir. The men, not entirely confident, responded that they understood Jiang's words, but the owner said that if they were truly tired of their poor life, they should say so louder. And the voices of these men merged into one, just as their movements became synchronous, and all in unison said that they were ready to obey Mr. Li. Chang'an thanked everyone for their trust and voiced his idea, which was to teach everyone to catch fish instead of feeding them fish. The guy took out the recipes for the dishes he had written out from his clothes and showed them to the men, saying that they had become quite popular in Lin County, so they should take hold here, and so he advised them to start small. Li told his comrades not to worry because they could turn to him for help at any moment, which shocked the men that the young man was ready to share his recipes with them and take them under his wing, and called the guy a great benefactor. All the brothers bowed before Chang'an, and Jiang said that they were not ready to just accept these recipes, so they were ready to repay them with faith and service. Now Li himself was numb because he had accidentally acquired his own small army that was still capable of much. He just needed to help them. After the competition for a place on the list of the Holy Literary Tao ended, the first place was taken by the poem Ascending the Tower by Li Taibai. The student stood in front of a list that began to writhe into huge tongues of light, and it was time for the awards to be presented. Rays of new chi spiraled and headed towards the young man's heart, feeding him with new strength that would help him rise to higher levels. Wen Chang's voice announced that the faith, hope, and admiration of the people had taken the form of chi and were now in the hands of the disciple, to which Chang'an thanked him and bowed, promising to live up to the expectations of those who voted for him. The rays swirled into a golden funnel on the youth's chest, and Wen Chang declared that with the acceptance of these chi, he had now ascended to the 9th stage of the path of literary Tao. A huge sheet of paper appeared under Li's feet, on which hieroglyphs were written, which made him a little confused, because this was the first time this had happened to him. From the sheet of paper, monuments also appeared with hieroglyphs that surrounded Chang'an from all sides, but the student remained standing in place. The boy looked at the monument and realized that the chi reward he had received had not only strengthened his body, but had also influenced the appearance of new Wencheng monuments inside his literary Tao palace. And after one enlightenment, a second one immediately came to the young man, which made him freeze for a moment, because it was difficult to accept something like that instantly. Chang'an was delighted to know that his power could be improved by writing new poems and releasing them to the masses. On the theater stage, the men were met by a waiter who showed them a free seat where Li and Mr. Zhang came to have lunch, and at the same time discuss how things were going with their comrades' training. There was a girl sitting on the stage playing an instrument for the visitors, and the guy in the meantime asked how things were going for Jiang and his comrades, to which he told about the success of 2 people who went to work, while others needed a little more time. The men were distracted from their conversation by the scream of a girl who was playing an instrument, and they immediately turned around to see what had happened. Some scoundrel grabbed the unfortunate Yan Qingshi by the hand, insisting that she wouldn't earn much by sitting there and playing the pipa, and that it would be better for her to go with them. Senior. She loudly declared that they, as the Longhu gang, were one of the 5 major ones in the area and would provide the poor girl with everything she needed. But the girl tried to resist him, although the other bandits were already down below the stage. Li understood that he had promised himself not to get involved in such conflicts at the moment, but his honor as a man would be tarnished if he did not do something now. The guy didn't even get up from the table and didn't go toward the scoundrel, but simply threw the bowl that was on the table in his direction. The bowl hit the target right on the eldershi's hand, so that he would be distracted from the girl and turn his attention to Li. It worked, and she let go of Yan, grabbed his hand, and angrily shouted what kind of bastard dared to do such a thing. Here Lee got up from the table, and now not only the bandits but also other frightened visitors of the restaurant paid attention to him. The guy said that it was he who struck she, but he himself thought that he would no longer be able to call himself a man and a master of Tao if he ignored such vile behavior of the bandits. Yan froze in place but looked at the young man as if he were a hero and understood that she would really be saved now. The scoundrel. She decided to teach the upstart a lesson and set his fellow gang members on Lee, wanting to show that the Longhu gang was not to be trifled with. Chang'an responded to the guy's abrupt movements with only a smile, realizing that not only his words but also Uncle Zhang, who was also no slouch, opposed their rude movements, and that the gang still didn't know who they were dealing with. And Zhang appeared in front of the guy like lightning, who was only too happy to protect his partner and teach the bandits good manners. The restaurant owner gave everyone, without exception, a portion of slaps, which had an educational nature for those who underestimate their opponents. Zhang laughed loudly at how quickly the bandits took a horizontal position and asked again if they were really the same scary Longhu gang. Somehow the guys, dragging each other, left the restaurant area with Zhang's shouts of "Get out of here!" flying at their backs. Yan approached the men in tears, and the first thing she said was for them to leave this city as soon as possible, which Li did not understand at all. To confirm his suspicions, Chang'an asked the girl if she thought the gang would return for revenge, but Zhang immediately got ahead of both the guy and the girl, declaring that he would beat those weaklings with one hand. Yan was so scared that she rushed to the young man, explaining that these bandits were not just murderers, but they had also conspired with the authorities of their city and many innocent people had already died, and therefore she did not want the men to be killed too. Li told the girl not to worry about them and gently asked if she was standing too close to him, which made Yan feel ashamed, and she quickly came to her senses. The girl blushed and immediately moved away from her savior and asked for forgiveness for her unworthy behavior. Yan watched the men standing at the entrance, and Zhang decided to make fun of the guy by pointing out that the girl liked him and suggested that he meet her in person, to which Li smiled but asked him to stop teasing him. Instead of jokes, the guy suggested thinking about what the gang could do and immediately asked Zhang to give him a few of his men for the safety of the sisters, and the gentleman said that he would take care of it. On the day when the girls went out into the city, they were prevented by rain and therefore had to return home quickly as the bad weather only got worse. In the gateway, someone was watching the girls, sitting in complete darkness, so it was difficult to notice him. So when the sisters were passing by a dark alley, some scoundrels jumped on them and dragged them into a gateway. The girls were scared because they were surrounded by strong men on all sides, and the sisters did not know that it was the Longhu gang that had decided to take revenge on Chang'an. She was happy with such a capture, and grinned, and said that the sisters of that bastard were quite good, and since they did not get Yan Qingshi, they would be able to have fun with such beauties. A rope had already been prepared for the girls, and all that was left was to tie them up and kidnap them, and the last thing the sisters shouted was their brother's name. Li was studying when he learned that the Longhu gang had kidnapped his sisters, and if they had been standing in front of him at that moment, the brush that the boy was holding in his hands would have been intended for more than just writing. Chang'an was beside himself with rage and was about to rush to where his sisters were being held, but Zhang held the guy by the shoulder, saying that the girls were okay. The young man was still standing at the exit, but he listened to Zhang until the end, and he explained that his comrades reacted quickly and did not allow those scumbags to get far. The guy, feeling anxious, turned around at the screams of his sisters who were scared to death and were already running to their brother in tears, while Zhang's comrades stood behind them. The sisters rushed to hug Li and complained to him about how badly they had been treated and how scared they were that no one was around. The youngest Linglong was even more frightened and could not stop her tears, but Chang'an stroked the little girl's head and consoled her that everything was already over thanks to Zhang and his friends. And the young man was angry at how these vile scumbags acted and decided that they would not get away with it so easily. The elder Liu asked her brother not to put himself in danger for the sake of her and her sister, because those bandits could kill him. Chang'an remembered that Zhiyin would calm down when he not only spoke to her, but also gently touched her, so he extended his hand towards her. Li wiped the tears from the girl's face and, carefully holding her face with his hand, said that she and the younger one were the closest and dearest people to him, so he could not allow a repeat of what happened today. Liu wanted to say something about their departure to ensure her brother's peace of mind, but one of her comrades appeared at the entrance to the house and shouted to Li and Zhang that they were in trouble. Yan explained that the scoundrels from Longhu sent people in revenge to destroy their stalls, and they destroyed everything with clubs, saying that Zhang insulted their gang and therefore they will not sell anything here, otherwise they will be cut. Now Zhang also felt angry at how vilely these scumbags, who were also covered up by the authorities, had acted. Li decided that if he couldn't avoid trouble, he had to face it and sort it out once and for all. The young man compared the gang's villains to weeds, and as is well known, they are usually gotten rid of by pulling them out of the ground by the roots and throwing them away. Chang'an decided to put all his anger into the right direction to destroy the Longhu gang, and for this he needed help. Zhang's comrades stood in front of Li and the owner himself, and the guy explained that he felt guilty for dragging people into this, but unfortunately he didn't know that such chaos was happening here. Li dropped to one knee in front of the crowd of men, asking for their forgiveness for the brutal treatment they had suffered at the hands of the gang. The crowd was shocked. On the contrary, they were thanking the young man for helping them, and they didn't even think of blaming him for what happened. But Zhang came up and lifted the guy from his knees, repeating that no one blames him for anything. Li turned to his comrades with a request for help in order to easily deal with the gang together, but immediately voiced their problem that the bandits were in collusion with the local authorities so they would not be able to attack directly. The guy pulled out several pieces of paper from under his clothes on which he wrote out a plan of their actions in order to avoid running into the government. When the young man loudly asked if his comrades could help him with his idea, the men raised their hands, and the crowd loudly hummed in unanimous agreement. Chang'an asked to suspend the activities of the stalls for a while, because there were tasks for everyone, and the first one to receive it was Song, whom Li instructed to obtain information about all the important people of the gang. Dean was given the design for the folding crossbow because he was a former archer, and his task was to create a new type of bow and arrow. Buddy Tian and a few other comrades were given the most difficult task of all, to get inside the gang and sow discord among those already there. Chang'an respectfully said that he would never risk the lives of other people, and therefore everything was already prepared and only needed to deliver the fatal blow, and asked to trust him this time too. Zhang, observing the young man, considered him only an excellent writer, but now he realized that in front of him was perhaps their future ruler. It was a fine day, and on the 9th floor of the Bailu Academy Tower, the students were studying as usual, where Li Taibai also came today. Sweetly yawning, Chang'an greeted everyone, and Anand jokingly called the guy a great poet and asked if he had done something bad the night before to not get enough sleep. Li laughed but asked his friend not to talk nonsense and not to call him that anymore, to which Anand, continuing to joke, said that he would stop calling his friend that if he started begging him to do so. But the dialogue between the students was interrupted by shouts from the upper floors that there had been another refusal and that it was a terrible disgrace, and then sheets of paper with text started flying down. Chang'an looked up and asked his friend with confusion what was going on and why these texts were falling down there. Anand explained that their tower had received an assignment from the Kunwen Bureau to write a poem for the first part of the Eating Words book series, but the Bureau had already rejected the 7th piece. And so the papers are flying down because the tower master is angry that the task risks going to another tower, and this is already a ruined reputation. And then Anand decided to play a joke again, whether Taibai, the great poet, wants to try his hand at this. Shu looked out from the balcony at the students and sternly declared that everyone listening to him now must write a poem for the first part of the Eating Words book series. The deputy also added that the one whose poem is approved will receive 500 taels of silver, and, in addition, if the sales of the book jump, then also 10% of the proceeds. But the students began to protest that they could not cope with this. Li was over the moon when he heard the amount of the reward, as he would be able to properly thank Zhang's comrades. Chang'an picked up the book and opened it loudly, declaring that he would take on this, to which the students again began to complain, wondering if this simpleton was taking on too much. But Li did not listen to the students' cries and was already immersed in the story of a couple in love who had been friends since childhood and, when they grew up, got married, but the man had to go to war and the woman remained at home to wait for him. When it turned out that her husband had another lover, the girl, unable to bear such grief, hanged herself in her own home. The young man silently slammed the book shut, analyzing the story he had just read, and still came to a conclusion about it. And the conclusion about the book was the guy's opinion that writing such a bad story about love is a complete failure, and it's not surprising that he can't even find a verse. Li was voicing his thoughts out loud about how he didn't understand who could possibly like this book, and that he never liked writing, and everyone heard these thoughts out loud, becoming terribly irritated. Master Chin emphasized that the students apparently did not fully understand the importance of the task, because logically, if the book became popular, then the written poem and its author will also become famous. When Chang'an heard the master's words, he was moved to the marrow of his bones by the understanding of how much his chi would increase, and thus he received a portion of motivation to write. But at the same time, as Li came to his senses, the other students were now also ready to walk over heads upon hearing about the fame and glory that would come to them with the poem. If before this the students were indifferent, now the paper could smoke from how hard they tried, and Chang'an realized that now everything had become much more complicated. The young man was not stopped by competition in the form of other students, and inspired by the story, he took up the brush and the words fell onto the paper like a light feather. Li called his poem New Song of the Poplar and Willow Branches, and the boy was so proud of his work that he confidently thought that no one could surpass it. Chang'an knocked on the door of the office where Master Chin and Deputy Shu were, and after greeting them, the young man said that he had come to show his poem, which greatly surprised the men. Shu explained that he had forgotten to tell his students something, and Master Chin picked up on this, continuing that Li was the only student who did not have to write a poem. Li felt as if he had been dipped in a bottle, and stumbling from surprise, he asked why he couldn't write a poem and whether he had done something wrong. Shu reassured the student by explaining that his previous work had become a masterpiece, but he had not yet reached the level of a poem for a book, and if his next creation was bad, he would be dismissed as a mediocrity. Chang'an thanked the masters for caring for him, but bowed with the text in his hands and still insisted that he wanted to try his hand. The guy thought to himself that if he had been dissuaded a couple of days ago, he would have backed down, but now his comrades had stopped working at the kiosks and were busy with the gang, so he had to get this money so that his friends wouldn't go hungry because of him. The master was amused by the young man's eagerness to find out what he was capable of and that he wanted to be the first in everything, but Li replied that this was not entirely true and that he was more driven by confidence in his work. Chin was amazed at how respectful the student was towards himself, and with the same attitude he asked to read his work. So he agreed to take a look, and Shu began to read the poem with him. Having read the title alone, the master and deputy were horrified by how reverently and tenderly it already spoke of the love that was described in the book. Shu found in the poem the hatred of a woman who was abandoned, comparable to the bitterness of nuts and faded silk, while Chin saw, on the contrary, the love and longing of a woman for her beloved who left home for a long time. The deputy felt what women feel when they love and saw it in the lines that were quite straightforward at the beginning, but gradually became sophisticated at the end. Chin praised the work as poignant and heartbreaking, but still a beautiful read. The deputy and the master were so carried away by the work that they already imagined the scene between the man and the woman and even began to apply their roles to themselves by acting out the scene. The guy was a little confused by what he saw in front of him, so he carefully asked the mentors if everything was okay with them. The men were overcome by Li's intoxicating performance of scenes from the book and the poem, and they looked at each other in horror. The mentors instantly moved away from each other and were ready to sink into the ground from shame, and Chin, in order to distract the students' attention, said that he would immediately hand over the verse to the Kunwen Bureau. Chang'an was very happy that he managed not only to write a poem, but also to make an impression on the masters with its help, and he bowed in gratitude. The student left the office and walked further down the corridor on his business, while in the room, there was an important conversation between the masters. Chin admitted out loud that Taibai's new creation, although not up to par with Ascension to the Tower, was still a masterpiece, and the master wondered what the boy would be able to show them in the future. Shu also admitted that the poem was perfect for eating words, but at the same time he cautiously asked the master if the student was too skilled for his age, since this would be dangerous. Kinya was amused by how Shu was worried about the young man, but he said that he was not afraid for himself, so they did not need to. But at the same time, the master agreed with the deputy that he was right and the guy really was a genius, which they would not be able to hide for a long time. At the Kongwen Bureau of Ding'an County, the debate over the poem was in full swing, and cries of admiration and indignation could be heard every now and then. Everyone crowded around Master Huan, who wrote eating words, not understanding whether he liked the poem or not, and some still didn't even know who wrote the creation. Huang Qingshan jumped to his feet and burst into tears because his book was not worthy of the poem that Li Taibai wrote, so he would take on the task of rewriting the book. One of the assistants tried to persuade Huan not to do this, since the printing of the book would begin in 5 days, but the master shouted that he was obliged to rewrite the book, so he would do it at a pace he had never done before and strictly forbade anyone to distract him. The assistant got angry because he didn't understand why the poems of some Taibai were so good and began to stomp his foot on the floor menacingly. Poems for the book continued to arrive at the Kunwen Bureau, but the author Huang, although he thanked the writers, refused their works, explaining that there was already a suitable poem. Huang directly declared to everyone that the works that were brought to him could no longer be better than the new song of the poplar and willow branches. Masters Zhao from Zongyue Academy and Liu from Xiangshan Academy were shocked that the author of the book made his conclusion without even reading their works, and asked who had impressed Huang so much. Huang smiled mysteriously and said the name of the student of the Bailu Academy, who was already known as a genius, and it was Li Taibai. The masters of the academies were horrified by what they heard, because only recently no one knew about this man, but now he is famous. The poets heard of the sudden fame of a simpleton and were pressured both by the fact that he was strong in the literary Tao and by the fact that he would outshine them with his works. The hearts and minds of the masters were filled with envy, followed by anger, from the fact that if this damn genius continued to become more and more famous, there would be no room left for them. So it was decided to unite and rein in the upstart. Li sat at the table in the academy holding the promised reward in his hands, surprised that they had sent it so quickly. But Annan put the guy down on the ground, asking if he really didn't notice anything at all. Annan grabbed Chang'an's face sharply but carefully and asked him to look carefully in the direction he was turning it. Li was first taken aback by the fact that his friend grabbed his face so abruptly, and then by what he saw when his face turned. The other students looked at Chang'an with such fierce hatred that if they could, they would incinerate him with just one look, and Annan explained that the guy had wiped their noses twice in a very short time. Li turned back and asked warily if Brother Annan also hated him now for his success at the academy. Annan couldn't help but joke about his friend, so he paused to deliberately make him nervous and simply stared at him. But Annan didn't keep him waiting for long, and moving closer to his friend, said that he didn't care how good Li's poems were, but he wouldn't refuse a drink since the guy had received an award. It was as if an inspiration had struck Chang'an, and he remembered the restaurant his friend had told him about, and suggested that they go there for a drink. All three friends came to the brothel, where they were met by a worker, who said that they were already tired of waiting, and asked them to follow her. Li noticed one of Zhang's comrades who had the task of getting inside the gang, and judging by how they were having fun sitting at the table, everything was going well for him. Chang'an deliberately walked past the table slowly so that his comrade would have time to notice him, and it worked. The guy smiled at his friends and told them to go upstairs without him, because he urgently needed to go to the toilet. It was pitch black outside, and only the lanterns from the windows of the house were shining brightly, so the men made their way out into the street unnoticed. The comrade bowed to Brother Li and admitted that he did not expect to meet him in such a place, to which the young man joked that it was probably because the gangsters and the students had a common trait of relaxing and drinking. Chang'an asked how things were going with the assignment, to which the comrade said that there were about 500 people in the Longhu gang, 37 of whom were major and minor leaders, and the boss often met with the prison warden. The man also added that the Longhu gang has such and such relationships with other gangs, but they are openly at odds only with Jitsun, and Li approved the transition to the second stage, where comrades under the guise of the Longhu gang will begin to provoke Jitsun. The comrade was delighted that the young man had done everything in such a way as to do the dirty work with someone else's hands, but Chang'an said not to rush to rejoice, because in order to completely get rid of the gang, he asked to find out about the leaders. Li only managed to add that it would be wonderful if among the comrades there were people with a similar body build as the leaders. Just Chang'an wanted to say the main thing, but he didn't have time to finish because Annan called him, asking if everything was okay with his friend. The young man turned around saying that it was time for him to go, but finally summed up that if he had thought everything through correctly, then in half a month they would be able to squeeze Longhu into a ring. The voices of friends could be heard in the night sky, making fun of each other, because when Li asked why Annan was screaming like that, the guy, as always, joked that he ran to save his friend if he fell into a cesspool. The friends sat at the table and enjoyed the game, as well as the drinks and the company of beautiful girls, and when Li lost again, Annan laughed loudly and told the guy to drink the drink. Chang'an jumped up and picked up the glass, shouting that he would never accept his defeat, so he said that they would continue the game. But instead of putting the glass on the table, Lee missed and flew past the table straight at Annan, already very drunk. Chang'an was lying on Annan's feet, and the friend was surprised at how quickly his friend, who apparently does not know how to drink at all, passed out, and Lee even tried to mumble something about how you can't say such things to a man. Morning came, and Lee woke up from the sun shining in his eyes, and his condition after yesterday was extremely nasty. The guy sat up in bed and grabbed his head, feeling a terrible hangover that made his body feel like cast iron. Chang'an heard someone in bed next to him, muttering incomprehensible words in their sleep, and he felt even more uneasy, realizing that he had slept with someone while he was drunk. When Lee turned around to assess the degree of lousiness of the whole situation, he was shocked by what he saw, because he never expected such a turn of events. Next to him in the bed, his friend Annan was sleeping soundly, and Chang'an frantically began to pray that his suspicions would not be confirmed. The first thing that happened when Annan woke up was that a vase that was in the room was smashed against the wall, and Lee miraculously managed to dodge it. Chang'an begged his comrade to calm down, since they had not slept at all, and explained that Annan had simply fallen asleep on him and that his back still hurt. Lee tried to laugh it off while simultaneously burning with shame, and said that there was no one to blame and it would be easier to just forget about everything. Here Annan became such as he had never been before, and angry at the young man for wanting to just leave after that, he activated his power, which was like lightning. Annan launched lightning at Lee, entangling his body like a lasso, causing the boy to be shocked, seeing his friend in such a guise for the first time. Annan moved his hand to the side, thereby moving his comrade's shackled body closer and closer to himself, and it was useless to lean on it. The guy deftly controlled his energy and threw Lee's body back onto the bed, and all he could do was lie obediently and wait for his friend to calm down. Chang'an decided to ask why An considered him to be the one to blame for what happened. And even if it happened that they slept together, there was nothing wrong with that. But An became even more menacing when he heard his friend's words and was about to strike him with his strength, but Lee quickly rattled off that his friend would simply say what he wanted from him so that he would stop being so ferocious, and returned to his appearance but was still angry, and replied that he needed to think about it, but Lee would still owe him. Chang'an was already willing to do anything just to make it stop, and when he left the room he breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't understand why he was the one to blame, and since he wouldn't get an answer, he decided to go home. When Chang'an left the room, it turned out that there were not two of them, but three, and female hands reached out to An from behind. The girl hugged the guy and addressed him as Mr. Anya, to which the young man repeated that he asked to be called simply Mr. Anya. An, looking at the girl, began to think out loud that maybe he should have killed that guy, Li Tai-bai in mind. But the girl objected, citing the argument that today he is a genius who became successful quite quickly, and agreed that the young man became famous at such a young age and he knows almost everything about him. But Lee doesn't even know who An is. Chang'an returned home where the younger Linglong met him at the door, sniffing the guy and saying that he had gone to relax with friends and that he smelled of women's blush, and Zhiyin immediately asked the younger one to let Lee rest. The young man was touched by how Zhiyin cared for him, and that only next to her did he truly feel calm and had the feeling that he was at home. The girl wanted to make Lee soup, but he stopped her halfway by taking her hand, which surprised Zhiyin very much, because that's what she usually does. Chang'an turned Liu towards him, and looking into her eyes, promised to do everything so that he and his sister would no longer have to need anything or worry about anything. Meanwhile, the Zitsun gang members were dealing with the Longhu gang people for supposedly daring to attack their fellows. One of the Longhu bandits shouted that the people from Zitsun had gone completely crazy and tried to threaten him by saying that they couldn't even imagine what would happen to him after what they had done. But the bandit, Zitsun, smashed his opponent's head with a club, saying at the end that he behaved like a scumbag even when he was one step away from death. 3 dead bodies lay on the floor under a bloody sheet, which was not really Lee's plan. The leader of the Longhu gang himself came to look at the dead, and behind his back the other bandits shouted that if they now turned a blind eye to this, they would be walked all over, so everyone wanted revenge. The leader turned to face his gang and raised his hand up, sternly declaring that the Zitsun gang should be told about the battle to the death that would take place in 3 days, to which the crowd also raised their hands up and began to rage. Lee looked at the cloudy sky from which rain was falling and understood that now was the moment when it was time to end everything. If before everything seemed like some kind of game, now Chang'an suffered from the understanding that his plans had gone so far that people had begun to die. The young man was wet standing in the pouring rain, but thoughts about whether he was doing the right thing were so loud that he did not notice the bad weather. Jiang, looking at the boy's suffering, shouted to him that if it weren't for him, the Long Hu gang would have continued to ruin the lives of other people. So now was no longer the time for long reflections. But an order had to be given, otherwise everything would have been done in vain. The army of comrades once again bowed trustingly before the master, waiting for him to give them an order. The guy turned to everyone and thanked them for being there, and believing in him, and agreeing with their words. He realized that he needed to move towards completion. Chang'an wanted to say a parting word and, raising his hand, declared that he understood that the scoundrels the former soldiers would now deal with were an unworthy matter, but that this infection needed to be removed. There were two gangs facing each other on the street, and before the battle, Li warned that if the men wanted to return safe and sound, they had to strictly follow his instructions. The archers were ready with crossbows and were positioned on the rooftop so as to remain unnoticed. One of the comrades who had infiltrated the Long Hu gang saw his brothers, but did not show it so that the plan would not fail. The leaders shouted the command forward, and the battle began where there was no place for mercy, and people with weapons went at each other like wall to wall. Logically, the authorities should have intervened in a battle where more than 100 people were fighting on the streets of the city, but Li understood that by the time the higher-ups came to their senses, it would be too late. Since Chang'an had taken command, he understood that there was no time to hesitate in this matter, especially in the midst of the battle. The archers were given the order to shoot from crossbows while on the roof of the house, while the bandits did not understand anything, and this was the first step. The former soldiers showed the highest result in hitting enemies, which spoke of their mastery of weapons control. Li reminded the warriors that killing the thugs was not the end goal, but a means to an end. One of the comrades who managed to get into the Long Hu gang approached one of them, taking something out from under his clothes. In the warrior's hands was a mask made of human skin, which they had prepared in order to disguise themselves. The man put a mask on his head, the face of which was very similar to the faces of the scoundrels from the Long Hu gang. The point of the masks was to take the place of the Long Hu gang after they were destroyed, which was quite risky, but should work. The most important task was to disguise themselves so that the real thugs would not notice the substitution of Long Hu's men for Jiang and Li's warriors. Chang'an pointed out that it was important to disfigure the faces of the corpses so that they would not be exposed, and to Jiang's question what the next steps would be and whether the young man really wanted to become one of those freaks. Li turned to Uncle Jiang and sternly replied that, of course, he was not going to become a bandit. While the warriors were doing their job, Li explained to Jiang that simply destroying Long Hu would not lead to anything, because they were one gang out of many, and such cruel people as bandits would continue to intimidate and kill peaceful people. The young man explained that his plan was to become masters of their own destinies, and that is why he used the shell of the Long Hu gang to change the established order and give people a peaceful life. Jiang was once again amazed at how the guy created a plan that would cause bloodshed, but not on those who were truly destined for it by fate, but on those who could live in peace. Li stood with his back to Jiang, but he clearly heard that the moment when people would stop being afraid to walk the streets or trade would soon become real. The warriors returned, praising their master for being smart and for his plan working perfectly, although they had to rough up Old Man Tian and his men a bit so as not to arouse suspicion, but they were able to kill 47 of Long Hu's thugs. Li thanked the warriors for the work they had done, and after that the men, pointing to the 3 prisoners, said that as a gift they had found those 3 scumbags who had stolen the Liu sisters. Chang'an approached the elder Shi, whose hand he had once hit with a bowl, to let go of the girl in the restaurant. Chang'an did not take his eyes off the scoundrel and asked him to give him the crossbow that the archers had already shot from today. Shay turned whiter than chalk when a crossbow with a loaded arrow that looked sharper than a blade was brought to his face, but he couldn't utter a word because his mouth was closed. Li continued to hold the crossbow and looked closely at the bandit and then asked if he remembered him. When the gag was pulled out of Shah's mouth, even under threat of death, he snapped that he shouldn't remember anyone he met and reminded everyone who he was and what gang he was from and that it would be better for them to let him go. Chang'an's eyes turned red with anger, and he mentioned that he was no longer a simple stranger to Shi since this freak stole his sisters, after which he brazenly lies that he doesn't remember this. Being both a librarian and Li Chang'an, this man's hand trembled as he placed his finger on the trigger of the crossbow, apparently having never killed a person before. One of the warriors noticed the guy's excitement and indecision and offered to do it instead of him, but then Jiang put his hand on his comrade's shoulder. When the fellow soldier turned to Jiang, he said not to interfere, but on the warrior's face there was a silent question why he couldn't do it instead of the guy. To which Jang asked a very reasonable question. Would a soldier follow a man who was unable to finish off his enemies? Both his comrades looked at the young man, and Zhang explained that Chang'an needed to finish the job himself in order to show his brothers that he was worthy of their loyalty. But the former soldier noted that Li was too young for that. Chang'an finally told Shi that he was not a saint and never thought that he would have to kill. But the case with the thugs was different, and he should not have gotten involved with his family. Li shot an arrow into Shay's head, saying that he would still have to die after everything he had done, including kidnapping his sisters. Shi, bleeding profusely, fell forward, face down, dead, in front of Chang'an's feet, but he didn't even flinch or lower his crossbow. The guy looked at the remaining two freaks who were shaking and mumbling something, but it was impossible to make out, and pointed out to them that all the lives of the Long Hu gang members were not worth a hair on the heads of his sisters. 2 more arrows were fired from the crossbow into the heads of the bandits, and they hit, staining the floor of the courtyard where Zhang's comrades were gathering with their blood. The former warrior and Zhang stood there dumbfounded and couldn't even find anything to say about the confidence of this young man who was able to go all the way. Zhang looked at the man who not only had not been broken by the difficulties facing him, but had made him even stronger in their eyes. Li Chang'an became the warrior's equivalent of the Dark Lord, who was cruel but fair and willing to take risks to save others. The guy found himself in the darkness and heard someone's hands scratching the damp earth and voices howling, asking why he had committed this murder and dealt with violence with exactly the same violence. 3 bandits rose from the ground in front of Li, and he shot arrows into their heads, and she, barely moving from foot to foot, warned the young man that since he had taken the path of a murderer, the same fate awaited him. Even while in such a bad vision, the guy shouted that he was Li Chang'an, and that he was his path, and that he was the master of his destiny, and kicked Shi in the face. 2 mutilated bodies also approached Chang'an, and in terrible, hoarse, blood-soaked voices shouted at him that he was a murderer. The guy's eyes lit up with fire, and he asked the evil spirits if they really wanted to die a second time. With streams of fire, Li incinerated 2 of the dead at the same time, and there was no trace left of them, but there was another problem waiting for him. She held Zhi Yin by the throat and smiled evilly, telling the youth that no matter how strong he became, he still wouldn't be able to protect his family. And if he was distracted for a moment, his sisters would end up in his clutches again. Chang'an was overcome with anger and shouted at the bastard to let the girl go right now, otherwise he would follow his friends. But she, making a terrible grimace, began to tear off Zhi Yin's head, laughing that the sisters were facing a tragic future precisely because of Li, and the girl screamed her brother's name, experiencing terrible pain. Li rushed towards his sister, stretching out his hand in order to save her, but it was too late, and he seemed to be moving away from her. A heart-rending scream came from the room where Chang'an was sleeping, to which Zhi Yin woke up and immediately went to the guy. Li was sitting in bed, covered in a cold sweat and trying to catch his breath when the doors opened, and Zhi Yin came in, asking if everything was okay. The young man, all pale and wet, turned to the girl, so happy to see her in front of him that it even looked creepy. Chang'an rushed to hug Zhi Yin, comforting himself that it was just a dream, and his sister was okay, which made her very surprised. Li looked at his sister while she told him that she was indeed fine. But the boy, still under the influence of the nightmare, began to stutter and explain that Zhi Yin and Linglong were in danger because of him. Lu was embarrassed and assured her brother that it was not his fault that what happened, because she and Linglong were trapped precisely because of those scoundrels. The girl reminded Li that it was he who revealed so many interesting things to her, and thanks to him she got to the Palace of Stars and helped rescue her sister, so the way he cared will forever remain in her heart. Zhi Yin admitted that if the time came when she had to die for Chang'an, she would do it without hesitation. Li found it difficult to restrain himself, and he touched the girl's face and was so close that it took his breath away. Zhi Yin was afraid of what might happen, especially when Chang'an began to say that she was the only one who gave him peace and comfort. The girl jumped up from the bed, and putting some distance between them, put her hands in front of her while shouting that they couldn't be together. Liu took the lamp and headed towards the exit. After wishing Chang'an a final good night, she also went off to get some sleep. The guy looked at Zhi Yin and how the doors closed behind her just as they were closed in her heart. Chang'an sat holding his chest, where his heart was beating wildly, wanting to jump out at any moment, and he realized that he wanted to protect the girl, but instead he almost hurt her himself. Trying to calm himself down and convince himself that Zhi Yin couldn't like him didn't lead to anything, so he wanted to let his feelings out and took out a piece of paper. Armed with a brush, the young man began to write out the words of Shanxi's poem entitled, "O Heaven." The brush seemed to connect with the heart, and the words fell onto the paper easily and enthusiastically, like the feelings the boy experienced. Chang'an felt much lighter in his heart when he wrote out the text of the work on paper, thus showing his love. In the tower of the academy, the student met with the master and deputy, who were perplexed as to how the boy could write a work better than the new song of the poplar and willow branches. But when Li again confirmed that the poem was indeed better, Shu was furious about why the young man did not want to publish the creation on March 6th. The master and his deputy reminded the student of the importance of submitting his work to the sage's March list on time, and not 6 days later as he wanted, because then he risks being left unmarked. Li explained that he wanted to publish the poem on March 6th, on the occasion of the birthday of the person to whom it was dedicated, so that she would see it first. The men pounced on the guy, shouting at him that he was an idiot for wasting such an opportunity on love instead of his reputation. Shu and Qin asked again if the student was ready to take such a risk, even if it meant that he would not be noticed and others would be included on the list, to which Li completely agreed. The student knelt down and bowed respectfully, explaining that the girl was more important to him than reaching the top, and hoped for the master's understanding and permission to take such a risk. Qin nevertheless made an attempt to persuade the young man, citing the argument that with his talent he would easily reach the top, and thanks to this, in the future he would be able to take the best girl in the empire as his wife. But Li stood firm on his own, regardless of who this girl might be, and even the emperor's daughter did not interest him. For the guy, none of the listed options could compare with the one to whom he dedicated his poem and his feelings. Chang'an introduced her and explained that the girl had settled in his heart, and he had the warmest and most tender feelings for her. Shu asked rather sternly and suspiciously who this person was, since the letter from Teacher Gu did not mention Li's beloved, but only spoke about his sisters. The deputy was furious that he had guessed about Chang'an's feelings for the daughter-in-law of his elder brother Li, who had long since gone off to war. Shu asked the guy if his guesses were correct about his beloved, and Chang'an bowed and honestly answered that she really was his sister and he was unable to hide it. Both mentors cried out that such a thing was a contradiction to the canons and rules because such a relationship contradicted the teachings left to them as the first saint, and if someone found out, the student could be killed. Li hastened to clarify to the masters that he and his sister had not violated a single rule of the first saint's teaching. Chang'an mentioned that Jiyin and his older brother never had a wedding ceremony because his brother and father went off to war just before the wedding. The student also added that given what happened, formally his older brother and Lu Jiyin are not even married to each other. Li was filled with warm feelings for the girl for another reason. Even after his brother left, Jiyin did not leave the poor guy alone and looked after him during his illness and sometimes even brought him back from the other world. Chang'an was filled with gratitude and respect for this girl because she did not give up on him even knowing that he might not recover, which he would never forget, and could not give up his feelings for her. Master Qin approached the guy and, putting his hand on his shoulder, approved his decision, considering that it did not go against the teachings, and said that the academy would support him, so the student could act as he saw fit. And so the race began for places on the March Sage list, which for the first time did not include a new work by Li Taibai, as he waited until the 6th. But despite the start of the competition, sales of the book Eating Words, which included Chang'an's poem, also started on March 1st, and people mostly bought them only because they contained Li's creation. Thanks to the sales of the book, the new song of the poplar and willow branches took 20th place in the sage's list, and people bought up the books in places not one, but 2 or more copies. As befits envious people, seeing that Li Taibai's poem was rising in the list thanks to book sales, they gave orders to their assistants to tell the major stores to act according to plan. On March 2nd, booksellers attracted male audiences with books about battles and the strength of warriors, emphasizing that this was better than sappy love stories, and additionally offered a promotion for buying the first book, get the second one for free. Men, of course, took the bait of such a proposal, so as not to tarnish their reputation with love stories, and switched to literature that suited them. From the shop where the book Eating Words was sold, buyers rushed to where the offer was more tempting, and accordingly, the master's plan to reduce sales worked. The list began to change rapidly, and instead of Li's verse rising, it was actually falling due to the loss of customers. In this way, the masters managed to ensure that the upstart Taibai and his work dropped from 20th place to 70th. On March 3rd, someone approached a shop with books about love, and furiously throwing coins at the books, declared that he would buy this book since the others refused. The novel has now attracted the female part of the population who were deeply touched by the lines of the work, and they decided to support eating words at all costs. One of the men responded sarcastically to the girl's admiration, pointing out that only they would like such a poem about tragic love, to which the girl confidently replied that men speak so of Taibai's work because they themselves would not write such a thing. From that moment on, there were fierce disputes between men and women about which literature was suitable for whom, as well as about the work of Li's disciple. The list began to change again at a furious rate, only now Li's verse skyrocketed incredibly quickly. The jump was simply lightning fast, and now the creation of the Academy student was in third place, which indicated an increase in sales. The masters were furious because the attempt to bring down Taipei was unsuccessful in every sense, because the young man's popularity actually grew. One of the mentors sternly declared that from now on there would be no mercy. Therefore, every effort would be made to destroy this simpleton so that no one would even remember him. Some students sat and heatedly discussed that the sage's list seemed to have gone crazy because that song was jumping up and down sharply, while others noted for themselves that Teak was now in third place, which again speaks of Taibai's talent. Annan decided to ask his friend if he had written the last lines of the song, thinking about his beloved, to which Li replied in the negative. Friend An breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that perhaps he had just worked himself up about it. But when Chang'an said that he had written another poem for his beloved and would publish it in a couple of days on the occasion of her birthday, An felt his temper boil. An was about to start yelling at Li, accusing him of something, but he didn't have time because Guan flew up to his friends with some news. It was obvious that Guan was in a hurry because he was out of breath, and he told Li that things were bad because his verse was about to fly out of the top 100 of the list of saints. Chang'an was surprised at how this could happen, since even if you don't count the third place of the verse, it was at least in 70th place. Guan went into more detail about how the masters from the Songyue Academy had united to deliberately ruin the Song of Taibai, which is why the rating was melting before their eyes, and showed the guys the talisman. As a fifth-stage master, Lu poured mud on Li's creation, claiming that the author was too blinded by the theme of love, which is why he had a narrow view of the world and called on others to stray from the path of Tao if they considered a student a genius. At the time of the master's appearance, Song Li occupied the 78th place on the list, but the teachers wanted to completely push the creation out of there, considering both the verse and the author unworthy of being there. Surprisingly, instead of Chang'an, it was An who flared up first, angry at how the masters were humiliating his friend, and without delay, he immediately went to deal with the mentors. Li asked his comrade not to get excited, but An said that for such words as the masters said, one must answer, and it doesn't matter what rank of mentor you are. After which he moved to the list with the help of a talisman, and appeared in the space where the teachers were and immediately addressed them, calling on them to stop sowing discord among the students. Anand directly told the masters that their intention to sow discord was based on the fact that even they recognized Li's poems as real art, and therefore acted out of envy. One of the teachers was still trying to control himself and calmly replied that they were opening everyone's eyes, on the contrary, in the hope that Li would realize his mistake and take the true path of Tao, but there was no intent here. Anya was infuriated by how they were now trying to make a fool out of him, hiding behind the false truths of the path of the literary Tao, and he put his power into play. The master was of course stronger than the student and simply stepped aside, redirecting Annan's power. But now, when the young man dared to raise his hand against his elders and those of higher rank, the mentor also activated his power. The teacher's ki was many times more powerful than the student's, so no matter how An set up defense, the blow was mortally dangerous, at least for the body. Since the guy's defense was weaker than the chi master's, he began to cough up blood when he returned to his comrades. Li caught his friend and, holding his wounded body, heard from Anya that he was very sorry for how everything turned out, and that he could not protect his friend and his creation. Inside Chang'an, many feelings merged into one, including gratitude to his brother, anger at the masters, and worry that everything would be okay with An. Now it was Li's turn to go up to the list and meet face to face with those who had decided to decide his fate for him, which was a bitter pill to swallow for the young man. The masters apparently sought a personal meeting with the student, since they were still waiting by the list. The treasure the guy had found in the form of fire energy was activated immediately, and he, feeling pure, furious anger, said that since the masters so persistently wanted to help him get on the true path, he would accept their help. After speaking, Lee released a huge stream of fire towards the mentors that would have incinerated an ordinary person instantly. But the Chi Chang'an masters were under such extreme pressure that they were unable to move, let alone put up a defense. The mentor who stood in front of the other two was outraged that this brat did not respect masters like them. The students were constantly watching with the help of talismans what was happening at the list, and were glad that Tai Bai was able to rebuff the teachers who, with their actions, disgrace all the masters of the path of literary Tao. Li was wise beyond his years, and instead of wasting his energy on the envy of the masters, he suggested that they stop squabbling and wait for the results of the sage's list, because in that case everything would be decided fairly for both sides. The mentors called on Lu to accept the boys' offer, because if they don't stop now and most likely lose, they will never wash away this shame. Chang'an had no intention of provoking anyone, but looking at Lu, he asked point blank, was the master really so afraid that his poem would lose and the song would win? The mentor didn't even make an effort to control himself even a little bit, which is why he was now furious again from the truth that was told. But the pressure from the chi that Li sent into the masters was strong, which is why the master, in another fit of anger, only made things worse for himself and coughed up blood. Chang'an turned around and before leaving said that the feelings he put into the work were sincere and pure, thanks to which the lines of the creation would reach the hearts of readers. And in addition, unlike his mentors, he was confident in his work. Li returned back, and he was already surrounded by students who were watching everything, discussing the fact that there had not yet been anyone who could immediately provoke the teachers, and now rumors would spread about this phenomenon. That cherished 6th of March has arrived, and the weather itself congratulated the birthday girl on her holiday, giving her warming rays of the sun. Chang'an presented Zhiyin with a gift in the form of a beautiful bracelet made from the stone that was in the box. The girl was pleasantly surprised that Li remembered her birthday and immediately began to worry that the gift was too expensive. The guy reverently took Liu by the hand and put on the bracelet, saying that she didn't need to worry at all about the price of the gift. While Zhiyin was examining the jewelry, Chang'an explained that the bracelet was engraved with a poem that was dedicated specifically to her and was the main gift. And when the girl said that it was a little difficult to see the hieroglyphs, Li put his arm around her shoulders and offered to read it. Chang'an recited lines in which he called to heaven the desire to find his beloved, thereby showing the scale of his feelings, and for a moment both imagined themselves in the place described in the verse. Li finished his poem and gently touched the girl's face, never taking his eyes off her for a second, and the feeling was mutual. The guy finally decided to take this step and timidly confessed to Zhiyin that he loved her and had loved her all the time. Liu always suppressed the same feelings in herself, so as not to disgrace her honor, and her husband, who went to war, now stood with tears in her eyes and also confessed her love to Chang'an. Now that both were not afraid of either condemnation or slander, they finally kissed, giving free rein to their feelings for each other. But the moment of rapprochement between the lovers did not last long, and when the doors to the room opened, something fragile fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. Linlong stood at the threshold, pale and unable to say anything other than asking what was going on here. Poor Linlong was upset and angry at the same time, not believing that they had actually confessed their love to each other, despite the fact that they both knew how long she had liked Li. The little girl screamed in her heart that she didn't care about their feelings for each other, so if Li kissed Zhiyin, he should kiss her too. Chang'an didn't expect that everything would turn out like this, and now he was in a stupor because he didn't know at all how to act in such a situation. Linlong flew up to the guy and hugged him, kissing him on the cheek, which made Li extremely uncomfortable, and he cursed like a statue. The little girl looked at Chang'an and offendedly called everything that happened unfair and added that although she was ready to accept the fact that the guy loved her older sister more, she also wanted to be on the list, at least in second place. When Li agreed with the younger one and she left, Zhiyin thanked the young man for how he made her birthday the best ever. Chang'an was able to make the girl look surprised when he said that the day was not over yet, and he had another surprise prepared for her. In order to create the atmosphere that Li had in mind, it was necessary to wait until evening, and when it got dark, he took Zhiyin outside where many sky lanterns were flying in the air. Other residents also noticed the lanterns, stopping and watching their flight, and some wondered who this Zhiyin was who was so lucky, and some envied her that such a romantic guy was already taken. The couple admired how the lanterns with the words of the poem flew higher and higher, and Chang'an said that he wanted the whole world to know about his love for the girl. The day after Zhiyin's birthday at the academy, An had already managed to ask if the boy was yawning so much because he hadn't slept all night, to which Lee replied that he hadn't slept because he was so nervous after publishing the poem. Chang'an looked at the talisman, disappointed by his own unjustified expectations that the poem would still appear on the list. But if the song was in 12th place, then heaven was not there. At that moment, Annan was analyzing that yesterday's paper lanterns were the work of Lee, and his comrade wondered if he really loved the girl that much. While An was breathing down Chang'an's neck and was tormented by the question of who Liu Zhiyin was, the guy was sad at that moment because there was a risk that no one would find out about his new poem. Barely audibly, An voiced his thoughts that if the poem had not attracted anyone's attention, then it would be worth making the name of Li Tai itself popular. Chang'an turned around so abruptly, being incredibly happy with his friend's advice, that An seemed to swallow his tongue and only looked at his comrade with huge, frightened eyes. Lee was happy like a child, thanking his friend for having him and for giving him such a wonderful idea, because now the guy even understood how to implement this idea, and An, timidly and embarrassedly, replied that he was glad to help. Chang'an heard his friend say something else and asked again what they were talking about because it seemed to him that his friend had said something important. But An, pretending not to say anything, shifted the focus of attention to asking what Lee had already come up with for himself regarding the promotion of his name. Chang'an had a brilliant plan to raise his reputation, thanks to those he could also help, and that was the Kunwen Bureau. The seller standing behind the bookstall loudly announced that the book Eating Words included a handwritten version of the poem New Song of the Poplar and Willow Branches, written by Li Tai himself. The girls immediately came running to buy the book they loved, and now they also had the opportunity to receive a poem from the hand of Li Tai himself, which gave them the feeling that he had personally written the love story. The masters watched from the window the crowd of girls at the yatka with books, and were indignant that now this Lee really wants to rise higher in the list thanks to his calligraphy, because this is a trick that only such women fall for. The girl couldn't stop looking at the piece of paper with Tai-Bai's handwriting, the calligraphy of which was mesmerizing. The student who had been standing next to the master and was indignant carefully looked at the sheet of paper that the girl was holding and was impressed by the calligraphy of Lee's writing. The guy snatched the sheet from the girl's hands and began to examine Tai-Bai's Xing Shu, praising it and comparing it to clouds floating in the sky, and admitted that he had never seen such skill. The young man holding a bag of money asked the young lady if she would mind selling him this piece of paper, to which the girl responded categorically, saying that you can't buy something like that for 1,000 gold pieces, and commanded him to go and buy it himself. The guy ran to the stall with books, shouting that he also wanted to make it in time and buy himself at least one copy of this masterpiece manuscript. The masters, who also decided to look at the hieroglyphs written by Tai-Bai, were taken aback when they saw that it turned out that the guy was good not only in poetry, but also in calligraphy. For a moment, the mentors felt uneasy at the thought that this disciple could really be the reincarnation of the first saint. Chang'an heard the list begin to move and picked up his talisman, realizing that this time he would see a different picture. And indeed, the last verse about heaven dedicated to his beloved appeared in the sages list in 99th place. Li moved to his palace of literature and stood by the monument, realizing that one of them was for emergencies, but it was thanks to him that his art of calligraphy would become similar to that of Wang Shiji, the famous Chinese calligrapher. Taking the brush in his hands, the guy began to absorb the knowledge that Van had at one time and began to draw hieroglyphs, being confident that such skill would not leave anyone indifferent. The rating of the poem O Heaven, dedicated to Liu Zhiyin, grew at a rapid speed and now only went up the list, and many people watched this with a variety of feelings. Guan's study buddy, and the one who helped everyone learn the Song of Tai-Bai, was filled with pride for his friend, and that he was able to show the love between a man and a woman perfectly. But Hiwanru was deeply upset by the fact that the poem O Heaven was dedicated to a certain Zhiyin, and it was difficult for her to accept that the young man's heart was already taken. Well, Master Luya was irritated by the fact that the success and fame of this young scoundrel could not be stopped in any way, and the old man was tormented by the question of how and where such a young guy was able to master such a skill. Shu, looking at the talisman, once again remembered with gratitude Elder Gu, who sent them the genius Li, thanks to whom the Bailu Academy also gained popularity. The moment of jubilation was interrupted by a knock on the door, where Tai-Bai appeared, asking if the deputy could spare him a little time. The smile that was on the man's face while he was alone suddenly disappeared, and he got angry at the guy for wanting to take a vacation again. But Lee replied that he had absolutely nothing to do with it this time. Chang'an smiled and showed the letter from the elder as proof, saying that Master Gu had asked him to return home urgently to take the county examination. The escort showed the students where to go, reminding them that their exam would soon begin. Elder Gu explained to the boy with all seriousness that if he could pass the exam, his name would be entered into the temple book of the list of followers of the path of the literary Tao, and thanks to this, he and his family would be protected. Chang'an, as always, bowed to his mentor and thanked him, saying that he understood everything, to which the master asked him to be attentive to the questions and answers. Lee was the last one to enter the gate where the escort showed him and followed the rest of the students. Standing in neat rows, the students bowed to the holy altar at the command of the two masters, according to traditional custom for the examination to begin. As soon as the students bowed, bright tongues of energy resembling flames began to erupt from the huge cauldron. These energy flows presented each student with completely different tasks written on paper, which Lee considered an absolutely fair approach. After receiving their assignments, the students went their separate ways one by one, and each took a separate place separated from each other. Chang'an reread the questions and assessed them as not difficult, and from this the conclusion emerged that he should not have any difficulties with the answers. One of the masters standing at the altar lit a special candle and announced that while it burned, the students could answer questions, and the candle burned for approximately 10 hours. The sun didn't care whether someone had an important day or not. It did its job by giving light and warmth. But the students had no time to look up and be distracted by the good weather, since the importance of the exam was like a matter of life and death. Lee was the first to raise his hand and ask the masters if he could hand over the work already if he had finished it, and those who were sitting on both sides of him even looked out from behind their tables to see who had managed to finish it ahead of time. The other people taking the exam began to be outraged, again out of envy, shouting at the guy that only an hour had passed since the start, and he couldn't have passed so quickly, and if he didn't have enough knowledge, then he should just admit it. But the master standing at the altar did not react to the students' cries, and calmly told the young man that he could throw his answer sheet into the sacred cauldron. Chang'an walked up to the cauldron, the size of which was astonishing, and threw a rolled-up piece of paper inside. A glow appeared from the cauldron again, which this time looked more like a hot ball, and Lee watched carefully and waited to see what would happen next. On the round ball was written the result, namely that the exam was passed and the grade of Chang'an's answers was level A. What a disappointment the students were, but not in the young man, but in relation to their work, because not only did he complete it in an hour, but he also passed it with excellent marks, which is impossible, and some even started shouting that the boiler had made a mistake. One of the masters sternly declared that the chatter that was going on here should stop, because if the students did not want to take the exam in this way, then no one was holding them back, and the boiler could not have made a mistake. The master pointed to the door and told Chang'an that since he had passed the exam, he could go to the palace of the first saint and write his works there. Lee carefully and slowly opened the doors, looking into something like this for the first time, and thought that after the treasury, he would not see anything more special. But a completely different world opened up before him, and you wouldn't see anything like it even in a sky densely strewn with stars on the clearest night. Lee looked up where the monuments hung huge as a rock, and the guy asked himself out loud if this was really the palace of the first saint. Suddenly a monument appeared in front of the young man, but unlike the others, which were dark, this one glowed brighter than the sun in the sky. In the midst of this darkness, which was softly illuminated by the stars and constellations, such a sharp and bright light forced Lee to cover his face with his hands so as not to go blind. But before Chang'an could even get used to such bright lighting, he suddenly felt his heart brightly, and now he had even forgotten about the bright source. Lee understood that his feelings were connected with the fact that the power of the literary chi of the first saint was flowing into him, and in addition to his body, his palace of literature was being improved, but the energy was too powerful, which is why blood began to ooze from his mouth. The bright light and the guy's screams from the door attracted some dark creatures that were neither human nor beasts. These higher beings recognized the energy of the owner of the Xiantian body in the young man, and now they needed to take some measures because if they left him, there would be one more genius in the world that would prevent them from surviving. One of the figures did not hesitate, and releasing a bright stream of power from its finger, decided that the owner must die here and now. This ray of the creature hit directly into the heart of the vulnerable Chang'an at that moment, causing him to scream furiously in pain. Lee fell to the floor, and everything around immediately became dark. Just like at the beginning, when he just entered here, and holding his chest, the guy tried to move away from what had just happened to him. The student dodged the shot in time, although he risked being killed immediately. But that power did not feel like the power of the first sage to him, but something else. While the young man was thinking about what this unknown attempt on his life was, another danger was already waiting, and Lee, raising his head, saw a huge wave in front of him, but it was like hot lava. Chang'an looked up at how high this wave rose above him and understood that he would definitely not survive this. But the achievements of the literary Tao of the student worked as a defense mechanism when it seemed there was no chance of salvation. The scroll of Lee's achievements began to rapidly swirl like a funnel, distorting what had been accumulated in it. When the wave almost covered the young man, taking his life with it, the scroll with the achievements of the literary Tao rolled up, hiding everything. As soon as the scroll hid the achievements, the dark entity directing the wave at the student realized that it did not feel any traces of achievements in the person. The entity waved its hand towards itself, calling the wave back, and decided for itself that this was just a waste of time. Chang'an stood there waiting for his death and continued to stand and watch the wave recede. But as before, he still did not understand what had happened. The guy realized that his jade scroll, which he received at the academy in time, hid all his achievements in literature, from which he concluded that the entity wanted to take not him but specifically Jiantian's body. Lee only had to relax for a moment and exhale that everything was okay, when something rushed at him again, and this time it was related to the palace. Bright stripes of light bound the young man's body so that he could not move in any way, but this time he did not understand what was happening again. As it turned out, he was tied up by monuments, and a voice from space said that he, in the name of the first saint, was bestowing the palace of literary Tao on the disciple. But Chang'an's exclamations that he already had one did not help. The human body could not withstand such a filling of energy, and Li screamed from the tearing feeling inside. The two strong energies of the Jade Scroll and the new palace collided in the body. Because the scroll hid the disciple's achievements, the saint took him for an absolute beginner and therefore created another palace. The guy realized that there were currently two literary palaces inside him when he felt their collision inside. The collision caused the new palace to crack, causing injuries to the student's physical body, and Li began to cough up blood. Chang'an fell to his knees, bleeding and exhausted, and he was even more frightened by the fact that the emergence of a palace inside the master meant an attachment to life. And if something happened to the new palace, then it would also be the end for him. The desire to remain the master of his destiny always prevailed at the most necessary moments, and Li remembered his treasure that he had once chosen. The guy activated the spark technique that ignited the steps despite its tiny size but was powerful. Using his remaining strength and screaming furiously, Chang'an freed himself from the currents that were binding his entire body. The Jade Palace within the disciple gradually began to shrink, making room for a new palace, thereby reducing the risk of collision. After everything that happened, Li was shaking like an aspen leaf, but he was consoled by the fact that he was able to transfer part of the qi from the Jade Scroll to the new palace. But there was still one problem, which was that at the end of March the sages' list would be approved, and the accumulated qi for 2 verses would flow into the Jade Scroll, and Chang'an was afraid of not having time to transfer it to the new palace, which could cause it to collapse. The young man left the palace, telling himself that he couldn't just up and die, so he set himself the goal of nourishing his new palace with qi in the remaining half a month. Sometime after the exam, Chang'an decided to personally visit the Kongwen Bureau to inquire about what was wrong with his book. But the bureau employee nervously replied that everything was fine with the book. It was just that romance novels don't sell very well, and if you take into account eating words, it sold thanks to Li Taibai's poem, so now he has to refuse to print the book. Chang'an realized that he did not have time to spin the verse offering wine, so he would have to use the Chinese legend about the two lovers Liang and Zhu. Li took a different approach and asked if the bureau would be able to sell his books if he himself paid all the printing costs. But the employee was stubborn, claiming that there was no point in this. Chang'an bowed and respectfully replied that the risks the employee was talking about were of no importance to him, and that he was only asking to take over the sales bureau. The worker, although worried, nevertheless agreed with the young man and announced the rules of the academy, according to which the minimum order is 10,000 copies, and the cost of one book is 14 coins and the sale is 23. Li told the employee his desire to sign a contract for 100,000 copies, mentioning that he would pay the costs himself. Here the uncle felt completely uneasy from the numbers he heard, and he began to dissuade the guy, naming the payment amount of 1,000 taels of silver, and even if the books could be sold, it would only be a loss of capital. The young man calmly mentioned that such a problem did not bother him, and the worker, having resigned himself to the client's decision, asked to follow him. Other workers, hearing the whole situation, began to mock Lee behind his back, saying that he was another fool who thought he could buy fame, but the student did not pay attention to them. The worker placed a sheet of paper with the contract in front of Chang'an and asked him to sign it, and now Lee was deciding how to identify himself. If for the Jade Scroll, he was Li Tai Bai, then for the new palace he could also come up with a new name. Based on his previous names, the young man began to draw with his brush his new name, which would be associated with the new palace. And this time, the guy decided to be the one whose name translates as Blue Lotus, and is sometimes even used to describe the eyes of Buddha, and this is Qing Lian. When Li looked into his palace of literature, he saw how the Taibai Palace grew and strengthened, but the Qingliang Palace did not move from its place in size. Now that two palaces inhabited the human body, it was becoming more and more difficult for the guy to dive into his palace. Chang'an sat in his room and analyzed that Qinglian's palace had not increased its literary qi at all due to the low sales of Liang and Zhu's book, and if this continued, his body might not be able to withstand it. The young man fell back onto the bed and thought about how the first author of the story about the lovers was able to make it popular. The system reminded its owner that the original author of the book, Liang and Zhu, was lucky enough to have his story noticed by other famous writers, which is why the work sold like hotcakes. This information didn't make things any easier for Chang'an because if he goes to the masters, he'll have to admit that Taibai and Qinglian are him, and the glory will go to Taibai, and this will make the situation worse, but Qing needs to be pumped up. Li thought that if he could improve the new palace and remain unnoticed, then Qinglian could be his strongest hidden trump card, and then the guy had an epiphany. The young man jumped up in bed again from the idea of making it so that people would not read the story of Liang and Zhu, but would pass it on by word of mouth. To implement his plan, Chang'an went to a brothel, where he found Madame Yan, whom he had once saved together with Zhang from the Longhu gang, and asked her for help, to which the girl happily agreed. Li stared at Yan because he was surprised at how quickly the girl agreed without even hearing the entire request. Yan thought that the guy had come to offer her to be his wife, and embarrassed, timidly began to answer that she agreed to become his wife, but Li interrupted her before she could finish. Chang'an thanked her and was glad that the girl would help him, and taking out a book, asked Yan to sing to people about the story of Liang and Zhu from his book, but at the same time so that no one would know that he wrote the creation. Yan was dejected by her own naivety, thinking that the master had come to her with a proposal of marriage. The guy noticed how sad the girl became and asked if something had happened to her, but Yan, abruptly returning the smile to her face so as not to show her dreams, said that she would do everything that was necessary because Li had saved her. One fine day, visitors were able to sit outside and Yan, sitting on the stage with a pipa, addressed the guests with the announcement that she would like to sing a love song for them. Gentle fingers touched the strings of the instrument, and the voice touched the hearts of those who listened to the song about the beautiful girl Intai who dressed as a young man went to school where she met Liang. The story continued with the young people falling in love with each other at first sight, and nothing could influence their feelings. But unfortunately at that time there could only be brotherhood between them because Intai was dressing up as a guy. The story would not have been tragic if the love of Liang and Yingtai had not been hindered by the girl's parents, who had already chosen a groom for her, and because the lovers had to be forcibly separated, Liang's heart could not bear it, and he died. When the wedding ceremony began, Intai rushed to the grave of her beloved, and the heavens opened his coffin, where the girl jumped to find herself in Liang's arms, and at that moment their souls turned into butterflies and fluttered away. At the end of the story, everyone who sat in front of the stage was crying, and these were both girls and men. One strong girl, whose tears were streaming down her face, slammed her fist on the table and threatened out loud that if she found the author of the story, she would hit him hard, and Chang'an was standing right behind her and heard this. Li had seen many different reactions to the works he had used as his own through the system, but this reaction with the threat of beating made him think that he had quite successfully and prudently made another name for himself. The guy looked at Yan from afar, touched by how tenderly the girl conveyed the story, also with the help of her velvety voice. Yan told the visitors that she took the story from the book Liang and Zhu, authored by Qing Lian, and the girls immediately wanted to buy the creations for themselves and their sisters. After a few days, thanks to the book sales and the song that was heard, Chang'an felt the chi of Qinglian Palace began to increase. But still, compared to the other palace, it was not enough. At the Kunwen Bureau, meanwhile, the crowd was raging at the entrance, and the poor worker was apologizing for the fact that all of Liang and Ju's books had already been sold out, and he didn't know when new ones would appear. So he lied that they would appear in a few days. One of the cleaners snorted that you can't expect anything else from the girls, but at the same time he was surprised that romance novels have become so popular these days. And if he knew this, he would have written a better story himself and become famous. The boss, listening to these proud thoughts out loud, reprimanded the young man, asking if he really thought he was better than Qing Lian, to which the cleaner apologized and continued doing his job. The boss exhaled and concluded that at this rate, Qing Lian could become the second Taipei, and the man was more frightened by the losses they would suffer if there was no more order and they could not republish the book. The assistants announced that Mr. Qing Lian had arrived just as the boy was entering the office, and the boss felt alive again. The boss immediately suggested talking about increasing the copies of Qing's book at a reasonable price, and Chang'an agreed to listen to the man. The manager explained that they could start with 500,000 copies at once, and now nothing was required from Chang'an in terms of payment, and the guy would receive 30% of the total profit from sales. Li slammed his cup on the table so that the water rose to the top, and asked menacingly if they were trying to fool him into thinking that he was a newbie in the field of writing. The young man explained to him what he himself understood perfectly well, because what the man proposed would barely cover the expenses that the author himself paid at the beginning of sales, so it would be smarter for him to spend money and print it himself. The director tried to pull off the same scheme, assuring the author that investing and printing on his own was a rather risky business, since the books might not be sold. Li simply went to the exit saying that he himself understood perfectly well the risks, and also that other stores would offer more favorable conditions, and the unfortunate director shouted that he agreed to 30% of sales and not of profits. Having heard what suited him, Li agreed to his boss's proposal at the very last moment. As Chang'an was leaving the bureau, one of Zhang's comrades, dressed in the clothes of the Longhu gang, ran up to him. A logical chain immediately ran through the guy's head, that Sun wouldn't have come just like that, which meant that something had happened to their Longhu gang. Li appeared in the veterans' courtyard and was informed that they had completely taken control of the Longhu gang, but their boss did not want to disclose information about the deals with the prison warden Zhang Yingquan. As it turned out, Boss Longhu was right in the courtyard at that time, and the bag was pulled off his head so that Mr. Li could see for himself how the boss was behaving. The leader of the Longhu gang, despite exhaustion and numerous beatings, was still just as fierce and looked ahead when the bag was removed from him. A scoundrel is a scoundrel for a reason, so when the boss saw Li in front of him, he began to mock the fact that this insignificant brat was the main one among the warriors. Chang'an looked closely at the big guy and calmly replied that since the boss refused to talk, he would have to kill him. The thug did not expect such a sentence, but Li continued to tell his comrades that after the death of this man, they spread false rumors about his death, and after that, the authorities would definitely come to them to negotiate with the new leader of the gang. The leader was immediately finished off and blood was left on the floor, and Chang'an said that their goal was to become the leading force of the gang and not puppets. The boy turned to the brothers, giving them a choice of units they could go to, since there was now no threat from the Longhu gang. Chang'an explained that the first division was an opportunity to peacefully conduct his business, and the second was a spy division in which he would have to hide his identity and secretly control the actions of the Longhu gang. The young man also clarified that the soldiers will be able to get acquainted with everything in more detail when they make their choice. And some have already become truly happy that they will begin a normal life, which is how they showed their choice. The men voiced that if that were the case, then few would want to become spies, and Chang'an prudently said that he understood the difficulty of the job, but there would be 2 additional conditions for them. The first condition of the spy's work was to receive a reward depending on the quality of the completed mission, and the second condition was the creation of a school for the children of spies by Li himself, and those who were the most talented would be sent to the academy. Sun admitted that in such a case one really needed to think about the children's future, and this was picked up by the others, praising Mr. Li's kindness. Sun stepped forward and shouted to his comrades that they should remember how they should address their master, and they thanked their leader in unison. Chang'an proclaimed that from now on they would no longer act in the name of the Longhu gang, but would receive a new, worthy name. The guy proudly called the warriors the Han Dynasty, which appeared more than 5,000 years ago, and almost the entire world bowed before it, and it existed longer than any other. The next day, Zhang and Li's comrades were selling fruit on a stick and hot Malatang at the market, while a bookseller was praising the excellent calligraphy technique in the book Liang and Ju by Qing Lian. Opposite the book counter, two masters were talking about how the head of the Kunwen Bureau had gone crazy to start selling this cheap love story, and from an unknown author too, and eating words had at least Taibai. Chang'an heard the old men discussing how bad things were for the bureau director, which would soon allow one of them to close it, and then the guy realized that there was some truth in this, and Liang and Ju had little spiritual aura. Li had an idea on how to speed up and improve the book sales process, and he showed up at Bailu Academy to meet Guan and An, and was delighted to see his friend from afar, wondering where he had disappeared to, while Chang'an was already getting a gift for his comrade. Li gave his friend his own book, but under a different name, and Anna was very surprised by this gift. The young man sat down next to Anne and said that since he liked the song from Eating Words, he decided to give something similar and opened the book in front of his friend, and was a little taken aback by the fact that the book was about a girl who dressed up as a guy, while Chang'an was giving another book to his friend Ziyu. Confused, An turned to Li and asked why he brought this book to him and not to someone else. Chang'an replied that he brought the book only thinking that he might like it. But in his head, he had a plan for An to show the book to the girl Kai, which would lead to more readers and sales. Guan decided to play a joke and asked Chang'an if it seemed to him that Annan looked a little like the girl from the novel. So the book seemed to him like Liang was Li and An was Ju. Judging by Annan's sharp and rude reaction, there was some truth in what Guan said, which confused the guy. Li, without mockery, but wanted to show off and clarified that even if the role of the young man Lian was more suitable for Guan, since they and An often go together, and now no one was laughing anymore. Anan couldn't stand such words from his friends and kicked Chang'an's leg with all his might. Li fell to the floor away from his evil friend and screamed that he was going too far, to which Anne warned that if he didn't stop talking nonsense, their friendship would come to an end. Guan was already running to the other students, shouting out Li and Anya's conversation about ending their friendship because they would become lovers as a sensation, and showed everyone the book. Annan was now not even furious, but in a rage, shouting at everyone to shut up, and Chang'an sat and quietly thought about how he had not imagined the book's promotion this way, but it still worked out. Li's plan worked, and Anne threw the book that Taibai had given him on the floor, telling Kai that he thought she might like it. The young man was relaxing while taking a hot bath and was discussing with the girl that he did not expect such a sensation from this book among the ladies, and Kai added that her sister said that Mrs. Yan from the brothel on Tonglu Street began to sing songs based on this book. The name of the street, Tonglu, told Anya that Taibai lived not far from it, so some thoughts about this appeared in the young man's head. Kai recommended that the gentleman go to Yan's performance and possibly meet his Liang Shanbao there, which An did not quite understand, reminding the girl that this was a male role, and she asked again if Taibai was not the gentleman's Liang Shanbao, and began to splash water at Kai, joking with the girl when she managed to become so bold that she mocked her master. But the young lady still repeated the question whether the gentleman would go to the performance, and Anya, after thinking a little, answered that he would try. At the gate of Li's house, Yan stood waiting for the guy in order to discuss something with him about tomorrow's performance. Yan smiled and greeted the gentleman, explaining that she had come to ask if she could change some lines in the song about Liang and Ju. The girl timidly handed the sheet of paper with the text she had changed to Chang'an and asked for advice. Li began to read the text carefully with genuine interest, moving his eyes along the lines, while Yan stood and watched the guy's reaction, waiting for his verdict. Having read to the end of Chang'an, I was delighted, even though the meaning was distorted in places, but it sounds very good. Li praised the girl's talent, and in all seriousness advised her to try her hand at the next county exam, which made Yan blush, thinking that the gentleman was flattering her. Finally, Yan expressed hope that the gentleman would come tomorrow to listen to the new version of the song, to which he replied that he would definitely come. While Li was saddened by the fact that such a talented girl was singing in a brothel in order to earn a living, and thought maybe he could help her somehow, at that moment, Linglong appeared behind him. The younger one raised a fuss because there was another girl there and started bombarding Li with questions about her. Ling Long asked with displeasure if she and her older sister weren't enough for him, and Yin picked up on this and said that if he really liked that girl, he should find a matchmaker. Chang'an waved it off, saying that there was nothing between him and Yan, and that what the girls had already imagined for themselves was a misunderstanding. Ling Long approached the young man, looked him in the eyes, and asked if he could promise that he didn't like Yan. And then, he did something stupid and didn't give any clear answers. Since Li didn't really answer, Ling Long drew conclusions and shamed Chang'an for knowing that. The little one pushed the guy into the house, shouting that Chang'an liked Yan and she liked him. But he had Ling Long and Yin, so the young man was obliged to give her a child, and when Li asked the old woman to save him, she responded by fulfilling the younger one's request. No amount of persuasion or request had any effect on Ling Long, and she pushed Chang'an onto the bed, terrifying the guy. The younger one took off her cloak from her shoulder and brought up the argument that her sister Yin was very kind, and Mrs. Yan was talented in literature, and only Ling Long had nothing, but by giving birth to a child for Li, she would become valuable to him. Chang'an decided to play along with the girl a little by getting ahead of the game and carefully grabbed her by the shoulder in order to perform one maneuver. The guy abruptly turned Ling Long over onto the bed so that she ended up underneath him, which both scared and embarrassed the girl. Li leaned closer to the little girl and tenderly assured her that he didn't need reasons to love her, which Ling Long didn't quite believe, since the young man knew her weak points. But Chang'an had his own plans for this, and he wrapped his sister in a blanket like sushi and said that she would sleep today so it would be safe for both of them, and if the girl tried to do something crazy, he would be very angry. The next day, there was already a crowd at the brothel, and many wanted to take a seat closer, which is why you could hear the swearing of those who were pushing. Some strong young lady pushed Anan, warning him that if he came that close again, she would get punched in the face. The girl pushed the guy quite hard, but Li arrived just in time and caught his friend so that he wouldn't fall onto the stonework. Anne was surprised to see Tai Bai there, as if Sai had not spoken to him about this in vain yesterday, and Li was glad that the meeting coincided. Suddenly, the Long Hu gang appeared, and the strongest of them asked the people to line up, and whoever would make a mess would have to deal with them. And the visitors were very surprised by both the gang and their changes. The leader again asked everyone to stand in line and stop pushing, because the sooner order is established, the sooner everyone will be able to enjoy the performance, and the people obediently fulfilled the request. Chang'an knew that it was Song under the mask, and was proud of how the gang had transformed, and he decided to raise his comrade's salary for such high-quality work. The houseworker personally approached Mr. Li and asked him to follow him, since Mrs. Yan allowed him to watch the performance backstage, and An was unhappy with the appearance of another chosen one. The guy exhaled heavily upon hearing his friend's discontent, which only made things even more tense, not to mention that at the moment everything had gone too far. Mrs. Yan sang for the visitors, and those who could see the chi that was sent to the author would notice how much of it was coming from people. At that moment, Chang'an felt his palace of literary Tao being nourished and was filled with gratitude to Yan, because if it weren't for her, the guy wouldn't have achieved such results. The joy did not last long because although Qing Lian's palace became stronger, the situation did not improve. The Tai Palace grew to unprecedented proportions and took over the tiny Qing Palace, and if they collided, a person would be in danger of dying. Chang'an was inside the spiritual world looking at the saints list, and was already, in a sense, preparing for the worst. Li understood that his life directly depended on the results that would be summed up at the end of the month and the results of the saints list. It was only worth thinking about something bad, and it was right there, because a new portion of Qi was directed towards the young man, which had previously been a joy, but now was bringing his death closer. Li screamed from the pain that was brought to him by the Qi filling him, which made it feel like his body was about to be torn to pieces. The Qi that came to the Taipei Palace accelerated the collision of the two palaces, causing the monument to crack and Li to start coughing up blood. The last hope was the spark of igniting the step technique, which Chang'an activated in order to expend Qi and balance what he received and gave. By releasing fire from a finger, the power was such that it was possible to burn someone alive or burn down a house. But Li fell exhausted, feeling that what he had done was not enough, and that he was spending many times less than he received. The poor fellow lay there, blazing with fire, and realized that if things continued like this, he would not have time to return to the physical world, and his strength was really leaving him. And at this last moment, the Jade Scroll appeared before the guy in order to save him and return him to reality. Chang'an's body moved and the scroll became brighter and brighter, forming something in the Palace of Literary Tao. When Li was already in reality, a huge monument dedicated to the Book of Liang and Ju grew in his spiritual world. The guy was lying on the floor of an empty room, barely able to breathe, and blood was flowing out of his mouth, indicating serious wounds inside his body. Apparently, thanks to the appearance of the monument, Li was somehow able to find the strength to rise, realizing that he was still alive. The young man was grateful that the Jade Scroll had once again extended his life, and moving with difficulty, Chang'an headed towards the exit. Opening the doors and holding on to them, Taibai saw An and Deputy Ji, who were afraid for their brother. Li fell into Anan's arms and said in a barely audible voice that he had received too much qi from the literary Tao and that his body could not withstand it. An held his friend's weak body, and Deputy Shu shouted for them to follow him to heal his wounds. But trouble came from where they least expected it, and a certain man appeared in front of the three men, hovering in the air from whom a purple glow emanated, and he said in a commanding tone that no one would go anywhere. Shu didn't expect to see the palace envoy himself in broad daylight, which left the man shocked. The envoy, smiling at the frightened faces, informed them that he had arrived to take Taipei to the capital. Shu understood that this person was much stronger than all of them, but he covered Annan with his hand, and Li asked the envoy for forgiveness, explaining that the tower master ordered the young man not to leave the county, and besides, he would not be able to cope with it now due to his injuries. The ambassador, enraged, causing the radiance around him to grow, shouted at his deputy that he did not dare speak to him in such a way, and Shu fell to his knees. Shu, overcoming the pressure that the unexpected guest was putting on him, turned to Annan and ordered him to take Li away from here. An did not hesitate, and holding his friend with one hand, with the other he used the technique of an unbridled whirlwind, spinning him around them. This manner of behavior and what Anya was going to do did not please the ambassador at all, and he called them all fools and decided to act more harshly. An and Li had not yet managed to move to another place, and the messenger sent 10,000 arrows at them, which pierced their hearts. Almost in front of the guys, Shu activated the shield technique, preventing the arrows from going any further, which was very difficult for him. The deputy's body also couldn't withstand this, but he held the shield as long as he could, so that An and Li could disappear from this place. Annan instantly followed Shu's order to get out of here and accelerated the vortex technique as much as possible. Almost before the students disappeared, Shu shouted for them to head to the academy where it would be safest. The next moment, the messenger was already standing in front of the deputy, tightly squeezing his throat, explaining that now Zhu himself would have to answer for Li's disappearance with his own life. Gasping for breath, Shu said that he had simply carried out his orders, to which the ambassador, squeezing his throat tighter, sent the deputy to hell. And indeed, some kind of explosion occurred between the two men, so much so that one might think that Shu had already descended into the underworld. But the deputy was still alive, but the ambassador was lying on the ground, because after the explosion someone appeared and put his foot right on him. Above the messenger stood a pile of muscles in the form of a man, who first asked whether everything had really gotten out of hand, where the guy came from, and since when he had managed to become the ruler of Jushan. And if Shu looked at the master with tears of happiness, then the little bastard on whom his foot stood was horrified, realizing that Wang Tianan himself had arrived to sort everything out. Mr. Wang sat down very comfortably on the upstart to discipline him, but this did not affect the sharpness of his tongue in any way, and the guy shouted out why the hell Master Jushan left the Saint Temple before reaching the second stage. The master was glad that he had the opportunity to crush the brat even more based on how rudely he addressed him. With a little more effort, Van pressed the guy harder, but he was clearly weak against the master, so he started coughing up blood. Without sparing the presumptuous young man, the master decided to ask him about his adventures, namely, what family he was from that was connected with the Bailu Academy. The messenger, unable to bear either the shame or the master's overwhelming weight, clutched the medallion in his hand, shouting to the leader to come to his aid. All the young man had left was to squeeze the medallion with his hand so that it cracked, thereby calling for help. The broken medallion caused another master to appear, who immediately reprimanded Mr. Wang to stop this recklessness, since they were doing everything to help Li Taibai. Master Qianan looked at the appearance of the gentleman and reproachfully indicated that it was now clear to him that the Sichuan Li family was behind all this disgrace, after which he immediately asked directly what their plan was. The leader explained that he had learned from a secret report that 3 other academies had recently held a secret meeting, and although it was not possible to find out what was discussed there, suspicion fell on a conspiracy against Li Taibai, so the envoy had arrived to protect him. The master then stood up from the messenger but kicked him, so that he rolled and then thundered that they were trying not to protect the talented young man, but to capture him for some of their own purposes. Mr. Wang defended the guy, pointing out that he, as a young dragon of genius and hope for the prosperity of the Bailu Academy, therefore he will not allow various scumbags to ruin such potential, and whoever dares will have to deal with him. Meanwhile, in the academy administration, Li was undergoing recovery, and Mrs. Kai brought medicine and told the lady that he was so weak that he was not even able to drink the medicine. The girl took the bowl from Sai's hands, deciding on a very bold act that was the last chance to bring the guy back from the other world. The lady scooped the medicine into her mouth, but without swallowing it, and drained the bowl to the last drop. In a fit of emotion, because of what needed to be done, the girl threw the plate on the floor, and it shattered into pieces. With the help of a kiss, the lady gave Li the medicine so that he could definitely swallow at least a little of the entire amount. The bold act bore fruit, and Tai Bai, albeit very weakly, opened his eyes, although according to Sai, he had been lying there as if he were dead. While Li looked at the girl, remembering who she was, the mistress, wiping her mouth with her sleeve from the medicine, saw that the wounds were healing instantly because it was made from the golden fruit that the deputy master of the tower gave out. Sai emphasized the young man's luck and that it was the lady who volunteered to help him, but the girl immediately asked him to stop talking nonsense, and Li was still trying to figure out who it was. But weakness took over, and Chang'an plunged into his literary palace, continuing to think that he had seen this girl somewhere before. The guy ended up in the Qingliang Palace of Literature, where there was a monument to Liang and Zhu in a very sad state with many cracks. Chang'an approached the monument and touched it, realizing that his qi was barely enough to be transported to the spiritual world. But the accumulated literary qi was enough for the exam and ascent to the 8th stage. The young artist had to make an important decision in the form of refusing to publish works on behalf of Qingliang until the power of this palace became equal to the power of Li Taibai's palace. After making a balanced decision, the young man immediately got down to business, choosing which of the works could be used to increase the qi of the Qingliang palace. Considering the number of creations that Chan could choose from thanks to the system associated with him, this was not difficult and did not take much time. After his recovery, Li came to his fellow students and first of all expressed gratitude to Annan for saving him, admitting that he didn't even know how or what to thank him for, to which his friend Guan joked about paying with his body. Li asked brother Guan to stop making such jokes and said the same thing to Anne, only threatening that if he heard such a thing again, he would tape his friend's dirty mouth shut. Tai Bai asked the guys at the table about the rumors about another fierce battle in the north. Namely, he wanted to know if it was true, to which Annan asked to find out about it from the smart guy Guan, because he knows more than anyone about the situation in the north. Brother Guan explained that their line of defense was broken through, causing hundreds of thousands of their warriors to fall into a trap while in the Demon Kingdom, and General Hu Wei, who is the boy's father, had already begun preparing to send reinforcements. Poor Li couldn't keep the liquid in his mouth after hearing that General Hu Wei was Guan's father, and immediately asked what the young man was doing at the academy in that case. Tai Bai remembered that his friend had insisted on wanting to study martial arts while still being the son of a general, so he was genuinely surprised by his presence at the academy, to which Guan explained everything as his father's point of view that martial arts had no future. Guan felt uneasy about this situation and asked his brothers to drop the conversation and instead told them the news about the appeal of the head of the literary empire to all residents, asking them to write poems on military topics to collect literary qi to support the soldiers. A friend decided to ask whether brother Tai Bai had already written anything and what he wanted to surprise them all with this time. But Li, taking a long breath, informed his friends that he had not yet written anything, while remaining in a calm state and not feeling the slightest shame. Unlike his calm brother, Guan was shocked that Tai Bai hadn't written anything, but he decided to find out just in case whether this meant that the young man would not take part in this at all, to which he replied that he wouldn't. Guan tried to convince Li, arguing that he had only recently managed to touch upon some fairly well-known masters with his works, and now they would definitely latch onto his inaction and ruin his reputation. But Tai Bai still calmly responded with indifference to what the others would say and do. And first of all, he was now interested in restoring his health, and only Guan wanted to object to something when Annan shut his mouth with an apple, reminding him that their brother almost died a couple of days ago. After some time, Chang'an, having donned the guise of Qingliang, arrived at the Kunwen Bureau, where he was happily greeted in anticipation of the fact that the author had once again written some wonderful book about love, and if so, he would soon have to be called a mentor. Ching assured the gentleman that he had misunderstood him regarding the subject of the book and took out his work from under his clothes, on which was written what it was about. The head read that the book this time was about martial arts, and his face at one point distorted in misunderstanding and even some disappointment from unjustified expectations. The bureau chief hesitated, but explained to the author that the choice of writing such a work was a bit irrational, since their empire had not been interested in battles for a long time, so it would only be possible to print 100,000 copies. The head also argued his point of view by pointing to a real example of how Liang and Ju's book sold 3 million copies, so this option would be unprofitable. But Ching pointed out that the book is not about martial arts. Chang'an saw the master's confusion, so he gave him a more detailed answer about the fact that he had wuxia in his hands, and this was not just about martial arts, but about the adventures on the path of the one who mastered them. The guy was confident in his abilities once again, despite the fear of others to go into such an adventure, so he warned that if the Kunlun Bureau did not agree to print the book, he would easily find those who would decide to do so. The head of the bureau brought the creator to the heads of their bureau so that the gentleman could make a final decision regarding the publication of the work. Chang'an looked at the projection technology with delight until one of the leaders told the young man that they were only here for his book, so hopefully there would be an excuse for their presence here. Again, without fear or doubt in his abilities, Ching sent his manuscripts to the gentleman, assuring them that they would understand everything as soon as they gave the work a chance to read it. There were many sheets of paper hanging in the air in front of the leader, which he actually read carefully instead of pretending and sending the young man away. The master was shocked that such a young man could describe martial arts in such an adventure genre. The leader immediately saw a warrior with a spear in his hand and riding a horse while he read how the main character, Guo Jing, was rushing to get to the lands of the Jin Empire with his beloved Huang Rong. The poor master was so scared when that very sharp spear flew at him, and it was so realistic that for a moment he even forgot that it was all just a book. Suddenly, behind the warrior who threw the spear at the master, a golden dragon appeared, personifying the new dragon palm technique. The warrior and his horse were thrown by incredible force, somewhere very far away, and instead of them, the same main hero, who possessed martial arts while walking the path of adventure, appeared in front of the leader. The main character, Guo Jing, told the master that a hero is a person who serves for the good of his country and the people who live there, but not someone who kills people for his own glory. The leaders could not divide the sheets of paper with the manuscripts because someone had already managed to read part of it and wanted to continue, while someone else could not stop admiring what they saw in front of them. And the most important of them did not believe that it was possible to describe so colorfully what is connected with martial arts. The author of the work himself was watching all this flying somewhere in the clouds of fantasy all this time, and without waiting for everyone to read it to the end, he asked about the verdict of the mentors. The manager was embarrassed that he had become so engrossed in reading, but he happily informed Qing Lian that they were definitely ready to sign a contract to print the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The master was not afraid to say that they would need to show the book to this world, so they are ready to print 600,000 copies at once. One of the managers asked the chief not to get excited because the book, although good, had never sold more than 100,000 copies, but the chief said that this was an exception and it would become a hot new product. When Chang'an was about to leave, the master asked him to come to them without fail on the occasion of writing new books, because from that moment on, they were ready to take care of everything without any hitches. The guy came back to express his hopes for good further cooperation and to shake the manager's hand, but he did not understand this gesture. The master, seeing the young man's outstretched hand, asked if he wanted anything else. But Qing, burning with shame, replied that he didn't need anything and put his hand behind his neck, remembering that he had completely forgotten that in this world, no one knew about a handshake. Having become Li Taibai again, the boy went to Wang Tianan's residence to thank the master for protecting him on that fateful day. Mr. Wang smiled, and in his loud, deep voice clarified that the young man smelled of blood and wanted to know if he had already managed to kill someone. Chang'an felt uneasy when he realized that the master had realized about the gang that had once ceased to exist and how many people had actually been killed. Van, as if reading thoughts, quietly asked how many people were killed, but without waiting for an answer, pointed out that it did not look like an order from the academy. That is, the murders occurred before arriving at the academy, and asked another question about whether the government knew. Lee was so scared that he had given himself away with his facial expression before, so now, ashamed of this situation, his excuses that the gentleman might be joking no longer worked. The master lit up at one moment, emitting a golden light, speaking in a louder and seemingly unnatural voice about how murder is not so scary if there is enough chi for it. After these words, Van jumped up into the sky in a split second, disappearing as if teleporting somewhere far away from here. Chang'an stood in horror, seeing such a scene for the first time, and all he was capable of at that moment was to call out to his master questioningly, while the only question that was spinning in his head was where he had gone. The master appeared just as abruptly as he had disappeared, only this time right behind the young man's back, saying the only word, "Freeze." But Lee did it anyway, experiencing a terrible fear of not understanding what was going on. Chang'an still wanted to tremble even a little bit with just one of his nerves, but it didn't work out, and it felt like he was like a pathetic cricket that a tiger had caught with its huge paws for fun. Putting his hand over the guy, Wang did something related to Chi Chang'an, because light began to spread out from him in waves, and a stream flowed over him writhing like a snake. Lee clenched his teeth, experiencing terrible pain that he was unable to cope with, and the master, noticing this, immediately told him to take a deep breath and hold it, otherwise he could die. Following Mr. Wang's recommendation, the boy took a deep breath and held it while he did what was necessary, and mentally praised the young man for holding up very well even though he was about to lose consciousness. Tianan noticed that the guy was getting really sick, but he asked him to hold on a little longer, believing that Lee could handle it. By putting absolutely every possible effort into the final push, Chang'an discovered something new and previously unattainable. The master put his hand in the literal and figurative sense of the word to give the guy the restoration of the main spiritual body, while explaining that there was a lot of damage in his meridians, so now it hurts from such chi, but this is the only way to healing. Mr. Wang warned the student that further healing and improvement would depend only on him, even though someone else's chi was pouring into him now. If he did not continue to try to keep it inside his spiritual veins, it would break out and cause harm. Removing his hand, the master announced to Chang'an that it was all over and that he could breathe again. Poor Lee barely had time to put his hands up to keep from falling face down on the ground from such a long lack of oxygen in his body. For the first time in his life, Tai Bai, breathing so heavily and with great effort and shortness of breath, expressed his gratitude to the elder for his help. Wang enlightened the student that this technique is related to martial arts and is called Feats of the Elephant and Dragon, and is aimed at strengthening the body and spirit, and most importantly, it helps to combine combat with the literary Tao. The mentor, being pleased that Chang'an had appreciated the technique, was already exhausted with impatience to begin training. But before that, he told the boy that on the occasion of his first place on the Saints' list for March, the Academy allowed him to take 4 treasures. But when Lee heard that the master took the 3 treasures for himself in exchange for the technique for the student and his training, he was so shocked that he could not contain his emotions, asking whether the fee was too high. Mr. Wang's expression changed when he heard the young man's dissatisfaction, clarifying that maybe he did something wrong and in general others did not receive his technique even for 10 treasures. But Lee immediately became a good boy in the face of the fear of death, and was grateful with all his heart. But in his thoughts he cried for the treasures. Standing under the tree, the teacher and student took their starting position, and Wang explained that first Tai Bai needed to understand the breathing exercises of the technique, and to do this he needed to look closely at the teacher. It would seem that Tianan took an ordinary deep breath, but in fact it was very difficult, and an incredible stream of air was drawn into his body. The same thing happened with the exhalation, but it was not for nothing that the technique was called Feats of the Elephant and the Dragon, because the exhalation was sharp and hot, as if the dragon itself had done it. Master Wang once again shone brighter than the sun, absorbing the chi that flowed towards him in a multitude of golden rays. Now Chang'an was impressed, not feignedly or out of politeness, but genuinely because it was the first time he saw such an incredible and powerful technique. To understand the breathing technique, the mentor explained that the dragon cannot be compared with anyone in the water and the elephant on land, which makes them complementary and therefore one whole. And since Lee is a beginner, the master did not demand a quick result from him. All Tai Bai had to do was learn to inhale for the same amount of time as the incense stick burns, and exhale for the same amount of time, and one such stick burns for about 20 or 30 minutes, which seemed impossible to the guy as a human being. After several hours of trying, Lee would get hit on the head for opening his mouth wide, and the master would sternly send him to the pigsty to find out how these animals breathe through both their nose and mouth at the same time. And sometimes Van completely blocked the guy's access to air with his own hands, which is why the poor guy turned blue, and all just because the master thought that the student was snoring. And then it is unknown how much time passed before Lee started to succeed, and the master, munching on a watermelon with gusto, shouted out that it turns out the guy can do it when he wants, and now all that remains is to learn to exhale the same way. Chang'an managed to master the breathing and the feats of the elephant and dragon technique, and this was evident from the energy surrounding him. At some point, Van got bored with all this and told the guy to get lost because mastering the technique was happening very slowly, and he ordered him to come back when Lee could take 2 breaths in a row. Chang'an was already glad that he could run away and said goodbye to the elder, but he finally said that he remembered something important. Wang warned the student that he was forbidden to indulge in carnal pleasures if he had not yet reached the 6th stage of Yuanyang, and the young man did not expect such a turn of events at all. Chang'an imagined the 2 girls he lived with under the same roof and realized that such a ban would be hellish torture if he had to wait until the 6th stage. The guy returned home tired and saddened by how he could explain to the girls where he had been for so long and, in addition, find an excuse for refusing to make, as Linlong says, a baby. The elder Liu Zhiyin calmly greeted the boy, happy to see him back, but Lin put her hands on her hips and demanded an explanation for her absence for several days. While Chang'an was admiring his sisters, admitting that he had really been too busy lately and hadn't been paying attention to them, Zhiyin, in turn, tried to calm Linlong down that Chang hadn't been out walking but had been busy. But the younger one wasn't interested in that since she was tired of sitting within 4 walls. And then Chang'an agreed with Lin and that they would not go out anywhere since he himself asked them to do so for security purposes since his identity could be revealed. But now the girls had passed the district exam and would be under the protection of the academy. In order not to keep her in suspense for so long, Chan asked Lin what she would like to do, because if he could do it now, he would fulfill her wish, which made the younger one very happy. And Linlong again began to beg the young man for a child for herself and her older sister, so that they would definitely have something to do at home while he was away. And this was what Chan was so afraid of, and all he could say was to ask him to postpone this desire. But in order not to upset the girls who were already bored, the young man offered them another wonderful idea that had just occurred to him. And the sisters froze in anticipation of what this resourceful young man would come up with this time to please them. To the greatest surprise for the girls, Chan went to pick flowers, but what was even more unexpected was that they did not look like the bouquets he wanted to give. Instead of making a wreath for his head or placing a bouquet of flowers on the table, Chang'an threw all the collected buds into a bowl of hot water. Thanks to their keen sense of smell, the girls immediately felt the sweet and intoxicating aroma of those same flowers that the guy had collected, only in a more intense version. The sisters immediately imagined themselves lying in a flower field, but even there it would not smell as sweet as it did now in the house, and this aroma pleasantly enveloped them. Chang'an poured the boiled concentrate into a small bottle with a cork stopper and explained to the girls that it was called perfume, or a special water that retains some aroma for a long time. Based on the new product, Chan suggested that the girls open a perfume shop, and although it is only April and many flowers are not yet available, there will be more opportunities in the summer, thanks to which production will be established. And when the young man said that the sisters could buy powder and blush from the shops in the area and open a modest but their own beauty salon, and he would help with this, Linlong rushed to hug Chang'an and shouted that he was the best, and Zhiyin was also grateful that they had him. And while some were rejoicing in the capital where the Kunlun Bureau was located, others were frantically sounding the alarm and trying to find Master Yu to tell him everything. The master himself asked the assistant not to shout like a madman, attracting unnecessary attention to himself, but to calmly explain what happened. But Yu himself was ready to sound the alarm when he heard the news that 13 writers had come to terminate the contracts they had once signed with the Bureau. Now the master ran out of his office to see the guests in person and try to resolve the situation. But before Yu could even say a word, the gentleman immediately attacked him with complaints about the fact that he decided to bet everything on the upstart Qing Lian, and for them, it was humiliating. The writers put the leader in a difficult position by putting him in front of the fact that he either chooses 13 masters who bring him money or one unfortunate and little-known upstart Qing Lian. The manager had a hard time making the decision, and the words he said to the gentleman about the fact that he could not refuse to cooperate with Chin because their plans were to sell at least 1.5 million copies of the book, which risked becoming a conversation piece. The writers considered the idea of selling such a large number of copies to be complete nonsense, but that what this poor fellow Chin could do was within his power, and therefore they strongly recommended that the master, while it was still not too late, not deceive himself and make the right choice. Here the master felt disrespect not only towards Mr. Chin, but also towards himself, so he made it clear to the gentleman that the work of the young author was a story about martial arts that contained more than 1 million hieroglyphs. The writers were not surprised, but at the same time they remained silent about the fact about the new work, and showed with their whole appearance that they were still waiting for the director's decision. The master, as a man of his word, saw that he could not convince the men, so he offered them a bet, and for his part, he bet that Mr. Chin's book would come first, but if he lost, he would pay each of them 5,000 taels of silver. To indicate the conditions of the opponent's side, the master indicated that if he wins, the gentleman will not break contracts with their bureau, and one of the writers, although he said that the master was crazy, agreed. When the writer and the master shook hands after making a bet, the latter prayed mentally to Qing Lian that from that moment on, he was the only hope. Meanwhile, Li found himself in the academy's treasury for the second time, choosing the one treasure that was left for him out of all 4, since Van had exchanged the other 3 as payment for his technique for the guy. Chang'an was in no hurry, because now he needed treasures for both martial arts and literary Dao, which was a very difficult choice. But after thinking it over, he still decided to strengthen the Qin Palace so that it would not collapse from the dominance of the Taibai Palace. Using his skills, the student isolated only those treasures that emitted literary qi, using cold light instead of warm light like the other treasures. Several important elements were immediately displayed in a cold shade, and Chang'an began to take a good look at them in order to choose them later. Just like the first time, the search did not take long to come, and the student immediately found what he needed without delay. In the ball, there was a scroll on which was drawn an image of water wearing away a stone, and it was truly powerful both in words and in actions. The treasure resonated with the guy the most because it was similar to his previous technique of the spark-burning step, so he pulled it to himself. Without waiting to leave the treasury, Chang'an immediately began to try to control 2 techniques at once, rejoicing like a child at how well he had selected 2 complementary elements. But the happiness did not last long, and Chan felt himself being dragged by his clothes, and someone spoke to him in a rough voice, asking a rhetorical question about whether he had chosen the treasure, and in that case he had had enough of this pampering. Just like last time, the guy again plopped down on the stone floor, and the doors in front of him were open for some time like the gates to paradise, and Mr. Wang stood next to him. While Chang'an was returning to reality with his senses, realizing that he had fallen on his ass again, the master immediately moved on to the important part, asking how the training was going and whether there was any progress, because he had a suspicion that there would be no progress there. The young man definitely came to his senses when he raised his head and saw Mr. Wang, but instead of answering about the training, he expressed his understanding of who was responsible for the safety of the treasury, and in his head he found an explanation for why he was being thrown out like that. The stern mentor asked the boy, who told him that now was the time for chatting, and Chang'an, having understood the hint, rushed off to train. A few days later, the bureau's representatives were already walking around with flags and shouting out the news about the writer Qing Liang and his new work about the adventures of a martial arts follower, which are described using 1 million hieroglyphs. While the bureau representatives were attracting attention to themselves with bright posters, shouts, and drums, people had already begun to whisper that the one who was able to write a wonderful novel had now fallen so low and written about something that no one was interested in anymore. Chang'an stood behind the dissatisfied people without showing it, and breathed a sigh of relief that the people did not know that that same Qing Lian was right behind them now. The sellers did not lose hope and attracted people by buying the book, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, standing at the stalls, where there was a sign stating the cost of one book at 40 coins and all parts at once at 110 coins. The buyers, although reluctantly, stood at the bookstore, and when one gentleman finally decided to buy at least one part to satisfy his curiosity, he was dissuaded by the claim that the bureau had gone completely crazy to print such a thing. But the young man slammed a handful of coins on the table and told the others that he didn't care about their opinions and that he would start reading the first part anyway. The seller gave the first part of the book to the brave buyer, and he threatened that if he didn't like it, he would never touch Qing Lian's books again in his life. let alone even look in their direction. The herd instinct kicked in among the people standing at the yatka, and they all followed the example of the first buyer, asking for the first part of the adventure, and the author himself observed all of this. Chang'an saw that people were being sold the book in parts, and found it quite reasonable since in this way they would not lose much, and would still be able to get acquainted with the work, but at the same time the guy understood that they would soon regret their choice. The writer had a pretty good idea, because soon, the very first buyer didn't even have time to blink before he finished reading the first part, stopping at the most interesting part, and his curiosity had already been fed to terrifying proportions. The young gentleman ran out of the house in hysterics to buy the remaining parts, basking in the hope that he would make it before a line formed at the yatka. But then, as if by Murphy's Law, the young man was abruptly stopped halfway to the bookstore without any explanation. The guy looked at the big guy who blocked his way and asked him why he was pushing, since he was only heading to the bookstore. The brute made it quite clear that it was for this very reason that he pushed the young man, because he ran away without noticing the line of people in front of him who also wanted to buy the rest of Qing Lian's books. And then the guy was taken aback by such a number of people. Meanwhile, the discussion of the book was already in full swing in the queue, and now, instead of spitting, people could not contain their delight at how interesting a book about martial arts could be. The seller deliberately raised his hands like a white flag, showing that he was giving up, because he had to tell the huge crowd of people that all 800 copies had already been sold. And pure anger poured out on the poor guy in the form of indignation from those who initially had no intention of reading this nonsense, and now shouted that 800 copies was too few, and that the Kunlun Bureau were incompetent fools to print so few. The Bureau representative, wishing he could sink into the ground right now so he wouldn't be lumped in with the shit, tried to console the angry crowd by saying that new books would go on sale in 3 days. That very first buyer was ready to give himself a slap on the wrist for listening to those idiots and buying only one part, and now he still has to wait 3 days, and then it's unknown whether he'll be able to buy the rest of the books with such cues. Having reincarnated as Li Taibai, the young man came to his brothers at the academy with a gift in the form of those very same Qinglian books in full collection. The boys were delighted to learn about the bestseller in the books, which you can't find even with fire, and they immediately wanted to find out how their brother was able to get such a rarity. But most of all, Anani was interested in who would get the last set. Li was embarrassed, but still tried to justify himself by saying that he himself was quite curious to read the work. But Anne was quite perceptive, and immediately refuted his brother's theory, saying that he didn't believe him, and most likely the set of books would go to his sister, or even to Mrs. Yan, and as always, Taibai gave himself away with the expression on his face at that moment. Chang'an let out a nervous laugh and thought to himself that An knew how to surprise, because he immediately figured out his plan to give the books to Yan, but he would not know for sure that this was being done in order to advertise the book. At one point, Annan suddenly grabbed Li by the hem of his clothes, thereby pulling him towards himself in order to find out the details from him up close. Looking straight into the eyes of his brother from the academy, An directly asked if he had fallen in love with Mrs. Yan, and Li's reaction was again not long in coming. Taibai began to sweat and pretend that everything was not so, but by doing so he showed even more that he was lying and hiding the truth that his friend had already revealed. But then Guan came to Li's defense, hanging on Anya's shoulder and pointing out to him that each of them had the right to their secrets, and in order to definitely throw his friend off track, he immediately asked the young man if he was jealous. Of course, Anan responded instantly that he was not jealous and that this was some kind of nonsense, but Guan insisted on his own, and turning to Taibai, asked to talk to him one-on-one, which made Li himself feel awkward. After class, Anne asked Taibai if he had changed his mind about refusing to participate in the Saints' April list, and Li still replied that he would like to stay in the background for a while now. But Annan decided to try to convince his brother again, and warned that in that case, he would have to hang on the 9th stage for a long time, because without high places in the Saints' list, he would not jump higher, and then Li became tense. Taibai, hearing that he was either stuck in place or even going down the stages, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he turned to Anya to make sure of what he had just said. Annan explained that he said what he said, and now only Taibai and Brother Guan are sitting at the 9th stage, but Guan will break through a little more, and in fact only Li will remain. If Chang'an really didn't care about the list before, now he felt like he was falling into the abyss of uncertainty from which he started, and if he didn't do anything now, everything that had been done before would collapse in an instant. Li rushed towards Anya with a burn, grabbing the poor fellow by the shoulders and was ready to shake all the spirit out of him. But having restrained himself, he asked for help. Tai Bai, thinking at lightning speed, could not find another way to find out from his brother Annan how else he could become higher in the stages. Pretending to be untouchable, Ann waved away Li's touch and said with great favor that there was one way to rise. This method, according to Anya, was called the June exam Dragon Gate, and in essence was almost a springboard, and at the same time it suited the goal that Li wanted to achieve. Brother Annan enlightened his friend that this exam was a grand event that until now had only been held in the main courtyard of the imperial capital, but this year they had made branches to cover more talents. And also explained that the Dragon Gate is divided into 9 competitions, namely etiquette, music, archery, horseback riding, writing, counting, verbal combat, knowledge of laws, and martial arts. The exam would not have been without rewards in addition to glory. Each Zushan Academy had already received various rewards for the winner, and these could be heavenly and earthly treasures, as well as martial arts techniques and ordinary jewelry. Anya concluded that with the help of such rewards, one cannot only break through to the highest stage, but also fly almost to the top. Li was so determined that he wondered why this event was called an exam, when in fact it was almost a free distribution of treasures. In order to bring his brother back down to earth, Anya said that in fact, it was only this year that they were so generous with the rewards, because this had never happened before. And then the first thing that came to Chang'an's mind was the suspicion of a trap if the rewards were to be distributed so generously only this year. And this had not happened in previous years. The young man felt uneasy at the thought that maybe this was a special trap for him, given his past experience of persecution and threats to his life. Tai Bai immediately brought himself to his senses with light slaps to the face, because the fact that this was a trap for him personally already smacked of paranoid thoughts, because doing something like this only for him was complete nonsense. While the guy was lightly slapping his face with his hands, a huge shoe flew straight at him, which he, of course, did not notice. The shoe landed neatly and beautifully on the student's face, so that he didn't even have time to do anything to avoid the collision. The blow was so powerful that Tai Bai fell to the floor, and his friends froze in bewilderment, looking at him and tried to call him until Master Wang came behind them to take the soul of his student. The master got mad at Li, cursing him like crazy because he had abandoned training and lost his breath, thus becoming the first such irresponsible student, and right now, he ordered him to gather his arms and run to training. Lying on the floor, Tai Bai quietly answered the master that he was coming now, and he himself thought that it made no difference at all whether he would be at the exam or not. The young man no longer cared about the Dragon Gate, since with such a martial arts instructor, the most important thing was not to die during training. This time the task was with an asterisk, and the breath holding was done underwater and under the control of the strong hand of the master. No longer able to bear the fact that the horses would really move now, Chang'an greedily grabbed the air and broke free from the hands of the mentor and stuck his head out of the water. Now Mr. Wang was pleased with the student's result, since he could at least last for half a stick of incense. And while Chang'an was coming to his senses, Huang, the author of Eating Words, was also getting nervous, despite how his colleagues tried to calm him down, saying that the popularity of the insignificant Qing Lian would decline, because writing about martial arts is the same as certain creative death. As it turned out, one of the writers brought a copy of the book with him and decided to let Wan read it so that he could see for himself that it was a piece of mediocrity. Qinshan, realizing what could await him after reading, extended his hand to his friend, asking him to give him the book right now. Wan was so focused on reading his competitor's book that he completely forgot about the young girl with whom he had already agreed to go for a walk today. But when you are a creative person to the core, the killer reader mode awakens in you, despite the fact that the book was brought straight into the mouth of the letter-crushing machine. And when the work ended up in Qinshan's hands, straight from the bureau itself, the choice was obvious, and the young lady went to hell with her walks. The reading mode was successfully activated, as well as the young author's concentration status on the manuscript text. The friends asked their colleague about his first impressions of reading it and were sure that he would now agree with them that the book was completely tasteless. But Wan shook his head and threw a chuckle of disappointment at the guys for how much they underestimated the author and his writing, having made the huge mistake of judging a book by its cover. Qinshan did not go into much detail, but simply said that Qing Lian was indeed better than him, which shocked his colleagues, and then added that all of them together were nothing compared to this genius. At that time, Qing Lian himself was sitting somewhere among the mountains in the form of Li Tai Bai next to his martial arts mentor Wang and sneezing repeatedly. The master asked the guy if he had caught a cold, to which he of course said that it was just an itchy nose. And so Van decided that in that case, everything was fine. And considering that everything was fine, the coach immediately informed the guy that he had clearly already rested, which meant he could continue training. Chang'an's heels shone brighter than the moon in the sky as he ran away from the tyrant master, who wanted to kill him for the umpteenth time. But it was not to be, and the fugitive was abruptly returned by a strong hand to his place to continue training his breathing and in general to not relax. Mr. Wang confronted the guy with the fact that he would not leave here until he could hold a whole stick of incense in the air. People were banging on the door, shouting for it to be opened immediately and not to hide like the last cowards from responsibility. A crowd gathered outside the doors of the Kunwen Bureau, calling the staff swindlers and demanding that they print more books or else they would break down the doors to hell. There was a good bolt on the door, but it was unknown whether it would hold. And while people were breaking in, the manager and assistant stood there and quietly talked, who reported the situation, that there was the same pogrom near the bookstores, so they decided to print 2 million copies. The voice transmission talisman in the head's hand worked, and a remark was heard from the youngest Mr. Jia that even 2 million would not be enough. Mr. Jia gave the order to print 5 million copies at once and, in addition, instructed the director to do everything possible to ensure that Qinglian continued to cooperate with the Bureau. The master knew that contradicting the master was a bad idea, but due to his worries, he still tried to say that 5 million copies were too risky. Mr. Jia burst into flames when he heard this, pointing out that even 5 million might not be enough for what the book is currently being used for. And to make it clearer, Jia explained that the emperor himself ordered the use of the Legend of the Condor heroes to gather martial arts chi to support their warriors in the battle that lay ahead. The incredible charge of energy that is sent by everyone who reads the book fills the entire army with strength to fight the enemy. Before leaving, Master Jia warned the master and assistant that if people continued to read books like this, Qinglian would soon risk becoming the most popular writer in the empire. Who would have thought that the almost popular writer of the empire was now being dunked like a kitten in water by a dog? And when the morning came, the master suspiciously handed the student a new set of clothes, and Tai Bai was very grateful. He was grateful until the moment when the clothes were completely in his hands after it simply dragged him down like a stone to the bottom of the river. Mr. Wang was amused by how the guy with the clothes plopped down on the ground, and only after that, he clarified that from that moment on, the uniform was weighted and weighed about 200 jin, 100 kilograms. Poor Chang'an, holding his crushed hands in front of him, wanted to say your ass by the leg. But the guy had to restrain himself and shut up mid-sentence because the gloomy face of the master turned towards him and with a threatening voice asked if the guy had just said something. Li fell to his knees, saying that he was grateful to heaven for being lucky to have such a master as Mr. Wang, and he was pleased with the answer, giving the order to put on a new uniform and continue practicing breathing, and if this was successful, then learn the first stance of the technique. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Li came to the 9th tower in the same uniform that weighed like a small train, and the poor fellow trudged along as if he had just been taken down from the cross. Knowing nothing about the hard training or the 100-kilogram clothes on his back, Guan approached and lightly pushed Tai Bai and greeted him. Guan was frightened, not understanding how the guy was carried forward by a light touch. He froze in horror, and Chang'an, by inertia, fell further like a tower. It's good that it was a team effort, and Anne, who was just walking towards them, appeared in front of Li on time. Chang'an was so pleased with the soft landing that he blurted out without thinking how Annen's brother smelled good, making a huge mistake. Anya asked and warned that there would be no more such jokes, but they did not listen to him, and as they say, fear the wrath of the patient. The young man simply stepped aside, causing Li to fall face down on the floor under the weight of his clothes, which was already very painful, but under the weight it felt doubly terrible. Somewhere there, from under a flattened face, a sad and barely alive, "Why did you do that?" was heard, to which that same flat face heard that there was no need to throw stupid jokes and that now this would be a lesson. Tai Bai lay on the table, weighed down by the mental and physical weight, while Guan said that he understood his brother's love, but that there is a limit to everything, and if he continued like this, he might not live to old age, and the guy said that it was all training and weighted clothing. Anne, having heard about the training and a bunch of other things, began to worry that Brother Li would not take part in the saints' list. Tai Bai himself understood that he was already so tired that he really didn't want anything, but Guan, who was sitting next to him with the soul of a warrior and at the same time a writer instead of his friend, answered that of course he would take part. Having become determined, Guan mentioned those masters who declared war on their brother Li, and now they became even more animated, poking the guy in the nose with the fact that he was inferior in everything to Qing Lian, and if these dogs continued to bark, then Tai Bai would lose the glory to which it had come with such difficulty. Here Guan addressed his friend directly, trying to awaken in him the warrior of literature, pointing out that he was no worse than that Qing, and to prove this, he needed to show his talent to the world. Chang'an imagined the image of Qing Lian and Li Taibai competing and realized that he essentially needed to fix his own face. Having calmed his wild imagination, Chang'an assured his brothers that he would definitely think about everything they told him. Li decided to visit Uncle Jiang on business, and just that day, Wang Fuji, which he had created, was introducing a new restaurant to the people, and in honor of this, offering all visitors a 20% discount on all dishes. The guy immediately noted how Uncle Jiang and his brothers tried to create this place, thanks to which people come in a stream, and immediately asked for help in the form of security for the Liu sisters, since they want to open a cosmetics store. Mr. Jiang, of course, agreed to help his friend, but the men's conversation did not continue because the uncle noticed that Mrs. Yan had come to them again. Uncle Jiang told the young man that this girl came to the restaurant every day, hoping to meet him, and was almost in despair. Li understood that there was no longer any way to delay this moment of meeting, so he asked Jiang to ask the girl to come to his room. The guy stood in the room and already from afar heard the hasty steps of the lady, which were approaching until she entered the room at all. Standing with his back to the girl, Chang'an tried his best not to turn around and lose control of himself, since Yan was not indifferent to him until the girl asked if he really was avoiding her, since he even passed the book through someone else's hands. Li realized that now was the time to explain himself to the girl in order to dispel all misunderstandings, so he immediately told her not to blame herself for anything, since she had not done anything bad. Yan, embarrassed, replied that she understood how far she was from the one that the master could catch his eye on, but at the same time, she still really wanted to continue to be close, so she was ready to do anything for this. Unexpectedly for Chang'an, Yan came up to him and hugged him, saying that she agreed to everything if only he would love her, and wrapped her gentle arms around him. Li was taken aback and, continuing to control himself, stood with his back to the girl, but when he asked her to stop, Yan turned the young man towards her and kissed him, which he did not expect even more than the hug before. Yan pointed out that this was a way to understand whether the master appreciated her, and Chang'an did not deny it but asked not to commit rash acts anymore, to which the girl agreed but put forward her condition that the young man would no longer hide, and he also agreed. One day, a colleague of Uncle Zhang's rushed to Chang'an, asking him to follow him as quickly as possible to see everything for himself. Uncle Zhang's old friend brought the young man to where the men had gathered, but every single one of them looked, to put it mildly, lousy. Li noticed that Uncle Zhang himself was also here, so the first thing he asked him was what was going on here and why these unfortunate people were here. Zhang bowed to his brother Chang'an and, not knowing how to choose his words, began by saying that it was he who brought all these valiant warriors. The uncle told the young man that these soldiers were the real heroes of that very war in the north that had recently escalated, and that they were the ones who had fought with tens of thousands of demons. Zhang explained that here, the few who were lucky enough to survive the terrible meat grinder, but having received serious injuries, they could no longer go out onto the battlefield. One of the warriors, on behalf of everyone, began to sob bitterly, calling on Mr. Jiang not to ask anyone for anything, because now they were just insignificant pieces of meat who could only live out their days on the street. But Jiang not only did not listen to his brother, but actually knelt before the young man regardless of his age or status. Uncle Zhang folded his hands in respect to Li and asked him to help these unfortunate people abandoned by the authorities to know a better life. Chang'an delayed the moment for a bit, but eventually he loudly addressed the warriors, calling them lords, and looked to see if everyone was listening to him attentively. When the warrior's gaze was directed at Chang'an, he folded his hands, showing his respect for the men, and said that they were not even gentlemen, but real heroes. Li explained to the brothers that they should first rest and eat well, and he would personally take care of this, and after recovery they could decide to leave with 20 taels of silver or stay under his wing. And one of the warriors didn't even listen to the end, but immediately agreed to the second option without hesitation, swearing an oath to be a loyal soldier wherever he was sent. The other brothers listened attentively to their comrade, and he hesitated to say the following words about his oath, and asked why they were staring at him like that, since he was speaking sincerely. But these were looks of inspiration and not reproach, And all the comrades, as one, infected with pure recognition of their service, raised their hands up and swore to be faithful to Mr. Li. Chang'an stood amidst these cries, but felt everything on a more subtle level, as the faith of warriors filled him, and this glory was not like that which came from achievements in literature. So he wondered if it was possible to direct this chi to achieve within the palace. As soon as the guy thought about a new achievement, a monument to Wang Han with the work Liangzhou Ci appeared in the palace. The words of the poem were heard throughout the palace, describing the difficult fate of the warriors who could not always return from bloody campaigns. Li was delighted that his choice fell on the right work that, like never before, best described the feelings of the warriors who were now before him. But the young man was immediately annoyed that he would not be able to make money from this poem, since they would all go to help those who had returned from the war. The student was distracted from his sad thoughts by a beam that suddenly appeared in the middle of the city and was directed towards the sky. Chang'an knew that such a signal came from the academy when an emergency occurred and all the students were thus called back there. And indeed, some kind of commotion was happening near the Bailu Academy, since among the usual forms of the same color, others appeared that were different. One of the guests who arrived introduced them as students of the Songshan Academy, and although he folded his hands respectfully, his face showed that he was a real devil. When all attention was focused on the student, he explained that their arrival was related to the exchange of experience with the students of the Bailu Academy, and used his chi to immediately make it clear to everyone why they were here. The Bailu students did not expect such a sudden demonstration that Songshan was supposedly stronger and could barely stand on their feet from the vibrations. Li arrived in time to catch one of his fellow students from falling to the ground. Qian Zuozhuang, who was the son of the richest man in the area, did not expect that it was Taibai who was behind him, but he still asked if everything was okay with him. Chang'an looked closely at his future competitor, wondering whether he just wanted to show off like a boy or whether there was another goal behind such a demonstration. But the guy was just standing there demonstratively and shouting out that he would have to wait a long time for the students. To make it more interesting to be in the crowd, the guy asked a provocative question about how if no one comes out to them, it means that only cowards study at the Bailu Academy. The wounded egos of Bailu students did not take long to show up, and they, in a rage, decided to teach a lesson to the upstart who takes on too much. But the chi directed at the arrogant man didn't frighten him, and he wasn't even going to step aside, showing pompous self-confidence. Stretching into a sly grin, the student of the Songshan Academy was glad that the intensity of passions had only just begun to grow, which meant it was becoming more interesting, and he activated his power as well. And when the chi sent by Bailu's disciples reached the upstart, they flew with an explosion into the defense that he had previously set up. Without dwelling on what the student had disrespectfully told the others before, he now also said that you can't look at the guys without tears. The guy also reproachfully said that everyone should be grateful that their weak attacks did not touch the one who came to them in peace, and he spoke like that for a reason because he noticed Deputy Shu and asked him if he supported the words he said. Shu had no intention of bending over for this brat from Songshan, so he made it clear to him that his intentions were false, just as he had shown himself to the marrow of his bones, immediately after he insulted Bailu's students, but did not refuse to exchange experiences. Before leaving, this bastard solemnly declared that no one should hesitate to challenge them to a competition in the 6 major arts of the Dragon Gate. There was a noise of excitement and indignation among the students, while Li wondered what these guys were doing here because it looked more like they were looking for someone rather than coming to a competition. Qian quietly addressed Brother Li with a warning that almost all of them were sure that these pompous scumbags appeared here to catch him, so he better not stick his neck out and they will take them on themselves. Worthy opponents from the Bailu Academy came out to the students of Songshan, and the former were very happy that they would finally get down to business. The young gentlemen introduced themselves as Chun Jingyu, a scholar of the 8th stage, and after him, Zheng Xianfeng, a practitioner of the 6 great melodies, and the one who led them, Qian Zuozhuang, the most experienced disciple of the Bailu Academy, and the one who demanded a duel. The arithmetician from Songshan Academy used his abacus to activate chi by solving various equations, thereby increasing his strength. When the smart guy solved the most difficult problem, he hit Qian with his blow, and he, unable to withstand the power, stepped back. Li grabbed Qian's older brother, and the poor fellow began to cough up blood from such a strong blow from the enemy. Qian turned to Brother Taibai and asked him for forgiveness for failing to defend the Academy's honor and losing the battle. The judges who were watching the competition between Bailu Academy and Songshan Academy in the 6 major arts bitterly announced that Songshan Academy had pulled ahead. That same impudent fellow ironically noted that at the moment the Bailu Academy lives up to its so-called impeccable reputation. The old man from Songshan decided to provocatively stop the student by reminding him that Bailu had the genius Li Tai Bai, and maybe he at least had enough strength to give a worthy rebuff. Bailu's students were burning with hatred towards the bullies, while Li himself, as always, calmly approached the further plan. The young man realized that if the opponents were not stopped, they would have a reason to continue to humiliate the students of the Bailu Academy. As Chang'an went to meet the enemy, a hand from one of the 3 literary warriors who had previously lost the battle fell on his shoulder. Qian asked Brother Li not to fall for the provocation because all those sharp words were said specifically to get him to come out of the shadows. The elder brother warned Tai Bai that if he now gives the opponents the opportunity to see him, they will continue to throw dirt at him and spread rumors, and he is, first and foremost, the hope of the academy. Li reassured the elder that he had no intention of going out into the light. But after those bastards insulted Bailu's students, he was not going to stand aside. Chang'an snapped his fingers and activated the first treasure he chose, which was the spark of igniting the step technique. The disciples of Songshan found themselves surrounded by a flaming ring from which it was impossible to even jump out, so they became hostages. And then Li started talking to them, pointing out that they had put too much weight on him by calling him a genius, but in fact he was the same student as everyone else in Bailu. The old man, covering himself from the fire, asked why then the most ordinary student would not show them his appearance, and was he really afraid of the defeat that his older brothers had already suffered. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared right next to the old man, and Tai Bai suggested raising the stakes and determining the winner as the one who would take first place on the May list of the saint. The master jumped away from the palm, which also began to emit light as an indication that the bet had been placed. The mentor got tired of this and decided to put an end to the recklessness, and in addition, he was irritated that Li did not show himself, so he activated one of his techniques by hitting his palm against his palm. The master summoned a huge stream of water to clear the enemy's puny fire from his path and finally see him. But Li, still in the same calm state, finally said that he was challenging all of Songshan's students and clarified that if they were so confident in their abilities, then it would be easy for them to overcome him. And then he snapped his fingers again. The ring of fire dissolved, but the master could no longer call the water back. So after the hot trap, a cool shower awaited the students. Everyone was immediately doused with a column of cold water, which was originally intended to extinguish the fire. The students of Songshan stood there completely wet and at the same time humiliated by the fact that they had shit on themselves. The students of Bailu Academy began to laugh at the wet and clumsy enemies who had gotten what they were fighting for, and they praised Tai Bai for teaching them a lesson. The master, unable to bear such humiliation, shouted at Li Tai Bai to come out right now and meet the enemy face to face and pay for what he had done. But Bailu's disciples were already in a different mood thanks to Brother Li, and immediately told the upstart to bite his tongue because he had nothing to answer for. And what offended the old man was that the guy turned out to be more skilled than all of them put together. The wet hens, leaving, threatened that everything would be decided on the Saints' May list, and if this worthless Tai Bai suffers a defeat, he will personally apologize to the entire academy. The young man did not laugh with the others, because he understood that this was no longer just an affair, but a clear plan, with the goal of bringing him out into the world with clearly evil intentions. Under the main tree of the academy, 2 masters were talking, and Wang insisted that he was against Taipei's participation in the Dragon Gate tournament, because the reward in the form of a saint's technique this year was clearly a trap, and Li was the academy's only hope. The head of the Bailu Academy, Zhao Xianggong, who was already 160 years old at the moment, sat under the tree, filling it with energy, and asked Tianan's opinion on how long this Jianmu tree could live. Van thought it would be worth answering about the plant's longevity, so he pointed out sarcastically that it would outlive them all put together. But the head surprised the mentor with the truth that the tree had at least 50 years left, and when its time came to leave, the Bailu Academy would also come to an end. The master's blood always boiled inside, so even now, despite how important the person in front of him was, he shouted that he did not believe in such a quick demise of the academy. But Chief Zhao explained that although the disciples and masters had been investing a huge amount of literary qi in the past decades, this had not affected its fusion with the Jianmu tree. And looking down, The leader showed the mentor that only Tai Bai, with his only 2 victories on the list, was able to give life to a sprout on the roots of the tree, and this happened for the first time in many decades. It was hard to surprise Van with anything, but now the leader succeeded, and from the master's face one could understand who he had taken as his student. The leader looked at the tree sprout not just as a continuation of the academy's existence, but as something more, and wanted to share this with Van, asking him if he understood what it meant. The master understood that he should remain silent now, because the head himself would say very important words, and that is what happened. Mr. Zhao said that Li Taibai was the future not only of the academy, but of the entire literary Tao. Returning to where the conversation began, the chief explained to the master that in this case it doesn't matter what the evil people have prepared for the guy. Zhao made it clear to Wang that the most important thing now was to give the young genius the opportunity to continue moving forward no matter what. From the Bailu Academy, angry cries could be heard from one of the instructors regarding the actions of his student. A notebook flew towards Li Taibai along with the teacher's shouts about how he single-handedly managed to get into trouble with the entire Songshan Academy. The notebook flew straight into Chang'an's hands and he didn't quite understand whether he had done well or badly, but he was determined that he had caused such a reaction from the teacher. Burning with shame, Li agreed with Deputy Shu that the situation was not very good, and he had already heard this from Master Tangen, but the mentor objected, correcting the student even more, that it was not just not good. Shu was angry and, like a small child, asked the guy whether he really didn't understand what he was getting himself into, and without waiting for an answer, immediately indicated that in case of defeat he would turn into a corpse. This time, Chang'an couldn't stand it, and angrily explained to the mentor that he couldn't just stand aside while their academy and the people who studied in it were humiliated. Shu's energy resembled a fire that had just gained strength, and he wanted to know if the young man, being a brat, was really trying to piss him off. But it didn't go beyond a menacing look and a word, because right before the dragon wanted to spew flames at the culprit, he was stopped by 2 students who stood up for Li and fell at the feet of their deputy. Shu was so taken aback that he couldn't even move, but only sternly asked the students to let him go right now, but they flatly refused to do so until the deputy accepted that Taibai had come to the defense of the Bailu Academy. And when the second disciple added that if they combined their efforts, Brother Li would undoubtedly be able to take first place on the saints' list, even the deputy's gaze changed. Seeing how his comrades stood up for him, Taibai declared with honor that he was ready to risk his accumulated achievements in the name of protecting the Bailu Academy, and also assured his deputy that he would trample the impudent people from Songshan. Chang'an turned around at the noise coming from the entrance, and imagined his surprise when he saw that the rest of the academy's students were crowded together and were zealously proud of the fact that Brother Li was showing what the new generation of literary Tao should be like. The students shouted that if it weren't for Tai Bai, they would now be covered in shame, so they cheered for their brother at the academy, offering all their possible help, and this made the guy embarrassed. Chang'an accepted the brother's support with gratitude and respect, and bowed to the crowd and promised that he would do everything possible not to let them down. In addition to the bustle of the city, the guy still had training with Master Wang, which took place mainly in nature, and now there was a part of learning the truth that was connected with water. Chang'an sank to the bottom of the pond, holding his breath and sitting in the lotus position, training his internal breathing, which was part of the technique, feats of the elephant and dragon. The young man had already had some good success, but today his thoughts could not calm down in a special way, and although the water was smooth on the outside, a storm was raging inside. The disciple was haunted by the thought that his inner temple's condition would deteriorate again due to Li Taibai's character receiving first place on the saints list. And when Chang'an thought that he would not survive because his pseudo-personality Qing Lian only had 1 book, this led to an imbalance inside and anxiety. The guy realized that it was time to get up. But the internal discussion with himself about how it was impossible to accomplish everything that was planned, and that he would have to sacrifice something again, was like ballast pulling him down. Frozen halfway to the surface of the water, the young man clenched his fists as if gathering all his power and strength there, before making an important decision for himself. Just when Chang'an thought that he couldn't just give up after everything he had been through, his body began to glow brightly with new energy. The water shone with the guy's energy so much that it seemed that a bar of pure gold would appear from there, or even the sun would appear. Even Master Wang hurried to the shore where his student was studying, not understanding what was happening there, because everything was calm. Van was delighted with the picture he saw, because he was convinced once again how strong the young man was in spirit and body. Chang'an stood on the shore and continued to glow like a precious stone, and the master immediately asked the disciple if he had finally grasped the truth and was able to break through. Filled with confidence and newfound energy, Li raised his head and proudly told his master that he had indeed done it. Wang was jubilant and bursting with admiration for the guy because he had seen many cases where people needed at least several years to learn the internal breathing of the feats of the elephant and dragon technique. Having made a smart and thoughtful look on his face, the master expressed his disappointment that the guy was good both in the literary Tao and in martial arts, but the first was not inferior to the second, otherwise he would have taken the student to himself right away. Chang'an was a little confused by the master's revelation, so he asked him just in case what he had done wrong, but Wang laughed and said that everything was fine, but they should return to training as soon as possible. The next stage of the training was to stand in a certain pose while the master waved a bamboo stick right at your feet, saying that you need to be like the firmament of the earth. Li timidly admitted to Van that he thought it was too early to move on to such complex stages of mastering the technique, but he objected so that the kid wouldn't whine since these were the simplest basics. Smiling broadly, the master assured the young man that he guaranteed that at this rate, he would quickly become like the most ferocious dragon and as formidable and unshakable as a sacred elephant. Wang decided to manipulate a little and directly told the guy that if he didn't need it, then the training could be finished right now, but Chang'an nervously said that he wanted to continue to become a holy martial artist. Approaching the student, the master put his hand on his shoulder and, praising him for his attitude, said that in that case it was worth adding another 100 jins of weight. In an instant, the student's feet began to gradually sink into the ground, and not only did he no longer believe in his own solidity, but he even had doubts about the solidity of the earth. Already shoulder-deep in the ground, Li decided to gently hint to the master that he might have gone a little overboard with the extra weight. On another day, having become Qing Lian, Chang'an came to the bureau to the owner Huang with the hope that he would help promote his next work, but at the same time gave him a notebook with a new part of the legend of the Condor heroes. Huang, like a little child, was happy that the master had returned to them and assured them that the bureau would make all necessary efforts. But Qing Lian warned that this time the circumstances were a little different. The creator said that he plans to take part in the May Saint list and would like to use the fame he has gained through his book to get people to notice his poem. Juan admitted that he did not understand what poem was being discussed and froze, waiting for an answer from the gentleman. Chang'an did not hesitate to demonstrate the majestic flow of energy put into Liang Zhouqi's poem. Without exaggeration, Juan could not stand on his feet in front of such a creation, so he fell to the floor, almost losing his jaw from surprise. Chang'an left the office thinking that he had successfully dealt with Qing Lian, so now he needed to come up with something for Li Taibai. Looking at his talisman, the guy asked the students from Songshan in a loud voice whether they were ready to fight and suffer defeat. When the time came for the May Saint list, 8 saints of literature and 77 ordinary masters took part in it in the open area. In 9th place was Chang'an, under the guise of Qing Lian with his poem Liang Zhouqi, and the crowd rejoiced at the rapid rise of the young artist. The young creator was most admired by the girls, who shouted at Qin how incomparable he was, and everyone admitted that if you don't take into account those who are among the top 8, it turns out that Lian is in 1st place. One of the students from Bailu Academy was not happy that all the laurels went to some upstart and threatened Qing Lian that he was only able to climb up because their brother Li Taibai had not yet entered the literary battle. The girls immediately reacted vehemently to such a statement from their student, not allowing him to speak like that about the skill of their incredible master Qing Lian. It looked like the fight was about to begin, but it would be far from literary, since 2 camps of fans of essentially the same person clashed, and if the girls said that Li Taibai was no match for their Qing Lian, then the students told them the same thing only about Taibai. 2 students were running down the corridor in a hurry because they were trying to find one of their brothers in the academy. The angry brothers Anan and Guan appeared on the threshold, making claims to Taibai about why the hell he was sitting around here and calmly reading something at such an important moment for the entire Bailu Academy, but he pretended not to understand, and walked up to the table and slammed his hands on it, angry at his brother for not doing anything. And in the meantime, a fight broke out between him and Qing Lian. So he told his brother that he too should finally make his move. Chang'an smiled nervously and tried to playfully wriggle out of the guy's way, while in his head he was thinking that there was no struggle between him and the created personalities because in the end, it was all him. The student buried his face in his book again and calmly explained to his brothers that he had no need to rush because he had already worked on completing his poem. Annan immediately took the notebook in his hand to draw Taibai's attention to himself and asked him not to waste a minute, but to put the work on the list. Chang'an wanted to object, but he raised his head to his brothers and realized that he definitely wouldn't be able to get out of it now. So under the pressure of their menacing looks, he said that he would do everything now. The boys high-fived each other, happy with how well they were doing as a team since their drive had doubled. Next to the sheet on which the poem had already been written, lay a brush still with fresh ink, which meant that Taibai had really worked on his move in the battle. Chang'an unrolled the scroll, asking the brothers to look at his new creation called Taishu from the north. And above the disciples who were waiting for Li Taibai's move appeared lines about black clouds that carried destructive power. Li Taibai continued to write the following lines of verse on the spirit scroll, which said that the walls were strong because they shone like armor in the sun. And the next moment, the image of the student himself, like the sun, appeared from behind the clouds, personifying what was written in his creation. Taibai opened to all the participants of the holy list a line about something great and victorious, describing it through the colors of nature and also praising a certain ruler for whom the warriors were ready to give their lives because he was generous. At Songshan Academy, the students stood in front of the list and couldn't believe their eyes, as the poem by that same Li Taibai rose to 30th place. And this was already on the first day of publication. Those who had too high an opinion of themselves and because of their noses held high, did not notice other worthy opponents now did not want to accept the truth. The most terrifying thing for the Songshan disciples was to see how the poem not only rose to 30th place on the saint list, but also continued to rise up the rankings. In the end, finally stopping, Taishu from the north took 10th place, which was a blow below the belt, and everyone prayed that the work would not rise even higher. One of the students from Songshan Academy, although indignantly, admitted the fact that the young man Li Taibai was beyond competition no matter how much they wanted it. Envy took its toll, and the old man, gritting his teeth, hissed that he was not going to give in to this and believed that some upstart could just allow himself to humiliate them by inventing and creating whatever he wanted. A student who took part in the competition of the 6 major arts and used his arithmetic abilities told the master that he had a plan that might help them defeat the brat Taibai, and he was interested. The guy reminded the master about a certain Qing Liang, who is also quite popular but still isn't listed in any academy, so he suggested trying to attract him to them in Songshan. This was currently the only loophole to defeat Taibai since both among the fans and in the battle between him and Qing Liang, the winner had not yet been determined. The master was pleased with what a good rat he had trained, so he told the student that he would be the one to take on such an interesting idea, which he did not refuse. From Chang'an's house, if not coughing, then sneezing could be heard, which was a rather rare occurrence, but this time somehow there was no luck. The young man was sitting in his room and was busy reading when Liu Zhiyin came into him, asking him with concern whether he had caught a cold, to which he replied that he wanted to answer that everything was fine, but he managed to finish speaking. Chang'an's answer was cut off as Zhiyin appeared very close to him and leaned her forehead against the boy's forehead, saying that there was a possibility that he had a fever. At the door, in addition to the dissatisfied Lin Long, who immediately asked what the guys had come up with, other friends appeared who had come to visit Chang'an, and Anand also began to grumble about the guy being lucky. The young man was brought many treats, which were placed on the table in front of him, and everyone was looking forward to him trying everything. Ling Long was so happy that she asked Chang'an to try the zongzi that she personally made for him, and when he politely asked what it was, the girl explained that it was a dish made from glutinous rice with a filling and wrapped in a reed leaf. Madame Yan also presented Chang'an with a small token of her gratitude in the form of a treat, hoping that the young man would not refuse. While Brother Guan was already running away with the delicious food, Anand playfully hung a gift for Taibai on his finger, saying that it was from them to him in honor of being included in the saints' list, and sweetly threatened that it would be better for him not to neglect the favor of his friends. And so absolutely everyone crowded around the tired young man, wondering whose gift he would take and eat first, and for Chang'an it was like a death sentence, since he did not want to offend anyone. Chang'an began to get extremely nervous, going over possible escape options if he suddenly made the wrong choice. But the next moment, the treat disappeared from Guan's hands as if a cow had licked it with its tongue, and he simply stared at his empty palm. While Brother Guan was being glared at by Ling Long and Anand, Chang'an himself thanked everyone for the wonderful treats and turned around to say that he would probably start with the gift that Brother Guan had brought. Somehow, Chang'an found himself at the wedding ceremony, and the event was announced to be over, and the newlyweds were told that they could return to their quarters. The young man was not embarrassed by the fact that his wife was standing in front of him, and they were dressed like newlyweds, and he even approached his beloved to lift her cape and see her beautiful face. But suddenly, behind the guy, he heard the voice of Ling Long, who, squeezing between the guests, shouted not to do this and to immediately stop the ceremony. The elder sister appeared next to the younger sister and both burst into tears, not understanding how Chang'an could do this to them and marry another, because by doing so he showed them that he had fallen out of love with them. Finally, the young man suspected something was wrong because the sisters were standing in the crowd and he could not understand who was standing in front of him in the role of his wife. The mysterious person slowly began to lift the cape on his own, and it was not yet clear who it was that was standing there. An unknown girl showed her face and asked with a smile how her beloved husband could forget about her, but Chang'an cried out what the hell Annan was doing here. The young lady laughed and told the silly boy that she was Anna's twin sister, and that was the trigger that triggered the realization that something incomprehensible was going on around him. In shock and unable to digest what was happening, Chang'an felt someone's embrace and turned around to see Madame Yan, who told him that she would also like to become his bride. On the other hand, Ling Long pounced on the young man, shouting for Chang'an to finally tell them his intentions, because they all wanted to know about his decision. And when the guy asked what he should confess to the girls, Lin Long sternly said that of course it was about which of them he would take as his wife. For Chang'an, the situation became unbearable and he began to slap himself hard on the cheeks, saying that this could not be real but just a bad dream. At that moment in real life, the guy really did get slapped on the cheeks, only it wasn't his hands but one of his friends who loudly asked him to finally wake up. In a state of shock, Chang'an opened his eyes and saw in front of him Annan, who was just trying to bring the sleeping handsome man to his senses. Everyone in the room froze in silence, staring at the young man, and he now didn't know how to look them in the eyes after such a stupid dream. When Anne asked Brother Li if he had sobered up, everyone in the room was embarrassed and smiling, and after Guan said that he didn't expect the guy to go down like that from the wine, they laughed outright. Guan pointed out in a friendly manner that his brother did not know how to drink at all, and Chang'an also laughed embarrassedly at the truth. So An added that in that case, more such practice was needed. Zhiyin brought the guy tea, asking him to drink it because he would feel better afterwards, and he thanked the girl for being the only one who showed concern for him. Mrs. Yan informed everyone that it was already quite late, and it was time for her to go back, which was supported by Guan and Anne, realizing that their brother had already drunk more than enough. As he left the courtyard, Annan reminded Brother Li not to forget about practice, which meant repeating their similar meetings. Zhiyin carefully took Chang'an's hand and asked if something was bothering him and if she wasn't imagining it. She asked him to share if it was connected with them, but he couldn't find a way to explain what he was feeling. The young man hugged the girl and admitted that he was indeed troubled by some thoughts, but he needed time to sort it out himself. The young people went out into the fresh air before going to bed and looked at the full moon, after which Zhiyin told Chang'an that as long as there was a place in his heart for her and Ling Long, she would accept anyone he chose, and he called the girl his beloved. Meanwhile, the evil did not sleep but watched what place Li Taibai was in now, and for now the students of Songshan Academy could breathe a sigh of relief since they were still in 10th place. But the master still asked if the student had contacted Qing Lian, to which he replied that unfortunately not, since the Kunwen Bureau refused to provide information about Qing Lian, which made the old man furious and believed that both Qing Lian and Li Taibai should die. The young man tried to calm his mentor down by saying that the saint from their academy was still in 3rd place and was confident that Taipei had no chance. But the old man got even more angry, calling the guy a brat and throwing him an argument that this freak Taibai is not as simple as he seems. And the master turned out to be right, because on May 11th, at the summit where all the saints stood, Li Taibai's qi shone brighter than all the others, and it seemed that he was completely ablaze. The young man continued to present with honor the lines of his creation, which had already captivated many fans. The observers shared with each other that the poem Liangzhou Ci exceeded all expectations when it was honored to become a military poem. But this is not surprising because it speaks of death as a return home and of the younger generation that surpasses the older one. Suddenly, one of the participants pointed upward, shouting for everyone to look, because a battle had broken out there between 2 powerful saints whose rays of qi were rushing into the sky. As it turned out, Taishu from the north also became a military poem, and Qinglian became stronger and faster for a moment, but Taibai's aura still surpasses him in saturation. The opponents looked at the young man with envy and anger, not believing that such a newcomer could climb so high, and the opponent, who stood a little further away, said that the status of a military poem does not mean anything yet, because the winner has not yet been determined. From the huge amount of chi, the guy screamed, and the lines of his work began to speak again, only not in his voice but in many other voices. The column of energy became even wider, and this glow could be seen from afar, which was both fascinating and frightening. This flow of chi not only went up, but also spread out in rings like waves on water, causing the participants standing below to become unable to stay on their feet. The saints standing next to the young man also moved from their place, although before that they were like a rock on which they had remained the entire time the list was being made. Now it was absolutely clear that they all lost. Looking at the amount of energy they had, and that very upstart whom they were ready to humiliate with their victory. One of the saints continued to lie on the ground and watch the rise of the young talent, but in his thoughts he admitted that they could no longer keep up with the young author. It was the moment that many were waiting for, and many were afraid and did not want. It was the hour of Li Taibai when he reached the top of the saints' list. At the mountains where the waterfall flowed and Chang'an won the saints' list, all the chi energy that belonged to him flowed to the source of accumulation. 2 chi were poured into the tiny body compared to the energies, where the red one was the power of the Qinglian Palace of Literature, and the blue one was the power of the Li Taibai Palace of Literature. The young creator screamed furiously from the pain his body was experiencing, because these 2 spiritual palaces could no longer fit into the physically small vessel. Chang'an hid from the participant's sight so as not to reveal himself, but he was seen by Master Wang, who knew that after training the guy had a body like that of a martial arts master of the 9th stage, but even it could not withstand so much literary chi. The mentor understood that if nothing was done, then at any moment the student's body could burst from the accumulated energy. Qinglian's Palace of Literature was destroyed, but another one was also damaged, causing the young man to start bleeding from the mouth. Master Wang arrived in time and picked up the guy in his arms so that he wouldn't get injured even more since he had already lost consciousness. The mentor moved with the student to the surface of the water to try to heal the poor fellow. Having lowered Chang'an onto the surface of the water as if onto land, Wang realized that he was dying and there was nothing left to do but take extreme measures. For the first time in such a long time, the master activated with the movements of his hands a power that he had not told the young man about. A fiery red dragon appeared in the water beneath Chang'an's body, representing the true dragon's blood technique. Holding such power, Van looked at the guy and mentally scolded him for being such an asshole for forcing him to use his last chance to activate the technique. The chi energy was directed towards Chang'an's chest, but he was still lying motionless, and it was unclear whether he could be brought back. Since Van was dear to his student, and the supply of true dragon blood was the last one, he strictly told the brat not to dare die. Otherwise, he would personally kill him, and it would definitely be without a chance of return. Opening his eyes, the first thing Chang'an saw was a stone wall, and he vaguely understood what was happening and what he was doing in such a place. Van, hearing the guy's heavy breathing and how he rose up, asked rhetorically if he had really woken up. And although it looked like indifference from the outside, in fact, the stern man was glad. Chang'an immediately realized what was going on, and immediately thanked the teacher for his help, and he replied that if he really wanted to repay for saving him, it would be better to promise to fulfill something. Without turning to the youth, Wang's request was for Chang'an to take part in the Dragon Gate tournament in June and obtain the saint's literary chi. The student was shocked by what he heard, because such participation would immediately show the whole world who he was, and he reminded the mentor that he was well aware of the secrecy of his true identity. Kneeling down, Van began to shout, explaining that he remembered and knew everything. But their academy was on the verge of extinction, and if the situation were not critical, he would not have made such a request to the student. The master didn't know what else to say, so he lowered his hands to the ground, begging Taibai to help the entire academy not disappear from the face of the earth. Chang'an consoled the master by saying that his refusal did not mean that there were no other options to help, and assured him that his poems would be an alternative, which Wang did not quite understand. The student explained that it would be kind to share his works with someone from the academy, and he would perform them at the tournament, and the academy could modestly reward him for this. The master was beside himself with happiness and, taking Chang'an by the shoulders, began to praise him for never doubting his student, and asked him not to be modest, but to take from the treasury whatever his heart desired. At the end of May, the students and Master of Songshan Academy looked at the final saint list and could not believe the results. For the overly arrogant and self-confident turkeys, Taipei's victory was like a blow below the belt. The energy of envious anger emanated from the master, and the students did not lag behind but took a bad example of how to react to someone else's victory. From Songshan Academy, angry cries continued to be heard, in which the name of the young talent, Li Taibai, was heard. Meanwhile, Bailu Academy had its own atmosphere in which all the students were happy except for Chang'an, who was surrounded by too much attention. The guy didn't understand why his brothers were looking at him so strangely, and such fascinated looks made him feel creepy. As it turned out, after Li Taibai's victory, all the students, as one, began to offer their sisters as wives to such a famous candidate, arguing with each other that someone's sister was ugly and someone's was not young enough. Chang'an ran away as quickly as possible just to hide from the crowd, ready to tear him into pieces and take them to his relatives as a symbol that Taibai personally was their relative. But the young man could not run far because the crowd caught up with him and grabbed him, wondering where he was in such a hurry. Among the pile of portraits in the forest of hands, the poor guy was no longer visible, and they had even told him to finally give up and not to struggle. When the hurricane of those wishing for a piece of the famous creator flew away, someone carefully approached the aggrieved Chang'an and touched his head with his finger. Anand joked that Li's brother was dead and could be buried, after which he received a response from the victim, and Guan, laughing loudly, supported the joke and was already exhausted from waiting for the legends about the genius who was almost beaten to death with portraits of girls. While An gave his hand to the young man so that he could stand up, Guan told his brother Taibai that if they really bothered him, he could very well choose one for himself, since there were many beautiful girls drawn there. Chang'an, holding hands, also decided to joke that none of those girls could compare with brother Annan, and that if he were a girl, he wouldn't even think about choosing. Anya's cheeks were already filled with scarlet fire, and he exclaimed that brother Li was saying such a thing, but he only replied that he was just joking, just like he and Guan had done before, and didn't notice one of the portraits under his feet, and so when he managed to lift Taibai, they both flew back to the floor. It was a rather awkward situation as Annan fell on top of Li, causing the young man to blush even more. Ann was angry with brother Li and strongly recommended that he let him go, otherwise he would not vouch for himself and would take all necessary measures to teach the impudent man a lesson. But instead of doing what was asked, Taibai instead took Annan's head in his hands and asked him to freeze, which drove him into an even greater stupor. And then what An feared most happened, namely, Li came so close to his face that he couldn't get any closer, but at the same time he only said that the guy's eyes looked just like in the poem. The youth's cheeks blushed again, but it only further emphasized the beauty of his eyes that Chang'an had noticed. The verse spoke of an intoxicating feeling that blurred the understanding and vision of the boundaries of sky and water, so that when they merged, they formed a multitude of thoughts that shone like stars in the sky. A new monument has been erected in Chang'an's literary palace in honor of the poem Tilongyang and Qingtao Lake, which describes an old man who, despite his age, continued to enjoy leisurely boat rides on the lake. The romance quickly evaporated as Annan had an ice blade in his hands, ready to kill the bastard several times and then resurrect him and kill him again. It didn't end with one blade, and the rest of them quickly flew after the first one, which Annan immediately created to teach brother Li a lesson. The student was no longer in the mood for jokes because he was scared that he was now risking his own life just to give a compliment. Stuck on the floor, Chang'an promised his angry brother no more jokes and asked him to free him from the cold shackles. Anne warned the bastard that next time he would make every effort to send him to the palace as a new eunuch, and Guan let out a sly laugh from behind. The weather was wonderful, and the brothers decided not to miss this opportunity and went to eat in the fresh air. Looking at the talisman, Chang'an admitted that it was strange that he was told about the comparison of the strength of Qinglian's achievements with his power, but he ended up at the top, while he only took 4th place. The student did not understand how this was possible, but considering that he said it out loud, a laugh was heard from the side. Brother Annan simply pointed to the window with a smile and asked Taibai to look outside to clear up any misunderstandings. It turned out that there were rallies against Qinglian on the street, where they wished him death. And the most interesting thing is that Guan was among them. Chang'an could not believe that brother Guan was also taking part in the rally against Qinglian, and that he was there against his work more than anyone else, and louder than anyone else. The thing was that in the second part of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, something happened that many readers did not like, Namely, their favorite heroine was desecrated, and they did not understand why the author did this, and some were even ready to curse him. In addition to curses and tears, there were determined warriors who wanted to personally introduce the freak to their weapons, because everyone was so angry that even killing the creator could not calm them down, and continued to smile at such a dangerous sight, explaining to Tai Bai that Qing Lian was now the only writer hated by the entire empire. Annan said that he personally saw how some students of their academy, while reading the last part of the book, tore it up and then ran to the bureau for a new one because they still wanted to finish reading it. So thanks to such hysteria, Qing gained fame and caught up with Taipei. Chang'an let out a nervous laugh and played along, saying that this was truly a disgusting person, but in his head, he thought that now he would definitely never, under any circumstances, reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would be dead. Today's training of the student with Master Wang took place in the forest, not underwater, and it was necessary to work with a target. While Chang'an was pulling the bowstring, the master stood behind him and explained to him that martial arts are closely related to weapons, so practicing with a bow will help in mastering the same technique of feats of the elephant and dragon. The arrow launched by the student flew charged with energy that he already possessed today, which means it was a faster and stronger shot than usual. The young man hit the target with an arrow, piercing the target completely, which indicated that his body was well trained. Chang'an turned to face the teacher, filled with pride and also happy that it was quite simple. But Master Wang told his student the stunning news that it turned out that he had missed and had hit the wrong target. To make sure his vision was okay, Chang'an turned to the target and saw that he had hit it. But Wang pointed out the real target in the form of a red dot on a tree, so it was too early to get cocky. Chang'an didn't understand how he was supposed to hit a target that could barely be seen, but Wang confidently said that for true masters, 100 li was nothing, since such people were capable of piercing a huge boulder with a flimsy arrow. The guy's head was spinning with the master's words about the master's murderous intent and will, so he tried to tune into something like that. Ancient paintings of great masters and warriors came to the young man's mind, and one of them was Crouching Tiger. Just as Chang'an was thinking about this technique, a fierce and huge tiger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and flew straight towards him. The appearance of the predator was so real that the student perceived it as real and, shouting at it to get away, fired a bow. What happened was what Van told the guy, but he was able to pierce the boulder with an arrow the first time without many years of training. The master could not contain his surprise, and for now he was trying to convince himself in his head that he had not imagined how the guy had just used murderous intent. But one thing remained a mystery: what he had imagined for this. Chang'an was no less shocked because now he realized that his knowledge would be useful to him in training, making the process much easier. Van was pleased with the student's results, but at the same time asked him to continue because his strength was not only in power but also in precision, with which the young man agreed. After a long time, Chang'an fell to the ground exhausted, and the master asked him to go and rest, and that the training was over for today. Chang'an didn't like the fact that he never hit the target even after spending so much time and effort. The guy was distracted from such heavy thoughts by Van, who told him the pleasant news that the academy's management had conveyed to him their readiness to offer him a decent fee for his poems. Li was happy with this change as it could mean the possibility of establishing a balance between his palaces. Since the student had not yet given his poems to anyone, the master explained to him that such writings as his that had gained fame were treasures, and even one hieroglyph from there was also a source of power. In return, he was offered wen crystals and tree sap. Chang'an heard that the wen crystals would help him develop on the path of the literary Tao, and the tree sap would allow his body to reach the 8th stage of martial arts. And although he looked serious from the outside, inside he rejoiced like a child from such gifts. Van bought into this strange and serious look of the young man, perceiving it as something like this, that even such gifts were not enough for him, and the guy felt awkward in front of the teacher because he simply had a thoughtful look. But the master immediately informed his student that he knew about such an outcome, so he immediately asked the families that would receive his creations to give treasures of the same value in exchange, and they, of course, did not refuse. Wang assured the young man that the rewards for the works were worth every coin, so there was nothing to worry about. Li was over the moon and made sure to thank the master for vouching for him. Time flew by during the discussion, and night came, and Chang'an asked which families wanted his poems, to which the master listed the Li family, the Guan family, and the An family. Tai Bai was delighted and asked again if the An family was really the same one where his friend Annan came from, and Wang confirmed this by calling the young man the direct heir. Chang'an did not put it off for long and wanted to hand over his poem to the An family right now, but on the condition that An'an would personally own it. Wang asked the student if he was sure of his words, since the treasures offered by the An family were slightly inferior in value, but Li nodded in agreement to pass on the poem to An. The mentor threw the boy the Anon talisman and said that the family had only handed over 2 characters of the sacred scriptures, drop and ice, which could be taken right now. But Chang'an was not embarrassed by this and was also ready to hand over the verse at that moment. The master warned that if this was the student's final decision, then he needed to begin immediately, so he activated the break in Taipei's connection with creation. Li didn't expect that everything would happen so suddenly, and on top of that, he was experiencing something like this for the first time. The whirlwind spun the young man at a crazy speed, and he began to yell at the master to be gentler, otherwise he would die now. But Van asked him not to whine, but to write a poem on a jade tablet. Biting his finger to make it bleed, Chang'an decided to pass on to him the very verse he saw in his eyes. And when the text of the poem appeared on the talisman, the young man put his finger to it to seal the transfer with blood. The energy of the work immediately moved from the disciple's inner palace to the talisman, but without causing him pain. Chang'an saw how the poem monument almost disappeared from the Taipei palace, indicating the successful transmission of the creation. Having fallen to the ground, the young man felt for the first time such a strange feeling of loss, but at the same time, he did not experience physical pain. When Li approached the master, he repeated once again that there was no turning back, but the guy showed a respectful gesture, bowed, and said that he did not regret his decision. Now Chang'an needed to create a new name for himself so that outsiders could not discover his identity, and the master asked him to choose it wisely. Taking the talisman in his hands, the student gave himself some time to think, so that as the mentor had asked, he could choose a name wisely. At the moment when it dawned on the guy, he suddenly turned to the teacher and joyfully announced that he would be called according to the technique he was learning, namely Longxiang, where the first is dragon, and the second is elephant. The master was amused by his student's resourcefulness, so in his rude but playful manner he called the brat a damn genius. In the academy hall, Bai Luanan angrily scolded Li Taibai, expressing his incomprehension as to why he would give such a beautiful poem to a stranger when he could have climbed to the top of the list with it. Then the guy immediately answered his brother that he was not a stranger to him, which is why Guan was shocked when he realized what had happened. Not only did Anya turn red again, he also became so numb that one might think he had swallowed his tongue. The friend leaned towards Taibai and silently put his arm around his shoulders, which made the poor guy nervous, and asked him to calm down, preparing for the fact that he would now still become a eunuch, as An had once threatened him. But instead of throwing ice daggers or something else scary at Li, An simply asked the young man to become related. At the same time, all 3 guys were shocked, and they stared at each other with a silent question of what the hell just happened. Chang'an was so stunned that he fell backwards onto the floor, and Guan even asked An'an that it was not necessary to make such sacrifices, and clarified that if Taibai thought that he meant himself, then he was an idiot, because in fact it was about his sister whom he could take as a wife. But Li asked him to be more specific in the future because his heart had just stopped and he gave up on the idea because he already had Jiyin and Linglong. Annan looked at his friend and asked him directly if he didn't understand what he meant when he talked about marriage. The young man, looking sad, tried to explain to Taibai that neither he nor Guan were able to help him at the moment. But Chang'an moved closer to An and shut his mouth in time so that he would stop making up all sorts of nonsense. Li cited the great founder of the Jin dynasty as an argument, who was also an ordinary man at the beginning of his journey, but thanks to his persistence and determination he was able to achieve the impossible. After this example, Taibai told his brothers that if the founder was able to conquer such a peak, then he could do it too. Armed with wen crystals and golden tree sap, Chang'an approached a huge vat where he filled it with stones and sap to brew the mixture he needed. The young man took into account the fact that last time he was on the verge of death, and it seemed that because of what everyone else strives for all their lives, and he, having received literary chi for a military poem, risked departing to another world. When the mixture was ready, Li scooped it up well from the cauldron, thinking that if he wanted to climb to the top of the list, then he needed to take care of his insides. The young man thoroughly washed and smeared the monument with the mixture, and this was preparation for the next rollback that could certainly happen. Chang'an shook his hands and was satisfied with the work done, and now all that was left was to hope that the Taibai Palace would not violate the integrity of the Qinglian Palace. This time, having in his arsenal the treasures that his families had given him as a reward for his poems, the guy was confident that even if qi came flooding in, it would all be over with little bloodshed. But in life, you should prepare not only for the best, but also for the worst. Because right after the student confidently thought that trouble would pass him by, this devil, on the contrary, came and broke everything that had literally just been fixed. Chang'an sat among the rocks in meditation, staying inside his palaces, and was confident that he could at least temporarily secure his body and strengthen the palaces. Unfortunately, the student's ideas did not match the real picture of a powerful wave of literary qi arriving in such a short time. Chang'an even began to use his abilities in the form of a spark that ignites the steppe and water that wears away stone in order to spend the incoming qi somewhere. The strength of the physical body was once again at its limit, and Chang'an felt pain creeping up, followed by death. The young man was unable to use the incoming qi with the help of techniques because he simply did not have time to do it. It was difficult to think about solving the problem when the pain was overwhelming, but the understanding that if nothing was done, death was inevitable made itself known. And since the physical body was limited, Chang'an returned to the outside world and coughed up blood. Master Wang was already running to his student, calling him so that he would at least not pass out and respond to his name, but the guy was so bad that he was barely conscious. Li confessed to his mentor that he was unable to absorb so much qi and now did not know what to do, but Wang immediately explained that it was necessary to reach the 8th stage of the palace and place all the excess energy there. The master gradually lifted the young man up so as not to waste time, and along the way explained that in order to open the 8th stage, one must pass the district exam and get into the temple, so now one must go there and ask the elders about this as an exception. Wang asked the student to just hold on, but Tai Bai stopped him, explaining that it was too late and there was too little time and strength left. After activating his power, Chang'an informed Wang that he would try to create the 8th stage literature palace himself. The guy put his hand, which contained energy, to his heart so that it would go inward and he would follow it. But before he plunged into the inner world, Li again experienced unbearable pain from the qi that did not stop coming. The master had never heard of a person who could do something like this. And so if the young man manages to break through to the 8th stage himself, he will become the first master in history with such a skill. Brick by brick, Chang'an began to lay one of the walls of the new palace, and this took some time. So far, everything was going well, and the student continued at the same pace to independently give himself a chance at life. But even before he had even finished one wall, Li saw a wave of qi rushing towards him in part of the building, sensing a new place for accumulation. Like a raging sea during a storm, the wave washed away everything in its path without feeling a place where it could lie down and accumulate. Chang'an understood that he would not have time to complete even the foundation of the palace of the 8th stage, since the flow of qi was many times stronger, and again began to think about how to get out of this situation. It dawned on the young man when he looked at his palaces again, only from a different angle, and he understood what he should do. Chang'an directed its efforts towards expanding the existing palaces, since the 8th stage is about laying and strengthening the foundations. It was necessary to hurry because the wave of qi again felt a wider space for accumulation and rushed towards the palaces. But even though some details of Chang'an had not yet been completed, the wave did not wash away the renovated palaces. The guy was beside himself with happiness and rejoiced that what he had planned had finally worked and the buildings were holding up as they should. Both Li Taibai Palace and Qinglian Palace stood firmly on their foundations and were filled with plenty of energy. When the breakthrough to the 8th stage was completed, Chang'an was even able to exhale, feeling such changes in physics. Van was already exhausted from waiting, and when he saw that the young man's bleeding had stopped, he shouted out that he had succeeded. Li returned to his physical body and looked at the master and confirmed that he had indeed been able to break through to the 8th stage. At the speed of light, the mentor began to run around the student from side to side, looking at him as if he were some kind of miracle, because for the first time he saw that a person could cope with something like that on his own. But Li asked him to stop fussing around like that, otherwise he would throw up. Van curbed himself in his delight, after which he said that he had long since had no doubts about the guy's talent for the path of the literary Tao, but there was still a lot of work to do on his frail body. Chang'an was confused that he had just almost been blown away, but the master still managed to find a reason to scold him. Now the disciple could easily accept the rewards for first place on the saints' list in the form of qi for various poems, as well as a painting and a spatial bag as a reward from the academy. There was a strange atmosphere in the Bailu Academy, as everyone looked like they were about to quarrel with someone. And what was most surprising was that the expressions on Ming'an and Guan were also dissatisfied. When Chang'an, who had just entered the room, saw how everyone was looking at him, including his friends, he couldn't think of anything else to do except ask what was going on. As it turned out, it was not the young man who was the problem, but the fact that Dongyue County was chosen as the location for the Dragon Gate competition. After the friends explained everything to Brother Li, he understood their mood and was also angry because of such madness, because it meant that the participants of all the academies would gather here to confront the Bailu Academy. Tai Bai was more than sure that those bastards had conspired among themselves, but An told his brother that this was not all the news, and having activated the spell of the water element, decided to show something else. A list of Dragon Gate entries with names of participants and types of competitions appeared before Taipei's eyes. Li was shocked that some of the academies were focusing on specific types of competitions and thus wanted to crush the Bailu Academy by distributing their forces among themselves, and asked his brother to take a close look at these 3 candidates, who were even recalled from the battlefield for the sake of this tournament. And they were Zhang Zongqing from Wansong, another He Ruzhong from Xiangshan, and also Qin Xiaofa from Songyue. The most important thing that Annan emphasized was that all these masters were at the 7th stage, and Tai Bai could not believe that they had all surrounded them, and that the worst thing was that they were going to completely destroy the Bailu Academy, and approached with the understanding that for obvious reasons, Li would not be able to take part in the verbal battle, but asked if perhaps his brother could think about other competitions, and he said that after talking with Wang, he would take part in archery. Out of nowhere, Brother Qian flew towards Tai Bai, screaming for nothing, not wanting to let him go to the shooting competition. The student cried at Chang'an's feet, asking him to sign up for the account, because every exam they had ended with him getting 1st place and Brother Qian getting 2nd place, and in general, he was the only one who could fill this void and save the academy. Looking at the pitiful sight, and admitted that he never thought that their Qian would be so worried about the academy, and asked Brother Li what he thought about this. But for now he was busy lifting the unfortunate man from the floor. Chang'an tried to encourage Qian by saying that he himself could restore the reputation of their academy in the field of arithmetic, and when the crybaby began to mumble that he couldn't, the young man offered to help. Tai Bai got serious and asked Qian if he knew what differential and integral calculus was, but the student heard Li say Weijifen, which meant the aroma of disaster, and did not understand why it was there. But Li had already gotten into the role, and diagrams and formulas appeared around him, and armed with a brush and a notebook, he promised to show Qian more large-scale methods of algebraic calculations. Guan looked at these endless symbols and calculations, which made his head spin, and it was impossible to look, let alone understand. An, covering his mouth so as not to vomit, confessed to Guan that he could not stand it, and Guan, supporting his brother, said that he himself was holding on with all his might. Chang'an saw the brothers running away with their heels flashing, shouting that arithmetic was not for ordinary mortals like them, and that even under the threat of death they would not dare to understand all of this. Li realized that the situation with the guys was hopeless and turned back to Qian, surprised that he was still holding on, looking at everything with interest. Qian confirmed what Tai Bai had noticed and asked him, not as a brother but as a master, to teach him this art. Li was glad that his brother trusted him and drove away his panic, so he officially announced that their lesson would begin right now. On June 15th, students from all the academies gathered in Dongyue County, and this made the streets even more crowded. Song Ji from the Academy of the Sons of the State appeared at the shooting range of the Bailu Academy, and after greeting the participants, expressed a desire to exchange archery experiences with them. One of the students rightly noted that he did not understand why Song Ji was trying to enter into an argument before the competition had even begun, but his brother standing nearby whispered that if they refused, they would be considered weaklings. No one wanted to be disgraced, so the student accepted Songji's challenge, who, putting on a sweet face, said that he did not want to offend anyone. Shooting outside the competition began, and the guys confidently launched their arrows, which were aimed at the target. But considering that Z was a more skilled man and asserted himself at the expense of the weak, his arrow was aimed not only at hitting the target, but also at eliminating the arrows of his competitors. For the 3rd time, Z did not give the weaker guys the opportunity to hit the target, but he was able to cut through someone else's arrow with his own. And while Z was rejoicing that he had already won for the 3rd time, The other disciples suffered from the pain of the collapse of their inner palace. The initially sweet and modest student turned into a gloating freak who only wanted to practice on the guys who were a little weaker than him. Z looked arrogantly at the lying students of the Bailu Academy, laughing at how weak everyone here was. Chang'an just came up to ask his older brother to replace his bow with a stronger one because his previous one broke again and was shocked by what he saw on the sight. Li immediately realized that his brothers lying on the ground were someone's doing, and when he turned around, he was convinced of this because Z was just walking towards him with a sly smile and words like, "Another shooting master has appeared." Sun decided to see who was in front of him, and opening the list in the talisman, he saw that the young man was only 15th, which is why he did not take him seriously. And since even the elders lost, he decided to finish off this brat, so he suggested competing. But Chang'an, raising one of the brothers, refused the upstart and preferred to compare forces officially in a competition. Krutish didn't like this tone, and he clenched his teeth and decided that no one would go anywhere until he said so. Having shot an arrow towards the student, Sun shouted that a freak like him had no right to study in any of their academies, so now he would act nobly and rid the Bailu Academy of another weakling. Li stood still even when the arrow was almost at his head and not a single muscle on his body moved. Having caught the arrow in flight, Tai Bai agreed with the impudent man's words that he was indeed weaker than his older brothers. And loading an arrow without a bow, directing it back to the owner, Li explained that even taking into account his timidity, there was still a difference between them. Launching the arrow, Tai Bai shouted back, "Doesn't the fact that they are such bastards uniting against their academy make them even more cowardly?" The arrow flew straight past Z's ear like a fiery stream, leaving a burn on his cheek as he was so shocked that he didn't even have time to dodge. Such a great and powerful show-off fell to the ground, unable to believe that such a young guy could give form to the lust for murder. As the day drew to a close and night fell upon the city, Z trudged along the streets, barely able to stand on his feet after what he had experienced in the skirmish with Chang'an. Having not taken the young man who was in 15th place on Z's list seriously, he was still recovering from how wrong he had been and underestimating his ability to give form to murderous intent. Just a couple of hours ago, the young man had his own arrow near his throat, which he had shot at Chang'an to teach him a lesson, but he had clearly explained that he had no time for such games. Li looked at the bully and warned him to get out of here while he still had the chance. Z understood from the first time that this was really not a joke and walked away without saying anything more to either the participant or his fellows. The other participants noticed Brother Z and asked why his face was blank and whether it was because he had met someone from Kyuji Academy. Z was ashamed to admit that it was a seemingly ordinary and frail guy from the Bailu Academy named Li Chang'an, but he wanted to share that he was able to catch an arrow with his bare hands and send it back with the help of killing intent. The students did not believe their brother because they knew that Chang'an was only in 15th place, so they wondered if Z had confused him with someone else. But the guy didn't have time to answer, because a warrior with a sword came out of a dark alley and clapped his hands and said that the situation was only getting more interesting. Z even opened his mouth in surprise that in front of him was He Rujong himself from the Sanshan Academy, who had been recalled from the battlefield. He was interested in the very student the boys were gossiping about, and was glad that it turned out that the Bailu Academy had some secret aces up its sleeve. He pointed his sword at Z and commanded that he wanted to learn more about Li Chang'an, and for this, he needed the student to challenge him again. There was no longer any insolent courage in Z, and he confessed in fear that today Li had crushed him without revealing even a part of his true abilities. And if he were to take the step that he was asking him to take, it would be the same as going to certain death. He smiled evilly and said cruelly that in that case the disciple would go to Chang'an again and die if necessary. With a sharp movement, he found himself behind Z and pointed the sword right at his throat, showing that his words were not empty. Rujong threateningly informed the brat that he was torn here from the battlefield only because their Academy of the Sons of the State decided to unite against Bailu, but upon arrival here he found it terribly boring. The warrior was outraged that just when he learned about the worthy target in the form of the 15th on the list, Z refused to introduce them and thereby wanted to destroy the shaky alliance of their academies. But the guy tearfully admitted that he did not intend to do anything like that. He was satisfied with the brat's answer, so he hid the sword so as not to delay him in fulfilling his promise. As he was leaving, the warrior made it clear that the young man would have problems if he did not complete the task. So he said that although he was patient, it was better not to delay with the promise. Z looked after another danger and realized that tomorrow he would get down to business, and when one of his brothers said that he had to win otherwise, he wanted to finish saying that the outcome would be sad, but he himself understood everything, saying that he needed to prepare. For Chang'an, preparation and training in nature have already become a habit and an integral part of his life. Li continued to refine and hone his archery after he was able to imbue an arrow with killing, intent to put his brother's abuser in his place. Thanks to the technique of murderous intent, the student understood that it was possible to increase the speed of flight and the penetrating power of the arrow, and once again launched it at a barely visible mark on the tree. But unfortunately, something was still missing, because the arrow fell to the ground literally a meter short of the tree. Chang'an was disappointed that even the energy he put in was not enough to hit the target, and it was only a little bit short. Master Wang always watched the student's training, and now he gave his verdict that it was very commendable that such a young guy was able to give form to his intention, which not everyone could do, and Li asked why then it was not working. The mentor noted that the student's new skill increased the strength and speed of the arrow many times over, but the fact remains that he is a complete weakling physically. After trying so hard, hearing something like this from his master was like a blow below the belt, so Chang'an was so shocked that he didn't even know what to say. Van cited as an argument the fact that the guy had been training for so long, but had not gained any muscle mass, and showing him his muscles as an example, he said that he needed to reach the 8th stage of martial arts, and then he would have a red target in his hands. This approach pleased Li more, and he immediately asked his mentor how he could move on to the next stage. The master was with the student as if he were a friend or a son, and out of habit, he again put his hand on his shoulder, rejoicing that the young man had a desire to improve, so he answered that it was enough to do everything as the master said. Having moved to the cave, Li lay down on the water's surface and his body began to fill with strength due to the fact that Wang poured golden liquid from the jug into the water. But the sensations for the young man were not pleasant. Chang'an screamed furiously from the changes that were happening to his body, and it was extremely difficult to let in the new unknown energy, but this was the moment of transition to the highest level. When everything stopped, Li stood up, and the first thing he did was look at his hands, thinking that he felt as if he was in a new body, and then he thanked the master, telling him that he felt like he had broken through to the 8th stage. Wang was glad that the student had matured and offered to continue improving, since there were still a couple of drops left in the jug, but Chang'an refused. In the evening, Li returned home and opened the door, immediately told Zhiyin and Linglong that he had finally returned from training, but it was surprising that no one greeted him as usual. The boy saw one of Uncle Zhang's brothers standing next to the girls, and Zhiyin sitting next to Linglong's leg with medicine in her hands. Li noticed that one of Linglong's feet was missing a shoe due to a huge bruise on her leg. The young man was horrified to see his sister scared for the first time, and with such a scratch on her leg, so unable to withstand the onslaught of emotions, he immediately asked what had happened. Uncle Zhang's brother immediately asked his master for forgiveness for being at fault because he did not keep an eye on Mrs. Linglong, which is why she suffered at the hands of one freak. The younger one was scared and could barely hold back her tears, but in order not to make the situation worse, she tried to hold back and said that everything was fine and the wound was not critical. But the rage that was already raging inside Chang'an could not be stopped, so he asked to explain everything in order again, especially about who dared to do this. Linglong began to tell what happened when a stranger approached her right on the street, asking her to deliver a letter to Chang'an. But she refused, arguing that he would never agree to such nonsense. When the girl was about to leave, this freak shouted at her back that refusing a challenge was a defeat, and provocatively asked that Li Chang'an was a coward, and it would be better if he didn't say such a thing. Linglong was not afraid, and defended her brother's honor by running up to the impudent man and kicking him in the leg with her foot, shouting at him not to dare desecrate the name of her loved one. The idiot was not only in pain, but also ashamed, and on top of everything, he was scared because he was threatened with death from if he did not challenge Li to a fight. So under the influence of depressing thoughts, he pushed the girl, calling her a piece of trash. Linglong was scared and no longer resisted because she was alone, and Z shouted at her that he was not going to back down. So he asked her to tell the worthless brat that if he wanted to refuse, he should come and say it to his face. Linglong stood up and looked at the back of the offender and was terribly angry at him, while this idiot barely hid how much pain he was in when this little brat hit him. Chang'an, after listening to the younger one, was proud that she stood up for him, but at the same time, he was sad, because of this she was wounded and On top of everything, anger was creeping up on the one who decided to challenge him to a fight through a weak girl. After treating the wound and taking care of Ling Long, Chang'an stroked her head and asked her not to worry about him. And when Li turned away so that the girl would not see anything, his face suddenly changed, and he mentally asked her forgiveness for disobeying and taking a risk, but he was seriously determined to teach the bastard a lesson. The brother accompanied the gentleman to the hotel where that freak was staying, and Chang'an asked everyone to stay outside. The murderous intent was already gaining momentum, and he once again told the security not to enter the hotel until he solved the problem and came out himself. When Li entered the inn, he glowed brightly, emitting powerful energy, and loudly shouted to Song Zi to come down immediately and accept his death with honor. A lot of onlookers immediately came running, and some were pleased with how lively their district had become because of such skirmishes between the masters. But there were also those who did not find it funny at all, since such fights could harm other people. Z opened the window of his room and looked down, realizing that the next danger he had run into was already waiting below. Before the bastard could even open his mouth, an arrow filled with murderous intent was flying towards his head. The arrow hit the window's stone frame and pierced it, leaving cracks in the foundation. And again it was very close to the impudent fellow's face, just like at their first meeting. Z looked at the arrow, which was almost entirely stuck in the stone, and understood that things were bad, while his brothers were outraged at what this savage was doing, and called on his brother Z to destroy the impudent fellow. Li pointed his finger at the freak and asked about the fact that he wanted to fight and, without waiting for an answer, told him to drag his skinny ass down before his patience snapped. The gentle boy did not like this humiliation, and he gritted his teeth and decided to show who was the best here, but he only had these show-offs in the form of weapons. Grabbing his bow and arrows, Z activated the platform to descend to fight the one he was forced to challenge. Once downstairs, Z immediately asked Chang'an if he had turned his nose up too much, and ordered him to pay close attention to what real archery skill looked like. Having reached the spacious square, Z asked first what kind of shooting competition the idiot would choose, but Li snapped that he didn't care, so let it be even the first one. Taking the arrow out of the case, Chang'an announced the conditions in the form of a position opposite each other and a distance of 10 zhang, and after the shots, it didn't matter to him what technique would be used. And the most important thing was that everyone had 10 arrows. Everyone who stood around the guys and Z along with them were shocked, asking if Li really wanted to fight to the death. But Chang'an immediately replied that he, unlike some others, was not crazy and did not need problems with the academy, so he began to remove the arrowheads. And when the piece of iron fell to the ground, Li ironically told Z that if he managed to get hurt, even by an ordinary piece of wood, then that was his personal problem. Z did not understand why the new guy had not wanted to accept the challenge before, but now he came to fight to the death. And Li replied that he had injured his own person, which was a good reason, and the brat began to make excuses, but this only made things worse. Having pulled the bowstring, Chang'an informed Z that he would have 10 breaths, after which he would shoot, and these intentions were true. Sun was frozen with fear when he heard the countdown, realizing that the new guy was serious in every word he said. When the last 3 digits remained, Z could not stand it and also pulled the bowstring and shouted at Chang'an that he was a sick bastard. When the word 1 was pronounced, 2 arrows were launched simultaneously, and each had its own intention, differing even in the color of the aura. Absolutely not expecting such a turn of events, Sun looked at the tiger that was flying towards him in an attack, opening its mouth and paws with sharp claws. The predator sank its huge fangs into the body of its victim, and blood gushed out, bones crunched, and all this was mixed with a growl. The unfortunate man screamed furiously from the pain he experienced from the loss of his arm, which flew off somewhere high into the air, and the tiger disappeared as if it had never existed. Everyone who stood and looked at this cruel picture until the end could not understand whether it was real or a vision. But when Z fell to his knees and blood poured out of his body, everyone realized that they were not imagining things and rushed to help the wounded man, and only Chang'an continued to stand and cruelly answered the bastard that yesterday his sister injured her leg, so today he lost his arm. Li kept his eyes on his opponent while his fellow academy members rejoiced that now the students of other academies would start to treat them with more respect. Chang'an decided to immediately ask if there were any other people willing to come before leaving, and was prepared for the fact that after what he saw, no one would come out to the meeting. But someone appeared who looked at Z as a worthless and pitiful sight that could not even withstand 1 arrow. Li immediately asked who was in front of him, and he thought that the stranger had the 7th stage of martial arts, And from this, it follows that this is the leader of the group of students from the Academy of the Sons of the State. In a welcoming gesture, but with an evil smile, the stranger introduced himself as Ling Xiao from the Academy of the Sons of the State, adding that he was very glad to meet the young man. The two strong opponents stood for some time in the square among the other students, and none of them even moved. Ling Xiao stared at the new guy, and the smile had already disappeared from his face. But Chang'an also did not turn away from the archer, understanding that he could strike him in the back, which was to be proven. Lin was the first to lose his temper, and pulling the bowstring decided that he would now teach the young fool a lesson, having already forgotten that Z was kneeling nearby with his arm torn off. Just as the arrow was about to fly towards Chang'an, it fell to the floor with just one movement of the boy's hand. Lin was furious about what the hell just happened, and he was even more angry that this brat had made him a laughingstock in front of everyone. All the fighter could do was shake his fist at the young man while Li spread his arms out to the sides, as if to show that he had nothing to do with it. Since all attention was on Chang'an, he wasted no time in announcing that he was giving everyone the opportunity to come to their senses today, and that tomorrow he would personally volunteer to fight against 50 of the best students at once. Lin became even more angry and called the weakling a brainless idiot, and behind him, other students shouted out how cool he was, which was even more annoying. But in an instant, Xiao restrained himself, realizing that there was a risk that he would not cope alone, and if other skilled archers came out against Chang'an, they would kill him with ease. A sly smile returned to the fighter's face, and he stuck to the conditions put forward by the student of the Beilu Academy, who had already turned around to return home. When Li returned home, Linglong still had not calmed down and blamed herself for having started this mess, and now the young man had problems, so she asked to punish her. Chang'an had never been so thrown off track by even the most difficult training, but now he was shocked by such loud statements. But his imagination could no longer be stopped, and the young man imagined the sight of him actually punishing Linglong. Li, driving away such nasty thoughts, jumped up from his chair just in time because Lin did not have time to sit on his arms. Embarrassed, Chang'an assured the girl that it was not her fault that what happened and asked her not to worry because he would sort everything out. But Linglong continued to worry that there would now be a lot of shooters and that they could also set a trap. Zhiyin knocked on the door of the room and opened it, and told the guy that some friends had come to see him, to which he thanked her and said that he would come out now. In order not to leave the conversation unfinished, Chang'an patted Lin on the head and asked her to be a good girl, and when he finished his business, he would give her a surprise. Without forgetting about his guests, Li left the room and saw that Brother Qian and Brother Anan were waiting for him. The young man was horrified when he took a closer look at Qian and immediately asked what had happened to him, but he timidly asked him not to laugh at him and explained that a student from another academy had challenged him to a competition of counting skills and had released a murderous intent. Li was even more stunned by Brother Anan when he said that the conversation now was not about Chiang at all, and began to scold him for the fact that he had thought of calling 50 archers to battle at once, and this only meant that he would get even more than Chiang tomorrow. An was furious, explaining that Brother Guan had just left to take the county exam, so there was no one to help Chang'an, and reminded him that he had promised to lie low, and Li, smiling, asked him to think less about it because An was getting angrier. Anan seemed not to listen to his brother, and holding out something in his hand, said that he had already prepared money for Li so that he could leave their county today, and Qian also suggested that they move to his residence as an option, where he would be under protection. Chang'an smiled slyly and thanked his friends for their help, explaining that it was not just for nothing that he felt confident because he had a plan. The guys immediately wanted to know what kind of insidious plan this was, and Li agreed to share with them, but asked for their help. When the cards were revealed, the brothers could not believe such a brilliant strategy that was sure to work, and jokingly noted that Brother Li was a real scoundrel, but at the same time approved the plan, saying that he understood everything, and Qian supported this. The next day, as agreed, Chang'an came to the meeting place where 50 archers were already waiting for him. Ling Xiao immediately raised his voice and dismissively told the enemy that he had hoped until the very end that he would not come, but now it turned out that he would not get out of here alive. Li also did not remain silent, but in response threw a verbal slap at the impudent man, saying that he was not surprised by such speeches from someone who did not value his brothers at the academy. Therefore, he warned everyone in advance not to blame him if they were hurt, since Xiao had brought them here. Showing his worst side first and foremost, Lin began to shout and curse at his opponent, but then a hand fell on his shoulder. One of Xiao's brothers, who had more self-control, asked the guy not to get involved in a verbal altercation, and he quickly restrained himself. Lin began to explain to his opponent that since he wanted to fight 50 students at once, he would be the first opponent. But Li extended his hand forward and asked the young man not to rush. Chang'an, holding a piece of paper in his hands, said that if the Academy of the Sons of the State decided who would fight against him, then he believed that he had the right to choose the order of his opponents. Xiao agreed with what the opponent said, since there really were such rules, and told the young man that he could choose. Li looked like he came to have fun because he cleared his throat ostentatiously and looked at the list as if he was choosing products rather than an opponent. And the unexpected turn of events was that Chang'an chose as his disciple the 9th stage of martial arts, Xiao Wanba. Everyone began to be indignant and bewildered, since Wanba was considered the worst student, and if Songzi's arm was torn off, then for the young man a fight with Li was tantamount to death, and Chang'an was offered to choose someone stronger, and there were about 20 of them. Chang'an put on a casual expression and asked if the enemy was refusing to fight, which meant an automatic victory on Li's part, and he thought that these idiots didn't even suspect that he could defeat them all without lifting a finger. Chang'an crossed out one after another of the opponents from the list of students of the Academy of the Sons of the State because they refused to go to certain death. This was the young man's plan, which she told Anya and Kian about, and now, when the 30th of the 50 archers had already been crossed out, he asked if these were really the very best students. Ling Xiao was furious again, and already rolling up his sleeves, he walked towards Chang'an, but he was stopped again by one of his brothers, asking him to calm down. The one who was more humble and stopped Xiao for the first time so that he would not get into a squabble, now announced that the next one on the list must go, otherwise their academy would be covered in shame. But Lin reminded that all the students could die if they went out to fight. Xiao also reminded his comrade that even if the students lose a limb, it will still be the collapse of their future life as masters. But his brother said that there is no need to worry about this. The young man explained that Xiao should tell the next participant that he would help him by throwing arrowheads containing murderous intent at Chang'an at the moment of the shot, and doing it in such a way that it would remain unnoticed. Lin didn't fully understand how this would look and whether it would make the situation worse, but he still agreed to do as he was told. Chang'an, unsuspecting, continued to voice the name of the 31st disciple Fu Xiaobing and asked if he would try to go against him. And to Li's surprise, the young man nevertheless volunteered, raising his hand and firmly answering that he would go out to fight and stand up for the honor of his academy. At this point, Li suspected that something was wrong, but he did not dissuade the student or mock him. Fu Xiaobing pulled back his bowstring and declared to Chang'an that he accepted the challenge. But even though he knew about the cover, he was still a little nervous. Li yawned sweetly and said that he was very glad that among all of them there was a brave student, because it seemed that only cowards were studying at the academy. The opponents stood opposite each other and prepared their weapons, after which they shouted in one voice that they were starting. Xiaobing loaded 3 arrows at once and threatened Chang'an that he would not leave here alive today, so he had better change his mind. But behind Li, Crouching Tiger had already appeared, which became the personification of his murderous intent and had already torn off Songzi's arm last time. Li released an arrow, and with it, a murderous intent, but 3 arrows flew in his direction from the enemy, and even that was not all that was in store for him. Xiao looked at his brother and told him it was now or never, and he replied that he remembered the agreement and prepared his blades to fire. 2 blades flew towards Chang'an with lightning speed to confuse him, injure him, and then kill him. The weapon hit Li's hand, which was holding the bow, and he, not expecting such meanness, clenched his jaws in pain. Because the source was wounded and diverted, the tiger also began to dissolve without reaching the enemy. This time the arrows passed by Chang'an's face, leaving behind a cut on his cheek, but this no longer caused pain but rather aroused rage. The vile students rejoiced that they had managed to discourage their opponent, and, most importantly, to do it on the sly. Chang'an, without even wiping the blood from his cheek, simply said that in the end, instead of fighting, the disciples decided to stoop so low that they used underhanded tactics. Staring at his opponents with an empty but cold gaze, Li stated the fact that apparently they all wanted to die today, and calmly said that he still had 9 arrows. It was this cold calm that provoked the blade thrower to repeat his throw again in order to stop an opponent stronger than all of them. Xiaobing also did not hesitate and launched an arrow filled with energy at Chang'an before it was too late, because he remembered what happened to Z. Chang'an was not going to tolerate lies and meanness, so he decided to teach 3 students a lesson at once. 3 tigers in the form of 3 arrows rushed towards the opponents at the same time, again with murderous intent. The blade thrower couldn't believe that such a young talent managed to launch 3 intentions at once and tried to dodge the tiger. Xiao could barely maintain the defense that the predator broke through, if not with its claws, then with its menacing growl. Xiaobin faced the same fate as Z, since the tiger again tore off his arm from exactly the same side. Li simply remained standing in place, and after his opponent fell to the ground, calmly declared that he had won and then asked who was next. He Ruzhong watched the shooter from the side and liked what Li was doing because he hadn't met such an interesting person for a long time. In an instant, he smiled because he felt a fierce desire to kill the brat and have everyone see it. Chang'an suddenly turned around in the direction from which this killing intent was coming, which was difficult to confuse with anything else. But there was only a crowd of onlookers standing to the side, and the young man felt that the energy of death had disappeared. But it was difficult for him to convince himself that he had imagined it. He actually hid in time, regretting that he couldn't kill the young man right now, because it would disrupt the old men's plans for the Bailu Academy, and mentally told Chang'an to see him again. Li decided to continue and called the 32nd disciple Cheng Shuyun, asking him if the guy was ready, to which the poor guy could not even really answer, being driven into a blind corner between the risk of death and shame. Instead of the student, Xiao answered, telling him that he could refuse, considering that the opponent was much stronger and it was better not to risk his life. After some time, when everyone had been named, Li looked sternly at the list and announced that since no one else wanted to go out to fight, there was only one person left. Chang'an calmly told the guy to go out, because he himself understood this perfectly well, and opposite him appeared the same blade thrower Hu Yuzhen, announcing that he accepted the challenge. After checking his hand, Chang'an sternly said that he was only waiting for this opponent to finish what he had started. The opponents fired their weapons at the same time, and both had such good technique that the arrows touched tips. In a fierce duel, Hu Yuren's killing intent in the form of a snake collided, wrapping its flexible and strong body around Chang'an's tiger. Li pulled the bowstring again and, filling the arrow with energy, shouted at his opponent to finally show what he was capable of. And Yuzhen, having done the same, answered the enemy that if he thought to intimidate him, it would not work because he was not afraid at all. Xiao was beside himself with anger, because he knew that if this was a competition in pure martial arts, then Brother Hu would have already torn the brat Chang'an to shreds, but archery is about accuracy and killing intent. Remembering absolutely all his efforts and achievements in training, Li told himself that he would be able to defeat the enemy and gave free rein to the fierce dragon and the formidable and unshakable elephant, next to whom was still the tiger. All 3 great beings merged into a single killing intent, as their master was at one with himself and did not retreat. Hu's snake-like killing intent widened his eyes, realizing that his end would come right now. The snake was shot straight through the body, causing a gaping hole, and for Hu it felt like an arrow had hit his shoulder. Xiao rushed to his brother's aid, while he fell to his knees, clutching his wound and no longer intending to get up and fight. Chang'an publicly declared that he had defeated 50 students of the Academy of the Sons of the State, and that the duel was over, after which the crowd rejoiced and praised their hero. Ling Xiao appeared at lightning speed next to the winner and, grabbing him by the clothes, nevertheless broke into a hysterical cry, demanding a rematch and calling the young man a cowardly bastard, while Li calmly asked if he had somehow violated the agreement. Unexpectedly, for absolutely everyone, including Xiao, Chang'an began to choke on blood and cough. After Li fell to the ground like a dead weight, Lin froze like a statue, afraid to move, because he immediately heard the crowd start shouting what this freak did to Mr. Li. A large number of not only students but also ordinary people who were watching the fight now rolled up their sleeves and began to attack Xiao, shouting at him that their academy was dishonorable, and no one even wanted to listen, that the student had done nothing. From the crowd of people, Xiao's cries could be heard, and An had already arrived at Chang'an's side and, holding him, quietly asked if he had seriously damaged the academy's reputation, since now everyone would whisper that they were vile and vile. Li slightly opened one eye and looked at his friend, after which he let out a light laugh as if answering that he hadn't gone too far. After some time, An appeared on the threshold of Li's house and explained to the sisters that the guy was fine, but for appearances, he needed to stay a couple more days in the hospital. And since he was afraid that the girls would worry, he asked to visit. Annan heard quick steps from the side and saw that Madame Yan was already rushing to the gate to ask Zhu Yin how Mr. Chang'an was doing. But Jiyin first looked at Anya to understand what she should do, and he carefully pointed his finger at her mouth, meaning that for Mrs. Yan, the situation with Brother Li should remain a secret. Jiyin put on a sad look and said that Chang'an was currently undergoing treatment at the academy and nothing more was known for now. Yan was so upset by this news that she could not stop herself from worrying and fell to the ground sobbing. Jiyin hurried to the girl, assuring her that everything would be fine with Li because he was strong, and Yan said that she was ready to do everything in her power for the recovery of the master. Ananu felt uneasy, because Brother Tai Bai had come up with a good plan, but had not taken into account the fact that it would also affect those who really cared about him. Meanwhile, Chang'an himself was in a cave, sitting in a hot spring, completely naked. Anan came to his brother and told him that rumors about Li's injury had spread like snakes throughout the entire county, and the Academy of Suns was already looking for him to take revenge, so it was better to remain hidden for a while longer. Chang'an stood up and walked towards Anyu when he said that he had brought the young man something to eat, and he thanked his friend. And froze in place, and not even a muscle on his face could twitch from the shock he experienced at that moment, as the steam dissipated and he saw Li's naked body. Tai Bai, adjusting his wet hair, stood calmly in place and asked why An had frozen in place. The poor guy turned away, covering his eyes with his hands, and began to shout at the shameless moron about what he was doing and that he'd better quickly cover up his shame. But Chang'an did nothing and simply continued to stand there naked, arguing that they were both men and had nothing to be ashamed of. Anan, unable to bear such impudence, turned to his brother with an ice stake, giving him one last chance to get dressed, and now Li realized that he should obey. While Tai Bai was running away with the food, Anan asked if he would continue to hide in this place for a couple more days. Li did not answer right away, but thought for a while. And when he finished his meal and put the plate on the ground, he showed that he had made a decision. Chang'an looked up and replied to Brother An that he would indeed stay here for a while until the Dragon Gate competition began. June 20th began with a bright tail of light flying into the sky with a loud whistle, launched by people in honor of a special day. Fireworks exploded over the arena, signaling the official start of the Dragon Gate competition. The students and participants and those who just came to watch this spectacle could not believe their eyes when they saw who appeared above them. The most important judges of the day were embodied in the air in the form of elders, who hung over everyone who was present in the arena. The incarnations of the three saints evoked a range of emotions from fear to respect, but the crowd buzzed about their appearance like a beehive. Chang'an was not yet with all the participants, but together with Master Wang, he watched the competition from the sidelines and was excited by the fact that if the students' behavior corresponded to the norms of the sacrament, then the incarnations of the saints remain, and otherwise they disappear. Wang, clicking the seeds, smiled at the young and inexperienced student, saying in his manner that he, as a brat, had not seen the world, which is why he was so excited. Having made the most suspicious and condemning look, Li did not take his eyes off the mentor and took this as the guy's desire to also eat some seeds, so he offered him some too. But Chang'an, crossing his arms and making a pouty face, decided to write the master a remark about how he was somehow frivolously treating such an important moment, because the competition was a fight for the honor of their academy, and began to say something else. But Van spat the seed so accurately into the guy's forehead that he even threw his head back from such a turn of events and stopped telling something with a dissatisfied face. Lying on the ground with a huge bump on his forehead, Chang'an heard that it made no difference how the mentor treated this, since he would not take part, and asked the guy to let him enjoy the spectacle, and once again offered him some seeds, to which he agreed. And now the teacher and his student were watching the competition together, cracking sunflower seeds, and Li was still curious to know Wang's opinion about what place Bailu would take by the end of the day, and he heard that for now she was in 50th place. But the mentor clarified that other academies would carry out their vile deeds, so it was difficult to talk about anything for now. And just at that moment, they saw how Yuan from Songshan violated the sacrament and fell down. The scoundrel could not have done anything else but grab the leg of another student to drag him along with him to defeat. The student of the Bailu Academy held on with all his might, but the impudent man was so persistent in preventing him from concentrating that he involuntarily turned his head. The young man clenched his jaws and through his teeth very quietly hissed at the freak to let him go right now, and one of the saints was watching all this. The last thing the guy heard was how the saint told him that Chen Kai from the Bailu Academy broke the sacrament and drove the student away and then disappeared. Both students fell like stones, screaming in fear that they would break, since the columns on which they stood were quite high. But the landing was successful only if the scoundrel put on a false smile and slyly asked his opponent for forgiveness. Then the second student understood what was happening and could do nothing more than call the first a scoundrel. Chang'an was indignant and pointed his finger at the teacher, shouting that it was obvious that this was all specially arranged, and asked why the hell no one was doing anything, to which Wang replied that the competition was held between the students and they solved their own problems. Unfortunately for Bailu Academy, the results of the first day's competition were sad, as they failed miserably in the mystery, which also happened with art. And even if they managed to get into the list, it was only in calligraphy and the 6 melodies of books and songs competition. The opponent looked at the dejected students of Bailu and rejoiced that he would have crushed them in an instant even before the start of the competition, but decided to leave this pleasant feeling for dessert. After all, for such a vile scumbag, the taste of him trampling the Bailu Academy and its students in public was sweet. The 5th day of the competition had arrived, and it was archery, and Chang'an was already there, and his brothers were approaching him, but they had not noticed him yet because they were discussing what Brother Li would have done to these freaks if they had not wounded him. As soon as the students saw their beloved Brother Li, one immediately beamed with happiness while the other stood in a stupor from exactly the same emotions, not believing his eyes. Chang'an turned towards the direction from which his name was shouted and also smiled, showing that he was glad to see his comrades. Behind him, the opponents were already looking out for their victims from behind Chang'an's back, preparing to strike immediately. Li, in order to encourage his brothers, reminded them that they were now the face of the academy, which meant stopping humiliating themselves and throwing away their insecurities and instead walking with honor and pride to victory. Feeling the evil energy, Chang'an looked towards the enemies and warned his comrades that today they had to show off what the students of Bailu Academy were capable of with all their might. When the shooting competition began, the judges lit a stick of incense and the students stood in a stance, and while the stick was burning, they had to hit as many targets as possible, after which the winner would be determined. Li noticed that the enemy standing nearby was busy not only hitting the targets, but was also preparing to attack him. The opponent's killing intent took the form of a poisonous spear that was about to strike Chang'an's body. Pretending to simply pull the bowstring, Li saw the intention flying towards him and was already angry that these bastards again could not resist committing a meanness. But at the same time, he remained in his stance, accepting it as a challenge. Only the brothers did not know that Li was in control of everything, and one of them took the fatal blow on himself. And since the spear hit the young man straight in the heart, blood immediately gushed from his mouth. Chang'an fell to his knees in horror next to his brother, asking why he did this, because those bastards were counting on removing someone from the arena, but he wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Brother Wang argued his actions by saying that even if Brother Li had defended himself, it would have taken away some of his strength, and asked him not to worry and promised that they would clear the way for him to win. It was announced that Wang Qing was leaving the Bailu Academy, and while Li was sitting over a pool of his brother's blood and others were already running to him, the bastard pricked him by saying that he was climbing to the top over the bodies of his brothers, which was a pathetic sight. The students, covering Chang'an with themselves, shouted at the bastard to shut his mouth because he had already fully shown how dishonest their academy was, and firmly declared that they would protect their brother from such vile tricks. Behind their backs, the boys heard Chang'an's calm and confident address to them as respected brothers. And when absolutely everyone turned their attention to Li, he silently lowered his hand into the blood of his brother Wang and ran 2 fingers over it. Chang'an stood up and pointed his bloody fist at the enemy, giving his word that today he would teach an important lesson to the students of the Academy of the Sons of the State, and they would even fall to their knees begging for mercy. On his first try, Chang'an was able to hit 20 targets, which was quite a good result, but everyone was waiting to see what the opponents would do. And to his great regret, Ling Xiao was able to hit 23 targets, which he was very proud of, as if he thought that it was all over and he was the winner. As a result, the fierce rivals of the 2 academies hit the same number of targets, 27 pieces, and ended in a draw. Xiao was dissatisfied with the way the brat Chang'an was behaving, but he looked in his direction where there was something that brought him joy. Namely, Xiao was pleased by the fact that from the Bailu Academy side, only this upstart Li Chang'an remained, who alone had no chance against the Academy of the Sons of the State. Li held his exhausted brother's hand, who asked him to win, to which the young man replied that he would not let everyone's efforts to defend the honor of the Academy go to waste. What Chang'an hated most was when people dear to him suffered, and now, looking at the enemy, he understood that there was no more time to delay, and it was time to press on. Lin did not stop mocking the student, and this time he spat at him sarcastically, asking why he was despondent and whether it was because he decided to give up since they had no chance of winning. But Li was so confident in his abilities that he even smiled at the scoundrel and said that on the contrary, he was getting bored with them all. And pointing towards the targets, Chang'an suggested not to waste time, but to take down 50 of them at once. Of those who watched the competition, some were shocked because it was on the verge of fantasy, and some said that Li was simply drawing attention to himself before he was defeated, and most were already really set on losing. Chang'an decided to challenge Xiao and asked why he grimaced so much at the offer, since everyone in their Academy of the Sons of the State was a genius, but the poor guy couldn't even find a proper answer. And considering that there was no answer, Chang'an immediately got down to business and, pulling the bowstring, said that it could already be considered that he had won. Loaded with murderous intent, the arrow shot like a fiery bullet towards 50 targets, and this was the moment that Li had overcome in training. 50 targets were knocked down by one fiery blow, and the arrow flew further to the end of the arena. Chang'an knew he would do this, so he didn't even look at how things were going behind him while the others held their breath. The students and other spectators opened their mouths wide and had to believe that the impossible had become reality. The students of Bailu Academy proudly shouted out how good their brother Li was, thanks to whom their academy would surpass the others. Chang'an stood with his back not only to the arena but also to Xiao, who was shaking with horror because he did not know what else this mysterious disciple was capable of. The young man became scared because now he doubted his own strength, and this was followed by the fear that he would let the entire academy down. Two more came to the aid of one cowardly scoundrel, sensing that their brother had no guts, and assured him that they would help him cope with the task. Next to Hu Yuzhen, who had treacherously thrown the blades last time, stood his younger brother, and he explained to Xiao that if there was not enough aura of killing intent, they would add their own, because even the master himself had said that they could not allow Baal to take the top. The competition continued, and no matter how hard the students of the Academy of the Sons of the State tried, they managed to get 40 or 41 targets, and then Li allowed himself to gloat a little, returning their own words about not being discouraged. Next in line was Ling Xiao, and he became more confident again as his aura was strengthened by the other disciples. Chang'an immediately noticed that for someone who was almost exhausted last time, the bastard now looked quite strong and filled with energy, and he still couldn't figure out whether he was hiding his strength or something else. Considering that Xiao actually had enough strength for 3 people, his arrow didn't just smash the targets and fly to the end of the arena, but also crashed into the wall. The irony was that Chang'an was able to shoot down 50 targets on his own, but Xiao needed more and was able to even the score in such a cunning way. The dastardly assistants picked up their brother Xiao and whispered to him that the plan had worked perfectly. Li saw the 3 students and realized that the scoundrels had decided to combine their 3 auras, and only in this way could they repeat his skill. Chang'an decided not to stop and suggested that Xiao raise the stakes since they were now tied, and added 10 more targets on top, which was impossible given the enemy's decline in strength. Lin was shocked once again because he himself had almost fallen dead into the arms of his brothers, so he was unable to contain his surprise and asked his opponent if he really still had the resources to shoot. The coward was saved by the trustee of the educational district of the Academy of the Sons of the State, who said that the young men should not torment the targets anymore, since both had shown themselves to be the best in shooting. The master of the Bailu Academy also arrived in time and bowed in agreement with the trustee, while Chang'an looked at another cunning face and understood that they wanted to fool him again. The guardian looked at his hand with a sly expression, from where energy of the same color as Xiao's was emanating. Birds appeared from a cloud of energy, and the guardian explained that now the targets would be these paper orioles. Therefore, the competition would move to the Zanlian method, and the conditions were the same. Whoever hits more targets wins. The master added a rule to the Zanlian method, which states that the participant shoots 1 arrow at the first target and 3 arrows in a row at the second target, so that they fly with their plumage to the tip in a straight line, and the point is counted if all the arrows find their target. Chang'an immediately realized that this method was the strong point of the scoundrel Ling Xiao, and the cunning old man did everything to ensure that it was in their favor. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao confirmed Chang'an's thoughts and confidently agreed to the competition, as if he hadn't just died after 50 targets. It dawned on Li when he realized that the birds were just paper orioles, and he realized what he needed to do to hit them. As always, without hesitation, Chang'an pulled the bowstring and said that he also agreed to such a competition because he promised his brothers to lead them to victory. But this shocked Xiao. Lin hit one oriole after another with his shots and did not miss, which gave him the opportunity to earn more and more points. There were wounded paper targets lying next to the student, and the number of his hits had increased to 19, and he proudly declared to Chang'an that he apparently was not going to make an effort, which meant that victory was not on his side. And although the number of hits from Li's side was 0, he calmly asked the enemy not to rush because he wanted to admire the birds. At some point, an oriole flew in front of Xiao, and Chang'an announced that he was now ready to shoot since a suitable target had appeared. Loading the arrow with killing intent, Li fired it as if he wanted to kill not a bird, but Ling Xiao himself. Therefore, when the arrow hit the oriole right in front of Xiao's face, he was so scared that perhaps there was no need to finish him off. Immediately after the first successful hit, Chang'an fired 3 arrows in a row as prescribed in the rules of the Canlian method. But the arrows did not fly at another oriole, but straight at Lin, who, not expecting such a turn of events, did not even have time to do anything. Xiao stared in front of him at the 3 flying blades and realized that Chang'an had been waiting for such a moment all this time, but he didn't have the strength to move even after realizing it. One arrow tore off Xiao's ear and the other went through his shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. His brothers shouted their friend's name in horror and were already running to his aid, not believing that he, being so close to victory, fell with such wounds. Xiao's defeat and Li's maneuver caused an incredible range of emotions from He Ruozhong, who had long been itching to throw his fists at Chang'an, and from brother Anan, who was proud of his friend, and undoubtedly from Hu Yuren, who now saw the meanness in the young man. He looked down at the arena where Chang'an stood and analyzed how the guy, hiding behind the targets, pulled off such a cunning plan and recognized it as a rather bold decision that he liked as a warrior. The judge declared Ling Xiao eliminated and ignored the cries of the students' comrades who tried to refute the judge's words by saying that Chang'an had broken the rules and therefore should be disqualified. Li smiled and asked his enemy what he could have violated if he aimed directly at the oriole, which was stated in the rules, and Xiao was shocked by such a statement. To which the judge responded that the rules had not been broken, so Chang'an's result counted, which made the guy very happy. When the judge officially announced that the winner of the archery competition was Li Chang'an from Bailu Academy, the brothers rejoiced, shouting his name and throwing him into the air. He was also jubilant, but not because of the brat's victory, but because he couldn't wait for the moment to feel the murderous intent of this so-called hero. Having read the fighter's thoughts, someone put a hand on his shoulder and ordered him not to even dare to think in that direction. Qin Xiaofa from Songyue, as always with a sweet smile, reminded his accomplice that their target was Li Taibai and not some upstart, but he did not like at least the fact that the hand was still on his shoulder and he asked to remove it, clarifying that Chang'an could be Taibai. Qin asked his comrade not to talk nonsense about their goal being to combine martial arts practice with the achievements of literary genius, since there had not been such a thing since ancient times. The young master managed to persuade his accomplice, and he sat down indignantly and said in a loud voice that he would focus on searching for this Li Taibai, which made Qin very happy, so he hinted that it would be possible to fight with Chang'an after the competition. Li, as always, was recovering in the cave, sitting on the surface of the water, but Master Wang distracted him by praising his student for having really wiped the floor with the idiots during the competition. Chang'an understood that mutual praise was indispensable, so he immediately said that everything worked out thanks to the master's instructions, and he laughingly said that he really taught the young man so well that now, except for Li Taibai, everyone is looking for Li Chang'an. The student was shocked and in a panic asked Van if he had somehow managed to reveal himself. Van, in his simple manner, assured the young man that he had nothing to worry about since his beloved master had already taken care of everything in advance. The teacher explained that the students of Bailu Academy were under the word prohibition technique, which meant that they could not say Li Taibai in front of other people. In addition, Wang mentioned that as a caring teacher, he used the substitution technique on the students, and now when they see the guy, for them, he will be Li Chang'an. But then Wang warned the young man that if he encountered a third-stage master of the literary Tao on his way, then techniques would not help hide his identity, since those monsters were sensitive to such things. Wang thought that the student was in shock, and asked again what surprised him so much. But Li replied that the master had literally just been picking his nose and now put a dirty finger on his shoulder. For such impudence and paying attention to a trifle at such an important moment, Chang'an received a blow to the head and earned a bump. Having shown his mercy, the mentor clarified to the guy that the technique was not used on his brothers Anya and Guan, so they remember who he is, and from this news, Chang'an was beside himself with happiness and was filled with gratitude. Today, the teacher poured out news after news and also clarified that there is an additional way to hide it, but said that it is most likely beyond the boy's capabilities. But instead of being despondent or afraid, Li was glad that he would like to at least try this method, to which Van agreed, but after tomorrow's competition. Chang'an silently endured this behavior of the master, but at the same time, watching him with his eyes, he wondered if he was acting like this on purpose, as if he was taking revenge. On the sixth day of the arithmetic skills competition, the students who had gathered in the arena were already horrified and indignantly asked what this man was doing there. Chang'an confidently replied that he did not understand the stupid question, since he had come to take part in the counting competition. One of the opponents decided to humiliate Li by reproaching him that the score is not stupid archery, and the upstart will not see victory if he can only swing his fists, which surprised the young man. Everything was decided when the competition ended with the defeat of absolutely everyone who fought against the stupid fist wielder. Li left as a winner, hearing what a scoundrel and monster he was and what dark forces helped him defeat everyone. The one who angrily spat in the direction of the archer to tears was upset that he came to the word battle, but Li decided to please the poor guy this time and said that now he came to support his friend. In some places, the students could be heard discussing how it was impossible to be both a fighter and a follower of literature, which meant that Li Chang'an was simply ignorant, and they were also very sorry that Li Taibai would not show up. Li didn't listen to all this nonsense but looked out for his friend who found his victim faster and quietly approached from behind. Unexpectedly and painfully pinched the guy, because of which he couldn't even hold back his scream. Stroking his hand, Li asked when he had managed to get in his friend's way since he had hurt him so much, and the angry An explained that if Chang'an took part in the verbal battle, he would become the first to win in 3 types of competitions. Annan also added that such a victory would benefit their weak academy, but Chang'an replied that he did not care about victories, and that the main thing was to help the academy, for which his friend called him a fool, and understood that Li would not change his decision and opinion. So he told him that he would use his creation and return victorious, and the young man already liked this attitude. The judge announced that in the word battle competition, first place went to Annan from Bailu Academy. At the same time, on the battlefield where the disciples fought with swords, Li Lingfeng lost to Hiruzhong and fell to his knees to take second place. The competition was just gaining momentum, and the judge announced that with this intensity, the situation would only become more tense since it was still unknown which academy would win. After the competition, Wang, looking at the results of the young man, announced that 3 first places for Li and 1 second place were very good for Bailu's reputation, and he, while drinking tea, reminded him of a way to hide his identity, and that the teacher would tell about it. The mentor raised his finger smartly, indicating that important information was about to be announced, and said that this method was very simple and consisted of the guy becoming a master of the academy. Chang'an froze in a stupor like a statue, but water from his cup poured straight onto the master's pants. But he did not react to Wang's cries. The teacher was furious, so the brat got another bump on his head, but even so, Li asked how he could become a master if he himself was still a student. The master explained to the young man that the academy cannot interfere in the affairs of the students, because competition produces strong people, but an attack on one of the masters is like a provocation by the academy. The fame of Li Chang'an is the safety of Li Taibai. Now that the picture had become clearer to Chang'an, he excitedly asked what he would teach the others. Wang started with something that the student would definitely not teach, and that was martial arts, and this was because Chang'an exuded too much killing intent while shooting. But without saying what exactly Li would teach others, the master hugged him by the shoulders, and with a smile warned that if he didn't like the training, the guy would be beaten in front of everyone, and he had no choice but to agree. And while Li was in a wonderful state from the news and changes in life, someone else was smashing stones with his bare hands out of anger. He was furious because he didn't understand where the damn Bailu Academy hid this bastard Taibai, because he didn't show up at any competition, and no one knew anything about him. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. Qin calmly said that he was more than sure that the young man was still in the county, But he exploded even more because the man could not simply evaporate, and they would be leaving the county in a couple of days. Looking at the red-hot accomplice, Chin gave him the go-ahead like a dog to take the bone, and informed him that he could resort to extreme measures to find this idiot. At the Bailu Academy, one of the days began in a new way for both Chang'an and the students, since he was now teaching them art and counting. And upon entering the classroom, he already realized that the atmosphere was tense, but he had expected this. One of the students stood up and kicked over a desk, thereby showing his protest against the innovations. The young man took it as a mockery that they would be taught by some brat like Chang'an, who had only entered 6 months ago, and the norm had always been to teach others after 4 years of study, so such an exception was unfair. The anger grew, and the student began to threaten his other brothers that they had become like blockheads and would not say anything in protest. But there were those who asked the others to calm down, and only Chang'an himself endured all this in silence. Li smiled, realizing that the guy still didn't know a lot of things, and decided that now was the time to show him that sometimes you need to judge not only by a person's age or appearance. A fiery arrow flew towards the guy, but he suspected something was wrong and began to turn around to face the danger too late. Out of the corner of his eye, the student saw something very bright rushing straight towards his face. But at the same time, he remembered that the pole had come in empty-handed. An arrow froze before the impudent man's eyes and was so close that it could have already pierced his skull, but it hung in the air. Chang'an smiled and calmly asked the scoundrel to leave the room if he really didn't like something that much. The arrows were not aimed at one student, but the one who first started the riot was outraged again about what the hell Li was doing and threatened that he could tell the masters about everything and he would be thrown out of the academy. Chang'an was no longer the type to be intimidated by such threats, so he only smiled. Having restrained the movements of the impudent man, Li reproached the student for the fact that at first he imagined himself to be an emperor who was free to do as he pleased, and now, like a little child, he threatened to complain. The disciples were unable to move due to the energy that Chang'an applied to them, and it was clear that it was pressing down on their bodies with enormous weight. Li found another compelling argument that the guys were pathetic because he hadn't seen them at the Dragon Gate competitions and hadn't noticed how they fought for the honor of the academy like now when the strangers had left the district and now the brats had decided to take it out on their neighbors. One of the students, unable to bear it, raised his head with tears in his eyes and shouted that everything that had been said just now was not true at all. Chang'an loosened his grip and began to listen to the student who told him that it was because of Li that the students of other academies began to mock them because the student became a master, and now this only spoils Bailu's reputation. Li leaned over to the poor guy and asked him directly if he really had no brains, because it didn't take much for enemies to latch onto the next news item from the academy and throw mud at it. But the student didn't understand anything and said that it was all because of Chang'an anyway. The new master pointed out the student's mistake and assured him that all the others, like him, were simply worthy of being taught by him, since they were all on the verge of expulsion, which was the reason why the enemies were clinging to them. The students were shocked by this news, but they were even more stunned by Chang'an's words that he personally believed that, even for guys like them, there would be a place in the academy. The guys seemed to have a new lease on life, and one of them, not believing that the situation could be fixed, asked the master again if what he said was true. Li smiled again and, picking up the notebook, reminded the boys of the simple truth that until they try to move forward, they will not know whether they can become more successful. The students sat down in their places, and the master finally began a real lesson, standing at the board and explaining today's materials to them. 15 minutes later, the poor guys had heard what was being said in one ear and out the other, and nothing was retained in their brains. And after an hour, the guys no longer understood who they were and what they were doing there and simply listened to the master, continuing to understand nothing. Although the lesson began with shouting and throwing tables, now nothing was heard from the academy, because the students had nevertheless tried to change something in their lives. A calm and contented Chang'an announced to the students that perhaps they'd had enough for today, so the lesson was over. But right after such a pleasant phrase about the end of this torment, Li told the guys that today's topic was quite easy, so he decided to give them homework in the form of multiplication problems that needed to be done by tomorrow. The red-haired youth turned to Brother Xiaobai, asking if he thought that Chang'an had made all this up just to make fun of them, but he replied that he didn't care, and that the most important thing for him was not to lose face in front of a student like them. But the guy said that in any case they have no other choice, and Xiaobai also shouted that his head was bursting as soon as he thought about these numbers. But Li, listening to all this, was glad because now he understood the teachers who watch how students suffer. Training did not leave Chang'an's life, and on another day on the back slope of the Academy Mountain he trained based on his poems, and Wang, as always, watched. The energy based on the lines of the work was spinning, and Li said the last of them loudly to charge the ball with power and shoot it. But unfortunately, the master and his unfortunate student watched as the balloon shamefully deflated without flying even a meter away from the young man's hand. The mentor jumped from one extreme to another, and now Li again became his most talentless student, who was not even able to embody his own work, and the black clouds looked so sad that the master admitted that his fart was stronger. Wang let out a furious shout for the boy to train harder and sent him to write his lines on the talismans, and ordered him to do this until he felt the power of his own words. Chang'an obediently went into meditation and, finding himself in Li Taibai's literary palace, did everything as he was told. While writing the lines of the poem, Taishu from the North, Li thought at the same time that now in the morning he is a strict teacher, and in the evening, he turns into a humble student. As soon as Chang'an touched the talisman with a brush to write about those very black clouds that fell to the ground like a bursting balloon, suddenly energy sparkled. The young man froze, afraid not only to move, but even to breathe, and began to listen to the sensations in his body, but he could not yet believe that he was starting to succeed. While in a meditative state, Li's energy appeared before him, which first arose within him and now embodied in the physical world. When the student felt that the energy had been formed, he too returned to the outside world and still could not fully believe that he had managed to embody the true power of the lines of the poem. Immediately after, the joy came the realization which somewhat extinguished the desire to show off his achievement, because Chang'an realized that he could not reveal his full potential, which was hidden in the line due to the lack of literary qi. Li began to analyze the current situation and came to the conclusion that if he became stronger, he would be able to create truly black clouds, like in his poem that would cover the entire city. After a rather difficult training session, the young man returned to the academy and headed towards the 9th tower. Chang'an trudged along completely exhausted, recalling the saying that one piece of cake won't make you fat, and this only meant that he needed to practice more. Approaching the door, Li recognized in the loud voice Anan, who was arguing quite heatedly with someone, indicating to cover his mouth and not open it again at all. The student shouted to Anya that everyone in the academy knew that Taibai had betrayed them and left, after which, as proof, he recalled that during the Dragon Gate the scoundrel was nowhere to be found, and if you ask anyone, everyone will say that they did not see the traitor. Li watched and listened as Anne defended one of his characters and claimed that Taibai was still at the academy, but the stubborn student asked again where that scoundrel was and clarified that he wouldn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Chang'an decided not to get involved in the conversation for now, because the words about him being a traitor to his own academy were still in his head. It got to the point that the students rushed to activate their powers, and Anan, shouting at the enemy to take his words back, threw ice shards at him, but he refused to resist with his strong arms from which vines curled. Chang'an could no longer stand it and shouted at the guys to let go of each other, or else it would come to fratricide, but he himself thought that a rather familiar picture was now before his eyes. Numb with fear, Li didn't even turn around to see who was shouting behind him, since it could have been anything but the other students suffering from grief. Li watched his brothers suffer because without Taipei, the academy had no future, and some were even ready to follow their brother and give up their education, and grabbed the student by the clothes and pointed towards the sufferers, reproaching him for being the one to blame for this. But he claimed that he had only opened everyone's eyes to the truth, and if everything he said was a lie, then let Taibai personally come and prove otherwise. At that moment, Annan became quiet and stared somewhere through his brother, and replied that Taibai could not come, but he could not continue for what reason he could not. Li arrived in time and, putting his hand on Anya's shoulder, scared her a little, but at the same time consoled her with his presence and said that everything was fine. Li asked his brother why he assumed that Taibai had betrayed them and left, since there was no evidence. But the young man explained that once the Songshan Academy posted a list of students who would have to join them, and there was Li Taibai, who had not been seen for a long time. The guy added that Bailu denied the fact of betrayal and showed everyone the Taibai Jade tablet as evidence, but many still took it as a bluff, and another student said that before leaving, students returned the tablets. Chang'an, putting all these puzzles together, realized at least that other academies were continuing to look for him, and this time they were using provocation. The young man began to think of ways out of the situation, but if Taibai showed up, he would be killed, and if he didn't show up, the academy would fall apart. And it turned out that there was a dead end on all sides, and then An came up to console his gloomy friend. But Lee confidently told his friend that he was fine and not to worry, and he himself thought that he would create a third way out of the situation and get around those annoying bastards. Sitting at the table in the evening with a piece of paper, Chang'an thought that a token is not a 100% guarantee, but if you take Taibai's poems, no one could forge them. There was just one moment that made the young man smile nervously to himself, since he had already spent enough time with this. And Chang'an's body immediately became stuck in the memories of just recently achieving a precarious balance between his palaces. And if he were to write a poem from Taipei now, he would die irrevocably. Li concluded that he first needed to strengthen Qinglian's Palace of Literature, and then he could write on behalf of Taipei. The young man's choice fell on the poem Heavenly Sword and Dragon Saber, which he, as always, quickly chose thanks to the system that contained information from the archives of the National Library. With the onset of morning, the modest student turned into a teacher, only this time not a strict one, but a very ordinary one. Li yawned like crazy because he hadn't gotten enough sleep, but he still showed up for class and was ready to check the students' homework, and he decided to start with Zhang Xiaobai. Xiaobai, with confidence in his voice and pride, demonstrated to everyone his task that a cloth seller receives 10 taels of silver per piece, and it was necessary to calculate the amount of silver for 3 pieces of cloth. The student was no longer just proud, but his eyes were filled with pride, and he asked the master how he felt about the task, which was clearly worthy of a good grade. But instead of agreement or applause, the student saw only a frozen expression of incomprehension on the mentor's face. The next moment, Chang'an twisted his face as if a whole lemon had been put into his mouth, and so Xiaobai immediately asked how he should interpret this. Li decided to start small and asked Xiaobai what kind of fabric his merchant was selling, and he sharply replied that it should be linen, and this was followed by a counter question whether the young man would buy such fabric for 10 taels of silver, which left him in shock. Chang'an made Zhang directly imagine how such cloth sellers are usually dressed, and when he saw the thoughtfulness of the young man, he reminded him that an ordinary family in their district spends 2 taels on their living, that is, the seller would be rich. Li, like a good comrade, put his hand on Xiaobai's shoulder to show that everything was okay, but at the same time he clarified that a problem like his was good for calculation, but did not correspond to reality, and therefore was only suitable for theory. Zhang was despondent, but this time he didn't object or get indignant, but was only confused about whether he had succeeded or not. Approaching the door instead of the board, Li called the students to follow him, saying that their lesson today would take place in a slightly different setting than usual. Namely, the master brought the students to a crowded and lively city where they could definitely learn calculus within the framework of real life, which was many times more practical. The students were shocked because this was the first time they had experienced this, and considering that they had not yet fully digested the material from yesterday's lesson, now they would also have to practice. Xiaobai decided to ask his brother again that he had not gone crazy and was not sleeping, but it turns out that the master had completely lost his mind since he did such a thing, but Chang'an heard everything. Li grabbed Zhang's cheek tightly and warned that if he heard one more crooked word in his direction, the guy would fly out of the academy on the spot, to which the poor guy screamed that he understood everything and asked the master for forgiveness. Walking up to the snack bar, Kahua Chang'an pointed at the sign and said that this was a great option for them to start their practice in calculus. Soon our heroes arrived at Kahua's diner and began to look at the menu and prices of the dishes. Li Chang'an suddenly asked his students how much they thought the shop could earn in one day. One of the students thought for a moment and said that it was a rather small paw, so the owner probably couldn't afford quality products, and if you subtract the expenses, the profit for one day should be about 250 coins. Having heard this answer, the main character praised his student, saying that he was not so far from the truth. The guy was very happy to hear this praise and without wasting any time, decided to brag about it to Zheng Xiaobai. Li Chang'an continued to say that it was quite possible to live for a month on this money, but what would happen to the shop owner if his mother fell ill or his children needed money to study at the academy? Both students were amazed by these questions and did not know what answer their teacher wanted from them. Zhang Xiaobai soon stated that in that case, the owner should buy medicinal herbs and give the children money for their education. Li Chang'an praised the boy for his kindness, but insisted that he use his brain sometimes. Now the student had the status of a good guy who had no brains. His friend could not restrain himself and began to mock him. Then the guy said that they came here to learn how to count, so he didn't understand why they needed to delve into the intricacies of the lives of some merchants and shop owners. Lee Chang'an asked his students if they had ever thought about who was the foundation of a country, assuming that they immediately thought of scholars, warriors, and officials, which was the wrong answer. The guy then confidently stated that the correct answer was the common people, because it was these people who were the foundation of the country, although they themselves did not even suspect it. After this, the main character of the story said that the point of today's lesson was not to teach students the counting method, but to convey to them a simple truth. After all, the future of the country was in their hands. Hearing this, all the students immediately bowed respectfully to their teacher and thanked him for the valuable lesson. Unexpectedly, Lee Chang'an grabbed Zheng Xiaobai's shoulder with a smile and drew his attention to what was behind him. The boy pointed to the cloth merchants and said that he would not like the future minister of taxes to mistakenly tax the honest people with 10 taels of silver for one piece of linen cloth. Now Zheng Xiaobai realized what his mistake was and admitted it without any hesitation. All his comrades were happy about what happened and supported the guy, believing that only a fool did not learn from his mistakes. They also all promised to study even harder. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a stream of chi energy appeared and headed towards Lee Chang'an. It turned out that the main characters received a new achievement called Valuable Lesson, which consisted in realizing the truth and working for the good of the country, because only then could one gain recognition from the common people. The main character was very happy to receive a new monument of achievements, and did not expect at all that it could be obtained for just one successfully completed lesson. After some time, the guy was already at home and was working hard at his desk until he was distracted. Lu Linglong quietly crept up behind the main character and, covering his eyes with her hands, asked him to guess who it was. Liu Ziyin intervened and asked her sister to stop fooling around because Lee Chang'an was busy. The guy replied that everything was fine because he really hadn't paid attention to them for a long time. Liu Linglong then said that a list of the best conversation books of this year would soon be announced, among which there would be real masterpieces, so she bought one of these books and would like the guy to read it. Lee Chang'an looked at this book and thought that nowadays, many talented writers wrote in the genre of conversational books and believed that among the mentioned masterpieces there really could be a worthy work. The protagonist was interrupted from these thoughts by Lu Linglong, who was interested in whether the guy would be able to read this book for him and his sister now. Lee Chang'an could not refuse. The reading continued until late in the evening. The moon had long since overcome the sun and taken its rightful place in the night sky. While the main character was reading the book, Liu Linglong and Liu Ziyin had fallen asleep, so the guy had to put them to bed himself. At the same time, the main character thought that the book, The Sword of Heaven and the Dragon's Saber, was indeed a very interesting story, but it did not stand out from the works of other masters. Suddenly, the guy had the idea that he needed to change this story a little, so that it really became a masterpiece. Lee Chang'an didn't waste time and sat down at the table, thinking along the way that before he had always used only original stories and hadn't tried to change them in any way, so now he didn't know where to start. Nevertheless, the main character took the brushes in his hand and began to slowly write hieroglyph after hieroglyph on a sheet of paper. With each new word, the guy felt more and more confident, so very soon the words seemed to appear on paper by themselves. According to the new story, on the evening when Zhang Wuji held a banquet, the people of the imperial court secretly started a fire, during which many members of the Ming sect died. Even despite this, the main character of this story managed to survive and crawl out from under the burning rubble on his own. Looking around and seeing what had happened to his sect, Zhang Wuji made a desperate decision. The boy decided that since there was no place for him and his people in this empire, he would create a new empire, and the day the Ming sect fell would mark the birth of the great Ming dynasty. The original story ended with the triumph of the Ming sect and the happy marriage of Zhang Wuji, but Lee Chang'an decided to change the story so that a commoner would first rise to the position of head of the sect and then found his own dynasty. The main characters wanted to cross the original story of the character with the life path of Zhu Yuanzhang himself, who was the founder and first emperor of the Ming dynasty, because he believed that such a story would definitely not lose. The main character's subordinates were shocked when they saw him and did not understand what had happened to him. Lee Chang'an, who had worked all night and was now completely exhausted, handed over his manuscript to them, saying that it was Qing Lian's new work that should be taken to the Kongwen Bureau. The guy also asked that after this, his subordinates help him get to the academy because he needed to take a short vacation. Hearing this, the men timidly asked Li Chang'an not to overdo it with rest. These words greatly surprised the protagonist and Liu Zhiyin. The man explained that, in their opinion, the more the guy rested, the weaker he became. Li Chang'an got angry at his subordinate for telling you nonsense and asked them to leave quickly. Soon after, one of the teachers informed the students that Master Li had gone on a short vacation and asked them to tell them to study independently for now. This surprised everyone very much. Suddenly, a student from the neighboring calculus class said with a satisfied grin on his face that Li Chang'an simply couldn't bear the shame and ran away. Everyone was very unhappy with these words and demanded that Xing Hu explain what he meant by saying this. Xing Hu said that the entire district already knew about how Li Chang'an brought his students out onto the streets and allegedly taught there, which only made everyone laugh. Zhang Xiaobai could not stand these insults towards her teacher, and so suddenly rushed at Xing Hu with her fists, simultaneously demanding that he shut up. The guy spared no effort to teach the scoundrel a lesson for his false words, and said that at that time, their teacher tried to convey to them how important it is to take care of ordinary people. Suddenly, one of the students ran into the classroom, worried about something, and turning to his comrades, asked them to stop fighting because there was more important news. The guy said that a new poem by Li Tai appeared on the list of this month's saints, which has already risen to 33rd place. Everyone froze when they heard this. It was called The Road is Difficult, and it told about how the lyrical hero was unable to eat or drink because, looking around, he felt anxiety in his heart. Zhang Xiaobai was impressed by this work, which in his opinion was written very soulfully. The guy was sure that Li Tai was really the only hope of their Bailu Academy. Xing Hu was also happy, despite what had just happened to him, because this poem meant that Li Tai had not betrayed their academy. Zhang Xiaobai was unhappy that the guy was saying this because he was one of the first to fall for the provocation of the Academy Union and start spreading rumors about Li Tai. At this time, the maid who was cleaning near the Wenchang monument turned to her master in an anxious voice and said that something had appeared on the monument. Mr. Typhoon, seeing this, thought about the fact that usually poems appeared on the monument that were recognized by at least 10,000 people and passed the test, but the poem The Road is Difficult was recognized by the monument itself. The man then suggested that all this meant that a great upheaval was coming in the near future. Soon it was late evening, but for some it was not a reason to go to bed. He Ruzhong, who already knew about Li Taibai's new poem, thought that he had too easily crossed out all their efforts and suggested that they start claiming that this poem was not written by Taibai. Qin Xiaofa abruptly grabbed his comrade's hand to stop him from waving the jade tablet in front of him and calmly declared that such measures were useless. He Ruzhong reminded them that in a couple of days they would have to return to the northern front, so they urgently needed to do something. Qin Xiaofa replied that they would have to use detours. The guy continued to say that at the moment they didn't have much information about Li Taibai, but it was known for sure that he was friends with someone from the An family. Hearing this, He Ruzhong assumed that his friend simply wanted to take revenge on Annan for taking away his first place in the Dragon Gate competition. Qin Xiaofa did not deny this at all. The next day, our hero, unsuspecting, was walking in the 9th tower of the academy. An Annan asked the protagonist how it felt to be a writer who had turned the tide with just one poem. Li Chang'an briefly replied that it was wonderful, and Annan was dissatisfied with such a short answer and asked if this was really all the boy felt. The main character replied that he was not going to write a book with self-admiration and asked his friend to just let him relax today because today he was freed from training and teaching other students. Suddenly, one of the masters addressed all the students and announced that today each of them had to write a commentary on the poem The Road is Difficult, or express their thoughts on this topic in poetic form. Annan heard this and laughed at his friend and advised him to praise his own work well, otherwise he would get a bad mark. The main character immediately remembered how 6 months ago, one of the masters was indignant that he could not discern the true meaning of the poem Climbing the Stork Tower and demanded that he redo his review. Li Chang'an sarcastically agreed that even the author himself simply could not discern the true meaning of his poem, and of course only the great and unattainable teachers of the academy could do so. Some time passed. The protagonist brought his review to teacher Wang Tianan so that he could evaluate his work. Even for a man, This comment was a bit unexpected, since Lee Chang-an had rated the poem "The Road is Difficult" as unsatisfactory. Ulitel, of course, understood that in the eyes of others, Lee Chang-an and Lee Tai-bai were different people, so the guy's assessment would not affect the reputation of the author of the poem. However, now the man was wondering if this was too bad of a result. These words literally wounded Lee Chang-an in the very heart. Wang Tianan also suggested that perhaps his student had deliberately screwed up, so that no one would discover him. Lee Chang-an did not give his answer and suggested changing the topic of conversation. The man then stated that the creation, "The Road is Difficult," had caused a real stir and affected almost the entire empire. Lee Chang-an was very surprised that his work had reached such a large scale. Wang Tianan said that as soon as the poem appeared on the saints list, all the Wenchang monuments of the empire burst into flames and were filled with its lines. After this, the tree of literature that was growing in the Bailu Academy suddenly came to life. Moreover, even on the northern front, things were looking up, because the warriors of the empire had finally managed to push back the demons. Wang Tianan continued to say that one official had already reported to His Majesty that this poem belonged to the main character and called it a symbol of the empire's good fortune. Li Chang'an was shocked by this news, but he did not understand what would happen now and whether it was good or bad for him. The man replied that this had both positive and negative sides, because now the Bailu Academy realized how important the guy was for it. But now the hidden evil will begin to act even more brazenly. Therefore, the teacher believed that his student needed to quickly achieve at least some results in martial arts. Wang Tianan suggested not to waste time and start training right today. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an asked if they could start this training not now, but in a couple of days. The man was very surprised to hear this and did not understand the reason for this request. The protagonist explained that his sister Linglong's birthday was coming up soon, and so he was afraid that with the start of training, he would not have time to prepare a gift for her. Suddenly, the guy's explanation was interrupted by a strong kick to the face from Wang Tianan. The man was very unhappy with his student and called him frivolous because he had death looming before his eyes while he was only thinking about his sister's birthday. Nevertheless, he agreed to start training only on July 8th. Several days passed. The evening of the 7th of July turned out to be very unusual for all the residents of the city, because on this day, the streets were decorated in honor of the famous holiday. The little girl was very impressed by the beauty of the flying lanterns and asked her mother to also admire this spectacle. Suddenly, she noticed that there was some kind of inscription on each of these lanterns. It turned out that it was a birthday greeting that was addressed to Liu Linglong. The girl, with tears in her eyes, sincerely thanked the main character for this sight and promised that she would never forget this day. Li Chang'an asked her not to cry on her birthday. Then Liu Linglong approached the main character in order to kiss him, while saying that this was her return gift to him. Li Chang'an had to turn away so that the girl could only kiss him on the cheek. Liu Linglong was very unhappy with this, but the guy explained that she was still too young for this. Then the girl showed with her whole appearance that she was no longer little. Then she asked her sister to hold back the main character, because today she definitely intended to kiss him. Liu Zhiyan laughed at this because Linglong was more assertive than usual today. After that, Liu Linglong stated that her birthday wish was to sleep with the main character today. The guy thought that this was too much. At this time, Ananan was walking down the street, and when he saw the flying lanterns, he immediately realized that it was the work of Li Chang'an, because now the whole county knew about Madame Linglong's birthday. In the end, the guy decided that he shouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. At that moment, something passed behind him at great speed. And Annan immediately noticed this and turned around and asked who was there. He was very unhappy that someone was sneaking up on him like a rat and asked not to blame him for the consequences. In order to protect himself from sudden danger, the guy did not waste time using his skills, but this did not guarantee his success. The next moment, Annan was struck by a powerful fire strike, which shattered his technique and injured the boy himself. Annan was shocked by how dense this killing intent was and admitted that he was no match for such an opponent. As soon as the guy without strength fell to his knees, the attacker finally appeared in front of him, who was not at all worried about the consequences. Hirujong stated with a satisfied expression that his opponent had pale and smooth skin, just like the girl Qin Xiaofa asked his comrade to calm down, because an Annan could be kept alive. Suddenly, a black silhouette appeared behind the scoundrels, ordering them to stop immediately in a rough voice. This voice was very familiar to Qin Xiaofa and Hirujong. And Annan, meanwhile, was trying his best to stay conscious and staring intently at his opponents. The boy did not understand who the people who attacked him were, and he was also interested in who this mysterious person was. In the end, Annan lost consciousness without knowing the answers to his questions. Meanwhile, the protagonist's subordinates were also strolling around the city because they had never been to such a lively Chichiji festival before. They were glad that the bandits were apparently resting today. Suddenly, one of the men hit his comrade, who for some reason suddenly stopped and seemed to freeze in place. Soon he saw in a dark alley how an unknown man was dragging some guy who was clearly unconscious. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this guy was an Anan. He still hadn't recovered from the attack. Seeing this, the men immediately realized that it was Lee Chang'an's friend, so they decided to immediately report what had happened to him. Soon after, the protagonist's subordinates delivered the suspicious guy to their master. The man held the scoundrel and reported that his clothes were of course shabby, but even so, it was possible to understand that it was the uniform of a student of the Songshan Academy. The man then demanded that the boy tell everything about the attack on Mr. Annan and threatened to kill him on the spot if he lied. The frightened guy immediately declared that it was not he who attacked Annan. Lee Chang'an couldn't help but notice that this suspicious guy spoke as if he knew exactly who was involved in this matter. The guy immediately confirmed this and said that the same person tried to get rid of him. According to him, it was Qin Xiaofa. Then the guy started to take something out of his pocket while saying that he was the cousin of this scoundrel. Obediently handing over his jade tablet to the protagonist, he introduced himself and said that his name was Qin Changsheng. After that, he said that half a month ago he was asked to accompany Qin Xiaofa to the competition venue and, in the hope that he would be promoted to the rank of Kiji, he agreed. However, on that very same day, Qin Changshen was vilely attacked by a person he did not expect at all. The scoundrel stood calmly and watched as the guy fell into the water, hoping that the elements would swallow him up. This man was Qin Xiaofa, who claimed that the Qin family did not need a second heir, so his brother had to die. However, Qin Changsheng managed to survive, but a vile blow deprived him of literary qi and now he could not return home. The guy decided that he would pursue Qin Xiaofa in order to take revenge. The guy then said that he saw with his own eyes how Qin Xiaofa and He Ruzhong attacked an Anan, and therefore hoped that the An family would help him as a reward for saving their son. Despite everything that was said, Lee Chang'an did not believe a single word of the guy and called it all nonsense. Qin Changsheng was shocked by this. The protagonist recalled that the guy himself said that he didn't have a drop of literary qi left, so it was hard to believe that he was able to fight off two powerful masters on his own. The excited Qin Changsheng immediately explained that at the moment when Qin Xiaofa wanted to drag his victim away, some unknown person appeared and stopped him. After that, the guy with tears in his eyes swore that he had told the absolute truth and began to beg Lee Chang'an to believe him. The main character was in no hurry to give his answer because he carefully thought over everything he had just heard from a guy he barely knew. Still, he said that he believed Qin Changshen. The guy was very happy to hear this and immediately suggested that the protagonist join forces with him against Qin Xiaofa and He Ruzhong. Surprisingly, Lee Chang'an refused this offer without thinking about it at all, which could not help but discourage Qin Changshen. The protagonist asked the guy to understand that there was no point in him teaming up with a cripple who had lost all his literary qi. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng was extremely upset, but he bowed low before the guy and asked for permission to at least become one of his loyal dogs. The guy swore that if Lee Chang'an helped him take revenge, he would become a servant and would unquestioningly follow all orders, even if he became the head of the Qin family. Unexpectedly, the protagonist said that an ordinary oath was easy to break, so he was interested in what the guy was willing to do for his sake. Trusting Qin Changsheng answered that he could secure his oath with a special technique for breaking, which would result in death. Lee Chang'an agreed to these conditions, after which the conversation ended. After some time, the exhausted Ananan was already lying in bed and deliriously asking Lee Chang'an to help him. The doctor assured that there was nothing to worry about, because the boy's life was not in danger. Lee Chang'an was glad to hear this, but he was worried about the fact that it was not safe to be here now. That is why the main character had to think about where he should move an Anan so that he would not suffer anymore. Soon after, morning came. The rays of the early sun illuminated the mansion where Lee Chang'an lived with his female relatives. And Annan was unable to resist the new day, so he woke up and looked around in confusion because he didn't know where he was now. Lee Chang'an, who was sitting next to him, said that it was still quite early, so the guy could rest longer. And Ananya was very embarrassed when he saw the main character holding his hand on his chest. Without wasting time, he sharply hit his friend in the face so that he would immediately remove his hand from him. Liu Linglong and Liu Zhiyin could hardly contain their laughter when they saw Li Chang'an. At the same time, the main character was not at all happy with his condition and asked if it was really funny. An Anon apologized and said that he didn't mean to do it, but any man would react the same way if he woke up in an unfamiliar place with another man. After what happened, Li Chang'an was now certain that a good person would not be rewarded for his goodness. Then the guy reminded that yesterday his friend was attacked, but he saved him and brought him to his home. And Anon said that everything could have been avoided if the main character had not slept in the same bed with him. Li Chang'an was still dissatisfied because he didn't have a big house or another place to lie down, and An began to ask for forgiveness again. After this, the main character said that he would forgive his friend if he asked him to excuse himself from today's training with Master Wang, because he didn't want to show up to him with a bruised face. And Anon was happy with this request because he thought it would be a piece of cake for him. At the same time, Li Chang'an mentally asked his friend not to rejoice prematurely and wished him good luck. Soon after, An began to fulfill the protagonist's request and informed Wang Tianan that his student would not be coming to training today. The man was very unhappy that Li Chang'an had broken his word and demanded that An explain what had happened to the boy again. After the interrogation and Anon had gone through, she didn't regret at all that he had beaten the main character this morning. At this time, Li Chang'an was busy with the matters he had not finished the night before. Qin Changsheng handed the guy a small box and told him that this statue would be directly connected to him. If he betrayed his new master, then Li Chang'an would personally be able to bring about the mechanism of action that would cause him to die. Now the protagonist understood how this special technique worked, but he was sure that the Qin family had an antidote, so the risk of betrayal still remained. That is why the guy decided to try another method, and for this purpose he unrolled the scroll of literary qi. Next he wrote down the words of the benefactor, which could bind what was destroyed, but they could also deprive everything. The main character believed that this should work well. He then informed Qin Changsheng that he had created lines that could restore his destroyed palace of literature and allow him to regain control of the qi energy. Without wasting any time, Li Chang'an used the sage technique and transmitted his literary qi to his new subordinate, causing streams of bright energy to rush forward. Having found its target, the energy began to penetrate directly into Qin Changsheng, causing him to be completely discouraged and not even knowing what result he should expect. At that very moment, all the fragments of the destroyed palace of literature began to come together as the main character had promised. Soon the jade tablet was collected, meaning Qin Changsheng could use his literary qi again. The boy began to say with tears in his eyes that he could not express in words how grateful he was to Li Chang'an. At this, the protagonist abruptly waved his hand while saying that Qin Changsheng should not rush to thank him. At that moment, a small cloud of energy flew out from Qin Changsheng's chest, causing the guy to lose his strength again, which couldn't help but discourage him. Li Chang'an said, with a wicked smile on his face, that as long as his new subordinate served him faithfully, this power that he had bestowed upon him would also serve him faithfully. Then the main character showed the guy what would happen if he one day wanted to betray him. These prospects did not please Qin Changsheng at all. The boy fell to his knees and declared that he would not dare to even think about betraying Li Chang'an, who was glad to hear this, and so he granted his new subordinate the title of his third commander, and from now on, he was his shadow. Soon after, Qin Changsheng set out, as he now needed to leave his new master and return to Songshan Academy. Li Chang'an was surprised by this, because the guy himself said that he was afraid of his brother, who would be able to get him more easily at the academy. Qin Changsheng replied that since Qin Xiaofa and Hiruzhong had been delayed here for so long, they should have already been returned to the northern front. The protagonist did not believe that they would simply give up on their goals. The guy insisted that these scoundrels themselves wanted to return to the front. He went on to say that the northern front had the densest martial arts qi in the entire empire. Masters who fought there could absorb a huge amount of energy in a short time, strengthen their minds, and even approach the title of saint. Now everything became clear to the main character. Qin Changsheng believed that while his brother was at the front at the Songshan Academy, no danger threatened him. That's why the guy quickly rushed off on his way. Li Chang'an finally advised his subordinate to use Wen crystals and golden tree juice in order to restore his strength. Just at that moment, one of his subordinates, who was worried about something, approached the main character. The man said that he had an urgent message for Li Chang'an. These words alarmed the guy because he already understood that something clearly bad had happened. Soon our heroes were already racing on horseback along the streets of the city. The man said that today Zhao Yingquan, who was the head of the county prison and the patron of the Long Hu gang, had summoned their leader. Hearing this, Li Chang'an asked if Zhao Yingquan had realized that they were now the ones leading the gang. The man began to timidly deny this, but insisted that the situation was no easier. Then the main character asked him to tell everything briefly. As soon as the head of the county prison arrived, he was immediately asked why he suddenly decided to abandon the Long Hu gang. The new gang leader reminded the elderly man that they had always been punctual in sending him his share of the earnings. Despite this, Zhao Yingquan seemed to remain dissatisfied with something, which caused concern to the new gang leader. Suddenly, the head of the district prison looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and asked if he had really tried to threaten him. The man immediately began to get very nervous and stated that he would never dare to do anything like that. Zhao Yingquan then said that he had not yet given up his status as the gang's patron, and even believed that he could help it subjugate all the other underground gangs in the entire county. However, the old man had a condition that the Long Hu gang had to find someone for him by the end of August. Otherwise, the consequences for them would be dire. After this, the head of the district prison, without waiting for an answer, left without saying a word. The new head of the gang did not dare to detain him. Now the main character was interested in who the 8th rank official could need, since he even resorted to threats. The man said that Zhao Yingquan needed a woman, but he did not give her a portrait or even a name, saying only that she was 28 years old and that she probably had a Fengchuan accent. Li Chang'an was very angry at what he heard and did not understand how they were supposed to find a person based only on this meager information. The main character's subordinates felt guilty about this, so they immediately bowed before him and asked for forgiveness. Li Chang'an clarified that he did not blame his subordinates, so he asked them to rise. At this moment, the guy was informed that Zhao Yingquan had invited the heads of other bands to his place and given them the same task. The main character thought for a bit and decided that for now they should do some reconnaissance and also monitor the actions of other bandits. The subordinates understood the order and began to carry it out. After some time, Li Chang'an was already sitting at her desk, studying the scroll with the map depicted on it. The guy needed all this in order to find a mysterious 28-year-old woman with a possible Fengchuan accent. Suddenly, Li Chang'an's attention was drawn to Fengchuan County, which could be the key to solving this problem. Looking at the map, the main character saw that this district was located in the north, where the war was currently going on. The guy didn't understand how this woman ended up here, but he was sure that Zhao Yingquan knew more than he said, so it seemed as if he was leading the gang leaders by the nose. Now Li Chang'an was very interested in what the head of the county prison was trying to achieve. The next day, Wang Tianen met his student with a satisfied grin on his face and asked if he had finally come to him to train. The alarmed protagonist immediately asked the man to be reasonable, because yesterday he really wanted to come, but he had urgent matters to attend to. To this, Wang Tianan tried to calm his student down by saying that he had no intention of hitting him with this stick, because it was just food for one little one. The guy became very curious about who they were talking about. The man, with a sly smile on his face, pointed to the huge, ferocious panda standing behind him and said that its name was Baby. He also warned that he could not vouch for his behavior. Li Chang'an was astonished by the sight of the huge animal, which was clearly unfriendly. Unexpectedly, Wang Tianan ordered his pet to attack the protagonist in order to punish him for missing so much training. For the man, he said that he had found a great sparring partner for the guy, so he should be grateful to him. Li Chang'an quickly ran away and promised that he would not miss training anymore. Some time passed. The main character trained hard and already performed the same exercise 125 times. Wang Tianan, observing this, said that the day should start with 300 squats with weights, and then engage in embodiment of the word and art of the sword in order to make up for lost time. After some time, the main character moved on to the next exercise, and now he had to attack his sparring partner. However, it was not so easy because the huge panda, despite its size, had excellent reaction and speed, so it could easily defeat its opponent. Li Chang'an thought that he needed to try harder, seeing that now his abilities in martial arts and the path of literature could not compare to Qin Xiaofa's achievements. That is why the main character soon rose to his feet in order to repeat the exercise again and become stronger. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an's subordinates diligently carried out his orders and walked around the city, asking the locals if they had seen an unfamiliar girl with a Fengchuan accent. One of the men turned to Sun and regretfully reported that they had already walked around the county 3 times, but had not found a girl with a similar accent. Then the man said that in that case they would have to walk around everything again. Meanwhile, the frightened, mysterious girl sat right on the ground and trembled with fear, not understanding why no one saw her. The protagonist carefully studied the July Saints list while being between Qinglian's palace and Li Taibai's palace. The guy couldn't help but notice that 3 of the top 5 places on the list of best books this year were occupied by works that he wrote under the name of Qinglian. Moreover, the influence of Qinglian's books was so great that it gave rise to 2 laws of literary creativity that were completely new to this world. Now Li Chang'an was absolutely confident that Qingliang's palace of literature would withstand the pressure from Taibai Palace. Just at that moment, a huge explosion suddenly thundered in Li Taibai's palace, which did not bode well. Li Chang'an was taken aback by what had happened and didn't even know how he should react to it. As a result, the blast wave destroyed Qinglian's palace. The protagonist admitted that he was too self-confident because he did not even count on the fact that the road is difficult would scatter throughout the empire. The surprises did not end there. For some reason, a jasper letter appeared in Li Taibai's palace, which absorbed the excess literary qi. After that, Li Chang'an saw a street and people going about their business from a bird's-eye view. The guy seemed to recognize what kind of street it was. This surprised him very much because the jasper letter showed him a piece of the real world for the first time, so the guy assumed that this was a hint that there was something special in this alley. In order to check this, Li Chang'an returned to reality and quickly looked around. Apart from the giant panda that was peacefully sleeping, there was no one else here. The protagonist couldn't miss his chance and therefore decided to leave quickly, since Master Wang Tianan was nowhere to be seen nearby anyway. Soon after this, the guy was on the very street that the jasper letter showed him. Looking around, Li Chang'an did not notice anything that would interest him here. The alley looked the same as always, and even the cellars were the same, so the main character did not understand what the letter wanted to show him. At this moment, Li Chang'an felt a strange sensation suddenly coming from his chest. The guy didn't understand what was happening, and therefore assumed that the jasper letter for some reason was trying to take control of his body. Unable to resist this feeling, Li Chang'an's hand reached forward on its own, as if trying to grab something. The main character did not understand what the reason for this was, but he could not resist. Suddenly, the guy touched something, after which an unfamiliar girl appeared in front of him as if out of nowhere. Because of what happened, the girl was very scared and began to ask if Li Chang'an had seen her. At the same time, the guy was also scared and asked who the stranger was. The girl's fear quickly turned to joy. She took the main character by the hand and with tears in her eyes declared that he was the first to notice her. These words frightened the guy even more because he assumed that this stranger was a spirit from the other world, and that is why no one had seen her. Surprisingly, as soon as Li Chang'an snatched his hand, the girl immediately disappeared, as if she had never been there. Li Chang'an was shocked because he really didn't feel her presence before the letter made him touch her with his hand, as if this stranger didn't belong to this world at all. In order to test this guess, the main character touched the girl's hand again, thanks to which she reappeared. The girl began to say through tears that she did not know whether she was a spirit or someone else, but other people did not notice her even after touching her. Li Chang'an was taken aback, but he admitted that if it weren't for the influence of the jade letter, he wouldn't have noticed this girl either. Meanwhile, she was asking if she could go with the guy. Before giving his answer, Li Chang'an first demanded that the stranger tell him who she was. The girl, continuing to cry, replied that she did not remember at all who she was and where she came from. She did not even know why she appeared in this world. The stranger only knew that no one had seen her, as if she did not exist at all. Suddenly, the main character assumed that it was this very girl that Zhao Yingquan was trying to find. Li Chang'an couldn't just leave this poor girl here, so he allowed the girl to go with him if she stopped crying. The stranger was very happy to hear this and promised that she would not cry anymore. Suddenly, as soon as the main character touched the stranger's tear, a strange flash of light appeared. Li Chang'an was taken aback by this and did not understand the reason for this sudden phenomenon. The next moment, a cloud of mysterious energy moved forward at great speed and hit the guy right in the forehead, causing him to lose his balance. The stranger was very alarmed by what had happened because she did not understand at all what had happened to Li Chang'an. The girl quickly began to bring the main character to his senses because she did not want to lose the first person who was able to see her. At this time, Li Chang'an, as if in a dream, slowly looked around to understand what was surrounding him. The guy looked ahead and thought about how at first the jasper letter began to behave strangely, and then he met an invisible girl with magic tears. As a result, The main character found himself in the other world and was now looking at the statue that towered above him and did not understand at all what kind of place it was. Lee Chang'an was shocked that he had somehow found himself in a completely unfamiliar world that was not at all friendly towards him. Suddenly, the main character's body seemed to start moving forward on its own, which is why the guy realized that he was not in control of it now. However, Lee Chang'an could not resist and stepped onto the stone stairs that led up to the statue. At that very moment, human hands appeared out of nowhere and quickly reached out to the protagonist's feet to grab them. After just a few seconds, the guy discovered with horror that he was surrounded on all sides by dead people who seemed to not want to let him go any further. Now Lee Chang'an realized that this altar was littered with a pile of corpses of victims. He didn't know what was happening here, but he was sure that it would definitely not end well, so he needed to pull himself together. Suddenly, a mysterious female voice coming from the statue addressed the main character. She said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. Lee Chang'an was very surprised at this, but still asked who this girl was. At that very moment, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the statue, emanating from the dark purple clouds, which only added to the ominousness of the place. Due to this blow, the statue began to crack, but the female voice did not subside. As pieces of the stone shell flew off the statue, the girl introduced herself and said that her name was Jian Linyan. Lee Chang'an was of course shocked by what was happening, but he still didn't understand anything. The guy then asked what kind of place it was and why Jian Linyan was waiting for him here. To this, the girl again stated that she was waiting for the guy here. At the same time, the main character continued to be surrounded by the dead. Suddenly, the undead rushed at Lee Chang'an and began to ask him to definitely save the girl and bring her back. The main character tried to resist the onslaught of the dead, but they were much stronger, and therefore were able to completely surround him. Soon, the undead almost completely engulfed Lee Chang'an, leaving him no chance of salvation. At that very moment, the dream ended, and the main character jumped up from his seat in horror. He was breathing heavily and trying to come to his senses after what he had seen. The girl, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and said that she was very scared when the guy suddenly lost consciousness. Lee Chang'an, out of surprise, called out the name Jian Linyan. Hearing this name, the girl asked if the main character had really decided to call her that, which indicated that none of her memories had yet awakened. Lee Chang'an said that as soon as he touched the girl's tears, he was transported to some strange place where he managed to meet a girl named Jian Linyan, so he assumed that this name belonged to the stranger. The girl, hearing this, hugged the main character tightly because she was very happy that now she had a name that she promised not to forget. Lee Chang'an asked Jian Linyan to let him go, and just at that moment, Liu Zhiyin and Liu Linglong appeared behind him, asking what the guy was doing here. The main character, very frightened by the unexpected appearance of the girls, immediately began to justify himself and say that they did nothing like that. Liu Linglong and Liu Zhiyin were very surprised that the guy spoke about himself in the plural, and so they asked if he was not alone here. Lee Chang'an quickly remembered that other people couldn't see Jian Linyan, so he began to laugh and insist that he was just joking. Then Liu Linglong, without even noticing Jian Linyan, happily told the protagonist that he and his sister had bought a lot of delicious food, so they needed to quickly return home. Lee Chang'an was in no hurry to say anything because right now, all his thoughts were occupied with the mysterious girl that no one could see except him. Nevertheless, the main character extended his hand and suggested that everyone return home as soon as possible. Jian Linyan was very happy to hear this, and so she agreed without hesitation. Lee Chang'an took his new acquaintance's hand while Liu Linglong said that the guy was acting strange today. After this, our heroes went home, discussing along the way what they would cook for dinner tonight. The next morning began as usual. The protagonist left his estate and went to the academy, having warned Liu Zhiyin and Liu Linglong about it beforehand. Jian Linyan wanted to go with the guy, but he said that it would be better if the girl waited for him at home. He also asked her to try not to scare those two. Jian Linyan understood who the guy was talking about, but she asked if these girls were really that important to him. Lee Chang'an replied that the girl was his friend, and therefore he promised to protect her. However, the protagonist considered Liu Zhiyin and Liu Linglong to be his future daughters-in-law, who were the most important and closest people to him. After this, the guy again asked Jian Linyan to wait for him at home and promised that in return, he would bring her delicious food. The girl eventually agreed to this. Soon the main character arrived at the academy, but what he learned did not make him happy at all. Zhang Xiaobai and several of his comrades were severely beaten, but they had no intention of saying anything. Despite this, Lee Chang'an held back his emotions and asked in a calm but ominous voice who had done this to his disciples. Zheng Xiaobai didn't understand what would change if they told about everything, because it was the dear son of a county official who did this to them, and an ordinary master of the academy certainly couldn't handle him. The angry protagonist, upon hearing this, ordered that this scoundrel be brought to him immediately, and threatened that today he would conduct a special practical lesson for his students. Despite all the arguments that the main character Zhang Xiaobai and his comrades, who also suffered, made, they were in no hurry to tell everything in detail. Li Chang'an was very unhappy with his student and did not understand what was wrong with him, because before he was the first to rush into battle, but now he could not even utter a word. The guy even began to assume that Zhang Xiaobai got punched in the face for some misdeed, but that was not the case. The students tried to help the common people solve the coal issue before winter came. However, a scoundrel named Feng Chengbao beat up the boys under the guise of his influential father. None of the students dared to raise a hand against the son of someone who could put an end to a possible career as an official. This answer surprised Li Chang'an greatly, causing him to think that Zhang Xiaobai had truly grown up and was now thinking about the well-being of ordinary people. After this, the main character encouraged his students and asked them not to dare to give up and endure bullying when the fire of righteous aspirations burned within them. The guy also said that people who were unable to distinguish good from evil did not have the right to decide the fate of people, so if justice was quickly passing them by, they should be shown their mistakes. Soon after, the protagonist and his disciples arrived at the Xiushen courtyard at the Tanta Tower. They were all determined to sort out the situation. Everyone present immediately noticed that Zhang Xiaobai had arrived and brought his master with him. This was immediately reported to Feng Chengbao. The villain could not believe that someone had actually come to take revenge on him and thought that it was just nonsense. The guy approached the main character and, putting his hand on his shoulder, greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Li Chang'an, without showing any unnecessary emotion, also greeted the scoundrel while concentrating qi energy in his right hand. After that, he suddenly threw his hand onto Feng Chengbao's shoulder as if he was simply showing friendliness, but in reality, it was revenge. The elephant's strength and the dragon's aura simply knocked the scoundrel off his feet and made him regret what he had done. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobai and the other students admired their master and did not hide their emotions, saying that he was incredibly cool. At the same time, Feng Chengbao's subordinates, seeing what happened, began to threaten the protagonist despite his status as a master. Li Chang'an had no intention of tolerating these threats, so he instantly forgot about his opponent and turned his attention to his subordinates. The next moment, several powerful blows fell on the villains, leaving no chance for victory. After this, the main character said that if Feng Chengbao wanted to become a worthy successor to his father, he should think about his behavior and thinking so that such things would not happen again in the future. Finally, Li Chang'an turned to the scoundrel's subordinates and demanded that next time they greet the master as befits disciples. The protagonist's students were glad that Feng Chengbao had finally been brought down to earth and believed that no matter how powerful his father was, he would not be able to harm the academy master. Meanwhile, Feng Chengbao was very unhappy with what had happened, and so he vowed to make Li Chang'an regret what he had done. From that moment on, several calm days passed, but soon bad news arrived from the northern front. The excited boy told his friends that in Fengchuan County on the northern front, a breach had formed in the martial arts Qi barrier, causing 3 demon clans to invade the empire's lands. Everyone immediately realized that the Jin Empire was in danger, so without thinking twice, they expressed a desire to join the army. Suddenly, one of the masters of the academy intervened in this conversation and demanded that his students cool their heads and not rush to make a decision on which their lives would depend. Despite this, the students categorically disagreed with the man and argued that they could not simply sit back in the rear while the well-being of their empire was at stake. Li Chang'an was already beginning to think about whether he should join the army, but suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone touching his shoulder. The surprised protagonist turned around and saw that it was Wang Tianan. He shook his head from side to side, as if he knew what the guy was thinking and was dissuading him from this decision. The man then addressed all the students and stated that all the academies had already sent their senior students, so all they could do now was focus on their self-improvement and humbly await their time. Wang Tianan also said that he would go to the battlefield today, so there was no need to worry about the safety of the empire in the near future. Li Chang'an was very surprised by what he heard, because he didn't expect this from his master at all. Thoughts about this haunted the protagonist until late in the evening. The boy remembered well the last instructions of his master, who asked Li Chang'an to cast aside unnecessary thoughts and concentrate on his training. Unexpectedly, Jun Linyan turned to the main character and said that if the guy was sad, she would also feel restless. At that very moment, a magical tear from the girl fell on the guy's shoulder, causing a small flash of light to appear again. Lee Chang'an immediately began to say that he was not sad, but simply lost in thought, and so he begged not to be transported to another place again. But it was already too late. The next moment, a bright light blinded the protagonist, causing him to close his eyes. As soon as the guy opened his eyes and looked around, he was stunned by the lack of understanding of where he had ended up. He raised his head up and saw hundreds of arrows flying high in the sky. Lee Chang'an guessed that he was currently on a battlefield. Lee Chang'an was shocked by what was happening, so now he could only calmly watch as sharp arrows hit the soldiers who surrounded the guy. The main character did not expect at all that he would have to be on the battlefield, which is why he was now completely out of control. Now the guy was just wondering whether it was just an illusion or whether all this was really happening to him. He clearly felt that the blood of the soldiers that got on his hands was warm. At this time, one of the soldiers loudly addressed the guy and asked him to run because the demons were attacking. The soldier tried to bring Lee Chang'an back to his senses but suddenly fell victim to an enemy attack. The ferocious demon, wielding a huge sword, was able to easily cut the man in half, who took the blow on himself instead of the main character. Finally, the barely alive soldier turned to Lee Chang'an and asked him to quickly run away from here. Hearing this, the demon loudly declared that he would not allow any of his opponents to escape. The main character, loading the bow, understood that it was a dream, but wondered why the blood, the deaths of soldiers, and this whole war were so real. The next moment, the boy released an arrow of murderous intent, but the demon was already approaching to attack him. Fortunately, the arrow was able to hit its target, which gave the main character hope for salvation. However, Lee Chang'an was not at all happy about his victory, because the enemy's attack was still able to catch up with him. For a while there was a lull on the battlefield, as if everything around froze, trying to figure out which of the opponents had ultimately won. Surprisingly, the demon was not hurt at all, and was able to pull out the arrow without harming himself, while saying that such a weak, murderous intent was not enough to defeat him. At the same time, a deep wound opened up on R and the main character's body, from which streams of blood immediately gushed in all directions. Lee Chang'an began to quickly lose strength, and could not believe that he was about to die. A few moments later, the main character jumped up from his seat in horror, realizing what had just happened to him. Jun Linyan immediately turned to the guy and asked what he dreamed about this time. Lee Chang'an was in no hurry to answer, and thought that it was all just a dream. The guy also believed that even if it was just a dream, he had to avenge the warrior who saved him and finish off that bloodthirsty demon. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to Jun Linyan and asked if she could cry a little. The girl was very surprised by this request. After some time had passed, Jun Linyan was delighted for some reason and said that she wanted more. Lee Chang'an asked her not to make such a noise and refused to give her any more hot peppers. But the girl insisted that she had not eaten anything like that for a long time. The guy soon realized that spicy food had no effect on his girlfriend, so he had to use another method, even though he didn't want to do it. Jun Linyan was alarmed by this. She did not understand what the protagonist was planning, but she reminded him that he was a righteous man. Despite this, Lee Chang'an, with a sly smile on his face, still grabbed the girl, intending to carry out his plans. The next moment, the guy began to tickle Jun Linyan hard despite her pleas to stop. The girl was so full of laughter that she even began to cry. Lee Chang'an saw this and was very happy that the result he needed had been achieved, and decided to immediately use the girl's magical tears. Very soon, the main character saw a worried soldier running towards him. She loudly declared that the demons were advancing, so they needed to escape from here immediately. Lee Chang'an saw this man and recognized him and realized that he had returned at the same moment as last time, and now he had a chance to save this soldier. Without wasting any time, the protagonist pushed the man aside, preventing the ferocious demon from carrying out his plan. The monster was very angry that the pathetic man dared to interfere with him, and therefore threatened that he would immediately tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, the soldier thanked the guy for saving him, but Lee Chang'an insisted that now was not the time for that. He only asked the man to hand him the bow and arrows, and then ran away from there. The bloodthirsty demon was not going to just stand and wait for all the preparations to be completed, so with a wild roar, he rushed at his enemy. The protagonist, having analyzed his past experience, decided that this time he would completely rely only on murderous intent, because the battlefield is a natural environment for the aura of murder and the will to fight. Without wasting any time, the guy began to concentrate his power into the arrow so that this attack would certainly be successful. Once all the preparations were completed, Lee Chang'an fired an arrow from his bow without a shadow of a doubt, hoping that it would work better than last time. Seeing this, the monster was very scared and could not believe that an ordinary person could emit such a dense killing intent. The next moment, the arrow struck the demon, causing him genuine horror. Soon, it was all over. The lifeless body of the monster fell to the ground, causing Lee Chang-an to breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice that he had succeeded. Then the main character thought that inside these dreams, he could improve his martial arts, because on the battlefield, all the sensations became many times sharper. Now the guy was interested in who Jian Lingyan really was, but even the girl herself didn't know this. Returning back to reality, the main character decided to first talk about everything with Jian Lingyan. The guy asked if the girl had ever fallen into a dream in which her tears moved him. Jian Lingyan replied that it was the first time he heard about such a thing. Lee Chang-an began to remember that the first time he was transported to some ancient altar, and the next time he found himself at a Moor battle. Something told the guy that the girl had already been to these places. Then the guy thought that in conditions close to a real mortal battle, it was much easier for him to improve his martial art, and that is probably why the Jasper letter led him to this girl. Lee Chang-an was so deep in thought that Jian Lingyan had to shout loudly to get his attention. The main character immediately asked what was going on. Then the girl asked him to look away. Turning around, Lee Chang-an saw that Liu Linglong and Liu Zhiyin were in the room, clearly taken aback by the guy's strange behavior. The main character understood the situation he was in and could not believe that the girls had already woken up. Jian Lingyan said that they had been standing here for a long time, so the guy's words were inappropriate. Liu Zhiyin immediately asked who the main character was talking to here because she was sure that they had no guests today. Liu Linglong reminded that this was not the first time. The girl suddenly assumed that Lee Chang-an was talking to a spirit, which made her very worried. Liu Linglong began waving the willow branches in all directions and using them as the protagonist to drive away the evil spirits. Of course, Lee Chang-an did not like this. In the end, the main character explains that he was simply talking to himself here, so there was no need for such measures. Soon after, the boy headed to the academy in order to somehow escape from Liu Linglong. The guy didn't understand where the girl got so much strength from and thought that she should start learning martial arts. The main character's attention was unexpectedly drawn to one of his subordinates, who clearly wanted to tell him some news. The man told his master that another problem had arisen with the head of the county prison, Zhao Yingquan. The guy suggested that his subordinate meet at the usual place to discuss everything. Soon, the main character met the man again in a secluded place where no one could interfere with their conversation. The subordinate said that Zhao Yingquan had learned that the Wang Fuji restaurants were connected to the Long Hu gang, and so he demanded 100,000 taels of silver for protection. Lee Chang-an thought that this was not surprising. Hearing this, the man was shocked and asked if his master really intended to hand over 100,000 taels to this scoundrel. The protagonist wasn't worried about money at all. He was more interested in whether Zhao Yingquan remembered it too conveniently. All this led the guy to think that this was just a deceptive move, which couldn't help but anger him. Lee Chang-an believed that the head of the county prison did all this on purpose in order to cause discord between the gangs and then put a puppet he could control well at the head. Old Man Song was very surprised by this and asked the main character what they should do now. The guy decided that first they should prepare the silver and then try to find confirmation of his words, but in case of failure they needed to do something else. The main character's subordinates began to watch attentively as their master wrote down a message with instructions. Using the spilled tea, Lee Chang-an wrote on the wooden table that they would have to kill the head of the county prison. Then the guy confidently stated that they could not allow what they had acquired through backbreaking labor to be taken away from them. All the subordinates agreed with their master. After that, the protagonist thought that a lot of misfortune had happened recently. Because Wang Tianan had gone to the northern front, Jian Lingyan did not remember anything, and an imbalance had once again reigned between his palaces. On top of all this, there were also the intrigues that Zhao Yingquan was weaving. That was why the main character firmly decided that he needed to become even stronger. On August 10th, in the northern Fengchuan County, an army of demons attacked the city. One of the great masters stood up to defend his empire and immediately began to apply the law of literature against his enemies. The old man, concentrating energy in his hands, believed that this beautiful day would bring happiness to the great Emperor Fuxi, who was the legendary first emperor of China and the deity of the East. The next moment, several powerful explosions were heard on the ground, which literally incinerated a large number of demons. Zhen Yang, who was at the third stage of the literary Tao, was very unhappy that the enemies had set their sights on his country. Soon after, one of the demons decided to challenge the Great Master and therefore fearlessly approached him. Third-rank Demon Lord Chi Tong believed that Fengchuan County was beyond saving, since no one could patch up the hole in the shield that the Empire's soldiers had hoped for. Jun Yang immediately declared that the shield was impregnable, which meant that someone from inside helped the demons destroy it. Chi Tong laughed and said that the old man would soon meet this man in the afterlife. After this, the monster began to concentrate its power in order to launch a powerful attack on its enemy. Soon, this created a huge column of destructive energy that took the form of a sharp blade. Without wasting any time, the demon began to attack Jun Yang, who was shocked by what was happening. The elderly man tried his best to resist this attack, but it was clear that it required too much effort from him. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered in the sky, which seemed to completely engulf the Great Master and left him no chance of survival. Soon after, the students of Bailu Academy witnessed a sudden bloody rain that did not bode well. Li Chang'an watched the events in horror and listened to the ringing of 26 bells, which meant that the master of the third stage of the literary Tao had fallen. People did not understand whether things had become even worse in the north and refused to believe that the master of the third stage of the path had died. The alarmed Li Chang'an hurried to the academy. At the same time, the guy thought that Wang Tianan had reached the third stage in both the path of literature and martial arts, but he could not be called a great scholar, so most likely someone else died. The main character refused to believe that it was his teacher who died, so he intended to find out all the details as soon as possible. Running up to the main entrance to the academy, the guy didn't see anyone, as if everyone was absent today. Suddenly, one of the students appeared on the street, loudly calling for an Anand and asking him to hurry here. Li Chang'an was very surprised to see Zhou here, so he immediately began asking if he had returned and how his district examination had gone. Zhou wanted to talk about this later because right now the Tower Master was going to tell the disciples about what happened in the north. Soon Qin Shuman addressed everyone present and regretfully reported that one of the third stage masters had died in the north today. The man continued to say that unfortunately, this master was from the Bailu Academy. Hearing this, the main character began to get even more nervous, because he had already assumed the worst. Qin Shuman reported that this master was Ning Ping. This was because a crack suddenly appeared in one of the 9 shields that were holding back the demonic horde. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the name of the deceased, because it meant that Wang Tianan was okay. Qin Shuman continued to say that Master Ping was tasked with erasing the Fengchuan County next to where the crack appeared, but no one expected that a dozen third-rank demons would crawl out from there at once. Then the man using his jade tablet demonstrated to the students everything that Mr. Ping had managed to seal before he died. The 9-tailed fox laughed and confidently stated that once the sacred stone of the demons touched the ground, the shields and the will of the defenders that supported them would come to an end. The demon looked his enemy in the face and happily said that then nothing would stop them and humanity would come to an end. The third stage master of the path of literature, Ning Ping, believed in thwarting the demon's evil plans, and so he immediately applied the law of literature. At that very moment, a huge sacred monument of the saint began to grow straight out of the ground. This monument grew upward until it hit the sacred stone of the demons, thereby preventing it from falling and touching the ground. The students of the Bailu Academy, upon seeing this projection, were shocked by what actually happened on the northern front. Thanks to Ning Ping's self-sacrifice, he managed to protect the other shields, and his last desperate technique partially restored the damaged shields, causing the demons that overcame him to become significantly weakened. Qin Shuman continued to say that it was only thanks to Lord Ning Ping's sacrifice that the demons were unable to infiltrate the Empire's lands. The 9-tailed fox and the other demons were very unhappy that Master Ning had managed to do this to them, so they immediately rushed at him in order to take revenge. At that time, the elderly man was already quite weakened due to the use of powerful techniques, so he no longer had the strength to resist the enemy. All the students of the Bailu Academy were very saddened by the fact that their master had died, and they couldn't even hold back their tears. Despite this, Qin Shuman loudly declared that if they lost this battle and allowed the demon to reach the saint's monument, then all of them would be left without the Empire's most important protection. That is why the man spoke very emotionally that they should not have allowed this to happen, and that now the disciples were needed more than ever by their Jin Empire. The students of the academy immediately stated that they improved themselves every day and studied hard in order to be useful to the academy and the empire, so it would be an honor for them to die in the fight against demons. Zhou was in complete agreement with his comrades, so he was one of the first to show a desire to go to the battlefield. And Anan and Lee Chang'an were very surprised by their friend's decision, but they didn't seem to have any intention of dissuading him. That evening, they all gathered in the Zhao quarter to discuss the latest news. And Anan was very unhappy about something, which is why he loudly banged his glass of alcohol on the table. The guy claimed that drinking at such a time was incomprehensible. Joe calmly explained that he wanted to have a drink with his friends before he went to war. And Anan immediately began to ask why the guy wanted to go there, since he had just passed the county exam and moved on to the 7th stage of the literary Tao. Joe began to claim that only on the battlefield would he be able to surpass himself and gain what he had never been able to achieve. In addition, he really did not want to live in the shadow of his father. Lee Chang'an surprisingly claimed that his friend was a real man and he admired him. The protagonist wanted to say something else, but Joe interrupted him and began to argue that if he wanted to somehow help on the battlefield, he should have written more poems to strengthen the shields of the empire. Lee Chang'an realized that the guy's argument was useless, so he only promised that he would try to fulfill this order. Suddenly, Ananan loudly slammed his hands on the table and stood up from his seat because he had something to say to his friends. The guy decided that since he couldn't dissuade Joe from the idea of going to war, he would go there with him. Lee Chang'an was very surprised by this statement because Anan herself had just dissuaded her friend from this idea. Joe also did not support the guy because he was only at the 8th stage of the literary path. And Anan replied regretfully that this was not entirely true, since he could become a master of the 7th stage at any time and even instantly reach its peak. Joe didn't understand what his friend was talking about. It seemed to the guy that he understood the words, but for some reason the meaning of these words eluded him. After a few moments, Joe had a guess that was very hard to believe. However, and Anan confirmed that he was indeed the bearer of the Wenlu talisman, which still had 4 more stages to increase. Then Parab showed his friends this talisman and explained that it could easily reach the rank of 4th stage peak master. However, this method had its drawbacks, because if a guy uses this talisman, it will put an end to his future improvement. And Anan then said that he once met the owner of the Xiantian body, who could help him break these shackles, but he was never able to secure his support. Lee Chang'an, upon hearing this, immediately remembered the girl who had forced him to leave his hometown when she found out that he had a Xiantian body. She also used ice and frost techniques. The main character quickly threw these thoughts away because Anan, no matter how handsome he was, still remained a man and not a girl. Then Lee Chang'an turned to his friend and said that even if he had a talisman, it took time to absorb the power of Wenlu. And Anan began to claim that his family had their own methods. After that, the guy suddenly used the law of literature to move from the peak of the 8th stage to the peak of the 7th. He was sure that it would not take much time, but he would have to sacrifice 5 years of his life. The next moment, the ice legacy technique enveloped Anan from all sides, causing him to feel intense pain that he could barely bear. Despite this, the process of transition was still ongoing, accompanied by the movement of turbulent streams of bright energy. Eventually, the boy felt a strong pain in his heart, which marked the end of the process of transition to the 7th stage of the literary path. After what he had experienced, Anan was no longer able to stand on his feet and therefore began to lose his balance. Before the boy fell to the floor, he was caught by a worried Lee Chang'an, who was very worried about his friend's condition. The protagonist asked if the guy had gone crazy, but the exhausted Anan claimed that he had to do it. Joe admired his friend's determination and believed that it might help him survive on the battlefield. Lee Chang'an responded that both of his friends should definitely survive and return. 3 days later, the main character was already seeing his friends off on their way, but he suggested that they stay until the Mid-Autumn Festival, since there was no point in rushing to war. Joe confidently replied that the more they delayed, the worse it was for their brothers on the battlefield. Having heard this, the main character had no choice but to wish his friends good luck. In the end, he promised that he would wait for their triumphant return. Some time passed. In the evening, the little girl turned to her father and asked why he had taken down the lanterns, since today was the Mid-Autumn Festival. The man said that a great scientist had recently died in the war, so it was impossible to hang anything beautiful for now, but he promised that when the warriors defeat the demons, he would hang a lot of lanterns. Lee Chang'an, meanwhile, was thinking that this war would be protracted, and he was still weak and only at the 8th stage, so he had to wait patiently in the rear. Because the protagonist's friends and even his teacher had gone to war, he now felt very lonely. The guy quickly dismissed these thoughts because he remembered that he had sisters whom he had to protect. He also thought that he should go to the perfume shop to help them with their work. Soon the guy came to the right place, but saw a large crowd of people near the perfume shop that belonged to Liu Zhiyin and Liu Linglong, which surprised him very much. The girls, with tears in their eyes, for some reason screamed loudly and asked the scoundrel not to touch them in the store. It turned out that several men were smashing the shelves with goods, and one of them declared that they would not allow the girls to trade peacefully here after their master had been insulted. At this moment, Li Chang'an quickly intervened in the situation and used his abilities to order the villains to immediately stop the pogrom. The energy streams hit the right targets, thanks to which the villains were susceptible. The man who led the scoundrels turned to Li Chang'an and asked him with displeasure how he dared to do such a thing to his master's son. The guy realized that these were Feng Chengbao's people and said that they had just attacked innocent law-abiding people, so he would definitely appeal to the imperial court. The villains were not at all delighted with these words and understood what problems they could end up with. That's why they decided to retreat for today, but threatened that the protagonist would definitely pay for what he did to the young master. Li Chang'an didn't pay attention to these threats. At this time, Feng Chengbao approached Zhao Yingquan and asked him to order the county bandits to destroy the perfume shop and kill Li Chang'an. The warden immediately wondered if the main character was somehow connected to the Long Hu gang. He decided that he could use the guy to further inflame the situation between the gangs. Li Chang'an hugged his frightened sisters and asked them not to cry anymore because everything was already over. Then the guy thought that Feng Chengbao's father was really a difficult person, so it was impossible to act directly. Still, the main character decided that he would have to get his own people in the county government. Li Chang'an thought that he might be able to turn Feng Chengbao's father into his second pawn. At this time, Zhao Yingquan thought that the main character would have to die. The old woman was heading towards the estate gates and was thinking that her son was a lazy person who was late again because it had already blossomed and he was still not there. Having opened the gate and looked into the yard, the old woman was amazed by what she saw, which left her dumbfounded on the spot. The courtyard was littered with lifeless bodies of brutally murdered people, and everything around was stained with blood. This picture made the elderly woman scream in horror. At this time, gang leader Hong turned to Zhao Yingquan and said that his plan was excellent. The man liked the fact that with one promise to help the Long Hu gang, the prison chief was able not only to lure them, but also to cause violent discontent among the other gangs. The scoundrel believed that now nothing would stop them from subduing the other gangs and becoming the head of the entire district. Despite this seemingly good news, Zhao Yingquan remained serious and was not at all happy about his success. The old man said that he only did this because there had been too many gangs in the area recently and this was not conducive to the stability of the city. Now all that was left was to get rid of Li Chang'an. At this time, the main character's subordinate happily reported that their people had dealt with the combined attack and used the corpses of the enemies as decoys. In addition, the people from the Long Hu gang used leather masks and replaced those who came after them. Now they had spies in all the gangs in the county. The man was sure that now it didn't matter to them which of the bands Zhao Yingquan would ultimately support, because in the end, it would still be under their control. Old Man Song didn't notice that the protagonist was happy about this good news, so he asked if he was unhappy about something. The guy began to explain that if they caved in to Zhao Yingquan's words this time, he would take advantage of their weakness and continue to manipulate them. Li Chang'an categorically disagreed with this, so he decided that he and his subordinates needed to settle this matter once and for all. Soon after, night fell. The bright moon was shining brightly on the mansion where Zhao Yingquan lived. The elderly man had been sleeping peacefully in his bed for a long time, not even suspecting the approaching danger. Suddenly, someone's black shadow appeared in his room, which was a harbinger of trouble for the prison warden. Surprisingly, Zhao Yingquan immediately reacted to the presence of an outsider, and using the law of literature, prepared to attack his opponent. In the end, the old man failed to carry out his plans, as he was quickly overtaken by Li Chang'an's sudden attack. Zhao Yingquan, looking closely at his opponent, realized that it was the main character and was very surprised that he was here now. The angry guy was flexing his fists, simultaneously rejoicing that he had finally been lucky enough to meet the head of the county prison in person. The old man immediately began to threaten that the main character would be executed for attacking an imperial official. In addition, he would have a lot of problems if people found out that the academy master was the leader of the Long Hu gang. Li Chang'an was unwilling to listen to these threats, so he demanded that Zhao Yingquan shut his mouth while attacking him with streams of qi energy. The warden felt that this was a murderous intent and could not believe that the main character actually dared to do such a thing. Lee Chang'an, meanwhile, claimed that he had not come here to make small talk or negotiate about anything, but to put the old man before a choice. The guy offered Zhao Yingquan to obey him or go to the afterlife. In order to help with this choice, the main character hit the prison warden several times. Zhao Yingquan warned his opponent that if he died, the government would definitely use the sacred compass to find the criminal. Li Chang'an said with a satisfied grin that he had already figured out how to solve the problem with the compass, and that was why he came here without any fear. Now the guy was only interested in the older man's answer. Zhao Yingquan was very scared, so he was in no hurry to answer. Then the protagonist said that he no longer wanted to waste time here. That is why the guy began to attack the prison warden while he was loudly shouting that he recognized him as his master and promised to listen to him. In the end, the old man was so scared that not only was he shaking with fear, but he also found himself in a very humiliating situation. Li Chang'an was very pleased with this result and praised the head of the county prison for his good choice. The guy then stated that from now on, Zhao Yingquan would become his personal spy in the government and help him deal with Feng Chengbao. The elderly man had to agree under threat of death. Rather, after this, the morning came. The protagonist was glad that he was finally able to sort out all the problems, and now nothing prevented him from expanding his influence in the underground world. As Li Chang'an approached his estate, he saw Qin Shuman at the gate. The guy didn't understand why he came here. The next moment, the worried man, holding the letter in his hands, turned to Li Taibai and stated that something had happened to Master Wang Tianan. The main character was shocked to learn that his teacher, according to the words of other warriors, fell into a trap, after which the connection with him was broken. Wang Tianan had recently been fighting on the battlefield located in Fengchuan County. The man was able to easily defeat fierce demons that were several times larger than him. Even after fighting such a strong opponent, the master still had the strength to continue killing his enemies. The demons were very unhappy that this old man had already finished off 2 third-ranked demon lords, and so they wanted to deal with him as soon as possible. Soon, several monsters immediately grabbed Wang Tianan, but he only laughed and claimed that they would not be able to stop him. To this, one of the demons, with a sly smile on his face, replied that they did not need to stop their enemy. The next moment, the monsters used a transfer formation and disappeared along with Wang Tianan. Having moved to another place and looked around, the master began to understand that he was in a difficult situation. The man was surprised that the demons were ready to sacrifice their lives in order to move him beyond the protective barrier. However, the monsters were very pleased that their enemy was surrounded by tens of thousands of demons of the warrior clan, and were intent on testing how long he would last in battle with them. Li Chang'an was shocked to learn all these details and began to worry greatly about his master. Qin Shuman claimed that Wang Tianan's body had not yet been found, so there was still hope for the best. At that very moment, the protagonist officially addressed the master of Zhushan Tower and was about to ask him for something, but the man interrupted the guy. Qin Shuman categorically stated that Li Chang'an should not have even thought about going to the battlefield. The man then went on to say that he had already sent people to look for Master Wang and insisted that the main character would not be of much use on the battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Lingyan peeked out from behind the door and witnessed Li Chang'an asking how he could just turn his back on his master. The main character also turned his attention to his girlfriend, who asked if something had happened. At that moment, the guy had a great idea, which noticeably improved his mood. After some time, Li Chang'an was already approaching the city gate, which was completely engulfed in raging flames. The boy looked at the fire and thought that it was a battlefield on the northern front. He also assumed that it was the city of Zhuyong, which had once become a heap of ashes. Then the protagonist saw a mysterious master who used the law of literature to create the flame of the Red Cliff. Unfortunately, not only demons suffered from this flame, but also ordinary people who were trapped and now begged for help. Li Chang'an was amazed because he saw his father and older brother in these unfortunate people, which could not help but surprise him. The guy assumed that these events happened about 5 years ago, and his relatives did not die in battle, but burned alive in the heat of a fire that broke out because of someone's equipment. Without wasting time, the main character applied the law of literature in order to create a lake surface and try to pull his family out of the flames. No matter how hard the guy tried, nothing worked for him because the heat of the flame was too strong. He also thought that it was just a dream, and his father and brother had already died long ago. Suddenly, someone who looked very much like the main character grabbed Li Chang'an's hand and began to beg him to save his family. At that moment, the guy woke up and, breathing heavily from excitement, jumped up from his seat, trying to come to his senses after what he had experienced. Liu Linglong and Liu Zhiyin, who entered the room, immediately assumed that the boy was worried about his master, and that was why he was having nightmares. Meanwhile, the main character was thinking that initially, he just wanted to try to find Master Wang with the help of dreams. But then he learned new facts regarding the death of his father and brother. In the end, Li Chang'an decided that he could only find the truth in the north, so he turned to his sisters because he had something to tell them. Liu Linglong and Liu Zhiyin immediately assumed that the protagonist wanted to tell them that he would go looking for Master Wang, which is why they began to cry and dissuade him from this idea. Li Chang'an hugged the girls and asked them for forgiveness for what he planned to do. He assured them that there were good reasons for it. The main character confidently stated that he had to save his master and find the truth that was hidden from them, while helping the warriors protect the empire from invasion. On the morning of September 5th, people who were to go to the battlefield were gathered at the gates of the city, after which the roll call began. The commander read the list of names and came to the name of Li Si, but no one responded to it. Soon some guy who was late for the lineup was now in a hurry and loudly talking about how he was already here. Li Chang'an, who was dressed in a different outfit so that no one would recognize him, claimed that he was Li Si. The reserve army had been moving towards the front for half a month already. The main character was impatiently waiting for the moment when he could join the united army of the empire. Another evening came. The recruits stopped and set up camp in the forest to wait out the night. One of the men cheerfully said that they would soon be leaving Ding'an County, so he offered Li Si to enjoy the tender meat one last time. Li Chang'an, keeping up with his new image, took the meat and asked Huang to stop treating him as if he had just crawled out of the imperial palace. Everyone immediately started laughing and claiming that their new comrade and the people from the palace really did have something in common, for example, that he had never been with a woman. One of the men promised that he would definitely take the main character to a brothel as soon as they passed the next city. Li Chang'an began to claim that he did not need it because someone was already waiting for him at home. This answer greatly surprised the other man, who immediately assumed that his new young acquaintance already had a wife. Li Chang'an replied that she was not his wife yet, but as soon as he returned from the war, he would definitely marry her. The guy also remembered that the night before he left, Liu Zhiyin came to his room and embarrassed him greatly. The girl timidly said that she had already come to terms with the main character's decision, but wanted him to at least leave her the child. Li Chang'an was shocked by what was happening and asked Liu Zhiyin not to rush. The girl did not understand what the reason for this reaction was, and therefore began to assume that the main character no longer loved her. The next moment, Liu Zhiyin passionately kissed Li Chang'an on the lips, causing him to become even more embarrassed. However, the guy was determined to stop this, so he deftly laid Liu Zhiyin on the bed and let's just talk to her. He went on to say that he and Liu Linglong were the most precious people to him, and that was why he loved them very much. After that, the main character said that it was all about martial arts, because according to Wang Tianan, one could not do anything like that until the 6th stage of martial arts was reached, otherwise all cultivation would collapse. Liu Zhiyin heard this and immediately began to apologize, and was about to leave, but Li Chang'an asked her to stay. The main character hugged the girl, and in order to at least slightly dispel her anxiety, he promised that when he returned from the war, he would fulfill her wish. Liu Zhiyin promised that she would wait for this moment. As a result, Li Chang'an transferred all his shops and restaurants to Liu Zhiyin and Liu Linglong so that they could take care of business in his absence. Jian Lingyan didn't have any fighting skills, so the protagonist left her at home to wait for his return. Also, thanks to his connections, the guy was able to transfer all 4 points of the moon reflection into the hands of Yan Qingshi. Now the guy believed that even if he didn't return, his dear people wouldn't have to worry about money and other small concerns. Soon Huan ordered all his comrades to stop talking and go to bed, and it was time for the sentry to go on duty. The soldiers were glad that they would finally be able to sleep, so they immediately went to their tents. Li Chang'an also fell into a deep sleep, not worrying about anything, but he still kept his sword close to him. The night was quiet and did not foreshadow any trouble. It was the perfect time for something unexpected to happen. The main character suddenly opened his eyes because he was awakened by loud sounds coming from the street. The sentry, being surrounded by enemies, loudly called to his comrades, informing them that they were being attacked by bandits. Li Chang'an wasted no time in getting out of his tent, not forgetting to grab his weapon. Suddenly, someone grabbed the guy by the shoulder in order to stop him and prevent him from doing something rash. Huan quietly said that it was too dark now, and they would not be able to distinguish enemies from their comrades, so it was reckless to rush into battle. Then he asked the guy to follow him. The main character trusted his new comrades, and while there was chaos in the camp, they quietly headed in the opposite direction. Having gone around the robbers from behind, they saw a separate group, which consisted of only 4 scoundrels. Without wasting any time, Juan ordered his comrades to immediately attack and kill these bandits. Unexpectedly for everyone, it was Li Chang'an who was the first to rush into battle. His speed and fearlessness greatly surprised his new comrades. The protagonist ran forward and thought that luckily, Wang Tianan taught him the basics of the ball's path, the first pillar of which was swiftness. The second pillar was precision, because one had to be ready to strike the enemy's weak points at any time. The third pillar was agility, so that every swing of the blade would take the enemy's life. The next moment, Li Chang'an rushed through the group of bandits with great speed and skillfully swung his sword, managing to behead 3 of them at once. Shaking the blood of the villains off his sword, the guy thought that the beginning had been made and now he had officially entered the battlefield. The recruits were trembling with fear because everything around them had suddenly become too quiet and there were no bandits to be seen anywhere. Soon one of them decided that it was necessary to light a torch, believing that if they could see their enemies, they would be able to defeat them in an instant. Seeing that the recruit had lit a torch, Juan immediately ordered it to be put out immediately, which discouraged the already frightened guy. The next moment, the bandit's vile arrow hit the recruit who was holding the torch in his hand right in the neck, as he was too visible a target. After this, the attack of the bandits continued, so Juan ordered everyone to quickly disperse. The man was not at all happy that they had losses and did not understand whether the recruits did not know that with a light source in their hands, they became an easy target. Suddenly, Li Chang'an approached Huang and asked him to look into the depths of the forest. Seeing a large group of bandits who had gathered together and were heading forward, Huang realized that only the advance guard had attacked them and that there were many more opponents. The recruits were very scared when they saw this and decided to run as far away as possible so that the bandits would not find them. People ran headlong, completely unaware of Huang, who was in no hurry to retreat. The man tried to reach Li Chang'an, who remained standing, but the frightened crowd would not let him in. The main character turned to Juan and asked him to flee with the others while he covered the retreat from the rear. Soon after, the boy was already fearlessly fighting the bandits, killing them one after another. One of the villains, seeing this, even praised the main character because it was clear that he knew how to fight well. However, the bandits only sensed the aura of an 8th stage martial artist in Li Chang'an, so they assumed that they would be able to easily defeat him simply by overwhelming him with numbers. That is why, just a moment later, several opponents rushed at the guy, confident of their success. Despite this, the main character did not lose his head, and considering that his enemies had gathered successfully, decided to immediately use his abilities. The boy used a skill called Spark that ignites the steps, which caused a furious flame to burst out of his hand and instantly burnt the bandits. Seeing this, the head of the villains realized that the guy had applied the law of literature, which meant that their opponent was a master of the path of literature. Li Chang'an, approaching another scoundrel, confirmed the bandits' fears and said that although his achievements were not so great, even this was enough to achieve victory. In addition, the main character skillfully took advantage of the fact that his enemies themselves kindly crowded together and rushed at him. This helped the guy kill the villains one by one. When another group of enemies was destroyed, Li Chang'an stopped to wipe the blood of the enemies from his face and looked around. Seeing another group of robbers, the main character decided that now he had to deal with them. The bandits did not understand how such a strong warrior could end up in the ranks of the reserve army, and, considering that they would not be able to cope with him, decided that they needed to retreat and call the demon lord. Li Chang'an clearly heard that the scoundrels were trying to call the demon, but he did not fully understand what it actually meant. In order to find out, the main character immediately attacked one of the robbers, but this time, he was in no hurry to kill him. The guy demanded that the scoundrel tell what demon they were talking about. He was also interested in whether the robbers really decided to betray humanity and join the demons. The scoundrel, with a satisfied smile on his face, explained that they were simply tired of the annoying foundations and they liked the way of life of demons better, so they themselves turned into demons. Li Chang'an didn't want to listen to the scoundrel to the end, so he mercilessly strangled him with his bare hands. Then the guy thought that the bandits themselves helped the demons get deep into the empire, and because of this, the situation became even more dangerous, because this could soon start happening everywhere. However, the main character was not going to stay away, and therefore went away. The guy thought that he needed to quickly report what he had learned and get out of the bandits' territory, because the Empire had to know about the danger that came from within. Suddenly, the main character felt danger approaching, which forced him to forget about his intentions for a while. Lee Chang'an stopped abruptly and loudly addressed the unknown enemy, asking who he was. The next moment, a truly ferocious demon appeared behind the guy, who now knew who dared to disturb his subordinates. The main character was amazed by the sudden appearance of the enemy because he did not even notice how he moved behind him. The guy tried to attack the demon by swinging his sword sharply, but the monster managed to jump away in time. At the same time, he asked what the rush was for. The demon then approached the lifeless body of one of the bandits and asked Lee Chang'an for permission to eat a little before continuing their battle. After this, the monster began to devour human flesh with great appetite, while the main character stood aside and watched this, as if not believing what was happening. Lee Chang'an was very unhappy that the demon allowed himself to behave like this, but he couldn't just attack. Meanwhile, the monster said that for the first time he saw a person who killed more people than him, and therefore offered the guy to become his follower and be the first to complete the conversion into a demon. Lee Chang'an was not interested in this at all, so he only asked how the demon managed to cross the border of the Empire and end up here. Hearing this question, the monster became angry because he understood that the main character was not going to accept his offer, but for the demon himself it was even better. Lee Chang'an remained silent and stared at the enemy because he felt that something unexpected was about to happen. The next moment, the demon suddenly jumped up and attacked the guy with lightning speed, simultaneously claiming that turning him into a demon by force would be much more pleasant. Lee Chang'an was seriously wounded in the chest, but seemed to be completely unharmed. The demon after his attack did not go outside the window for a quiet otherwise to think about the fact that something was wrong here. In order to find out what was going on, the monster slowly turned his head back and looked at his opponent, who was still standing on his feet. It turned out that the main character was not hurt at all thanks to the black iron armor. The guy mentally thanked Deputy Shu for just saving his life. Half a month ago, an angry Qin Shuman chased after the protagonist in order to teach him a lesson because he was going to go to war. But Lee Chang'an insisted on his own. At some point, the guy didn't notice the person standing in his way and crashed into him. The man was Deputy Shu, who was holding a small bag in his hands. The man turned to the boy and said that since he had firmly decided to go to the battlefield, he would definitely need something. Qin Shuman, seeing many valuable artifacts and weapons, asked the deputy whether he had really decided to loot the storage and give everything to the main character. To this, the deputy director said that Lee Chang'an had already made up his mind, so there was no way to convince him otherwise, and the best they could do now was to increase his chances of survival. After this, the man handed the main character valuables and said that the battlefield was a very dangerous place. But despite this, the guy had to return alive and find out where Master Wang was. After receiving these instructions, the protagonist bowed respectfully and expressed his deep gratitude to the masters of the Bailu Academy for their understanding. Lee Chang'an quickly ran towards his enemy, thinking along the way that he couldn't die here because he simply didn't have the right to do so. Despite the quick attack, the demon clearly saw how his opponent's blade was approaching him, so he was not at all worried about his well-being. Suddenly, the monster simply disappeared from Lee Chang'an's sight, which couldn't help but surprise him. A moment later, the monster was already behind the main character and smiling slyly said that he was too slow. After that, the guy made another attempt to attack his enemy, but the result was still disappointing. The demon was much faster than Lee Chang'an's strikes. For some time, the monster simply played with his opponent, mocking him as the main character constantly lost sight of him. The guy admitted that compared to the demon, he was nothing more than a slow turtle, and now against such a strong opponent, he had practically no chance. However, Lee Chang'an continued to try to reach his enemy, which surprised the demon, so he asked if the guy hadn't given up yet. In the end, the monster decided to make the protagonist beg for mercy, and so, with great enthusiasm, dealt him a powerful blow that hit the target right on target. This attack was quite powerful, and managed to knock Lee Chang'an off his feet, causing him to even drop his weapon. Left without his sword, the main character decided not to waste time and apply the law of literature in order to use the skill Frosty Hand. Thanks to this, sharp ice spikes appeared out of nowhere and quickly headed straight towards the demon. Unfortunately, the monster managed to easily resist this technique, while saying that such skills would not work because the abilities of the 8th stage master were useless against him. To this, the wounded Lee Chang'an confidently replied that he had not tried to wound his enemy. After that, the guy, without wasting any time, used the skill Ice Shackles, thanks to which the demon's legs were suddenly shackled with ice. This trick really surprised the monster. However, the scoundrel claimed that it would still give the guy nothing, since his flimsy ice would only hold him for 3 breaths at most. Lee Chang'an was confident that even this time would be enough for him. Now, he only wanted to use the arrow of many rivers, and for this purpose, he quickly headed towards his opponent. The next moment, the main character stuck an arrow straight into the demon's head, which he did not expect at all. After that, the guy headed towards his sword as quickly as possible in order to use it to finish what he had started. A few seconds later, the main character had already swung his weapon and managed to cut off his opponent's head with one blow. The demon's head fell to the ground with a crash, signifying Lee Chang'an's victory in this battle. Of course, this fight was not at all easy for the guy, so he needed some time to recover. Suddenly, the main character heard a strange noise coming from the demon's head. It seemed that he was trying to say that he had not lost yet. Lee Chang'an was shocked by what was happening and did not understand why the monster had not died yet. The guy even began to assume that demons could live without a head. In order to protect himself, the main character pierced the monster's head with a sword, wanting him to finally die. As soon as this happened, the demon's head turned into an ominous aura and dispersed into the air, leaving behind only a small round stone. Taking it into his hand and examining it carefully, Lee Chang'an happily realized that it was a demonic pill. At that moment, the guy suddenly heard someone's voices coming from the depths of the forest. Someone was saying that the opponents shouldn't have been killed so quickly, because first they needed to be pushed back to the cliff. Lee Chang'an immediately realized that his comrades were surrounded by bandits, and now they wanted to throw them off the cliff. The guy couldn't let this happen, so he quickly went to help. Meanwhile, the recruits quickly ran forward, escaping from danger, but soon they had nowhere else to run because a cliff appeared in their path. The leader of the bandit turned to his opponents and said that they should jump down. He also said that under this cliff, there was a huge alchemical furnace, which was created by one of the powerful demon lords. The recruits thought that this was definitely the end for them, but Juan asked his comrades not to give up prematurely, because they could still cross the bridge and escape. Suddenly, the men saw a raging flame in front of them, which appeared out of nowhere and did not allow the robbers to come closer. The whole point was that the main character used the law of literature in order to create a real wall of fire, which was supposed to protect his comrades. Juan, seeing the guy in front of him, could not believe that he was safe and sound and could also use such skills. Lee Chang'an turned to his comrades and ordered them to cross the bridge while he held off the bandits. The recruits immediately began to carry out Lee Chang'an's order and carefully crossed the very precarious bridge across the gorge. Soon, the main character turned to his comrades and asked if they had all crossed over to the other side. Juan confirmed this and asked the guy not to worry about them anymore. Hearing this, Lee Chang'an knew that he could now not hold back, so he immediately applied the law of literature to use the technique of secret plot. The main character also adopted the spark that ignites the steps technique in order to direct a huge stream of fire at his enemies. A huge wall of 8th grader flames on the spot where the group of robbers stood. Soon after, a huge explosion occurred, which triggered an earthquake and destroyed the bridge across the gorge. As a result, some of the bandits died on the spot, while others fell off the cliff, screaming in fear. Juan, seeing all this, could not believe that Li Si had such power and loudly asked, adding that he quickly walked towards them. In order to cross to the other side of the gorge, the main character applied the law of literature to use the air step technique, since the bridge was already destroyed. Soon the guy found himself on the other side, but he fell to the ground with a crash. His comrades, seeing this, immediately ran up to the guy. Juan, seeing that Lee Chang'an was okay, turned to him and thanked him for saving their lives. The guy replied that they were all brothers, so he could not do otherwise. Suddenly, one of the recruits announced that he was going to leave here and immediately received support from another recruit. People claimed that they couldn't even deal with bandits, so there was no talk of demons. They were sure that they would simply die ingloriously on this northern front. Juan was very unhappy with his comrades and reminded them what awaited those who deserted. He assured that not only the recruits, but also their families would suffer. To this, the recruits replied that their commanders were already dead, so no one would know about their desertion, unless, of course, no one let it slip. Suddenly, one of the men attacked Juan, saying that if he himself was impatient to die, then he should have gone to the battlefield himself and not interfere with them. At that moment, one of the recruits also had a strange feeling, as if he had goosebumps all over his body. The reason for this was the protagonist, who showed his murderous intent and ordered his comrades not to dare point their swords at each other. Li Chang'an then used his technique to stop the fighting between the recruits. After this, the guy seriously threatened that as soon as he counted to 3, he would kill everyone who had a weapon in their hands. The recruits didn't seem to believe that the main character was capable of killing his own comrades, whom he had just saved, but no one wanted to test it. In the end, everyone threw their weapons to the ground because it was hard for them to resist Li Chang'an's arguments. The guy then said that he understood that each of the recruits had a reason to hate the authorities and even the empire, because they had to go through a lot due to the fault of officials. However, Li Chang'an insisted that this did not concern any officials. The protagonist believed that even if the Jin Empire fell, the land on which they now stood should remain in the hands of the people. The guy also claimed that this land was their homeland, and it was here that their roots were kept, so they all could not allow demons to penetrate here. In addition, Li Chang'an said that they were not going to force anyone to do anything, so those who wanted to reach the north and fight the demons should stand on the right, and the rest should move to the left. As soon as this choice arose, the recruits began to hesitate and look at each other, but everyone remained standing in place. In order to hurry his comrades, Li Chang'an again threatened that all who did not make a choice would die at his hand. Very soon, on either side of the main character, 2 small groups of recruits appeared who made their choice. The first thing the guy did was turn to those people who had decided to desert and advise them to get out of here as soon as possible. Huang did not understand why Li Chang'an let these people go, because in the north, there would definitely be a check on the list. If these people were not there, then a hunt would begin for them. To this, the main character asked whether a man could really trust his back to his comrades on the battlefield who had already tried to escape once. This question discouraged Huan, but he still answered that he definitely could not trust such people. Li Chang'an then decided to reward those who remained, and so shared with them elixirs that would help them improve their martial arts and greatly increase their chances of surviving on the battlefield. After that, the guy said that after a couple of days of rest, they would all continue their journey north. A few days later, Li Chang'an declared that unfortunately his route had deviated slightly from his original one, so he had to bid farewell to his comrades here. Huan believed that the guy would return with great achievements. The main character asks not to doubt this, and was already getting ready to leave. Suddenly, the man turned to his friend again and asked him in conclusion whether he could tell him his real name. The guy honestly answered that his name was Li Chang'an, and he was a student of the Bailu Academy. One of the recruits immediately remembered that this was the same guy who took the first 2 places in the Dragon Gate competition. The man was sure that if something happened to this guy, Bailu would execute them all. Huan immediately subdued his comrade with a good kick and demanded that he shut up. After this, the man, watching the main character, said that he would definitely return alive. In the evening, the main character arrived in Hedong County and asked the servant to prepare a room for him on the 2nd floor and leave food there, and also not to forget to water and feed his horse. The night was quite quiet and calm, so Li Chang'an could rest without worrying about anything. The guy sat in his room and remembered that, according to his master, the demonic pill was pure poison for people, and by consuming it, a person either successfully turned into a demon or died painfully. Still, the guy decided that it was best to destroy this pill as quickly as possible, so he squeezed it tightly in his hand and crushed it. At that very moment, an ominous energy appeared out of nowhere and began to spread around the main character. Li Chang'an was very surprised by what happened next, because he didn't expect this at all. It turned out that the Jasper letter began to absorb demonic chi, but it was still unclear what would come of it. Soon after, a huge flow of energy was released from the letter, which no longer posed any danger to the guy. Without wasting time, Li Chang'an began to absorb this energy. Consider that there was nothing dangerous about it. The guy couldn't believe that the jade letter absorbed demonic chi and turned it into true energy. But for now, his body was not able to contain so much spiritual power. The surprises didn't end there. True chi itself opened the guy's spiritual veins, and at this rate he could soon break through to the 7th stage of the literary path. Shortly after that, a bright glow appeared that extended far beyond the room Li Chang'an was in. The room itself was completely filled with clouds of smoke and steam, which appeared as a result of the transition to a new stage. The protagonist felt like the power of the initial degree of the 7th stage was seething within him, and now he understood that the Jasper letter was not just his personal library, but something much more. The guy also believed that if he had stayed in his district, he would never have learned about this ability. So he believed that by heading to the northern front, he was on the right path. Suddenly, these thoughts were interrupted by someone's loud voice which announced the alarm. because the criminal had killed the assistant to the district chief. The main character did not fully understand what was happening outside his room, so he looked out the window to figure everything out for himself. He saw a mysterious masked man quickly running away from armed soldiers who were chasing him and intended to surround him so that he could not escape justice. Along the way, the stranger dropped several sheets of paper, one of which Lee Chang-an took for himself. It was a leaflet that said that the man everyone called the assistant to the county chief was a true monster. He had captured and tried to kill hundreds of young girls. After reading this, the main character immediately became angry and believed that this scoundrel deserved to die for what he did. Meanwhile, the soldiers managed to corner the mysterious man, and so they ordered him to lay down his arms and surrender. At this, the man in the mask began to take out his sword, while saying that the soldiers were also to blame because they saw what the scoundrel was doing and turned a blind eye to it. The soldier claimed that those women should have been glad that they could be useful to the district, because if there were no sacrifices, the demon lord would come here and destroy everything to the ground. Lee Chang-an, who witnessed this conversation, realized that there were demons here too, and that they had also managed to somehow reach an agreement with the local authorities. Meanwhile, the mysterious man did not want to listen to the justification of his opponents, so he demanded that they shut up, after which he fearlessly rushed into battle. Despite the large number of opponents, the masked man was not at all afraid and successfully dealt with one soldier after another. Lee Chang-an was quietly watching everything that was happening and was apparently preparing to take part in this battle. The guy believed that since this mysterious man was acting for the good of the people, he could not simply ignore this situation and leave. That is why the main character, without wasting time, applied the law of the sword, thanks to which bright sparkling lightning appeared around his weapon. The soldiers couldn't help but notice the bright flashes of light, so they immediately turned away from their enemy and looked back. The next moment, Lee Chang-an rushed through the crowd of opponents with great speed and was able to defeat them all with one swing of his sword. The head of the villains, seeing the warrior of the seventh stage, immediately declared that he had gone against the will of the emperor. The protagonist did not think so at all, so he invited that if the man did not stop talking nonsense, he would cut off his head. The elderly man had nothing to say to this ex-girlfriend. His boyfriend continued to be very angry at the guy who had suddenly appeared. In the end, he ordered his subordinates to leave because he believed that his opponents would die anyway when the demon lord arrived here. After that, the stranger thanked the protagonist for his help and said that his name was Xiang Hechuan. He was a student of the Bailu Academy. Hearing this, Lee Chang-an now understood where his new acquaintance got such a righteous heart from. Then the guy introduced himself and said that his name was Li Si. After that, the main character asked if he could find out where Xiang Hechuan hid those girls. The guy replied that there was no need to worry because now they were in a secret dungeon under the city center. He also confirmed that demons of the 7th rank and above had indeed settled in this city and that there were several of them here. Hearing this, Lee Chang-an immediately thought about how he had only just entered the 7th stage of the literary path, and against 2 such demons, he simply had no chance. However, the guy believed that he and Xiang Hechuan had already provoked these creatures, so if they didn't help the local residents now, Hedong County would very soon drown in blood. That same night, a loud human cry was heard from one of the houses, which was a harbinger of trouble. The reason for this was a demon who insidiously attacked the owner of this house. The man literally had all his life energy sucked out of him, so he was very quickly unable to even move. The demon with a fluffy tail absorbed this energy with great appetite, not sparing his victim at all. After a delicious meal, the monster laughed loudly, rejoicing at the murder of another person. Soon after this, morning came. There was no trace left of the previous night's events. Lee Chang-an and Xiang Hechuan overheard the conversation of the locals, who were discussing the fact that 18 people had died in a nearby village the previous night, and they immediately realized that what the county chief had said was true. The local resident was indignant that those girls were saved, because if it weren't for that, the demons would have left the rest of the people alone. Xiang Hechuan, upon hearing this, was very dissatisfied with such statements and called the man a scoundrel. At this point, the man who said very unpleasant things was already punished by another local resident and ordered to watch his language. Another man stated that if his comrades had any pride or honor, they should have gone with him and driven out those damn demons together. People immediately armed themselves and decided to finally get rid of the problem. Xiang Hechuan saw this and turned to the protagonist and offered to join these people. Lee Chang-an replied that the demons might take advantage of this and attack the city, so he didn't think it was the right decision. Xiang Hechuan asked his comrade not to worry about this because the city was protected by the Wenchang Monument and the Monument of Military Valor. So if the demons break through here, they will simply die. The guy continued to say that the villagers were in danger now, but if they joined forces, they could defeat even several 7th-ranked demons. Still, Li Chang'an agreed to go. Already in the evening, armed men together with our heroes arrived at the very village that had been attacked by demons. One of the men spoke loudly to the demons and fearlessly ordered them to stop hiding in the corners and to accept their death with dignity. At that moment, an undead creature appeared out of nowhere, emitting a loud roar and quickly heading towards Xiang Hechuan. Li Chang'an wasted no time in pushing his comrade aside to save him from the attack. After this, the main character quickly pulled out his sword and cut his opponent in half with one blow. Xiang Hechuan was very surprised to say that it was not a demon, but a human, who had been forcibly turned into a demon. Soon after, our heroes heard behind them the same loud growling as before, but this time, along with human screams. It turned out that one of the undead decided to attack the man and start eating him alive. Despite this, the man seemed not to have died yet, but was clearly no longer himself. Suddenly, as if nothing had happened, he rose to his feet, but he was no longer human. Because of this, other people realized that the bites of the undead turned people into half-demons. Xiang Hechuan wasted no time and tried to kill his opponent quickly. With one precise blow, he managed to cut off the demon's head. Surprisingly, the monster grabbed his severed head before it hit the ground and put it back in place before continuing to advance on his opponent. Xiang Hechuan was shocked by what happened and immediately informed the protagonist that these creatures were very difficult to kill, if at all possible. Li Chang'an suggested that they needed to flee, because at that rate, everyone would simply be killed. Xiang Hechuan did not agree because then all the villagers would definitely turn into half-demons, which was worse than death. The main character agreed with this, but he needed time to think. Suddenly, he noticed a bright glow in the distance, which rose high in the sky. Xiang Hechuan immediately guessed that this glow was emitted by the Monument of Military Valor. Li Chang'an, hearing this, realized that this whole situation with the village was just a deception to lure out all the combat-ready people and attack the defenseless city. The guy looked around and thought that on one side he had half-demons and on the other a 7th-ranked demon. The main character didn't know what to do in this situation or where to go now. He understood that no matter what choice he made, there would always be victims, and perhaps even he himself would die, but the guy still decided to try to save everyone and wipe the demons into dust. Li Chang'an, while running away, turned to Xiang Hechuan and asked him to stay in the village because he would definitely be able to kill the half-demons thanks to his literary chain, and in the meantime, he would try to save the city. The main character also handed his comrade a small bag and said that there were 30 spirit crystals here that could be used during a shortage of qi energy. Xiang Hechuan warned that there were at least 4 demon clans, so Li Chang'an would not be able to cope alone. To this, the guy replied that he was a master of literature, capable of making the impossible come true. Meanwhile, several fierce demons had gathered near the city gates, one of whom was trying to break through the defense of the monument to military valor with strong blows. The people who were defending the gates were very scared and prayed to God that at least someone would help them because they did not want to die. Suddenly, the demon who attacked the gate was distracted from his work because he heard that someone had applied the law of literature, after which cracks appeared on the ground right under his feet. At that very moment, thanks to the clinging roots technique, the demons were pushed back from the city wall. The ferocious monster turned with displeasure to his unexpectedly appeared opponent and asked who he was. Li Chang'an swung his sword and confidently replied that he was the death of the damned demons. Without wasting time, the main character attacked his enemy, but he managed to use the skin-strengthening skill in time. Thanks to this, the demon was not harmed at all, so he could allow himself to mock the guy and ask if he really thought he had enough strength to defeat him. Li Chang'an, despite the failure, remained as determined as ever and said that he was now willing to risk his life to stop the demons. Immediately after that, he used the law of literature to perform the dungeon shackle technique, which caused numerous metal rods to fall from the sky. This caused a loud roar and clouds of dust to rise. This continued until the last pin fell to the ground. The other demons who stood aside also shouldn't relax, because this attack could hit them as well. The demon girl turned to her comrade and asked him not to underestimate the enemy who suddenly appeared, because he was not as simple as he seemed. As soon as the clouds dissipated, it became obvious that it was too late to advise anything, because the demon wolf was pinned to the ground and could not move. All this made the monster very angry, his eyes lit up with rage. He turned to the man with displeasure and asked how he dared to hurt him. The demon was not going to tolerate such treatment, so he strained all his muscles in order to free himself from these shackles. Rising to his feet, the monster, unable to contain his rage, invited that he would now tear the main character to pieces. Lee Chang-an dodged the attack and admitted that things were bad for him, as he had planned to take advantage of the surprise effect and defeat at least one monster. But now they could unite against him. Then the guy decided that in this case he might not have a single chance, so he went for a desperate peace. In the next moment, Lee Chang-an used several literary laws to increase his speed, strength, agility, and blade sharpness. The wolf demon was apparently very surprised by this and did not understand how a person could rise from the initial stage of the 7th stage to its peak in the blink of an eye. Soon the monster decided that all this was unimportant because the power obtained through the law of literature could not last long, so he just needed to wait for some time. At the same time, Lee Chang-an did not intentionally let his opponent go and therefore believed that it was already too late for him to escape. Without wasting any time, the main character pushed off the ground with force and quickly headed towards the demon, who did not want to engage in combat for now. The wolf demon saw his enemy approaching perfectly, but he could do nothing about it. A moment later, the demon screamed loudly in pain as Lee Chang-an managed to land a series of blows that hit the target accurately. In order to finish what he started, the guy used the blade whirlwind technique, with which he was able to cut the demon into pieces. The defenders of the city gates, seeing this, could not believe that Lee Chang-an had actually managed to kill that demon and thought that they were now saved. At the same time, the snake-headed demon was very unhappy that the main character killed his comrade and was about to take revenge on him, but he was stopped by the demon girl. She then turned to Lee Chang-an and, recognizing his power and exceptionality, asked why someone like him needed to save these people. Instead, the girl asked the guy to let them go and in return promised to make him the happiest man in the world. To this, the main character, calling the demon Ant, said that he didn't particularly like old meat. These words greatly angered the girl, who now had no intention of engaging in dialogue with her opponent. In order to teach Lee Chang-an a lesson for his words, she ordered the other demons to kill him immediately. At that very moment, a huge snake wrapped itself around the guy and squeezed him tightly, but the main character remained just as calm. The dangerous predator was already intending to kill its victim, since it did not offer any resistance at all. However, this was a misconception. Lee Chang-an used his killing intent to create a controlled flow of energy in the form of a sharp arrow. This energy could easily kill the huge snake, so she had to retreat and forget about her goal. The demon girl said that it was impressive, but the main character's body would not be able to last long and would soon begin to deteriorate, so she suggested that he give up now and be reborn as a demon with unlimited potential. Lee Chang-an heard this and pointed out to the enemy that the demons with unlimited potential were unable to deal with him, but the guy admitted that he would really die if things continued like this. Nevertheless, the main character decided to take a risk and see which of them would die first. The next moment, the guy used the burning blood technique, which enveloped him in a frightening red aura and also reinforced the effect of the madness technique. To all this, Lee Chang-an added the technique of flaring up flames, thanks to which a huge stream of fire moved towards the demons. Seeing all this, the demon girl assumed that the guy decided to bury them all here and asked why he tried so hard for the sake of complete strangers. Then she turned to her comrades and ordered them to gather, because this man was supposed to die today. At this time, Lee Chang-an fearlessly looked at the enemies and thought that he had to manage to finish them all off before the last drop of his chi energy evaporated. That is why the guy now rushed at all his enemies at once, but suddenly stumbled. The protagonist realized that his energy was running out faster than he expected, and therefore was afraid that he simply would not have enough time to sort everything out. Seeing the Jasper letter in front of him, the guy asked her for forgiveness, because she would most likely have to perish along with him. Suddenly, the main character saw that something strange was happening with the letter and could not explain it. The next moment, Lee Chang-an simply disappeared right before the eyes of the demons, who now did not know where to look for their opponent. At that moment, the protagonist used sword art, which caused lightning to strike the ground, destroying the heavens. The city gate defenders couldn't understand what was happening and couldn't believe that Lee Chang-an had lost. However, this was not the case at all. The exhausted protagonist could barely stand on his feet, leaning on his sword, but his defeated enemies lay on the ground in front of him. Seeing the wounded protagonist, the defenders of the wall immediately rushed to his aid in order to somehow thank him for saving the city. Li Chang'an tried to find out about the demons, but people asked him not to worry because all 5 demon lords died from his sword. Hearing this, the guy thought it was very good, after which he began to close his eyes, unable to resist sleep. This greatly alarmed the people, who began to ask for the doctor to come faster. 10 days have passed since then. All this time, the main character remained in the city and received all the necessary help. Only after such a long time did Li Chang'an finally come to his senses and open his eyes. He was all wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, from the next bed, the equally wounded Xiang Hechuan addressed him, very glad that his comrade had finally woken up. The guy said with admiration that thanks to those crystals, he was able to protect the surrounding villages and destroy the half-demons, and after that he learned that Li Chang'an had managed to defeat 5 demon lords at once. The main character answers with a smile that he and the guy had been through a lot, so he didn't want to hide anything from him. He then said that he was also from Danyue County, and that he and Xiang Hechuan studied at the same academy. The guy was shocked by this information. After this, Xiang Hechuan assumed that since his comrade was from the Bailu Academy, he must have heard of Li Chang'an, who was unrivaled in archery skills. The main character didn't respond to this, but from his facial expression it was clear what he wanted to say. Xiang Hechuan immediately understood this, which made him feel as if he was struck by lightning, this tenderness. He couldn't believe that he was talking to that same Li Chang'an. The main character calmly asked his new friend to keep it a secret. After this, Xiang Hechuan learned that the boy was heading north, and therefore warned that it was too dangerous. Li Chang'an replied that he knew this, but he had to do it. After some time, the main character set off again and, having defeated several demons, made a short stop. The guy decided to check his supplies. It turned out that he had quite a lot of demonic cores, 7th-rank demonic pills, alchemist notes, and a pouch made from the skin of a wild beast. Li Chang'an, seeing all this, assumed that the heavens had not yet turned away from him, because the jade letter would be able to help him absorb all these demonic pills and restore chi energy. Xiang Hechuan suddenly turned to the main character and offered him to stay in the city for a couple more days. Li Chang'an replied that he needed to get away, and if fate decided so, they would meet again in the future. Immediately after this, many local residents approached the guy, calling him a benefactor and asking him to stay. People suggested that the protagonist stay in Hedong County and wanted to give him many gifts as a token of gratitude for saving their lives. Li Chang'an solemnly thanked everyone present for their recognition and vowed that he would not leave the battlefield until the empire defeated the damned demons. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Fengchuan, the advance of bloodthirsty monsters continued who wanted to destroy humanity. The commander loudly ordered his soldiers to defend themselves to the end and not allow the liars to get any further. The students of the Bailu Academy also fought in this battle and even had success in confronting the demons. Suddenly, at the most inopportune moment, one of the demons decided to attack Zhou. Fortunately, an Anon used the law of literature in time to use the ice arrow technique, which instantly killed the enemy. Zhou was indignant that this was already the 27th wave of demons and did not understand whether they were not tired at all. Anon explained that this was the tactic of beast waves, which was supposed to exhaust the strength of people. Zhou continued the battle, saying that if things continued like this, the 3rd line of defense would soon be under threat. At that very moment, the barrier that protected the demon invasion period began to crack. And Anon immediately thought that perhaps he and Zhou would die today, so he mentally asked Li Chang'an not to forget them. Meanwhile, the commanders ordered their soldiers to stand to the death for the sake of the Jin Empire. No one dared to disobey the order. At this time, the main character had already arrived at the military camp on the northern border and, turning to one of the soldiers, expressed a desire to join the ranks of the army. At that moment, a horseman galloped up and loudly announced that the 3rd line of defense was about to attack, so the reserve soldiers had to quickly follow him and strengthen the 4th line of defense. Li Chang'an immediately blocked the rider's path and asked him to wait. The man was unhappy and said that he did not have time to talk to the guy. The main character said that he was a student at the Bailu Academy, and now he would like to know where his comrades were. The rider heard this and said that the people from Danyue County were assigned to the 3rd line of defense. Li Chang'an then asked if the soldiers should not have retreated from the 3rd line of defense if she was going to go anyway. The man replied that everyone had been given the order to fight to the death. Then the guy said that the army shouldn't have just thrown away the lives of soldiers, so he asked permission to go to their rescue and try to save them. The man will answer that he will be immensely grateful to the main character if he manages to save at least one of those soldiers. Without wasting any time, Lee Chang'an went to help, mentally asking for his friends to hold out a little longer. Meanwhile, the stronger demons had already destroyed the third line of defense and went on the attack. Zhou was sure that they would not be able to hold back the enemy, so they needed to retreat quickly. At this moment, Anan began to cough up blood because the strong period was due to this long battle. Zhou began to worry greatly about his comrade, who was not feeling any better. Then the guy said that he would cover his friend's retreat, but he needed to get away from here quickly, and Anan refused this. He then said that he had already used up all the chi energy in his palace, so he would not survive even if he tried to escape, but Zhou still had a chance. And Anan pushed his friend hard to make him leave, because he thought that he was already dead anyway, so he should only try to buy more time for the others to retreat. Zhou didn't agree with this at all, but there was nothing he could do. The guy could only watch as the bloodthirsty demon approached his comrade, and Anan was already saying goodbye to life. At this moment, Lee Chang'an appeared out of nowhere, fearlessly entering the battle and easily defeating the huge snake before it could kill his friend. In addition, the main character managed to catch Anan and prevent him from falling to the ground. After that, the guy began to quickly carry his comrade away from the battlefield while saying that he would not die today. Anan couldn't help but shed tears of joy when he saw Lee Chang'an coming to his aid. The main character said that now was not the time for tears and intended to take the guy to where the fourth line of defense was located. The guy also turned to Zhou and asked him not to lag behind. Zhou was very glad to see his friend here. Zhou then turned back to see if the demons were pursuing them, but he only saw retreating soldiers. The guy began to wonder if the fourth line of defense would withstand the enemy's attack. Lee Chang'an was confident that she would endure, because when he arrived there, reinforcements of 300,000 soldiers had already gathered there, so now they only needed to get there. Hearing this, Zhou loudly announced that the soldiers should abandon their positions and all retreat to the fourth line of defense. Soon our heroes saw protective barriers in the distance and realized that they were almost at their destination. At this moment, the retreating soldiers were attacked by bloodthirsty demonic birds who did not want to let their opponents go at all. Zhou immediately stopped and asked his friends to retreat while he held off the enemies. Lee Chang'an didn't agree with this, so he grabbed the guy in his arms while saying that he always talked too much. Getting closer and closer to the protective barrier, the main character saw that a demonic bird was about to attack him. Lee Chang'an was determined to complete what he had started, so he used sword art to summon thunder that would tear apart the heavens. The next moment, a bright bolt of lightning struck the enemy and instantly killed him, allowing Lee Chang'an and his friends to continue their retreat. Zhou and Anan were amazed by their comrade's abilities, but their path was still blocked by demonic birds. Lee Chang'an had to use all means to evade the enemy's attacks because he believed that now was not the time to take offense. The protagonist intended to quickly reach the fourth line of defense, so he used the law of literature to increase his strength and agility. After some time, our heroes had already crossed the protective barrier and could now breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou stared at one point, and now could only think about the fact that they were still able to survive. Meanwhile, Anan hugged the main character tightly because he thought that he would never see him again. Lee Chang'an asked his friend not to worry because now they were safe. Next, Anan asked how the guy had refused to go here at all since the Bailu Academy would definitely not agree to let him go to the front. Lee Chang'an asked his friend not to talk about it and to call him by another name, because the fewer people here knew the truth, the better. And Anan immediately apologized for accidentally letting it slip. After that, the main character said that he came here because he couldn't just live happily while his brothers were fighting. Then Zhou asked how the guy managed to become so strong in just a few months. Lee Chang'an replied that it was a long story and that his friends had other things to worry about right now. Our heroes looked at the army of demons that were approaching the protective barrier and thought about how they could fight off the enemies. Zhou thought that any direct confrontation with the demons would be suicide because there were too many of them. And Anan immediately said that they could no longer retreat further because the fifth line of defense was the last one. Suddenly, the main character had an idea, so he said that perhaps they would not need to engage in a head-on collision with the enemy. Then the main character, with great enthusiasm, asked his friends if they had ever heard of guerrilla warfare. The guys were very intrigued. Zhou heard about the guerrilla war and seemed to immediately understand what Lee Chang'an wanted to say. Suddenly, the guy asked what kind of strategy it was because he had never heard of it. This really surprised his friends. And Anan immediately punished the boy for skipping classes at the Zhou Academy. He made excuses and said that he always wanted to become a martial arts master, so he didn't read useless books. And Anan then explained that guerrilla warfare was one of the main tactics in the art of war. the main principle of which was to disunite the enemy army. Joe still didn't understand anything, so Lee Chang'an told him that in the first stage, they should have retreated while the enemy was advancing. In the second stage, they should have caused confusion when the enemy set up a military camp. At the third stage, it was necessary to attack a tired enemy and then move on to the fourth stage when the enemy would retreat. This explanation helped Joe understand all the subtleties of this strategy. So he believed that they absolutely had to switch to guerrilla warfare. Otherwise, they would simply run out of steam sooner or later. After this, the guy suddenly jumped up and called his friends to follow him, because now they needed to convince the commander-in-chief of the correctness of this strategy as soon as possible. And Anand was in no hurry to go because he noticed that the main character seemed to be bothered by something. Lee Chang'an replied that in truth, waging guerrilla warfare was not as easy as it seemed at first glance, because there were too many factors to learn. Despite this, Anand was sure that the guy already had some thoughts about this, because he was still a famous genius. Lee Chang'an immediately confirmed this with great enthusiasm and promised that they would emerge victorious in this war. Soon after, our heroes arrived at the commander-in-chief's tent, who was very unhappy with this idea and did not understand how such a fool as Lee Chang'an could even get on the saints list. Shi Yanzhen turned to the protagonist and asked him if he understood how absurd his idea of guerrilla warfare was. The man then listed several compelling arguments that made this idea useless and even dangerous for the participants in this strategy. To this, Lee Chang'an calmly replied that it was possible to use dark magic, because if everything was done correctly, the demons would fall under the spell and simply kill each other. At this point, one of the advisors present intervened in the conversation and was shocked by the protagonist's proposal. Luo Taiching said with displeasure that the guy should have known that dark magic was prohibited. Lee Chang'an replied that he had learned of this, but in war all means were fair, and so they had to use everything they had to win. After these words, a very heated discussion began in the tent about the idea of using dark magic. Some of those present were categorically against it, but there were also those who believed that it was now a necessity. Suddenly, someone outside entered the commander-in-chief's tent and said from the doorway that in his opinion, this was a good idea. The young man continued to say with a smile that instead of sitting in a deep defense, they needed to try to seize the initiative from the enemy. Looking at this guy, Lee Chang'an was very surprised because he immediately recognized him. It was Qin Xiaofa. The guy, smiling slyly, addressed the main character by name and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone present was surprised when they heard Lee Chang'an's name and immediately began to ask if this was the same disciple who managed to take the first 2 places in the Dragon Gate competition. Qin Xiaofa decided to be the first to take the liberty of voting for the idea of guerrilla warfare. The commander's words influenced the others, so this idea no longer seemed so meaningless to them. Lee Chang'an immediately thought that this guy was one of those who wanted to destroy the Bailu Academy, and also injured an Anan when he tried to find out Li Taibai's location. Qin Xiaofa then asked if the protagonist himself wanted to join the partisan detachment. Lee Chang'an calmly replied that he simply couldn't help but go after everything he had done. Qin Xiaofa was very happy to hear this. Soon after, An Anan insisted that Qin Xiaofa was definitely trying to lure his friend into a trap, so if he agreed to this deal, he would definitely die. The main character replied that if he did not lead people, no one would believe in his idea, so the risks were justified. And Anan immediately said that in that case, he would go with him. The next moment, Lee Chang'an sharply struck his friend in the neck so that he would lose consciousness and would not be able to carry out his plan. Then the main character turned to Joe and asked him to take care of an Anan for several years. The guy was shocked by what happened and believed that such measures were unnecessary. Lee Chang'an then said that he had no doubt about his friend's literary skills, but without a high level of martial arts, there was nothing for them to do in the demon lands. However, Joe felt that his friend was indeed right, so he promised that he would take care of Ananan in his absence. 2 days later, the commander-in-chief gathered a group of soldiers and loudly announced that the outcome of this war largely depended on them, and therefore he respected them immensely for this. After this, the man announced the beginning of the implementation of their plan, the first step of which was the introduction of a detachment of partisans into the territory of the demons. All the soldiers rushed fearfully behind the 4th protective barrier, which the demons did not expect at all. One of the subordinates immediately reported to the demon lord that the people had gone beyond their shield and suggested that they had finally decided to accept their fate. Demon Lord Bai Ye said that these people even interested him a little, because he did not understand what these worthless people were planning. The battle soon began, but the commander-in-chief had told the soldiers long before that they did not need a victory in this battle. The first thing the soldiers had to do was take advantage of the chaos and pretend to be corpses. The commander-in-chief insisted that they were all the hope of the Jin Empire and that the people would never forget their sacrifice. Soon after the battle ended, the protagonist opened his eyes and looked around without attracting attention. The guy saw a huge demon who was looking at the corpses of people. Li Chang'an mentally asked the enemy not to go in his direction. Li Chang'an lay motionless on the ground, but the demon still focused its attention on him. The monster began to examine the main character, although he himself did not understand what was wrong with him. Eventually, the demon decided to change his martial art to use the dragon tail swing technique and attack the suspicious corpse. Li Chang'an had to jump aside to save himself and admitted that the demons in the northern district were very different from those he had seen before. Suddenly, the demon became very frightened upon seeing the main character and began to burrow into the ground, begging not to kill him. The monster said that the Lord had just promoted him to the 7th rank and assured that he had done nothing wrong but only eaten a couple of corpses. Li Chang'an thought that this was a good chance to use the poisonous parasite to make the demon the first seed of guerrilla warfare. Then the guy touched the monster's back, after which the parasite penetrated inside and wrapped itself around the spine. This caused the monster to experience severe pain, and so he began to swing his tail in all directions in order to somehow calm it down. Unexpectedly, the demon managed to capture the main character, which was not at all part of his plans. The monster continued to quickly dig a tunnel into the ground and loudly begged Li Chang'an not to hit him. The main character did not understand how long the demon was going to dig the earth and could not influence the situation in any way. Meanwhile, the battle between the people of the partisan detachment and the demons came to an end. The monsters looked around and looked for survivors. The demons did not understand why people rushed into this suicidal attack, because they only added work without achieving anything. Suddenly, the monsters saw Qin Xiaofa, who was smiling at them kindly and waving his hand as if greeting them. The demon was about to rush into an attack in order to deal with him, but the guy quickly launched poisonous parasites at them. They instantly penetrated the demons' heads, causing them to immediately forget about their intentions. Soon, they bowed before the boy and called him Mr. Qin Xiaofa. Seeing this, he admitted that the forbidden art was more effective than he thought, and believed that now he would be able to subjugate even demons. However, the guy did not forget that if the guerrilla war plan worked, Li Chang'an would become even more influential. Qin Xiaofa thought that he shouldn't have let the protagonist return alive. Meanwhile, a demonic bird was flying high in the sky. With the help of her eyes, the demon lord seemed to be able to observe what was happening on the battlefield. Monster understood what the catch was, so now he was very unhappy. Bai Ye decided not to delay and properly teach the people who tried to deceive him a lesson. Soon the soldiers who were pretending to be corpses found themselves under the intense, bloodthirsty gaze of the monsters. They were already aware of the deception. Turning back, Qin Xiaofa saw a demonic bird trying to carry away one of his comrades. The man tried to resist and screamed loudly, begging for help. Qin Xiaofa seemed like he was about to rush into battle to save his comrade, but that was not the case at all. The last thing the unfortunate guy saw was Qin Xiaofa quickly running away to the defensive line, completely forgetting about their mission. Qin Xiaofa was sure that if he tried to save his comrade, he would die along with him, so Li Chang'an, who came up with this plan, should be blamed for everything. The rest of the soldiers from the partisan detachment were also confident that the plan had failed, so they began to quickly retreat. By evening, the survivors reached the military camp, and Annan was also here and looking for someone. The worried young man approached the returning soldiers and asked if they had seen Li Chang'an. Suddenly, Qin Xiaofa appeared behind him and directly said that it could be considered that the protagonist was already dead. Annan was very unhappy with these words, but Qin Xiaofa continued to say that because of the crazy idea of guerrilla warfare, hundreds of people died in vain today. That is why the scoundrel was sure that even if Li Chang'an survived and returned to the military camp, he would be executed for this grave sin. Annan was indignant and said that it was unfair, because even though the main character came up with this plan, it was approved by other commanders, so it was not only Li Chang'an who should bear responsibility. Then the guy looked around, but did not see any support in the eyes of his comrades, which is why he realized that they thought the same as Qin Xiaofa. This made Annan feel so hurt for the main character that he could not contain his emotions and began to cry. He then mentally turned to Li Chang'an and asked him not to return, because this rat's nest could no longer be called a home. At this time, the protagonist was unconscious and exposed to demonic energy. The streams of this energy seemed to slowly suck all the life force out of him. The demons who had captured the main character and were now pouring demonic energy into him laughed and said that people made good pills. Lee Chang'an was completely immobilized and was unable to resist his enemies in any way. Gradually, severe burns began to appear on the boy's body, which caused him incredible pain. At this time, demonic energy was trying to penetrate the Jasper letter, which could still be protected by the barrier. Despite this, the demonic energy continued its onslaught, wishing to completely take over the body of the main character. Suddenly, the barrier that enveloped the letter began to study the bright light. This light even penetrated through Lee Chang'an's eyes and mouth. Somehow, he was able to drive away the demonic energy from the boy. After this, the main character began to recover. His burns began to heal literally before our eyes. At that very moment, one of the vessels that contained demonic energy simply exploded, which frightened the monsters that were present here. The demons did not understand how their captive was able to suck out all the demonic energy from their formation without even lifting a finger. Other vessels with energy also began to make a ringing sound, which indicated that they would soon become empty and explode. The demons couldn't allow the main character to survive, so they all used their abilities together. The demonic energy that the monsters released gathered into one huge monster that intended to tear the guy apart and then eat him. Lee Chang'an didn't feel any danger at all because he was unconscious, but his body was instantly enveloped in the bright aura that had protected him a short while ago. The next moment, a huge monster, which consisted of demonic energy despite its size, began to be absorbed into the jade letter. The demon that looked like a lizard was very scared that Lee Chang'an had absorbed the energy of all his comrades and began to worry that the guy would want to eat him. Meanwhile, the human army returned to its previous tactics of deep defense. The monsters were advancing on the barrier of the fourth line of defense without rest and were already making minor progress. The commanders ordered their soldiers to spare no effort and strengthen the barrier, but many of the defenders were already almost out of chi energy. And Annan was also there and was very worried when he saw that Joe had already returned. The guy immediately asked if his friend had found the main character, but the answer was disappointing. And Annan was very upset that nothing was known about Lee Chang'an. Qin Xiaofa noticed this and began to smile slyly. The guy thought that the main character's friends, on the contrary, should have been happy that the guy was eaten by demons. And Annan was very angry at these words, causing him to display his killing intent. Joe immediately intervened in this conflict and loudly asked an Annan to stop. It turned out that an Annan and Qin Xiaofa were on the verge of killing each other, and now they had to either stop or finish what they started. Qin Xiaofa asked with a sly smile. Was he really wrong after all? Lee Chang'an died on the battlefield and thus was able to save some of his reputation. The guy continued to say that if the main character returned, he would be disgraced and executed as a traitor, so the first option was much better. And Annan lowered his eyes, but he didn't know what to say to the scoundrel. After that, Qin Xiaofa began to leave, saying that this time he would turn a blind eye to the guy's behavior, but next time he would deal with him according to the laws of martial law. And Annan was still very angry, but Joe asked his friend to calm down and not act like a scoundrel. At this time, the mysterious cocoon, which consisted of chi energy, for some reason suddenly cracked in half. The next moment, a human hand burst out of it and tried to free its owner. Shortly after, a completely naked young man emerged from the cocoon. Looking around, he saw a demon who for some reason was trembling with fear. The monster turned to the main character and asked whether he was a human or a demon. Looking at his reflection in the puddle, Lee Chang'an was very surprised because he had purple eyes. The guy realized that he was incredibly lucky because the Jasper letter was able to transform and absorb a lot of demonic energy, thanks to which his techniques and murderous intent significantly increased. Then the main character turned to the demon and asked if his name was Tulun. The demon immediately asked where the guy got those purple eyes from, since only members of the imperial family of demons had them. Lee Chang'an understood his enemy's surprise and believed that now nothing would stop him from pretending to be a demon of the imperial family. But the guy did not have the same power over demons that the true rulers had. At this moment, the main character remembered the dark magic, so he ordered Tulun to bow before him. He immediately carried out the order. Lee Chang'an was very surprised that he had such power, so he turned to Tulun again and asked who he was. The monsters were very scared, so he was in no hurry to answer, which angered the main character, so he repeated the order but much louder. The demon said that he had never seen a demon like Lee Chang'an before, so he assumed that he was from the small Elephant and Dragon clan. Lee Chang'an was happy to hear this. After this, The main character saddled the demon and ordered him to move forward, because he had long wanted to look at the landscapes of the rear of the demon lands. Meanwhile, on the surface, there was absolute silence and only a slight wind drove the sand from side to side across the lifeless expanses. Suddenly there was a loud roar and something seemed to start bursting out from under the ground to the surface. Lee Chang-an was very happy because he felt as if he had not breathed clean air for 100 years. He wished to never be underground again. Looking around, the main character saw a small camp where demons were located. One of them seemed to feel the stranger's gaze on him, so he turned around to understand what was going on. Surprisingly, the monster did not find anyone, so he asked his comrades if they had heard a strange noise. Everyone agreed that it was just the wind. Meanwhile, the main character scolded Tulun for bringing him to the demonic bulls because they definitely would not have obeyed his will. However, the guy thought that on the other hand, the demonic bulls were one of the strongest clans of demons, so they would definitely be useful to him. Also, the main character believed that he didn't have to deal with all the demonic bulls, so he decided to wait until it got dark and then start to slowly subdue them. Soon the sun set behind the horizon and night fell. It seemed that even the moon and most of the stars did not want to illuminate the lifeless earth. Soon one of the demonic bulls moved away from the fire, intending to go check on the supplies. The other demons immediately understood what their comrade really meant. Soon the monster stopped and, without any fear, prepared to do what he came here for. At that moment, someone's voice was heard behind him, calling him a thick-headed bull. The demonic bull was very angry at these words, so he quickly turned around to look at this daredevil. He saw Lee Chang-an, but he didn't even have time to say anything because he shoved a poisonous parasite into his mouth and said that it was a treat for him. The demonic bull was shocked by what happened, but he could not do anything because he was under the power of dark magic. The next moment, the ferocious monster obediently bowed before the protagonist and called him Lord. Lee Chang-an was glad that the demon recognized him, so he asked what his name was. The monster replied that his name was New Ding-tian. The protagonist then asked his new subordinate to introduce him to his clan, but New Ding-tian immediately replied that he could not do this. The guy was very surprised by this refusal and began to assume that the suggestion did not work, even though the parasite had penetrated the demon's body. It turned out that New Ding-tian could not yet introduce the Lord to his clan because he had not yet done what he had moved away from the camp for. The demon bull felt much better when he finally relieved himself. At the same time, Lee Chang-an began to think that he shouldn't have wasted the poisonous parasite on this idiot. Soon after, the demonic bull asked the main character what clan he was from, since he had never seen him anywhere before. The guy replied that he was the prince of the Elephant and Dragon clan. The demon was very surprised when he realized that Lee Chang-an was from the imperial family of the very clan that descended from the great Elephant and Dragon sage. The demonic bulls that were in the camp heard New Ding-tian's cry and assumed that something bad had happened, so they decided to check. Lee Chang-an was very unhappy that his new subordinate had attracted unnecessary attention, and in the meantime, they had already found the guy and were surprised that he was a human. One of the angry monsters immediately tried to attack the main character, asking him how he dared to set foot on the land of demons. Of course, the guy managed to easily dodge this blow, because now he was already much stronger than the time he first encountered the demon. After that, the main character attacked the monsters in response, thanking the heavens along the way for the fact that there were still intelligent individuals left in the clan of demonic bulls because he immediately realized that he was a human. From this powerful blow, the demonic bull flew far back and fell to the ground with a crash in front of his comrades. This made the demon bull clan representatives even more angry, so another demon decided to try and teach Lee Chang-an a lesson. The monster showed serious intentions and not with the rage that he was ready to direct at the main character. Tet, however, very soon another enemy was defeated and thrown to the ground. New Ding-tian turned to the Lord and asked why he had hit another demon. Lee Chang-an replied with displeasure that it was all because of New Ding-tian himself. Then the demonic bull turned to his comrades and said that they were mistaken because his master was definitely not some kind of pathetic person. The monster then solemnly declared that the imperial son of the Elephant and Dragon clan stood before the representatives of the demonic bull clan. Soon after, the protagonist and the demons moved to a fire that was located in a small clan camp. Lee Chang-an sat and thought that he couldn't control the entire demonic bone clan with just parasites, so he needed to come up with ways to make them work for him. Then the guy turned to his subordinate and asked why the clan of demonic bulls was sent to this desert, since they also seemed to have descended from the perfect sage. Hearing this question, New Ding-tian for some reason could not control his emotions and began to cry. He was amazed that someone still remembered the perfect sage of the demonic bulls. The demon also said that other clans hated them because of their strength, so the imperial family took away almost all of their combat techniques. New Dingtian continued to say that their clan only had one technique left, which made their warriors much weaker than those of other clans, which threatened the complete disappearance of the demonic bulls. Li Chang'an heard all this and asked if the clan's strongest warriors simply ignored such humiliation. New Dingtian said that a few months ago, their last lord, the third-ranked demonic bull, was cut down by some powerful person at the border. Say that this man then killed two rulers at once, and the third tried to escape when he realized that he could not defeat this man. When the monster ran away, he didn't even notice how he activated a small pressure plate. As a result, if the dry, truthful they and the man fell into a trap of some ancient tomb in the north, and since then, nothing has been heard of them. Li Chang'an heard all this and assumed that it was about Wang Tianan, so he remembered well that this ancient tomb was located in the north. Niu Dingtian noticed that something was wrong with his lord, so he asked if everything was okay. To this, the protagonist replied that it was time for a serious conversation. The boy asked directly whether the clan of demonic bulls would follow him if he managed to regain the former glory and power that rightfully belonged to their clan. The protagonist promised that he would help the clan of demonic squirrels if they agreed to become his followers. Niu Dingtian immediately had the thought that the guy was asking them to obey. These thoughts made the demon very angry, causing him to instantly become furious and seemed ready to even attack Li Chang'an. The monster swung his huge axe sharply, shouting loudly at the same time that the demonic bulls would never become slaves. The main character was very scared and did not understand what was happening and why his subordinate suddenly went berserk. At this moment, a poisonous parasite enveloped the demonic bull's brain, causing it to experience a strange sensation. The monster still attacked the protagonist, but he deliberately missed Li Chang'an and remained standing in place, as if he knew that this would happen. At the same time, the rest of the demonic bulls had also armed themselves and were loudly encouraging their comrade to quickly kill the main character. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was trying hard to subjugate Niu Dingtian with dark magic. In the end, the demonic bull obediently bowed before the guy because he could not withstand the pressure that he was putting on him. Niu Dingtian didn't want to do this at all, which is why he was now feeling excruciating suffering, but the demon was unable to resist. Continuing to put pressure on the protagonist, he asked why the monster thought he wanted to make the demonic bulls his slaves. Niu Dingtian said that his clan had sworn to never bow down to other clans, lest they become like the Buffalo clan, who were once their brothers, but who had betrayed their ideals and become pitiful slaves. Now Li Chang'an understood everything, so he explained that the demonic bulls had simply misunderstood him. The guy said that his goal was to climb to the top of the demonic world, but for this he needed not slaves but loyal allies who would definitely be rewarded. After that, the protagonist picked up Niu Dingtian's huge axe, which he had dropped recently. Li Chang'an handed the weapon to his subordinate and asked if the Demon Bull clan would become his first ally. Niu Dingtian was struck by the protagonist's sincerity, which is why he did not immediately believe what was happening. Finally, the ferocious monster burst into tears and said that all the other clans did not respect them, and only the main character treated them as equals. That was why the demonic bulls were willing to become Li Chang'an's allies. The guy reassured his subordinate and said that weakness could always be turned into strength. The protagonist then said that he could teach the demons a technique that would allow them to open more acupuncture points, which would be enough to awaken the power of their bloodline. However, the guy was in no hurry to share secrets because he believed that not all demonic bulls were happy with his offer and believed that it would be bad if the information leaked out. Niu Dingtian immediately looked at his comrades with displeasure, causing them to lower their eyes. Then the ferocious monster ordered everyone to immediately swear by the name of the great sage of their family that they would never reveal their secret to others. The demon also promised the protagonist that if they broke the oath, their demonic pills would be destroyed along with their souls, and all members of the traitors' families would be expelled from the clan. Li Chang'an was very impressed by these words, but he hoped that none of the demonic bulls would stoop to betrayal. Soon after, the guy began teaching his subordinates how to awaken acupuncture points. He gave a fairly detailed explanation, after which the demonic bulls set to work. After some time, Niu Dingtian turned to his comrades and asked if all this was really true, since so far no one had any results. Niu Dingtian immediately scolded his friend for doubting Li Chang'an's good intentions and ordered him to shut up. Just at that moment, a loud explosion thundered nearby, which attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that the reason for this was one of the demons. who was now shocked by what had happened and could not believe that he had done it. Having come to his senses, the monster loudly declared that he had been able to awaken the 28th acupuncture point and now felt how demonic chi was seething within him, which meant that the Lord's technique really worked. Li Chang'an was satisfied with the result and thought that after the jade letter absorbed the demonic pills, he realized that the elephant and dragon technique could be cultivated not only by humans but also by demons. After that, the protagonist asked Niu Dingtian whether his clan had completed some task. The monster said that they had already completed their task and were just returning to the camp of the 100 demons. The demons suggested that Li Chang'an go with them because his clan's tents were a little further away from the others, so the other demons shouldn't notice him. After thinking for a bit, the guy agreed. Then the main character said that the demonic bulls could go forward and he would catch up with them a little later. Li Chang'an watched his subordinates leave and thought that one oath was not enough to completely control them, so he needed to somehow strengthen his power over the demons. After this, the main character, for some reason, began to stamp his foot on the ground as if he was trying to attract someone's attention. Tulun immediately crawled out from under the ground and prepared to listen to the Lord's order. It turned out that the guy needed to get the flesh of demons in order to remove more parasites. A few days later, the protagonist and his new subordinates were already in the camp of the 100 demons. Li Chang'an continued training the demonic bulls as promised, carefully monitoring each training session. Along the way, the guy quietly scattered poisonous parasites around, which he needed to increase his control over the demons. The parasites immediately headed towards the demonic Becks, who, unsuspecting, continued their training. The demons suddenly felt a strange sensation, but did not even realize that they were now under the complete control of the protagonist. Li Chang'an was very pleased with this, but he tried not to show it to his subordinates. Soon after, one of the demonic bulls happily announced that he had awakened the 32nd point, but his comrade asked him not to be so proud, since Niu Dingtian was already at the 40th. Niu Dingtian calmly replied that their clan would definitely restore its honor and return to glory. He felt that this day was just around the corner. Suddenly, the grunting of a demonic boar was heard, calling all this a disgrace. Li Chang'an immediately hid when he realized that other demons had come to the camp and began to observe what was happening from a secluded place. The demonic boar laughed loudly and said that he had never heard such nonsense in his life than the restoration of the glory of the demonic bull clan. Niu Dingtian was very unhappy that a representative of the boar clan and a traitor from the buffalo clan had come to see them. The demonic boar roughly pushed Niu Dingtian aside and called him a brat, demanding that he not dare to talk to him like that. Niu Dingtian was very angry and seemed ready to attack the scoundrel right now, but his comrade asked him not to give in to this provocation. Immediately, Niu Wanhao, who was the head of the 10,000 demons of the bull clan, intervened in the conversation and rudely asked why the boar came here. The boar said that the clan of demonic wolves had announced the assembly of a reserve army, and since the bulls were the weakest, they were sent to the front as cannon fodder. An angry Niu Dingtian immediately declared that they were not the weakest and suggested that they tested in the arena. The demonic boar accepted this offer, promising that he would not break his opponent's bones so that he would still go to the front. Li Chang'an, hearing this, thought that this was his chance, because the demonic bulls that obeyed Niu Dingtian were not enough for his plan, so he had to lure the current head of the entire clan to his side. In order to realize this idea, the main character turned to a demonic bull named Qiande. The guy quietly asked to convey something to Niu Dingtian so that he could do something. The demon bull immediately submitted to the ruler. Soon everyone moved to the training arena near which many spectators had already gathered. The head of the Kabanov clan turned to his subordinate, who had the number 18 instead of a name, and ordered him to fight for the honor of their clan. After this, he turned to the demonic fighters and asked which of them would dare to challenge him. Niu Dingtian immediately declared that he would do it, but Xiangde quickly stopped his comrade and conveyed that the Lord had ordered him not to rush. Demona explained that first it was necessary to wait until the first of the demonic bulls lost and then begin to act. Niu Dingtian did not understand what the point was. In order to calm her comrade's curiosity, Xiande insisted that it was the order of the Lord Niu Dingtian, who immediately obeyed. Suddenly, the head of the demon bull clan, Niu Wanhao, stepped forward and loudly announced that he would be the one to fight the enemy. The boar, hearing this, laughed and assumed that today he would finally be able to find out what the head of the shameful clan of demonic bulls was capable of. After this, the two opponents grabbed each other and began their battle. Niu Wanhao put all his efforts and promised that he would either secure victory or die. Meanwhile, all the demonic bulls actively supported the clan leader and believed in his victory. This support gave the demon strength, so he was able to easily deal a strong blow to his opponent. However, the demonic boar was not that weak, so it was able to fight back. In the end, the two opponents swung their fists hard, wishing death on each other. The next moment, loud sounds of powerful blows were heard, which threw the opponents away from each other. Niu Dingtian immediately grabbed the clan leader in his arms so that he would not fall to the ground, greatly worrying about his well-being. After this, the demonic bull angrily turned to the head of the boar clan and declared that it was a draw, which meant that they were definitely not the weakest. The boar responded with displeasure that his subordinate had almost defeated the head of the clan of demonic bulls, although he was not even the strongest of his warriors. After this, the demonic boar armed himself and offered to have another fight, promising that this time one of the bulls would definitely go to hell. The leader of the demonic boars showed off his powerful demonic aura and asked which of the bulls would dare to fight against him. Niu Dingtian didn't hesitate to reply that he was ready to fight the villain. Xiangde, before the battle begins, remind your comrade so that he does not forget the words of the ruler Niu Wanhao. Remember everything well. The leader of the demonic boars threatened that he would not spare the life of his opponent, and after this battle he would scatter his remains throughout the camp. Niu Dingtian responded that the boar had talked too much and then showed off his demonic qi. Without wasting any time, the demonic bull pushed off the ground with force and rushed at his opponent with lightning speed in order to defend the honor of his clan. The leader of the demonic boars was amazed by this speed, because he did not expect this at all from a representative of the shameful bull clan. Niu Dingtian had already approached his opponent and, swinging a large axe, declared that he would finish off the boar right now. The boar chief was taken aback by what was happening, but still tried to block Niu Dingtian's attack. Despite this, the demonic bull's blow was so strong that it caused a loud explosion. After that, Niu Dingtian calmly placed his weapon on his shoulder while calling his opponent a worthless person. The head of the demonic boars was completely defeated and couldn't even respond, so this battle was over. The demons who were watching this fight closely could not believe their eyes and did not understand where Niu Dingtian got such strength from, because the demonic bulls should have been limited to 27 acupuncture points. Meanwhile, the entire demon bull clan was incredibly happy about this victory and called Niu Dingtian the hope of their clan. Niu Wanhao turned to Xiangde with great surprise and asked how Niu Dingtian was able to defeat the enemy. In order to explain everything, the demon suggested that the clan leader meet a certain gentleman. Soon after, Xiangde brought Niu Wanhao to an inconspicuous tent where that same gentleman was located. Xiangde bowed respectfully before the throne and greeted the son of the imperial family of the Elephant and Dragon clan. Niu Wanhao, seeing the one sitting on this throne, was very surprised and even seemed angry. Despite this, the main character calmly said that he was already tired of waiting for the head of 10,000 demons. Niu Dingtian confirmed that everything Li Chang'an had said was the purest truth, because the technique he had taught hundreds of bulls had indeed made them much stronger. Hearing this, Niu Wanhao respectfully turned to the protagonist and asked if he could ask the Lord one question. Li Chang'an didn't mind at all, so he prepared to listen to the Demon Bull clan chief's question. The demon cautiously asked why the guy decided to choose the clan of demonic bulls. Li Chang'an was not entirely happy about having to answer this question again, but fortunately he already had a prepared answer. The guy responded with great enthusiasm that it was, of course, because of the great sage of the demonic parks, because the clans that descended from the true great sages could be counted on the fingers. The main character continued to say that the great sage, having gone to the south, stopped the bloodthirsty people who possessed dark magic and fought with the dragon clan in the east. What he heard shocked Niu Wanhao, who was unable to stand on his feet and fell to his knees. After this, the demon, with tears in his eyes, said that he was very glad that someone other than the demonic bulls remembered the great deeds of his ancestor. Li Chang'an was thinking at the same time that the demonic bulls all had the same reaction to this answer, as if they all had the same brain. Then the main character put his hand on the shoulder of the head of the clan and said that if the demonic bulls support him and do not betray him, then he will give his word that he will return them to their former greatness. At the same time, the guy released a poisonous parasite which immediately got to work. Niu Wanhao was soon completely subordinate to Li Chang'an and called him Lord. After some time, thousands of demonic bulls were already training hard to improve their fighting skills. The guy himself was surprised that at first 100 demons obeyed him. Now there were already 10,000. He would never have thought that he could take control of so many demons at once. Suddenly, New Wanhao approached the guy and asked him to look at the one he had brought. The demon said that it was another leader of the 10,000 demons of their clan, who was like a brother to him and who could be trusted. Li Chang'an was very happy about this because he now had 20,000 demons under his control thanks to the fact that he controlled their leaders. The protagonist praised New Wanhao for his good work. The demon did not hide his joy when he received this praise from the Lord. Half a month later, thunder and lightning flashed in the skies above the demon lands. Several of them hit the ground, causing everything around to shake as if from an earthquake. Several demons gathered around the last fragment of the Chi of Fate, which had the form of an unintelligent, powerful being trying to protect humanity. The Monkey Clan Lord Yuan Shengtian was glad that all they had to do was defeat the Great Sacred Monument. Then Fengchuan County would fall into their hands and become the first step towards conquering humanity. The Wolf Clan Lord Xiao Wendi believed that it was necessary to deploy a reserve army to break through the last line of human defense. The demon was ready to send his soldiers to the front, but they also had the responsibility of preserving the sacred stone. Bai Ye said that these were all trifles, and there was no point in talking about something that had already been decided. He was more interested in the question of who would carry the collected fragments of Chi of Destiny. The Demon Lord claimed that they would only have one chance to attack the human barrier, and if they failed, they would have to spend another half a year collecting the Fate Chi fragments. Tian Mengchen, who was the head of the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan, claimed that in fact everything was simple, because the fastest of them should have taken care of this matter and the rest would help him break through the people's defense. Everyone agreed with this and believed that this would be the most reliable option. After this, the demon approached the head of the five-colored peacock clan, Kun Lin, and Peng Qi, who was the ruler of the golden-winged rock clan, and asked which of them would take on this matter. Without thinking twice, Peng Qi picked up the Chi of Destiny and asked his comrades for permission to complete this task. Once the main issue was settled, Bai Ye loudly ordered everyone to begin preparing for the final assault. After some time, a worried demonic buffalo approached the lord of the demonic wolf clan and said that he had something important to tell him. After listening to everything from beginning to end, Xiao Wendi asked if it was possible that some bull could defeat a boar with 36 awakened points with one swing of an axe. The buffalo confirmed this, but clarified that this did not apply to all members of the clan of demonic bulls, since their commander of 10,000 demons could not cope, even with an ordinary warrior boar. The demonic wolf immediately thought that a certain bull had revealed the power of the great sage bull's bloodline, which could not be simply ignored. That was why Xiao Wendi ordered his subordinate to convey that the demon bull clan should go north and protect the demon sacred stone. Meanwhile, the battle continued on the battlefield. People had been using the tactics of deft defense as before. The ferocious buffaloes were determined to carry out the orders of their masters, so they spared no effort to move forward. Despite this, Ananan continued to fight valiantly and kill one demon after another. Zhou was close to his friend and could come to his aid at any moment. The two students of the Bailu Academy looked their enemies in the face fearlessly and did not even think of being afraid of anything. Suddenly, something changed on the battlefield which shocked Ananan, and Zhou, who looked at his friend, did not believe that this was actually happening. And Anan's face showed regret as if his last hope had left him. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an, who was more tightly wrapped in clothes, sneezed loudly. Niu Dingtian immediately asked if everything was okay with the Lord. The guy answered positively, after which he asked how far they still were to the sacred stone. It turned out that it was still 5 days' journey away. Hearing this, Li Chang'an mentally turned to his friends and asked them to hold out for another 5 days, because then they would have a chance to turn the tide of this war. The ferocious demons continued to attack the fourth line of defense from both the ground and the air. The commanders of the human army asked their soldiers to move because the demons were already on the threshold. Suddenly, the barrier protecting the empire began to crack. The next moment, the shield was destroyed and bloodthirsty demons began to crawl through it, wanting to kill their enemies. One of the soldiers who first saw this was shocked by what happened and loudly announced that the demons had broken through the barrier of the fourth line of defense. At that very moment, the soldier became a victim of the demon, who killed him with one precise blow to the neck. The commanders ordered their soldiers not to retreat and to block the gap in the barrier. Meanwhile, in the command tent of the fifth line of defense, heated debates were taking place. One of the commanders was unhappy that his colleague dared to refuse him in such a situation. The man replied that naturally he would not allow half of his soldiers from the fifth line of defense to be transferred to the fourth, since their main task was to protect the illuminated monument. The commander loudly explained that they had no choice but to meet the enemy on the fourth line of defense with all the forces they could muster. Commander Jang Sun responded to this by saying that it would be much wiser to retreat to the fifth line and save more soldiers. His opponent in the dispute categorically disagreed with this, so without a shadow of a doubt, he demonstrated his strength by breaking a wooden table in the process. He then went on to say in a serious voice that by saving all these people, they would no longer be able to wash away their sins, and in the end, all this would not matter if they were defeated. The man continued to say that because of their incompetence, the empire had already lost Fengchuan County, which meant that there was nothing to stop the demons from moving further south. Finally, one of the commanders could not stand it any longer and asked in a serious voice to convey his order to transfer his troops to the front lines. All those present were very surprised by this and quickly recovered from the surprise and began to carry out the order. Meanwhile, on the fourth line of defense, the protective barrier continued to perform its function, but this did not make things any easier for the soldier. And Annan almost became a victim of another ferocious demon, but his comrade, who came to his aid in time, was able to kill the enemy. Zhou asked that his friend not die because he would not be able to explain this to Li Chang'an. To this, an Anan replied that he would come for his soul and drag him to hell. Suddenly, one of the soldiers loudly announced that reinforcements were rushing toward them, which meant they still had hope of being saved. In the distance, horsemen could indeed be seen hurrying to defend the fourth line of defense. Hiruojong loudly ordered his soldiers to force the damned demons to retreat. Soon after, the reinforcement troops entered the battle and began to fight fearlessly to carry out the commander's orders. Meanwhile, a small meeting was taking place at the demon army's reserve camp. The demon wolf lord selected several clan leaders and ordered them to immediately gather warriors and head to the front because some problems had arisen there. Unexpectedly, the bull leader asked Niu Wanhao if they really should do this. To this, the demonic bull simply asked that his comrade remember what the Lord said. The leader of the demonic bulls immediately remembered their recent conversation. That day, Niu Wanhao said that there were about 290,000 demonic bulls left in the rear, and if they did not have time to properly master the techniques, many of them would not return from the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Chang'an realized that the demons were planning to gather forces for the final attack, so he needed to use the Bull clan now to stop the demon armada. The guy began to worry that this way he would gain the trust of the demonic bulls, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts because he was a man and had to do everything for the victory of humanity. Suddenly, Niu Wanhao approached the main character and asked what they should do in this situation. Li Chang'an replied that the Demon Bull clan really couldn't be on the front lines right now, so they had to make sure that the blame for violating the order didn't fall on their shoulders. Now the demonic bull remembered that the first thing to do was to unite the weak clans that they were trying to send to the front as cannon fodder and let them understand that they could resist. That is why the demon loudly declared that every time the wolf clan sent them to war as cannon fodder, he had the thought that the wolves were simply afraid of them. The Sea Serpent clan representative agreed with this and believed that the wolf clan simply wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth because they were afraid that one day their clans would surpass the wolves. The ferocious demonic wolf was very angry at these words and intended to teach the impudent ones a lesson right away. At this moment, the demonic bull remembered the second step, which was to escalate the conflict to the point of slaughter. Li Chang'an believed that if they provoked a riot, the bull clan would be freed from the fate of being cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the demonic wolf had already taken out a knife and insisted that this was an order from the great wolf clan that everyone had to obey. Suddenly, the demonic bull deliberately ran into the knife and wounded itself, which discouraged the wolf. Niu Wanhao and the demonic sea serpent were very surprised by what happened and did not even understand what all this would lead to. At the same time, the wounded demonic bull was pleased and asked everyone to pay attention to what had happened. He said that not only did the wolves not send members of their tribe to the front lines, but they also bullied the lower clans. These words caused discontent among everyone present, who now wanted to teach the clan of demonic wolves a lesson, which is why its representative began to become very nervous. The representatives of the lower clans began to loudly declare that their lives were also valuable, and they did not want to simply endure all this and die on the battlefield. Soon, news of the 5 million demon reserve armies rising in the camp reached Yuan Shengtian. He believed that without a reserve army, They would not be able to break through further, so it was necessary to order the demons on the front lines to retreat. The subordinate immediately ran to carry out the order. This order reached the front lines very quickly, so the demons began to retreat in a hurry despite the minor successes. People were very surprised by this. As soon as everyone came to their senses, the soldiers realized that the first victory of humanity over the demons had just happened, and they were extremely happy about it. And Annan was very surprised by what happened, and believed that the demon would not retreat without a good reason, which meant that they had some problems in the rear. The boy soon suggested that the cause of these problems could be Li Chang'an, who most likely did not die. Meanwhile, the demonic bulls had already arrived at the demon's camp near the sacred stone. Niu Wanhao was not very happy to be here, since he already suspected why he was ordered to come here. Not long before this, he turned to the main character and asked if he would go with them, to which he received a positive answer. Li Chang'an explained that if he appeared near the sacred stone, the others would learn of the alliance between the Demon Bull clan and the Elephant and Dragon clan. Then the girl told about what Niu Wanhao as the head of the clan should definitely remember. The protagonist said that Niu Dingtian had incredible talent, and the future of the demonic bull clans depended largely on how far he could go in his cultivation. Niu Wanhao realized that he had to protect his comrade by any means necessary and promised that he would do so. After this, the main character fearlessly jumped off a high cliff and set off on his journey so as not to endanger the clan of demonic bulls. Li Chang'an was confident that he would soon meet the demonic bulls again. Niu Wanhao immediately ran to the edge of the cliff to make sure that the Lord was okay. Finally, the demonic bull wished the main character to take care of himself. Li Chang'an no longer heard this wish because he was deep underground. The guy sat on Tulun and thought that if he destroyed the sacred stone, he could put an end to this war, but he had to do this job alone. Meanwhile, the demonic wolf approached the fifth guard of the demonic bull clan and told them that the emperor had ordered them to leave the wolf clan's domain and begin guarding the inner circle. Xiang Dai immediately found it strange that their clan was suddenly transferred to guard the inner circle. He did not believe a single word of the wolf and thought that it was some kind of trap. Niu Wanhao understood this, but said that they were alone now, so if they disobeyed the order, they would be executed on the spot, so they would have to obey. The clan leader then ordered that everyone else be warned to be ready to flee at any moment. He also insisted that Niu Dingtian had to be protected at all costs. Soon after, Wolf Clan Lord Xiao Wendi was informed that the reserve army of bulls had already arrived. Xiao Wendi didn't respond to this, but from his bloodthirsty gaze, it was clear that he was planning something bad. The clan leader loudly called out to the bull named Niu Dingtian and ordered him to get out of line immediately. The Demon Bull clan leaders were very surprised that Xiao Wendi had called Niu Dingtian and were already beginning to anticipate something was wrong. The demonic wolf realized that he would not achieve what he wanted in a good way, so he prepared to provide more convincing arguments. Showing his demonic energy, he loudly threatened that if Niu Dingtian did not come out to him immediately, he would kill every bull that came here. Niu Wanhao immediately declared that even the Wolf Lord could not allow himself to kill warriors indiscriminately, because such an act would inevitably result in punishment. The next moment, the demonic wolf attacked the head of the bull clan for doubting the correctness of his orders. Niu Wanhao flew back and fell to the ground, causing alarm among the other demonic bulls. Next, Xiao Wendi asked if the bulls still didn't understand what situation they were in, because no one would know what happened here, because they would all be dead. After that, the enraged demonic wolf once again ordered Niu Dingtian to step out of line, threatening that this would be his last order, and then he would get down to business. Niu Dingtian was about to submit and step out of line, but suddenly someone from behind put a hand on his shoulder trying to stop him. Xiang Dai overtook his comrade and, stepping out of line, loudly declared that he was that very Niu Dingtian. Xiao Wendi silently looked at the demonic bull that stood before him as if it was assessing him. Suddenly, the demonic wolf narrowed his eyes as if he suspected his interlocutor of deceiving him. He then stated that the demonic being that stood before him was not Niu Dingtian, since the real Niu Dingtian was standing behind him. To this, Xiang Dai replied that Xiao Wendi had made a mistake and decided to show his strength in order to prove that he was Niu Dingtian. Xiao Wendi saw this and said that Xiang Dai only had 40 awakened points and therefore was not at all suitable for the role of the rising star of the Demon Bull clan. After that, the demon smiled slyly and said that he did not believe the bull who pretended to be Niu Dingtian at all. The next moment, the ferocious wolf attacked the deceiver, literally piercing his chest with her hand. Blood splashes immediately flew to the sides, which Niu Dingtian could clearly see. This made the demonic bull furious, and he no longer hid his identity or his power. Mad with anger, Niu Dingtian fearlessly turned to the wolf clan leader and threatened to finish him off with his own hands. Xiao Wendi was pleased that Niu Dingtian had finally shown himself and no longer doubted that he was truly the one he was looking for. Quickly freeing his hand from the lifeless body of the slain demon, Xiao Wendi prepared to fight the strongest warrior of the Demon Bull clan. All the bulls immediately began to worry greatly about Niu Dingtianya, but at this time, for some reason, the ground near Xiao Wendi began to crack and emit bright lightning. The next moment, Li Chang'an jumped out from the ground and was about to attack the demonic wolf, but the latter managed to jump aside in time. Xiao Wendi immediately forgot loudly and notified all the demonic wolves that a betrayal had occurred. Hearing this, the commanders ordered all their subordinates to surround the demonic bulls and not allow any of them to escape. At the same time, the demon army began its final assault on the fourth line of defense. Today, they intended to end the pitiful resistance of the humans. This is how the final battle began. The main battlefield was near the sacred monument of humanity, and the second near the sacred stone of demons. The demons threw all their forces into attacking the fourth line of defense in order to finally achieve the long-awaited victory. Commander-in-Chief Shi Yanzhen ordered all soldiers to stand firm to the end, because it was better to die with honor than to retreat and be cowards. The man understood well what the current situation was at the front, which made him a little doubtful about his decisions. In the end, the commander-in-chief decided what to do in this situation. Unexpectedly for everyone, Shi Yanzhen ordered absolutely all soldiers to retreat to the fifth line of defense. The man himself decided to stay and delay the strongest demons for a while. Zhou and An Anan were shocked by what they heard, as they never expected the commander-in-chief to give such an order. Meanwhile, Shi Yanzhen had already rushed to attack in order to fight the huge demon king named Jin Li. Unfortunately, this man did not even have time to get close to the enemy and was easily killed by a powerful demon. As a result, the fourth line of human defense was broken through, so the soldiers could only carry out the commander-in-chief's dying order. Meanwhile, the second battlefield, which was located deep in the rear of the demons, for some reason was covered in thick smoke. Xiao Wendi was very angry because his enemies managed to escape from him. The demon vented his emotions on the rock by hitting it with his fist. The demon wolf didn't understand how the bulls managed to escape. He didn't notice Bai Ye appearing behind him at all. After listening to everything from beginning to end, the demonic elephant was very angry, because even using all the resources, Xiao Wendi was unable to find the fugitives. The demon wolf recalled Li Chang'an, who had suddenly appeared and said that he looked like a person who most likely came from the imperial family. Bai Ye heard this and said that they could not allow the revival of the imperial family because now the demons were divided into clans and it was beneficial. That is why the demonic elephant ordered all his subordinates to make every effort to get the fugitives out from underground. Soon after, the demons who could breathe fire began to release their flames directly into the ground in order to lure out the demonic bulls and their lord. Meanwhile, underground, Li Chang'an used his skills to create a barrier and protect Niu Wanhan and Niu Dingtian from the fire. Niu Dingtian was very grateful for the rescue and vowed to always follow the guy. The protagonist was amazed at the sincere devotion of the Demon Bull clan. Li Chang'an then considered that saving the lives of the demonic bulls would be an equivalent price for using them to undermine the demon's strength from within. The guy continued to think that he would do everything possible to lead humanity to victory while saving as many lives of the members of the demonic bull clan as possible. Then the main character turned to Niu Dingtian and said that the wolf clan was hunting him specifically, so the demon would have to wait until the end of the war to quietly return to his clan. Niu Dingtian was about to object to this, but he was interrupted by a sudden earthquake, which puzzled our heroes. The demonic bull immediately asked what was happening and why the demonic chi energy had become so dense that it could even be seen. Li Chang'an immediately assumed that the wolves had used the sacred stone, but he quickly dismissed this thought because he realized that something had happened to the sacred monument of humanity. Just at this time, the demon army attacked the fifth and final line of defense, which was the sacred monument. One of the commanders encouraged his comrades and asked them not to lose heart, because this was their last battle. The second commander still could not believe that the first of them to sacrifice their lives were the elder Shi and his grandson, who were convinced of the effectiveness of defensive tactics. Qin Xiaofa was confident that the commander-in-chief knew from the very beginning that he would not be able to hold the fourth line of defense, so he decided to leave time so that the empire could prepare as best as possible for the final battle. Meanwhile, He Ruozhong had already set up the final barrier around the sacred monument of humanity and reported it to his comrades. One of the commanders asked his colleagues to forget for today that they were all from different academies, because today they were brothers in arms who had to trust each other with their backs. After that, they all rushed into battle together, wanting to defend the monument until their last breath from the army of demons. Jin Li saw that there were only 4 defenders of the monument. He thought that they had nothing to hope for and ordered Yuan Shengqian to deal with them. The leader of the demonic monkeys wasted no time in rushing to attack, as he was confident that he could easily deal with 4 opponents. Jiang Zongqing immediately used the law of literature to use the skill Golden Dragon Breath to stop the demon. A huge stream of destructive flames in the shape of a dragon quickly approached Yuan Shengqian, causing him to be taken aback. The next moment, there was a loud explosion that seemed to leave no trace of the demon. Jiang Zongqing was very happy to see this and thought that one of the demon lords protecting the monument had already been dealt with. Suddenly, the flame pillar that was supposed to burn Yuan Shengqian began to behave strangely. Eventually, the fire simply dissipated as if something had put it out. Jiang Zongqing was shocked by what he saw and couldn't believe that his technique didn't work. Yuan Shengqian, who was completely unharmed, smiled widely and said that he was not so easy to finish off. Jiang Zongqing had to dodge Yuan Shengqian's powerful attacks, which was meant to show his opponent how to fight. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaofu was forced to engage in combat with Qian Mengchen to prevent her from taking advantage of the opportunity to destroy the sacred monument. It wasn't easy for He Ruochong either, since he had to fight against 2 enemies at once who were also hovering high above him in the sky. No one noticed that Commander Luo, while fighting against the Demon King Jin Li, was unable to avoid a strong blow and was sent flying far back. In addition to everything else, the old man lost his left arm in this battle and was now suffering incredible pain. Soon the commander fell to the ground with a crash, and it seemed he could no longer defend the monument. Jin Li, having defeated his opponent, immediately set his sights on the sacred monument, wanting to finally accomplish what he had planned. At that moment, as if from nowhere, a rapid stream of destructive energy appeared, and a loud voice declared that the demon would not pass any further. It turned out that this voice belonged to Commander Lo, who, despite the absence of one arm, continued to perform his duties. Jin Li was not happy that his opponent was unwilling to give up, and asked him to stop being stubborn since there was no longer any point in his pathetic attempts. To this, Old Man Lo loudly demanded that the demon return to his domain and not even think about touching the monument. The next moment, the commander suddenly jumped up and fearlessly headed towards his enemy in order to continue the battle. Old Man Luo quickly approached Jin Li, holding his sword tightly in his hand and intending to deal with the demon right now. Unfortunately, Jin Li was much stronger than his enemy, so he was able to easily thwart his plans. Then the demon menacingly declared that since the commander so desired to die, he would grant him death. Old Man Lo did not expect such an outcome at all. The next moment, the demonic lion roared loudly, putting all its strength into it, causing a powerful sound wave to spread around. This roar easily made the earth shake as if from an earthquake. Despite this, Jin Li continued to roar, wanting to finally defeat his opponent with a loud sound. Even Qian Mengchen had to cover her ears to avoid being deafened by the loud sound. She was very unhappy that her comrade used this skill. When it was all over, Old Man Lo fell to his knees exhausted and dropped his weapon. After that, he could no longer fight. For some time, the commander could not come to his senses and blood flowed from his eyes and ears. He, Ruzhong, seeing the state his comrade was in, began to worry about him very much. Meanwhile, Jin Li kicked his weakened opponent and asked how the worthless insect dared to stand in his way. Surprisingly, Commander Lo only smiled and said that he had not hoped for more. Suddenly, the old man prepared to use such and such a technique, simultaneously promising that he would take the demon along with him to the next world. Jin Li saw the blinding light in front of him and was very surprised because he did not understand what his opponent was going to do. Old Man Luo explained with a satisfied smile on his face that he knew from the very beginning that he would not be able to resist the demon lord, so he cast more than 30 self-destruction techniques on himself in advance. The next moment, a huge explosion thundered, which He Ruzhong watched from afar and could not believe that the commander would do such a thing for the sake of humanity. Qin Xiaofa was also shocked by what happened, but he quickly came to his senses and turned to his comrades and said that they needed to take advantage of this moment. Hearing this, Jiang Zongqing quickly applied the law of literature to use the technique of delightful lantern lights and fireworks. At the same time, He Ruozhong used the skill Wood Realm, causing several streams of destructive energy to be released directly from the ground. These 2 techniques immediately rushed towards the demonic lords, who did not expect that people would recover so quickly after what happened to their comrade. Because of this, The frightened demons began to scatter in the hopes of avoiding death. However, it was already too late, as Zhang Zongqing and He Ruzhong's techniques were much faster than the demons. As a result of this battle, Demon King Jin Li and Monkey Lord Yuan Shengtian were seriously injured. At the same time, the rulers Tian Mengchen and Kun Lin died, and no longer posed a threat to humanity. That is why now the ruler of the golden-winged Rook clan had to fight 3 opponents at once or die. Qin Xiaofa did not hide his joy that of the lords of the 5 great demon clans only Peng Qi remained. Despite this, the angry demon said that the insignificant people managed to unpleasantly surprise him. But in some things they seriously miscalculated. The next moment, Yuan Shengtian appeared out of nowhere, much larger than before and much more aggressive. The shocked Zhang Zongqing immediately assumed that this was the Monkey Lord's true form, and He Ruozhong noticed that their opponent had significantly raised his rank. Without thinking twice, Qin Xiaofa ordered his comrades to retreat immediately, because he had read that even the 3 of them would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, it was too late because Yuan Shengtian, maddened with anger, had already swung his weapon and sent a destructive stream of energy at our heroes. When the dust settled, Qin Xiaofa was horrified to discover that his comrades had already died. Meanwhile, the demon monkey lord loudly addressed Peng Qi and said that the barrier had disappeared, and now it was his turn to contribute to the victory. Without wasting any time, the lord of the golden-winged Rook clan rushed towards the sacred monument, which was now completely defenseless. Choosing the right moment, the demonic bird used its abilities to direct a stream of energy at its target. The sacred monument of humanity resisted the demon's attack for a long time, but it could not continue for long. Eventually, the monument could not withstand it and began to quickly crack and resist Peng Qi's attack. At that very moment, a colossal charge of energy shot into the sky, which marked the final victory of the demons over people. Xiao Wendi was very happy to see this because he thought that Jin Li and the rest of his comrades had completed their task. The demonic wolf could not contain his joy that the sacred monument of the people was destroyed, because in that case, the sacred stone of the demons was about to cover the entire battlefield. Suddenly, the main character appeared behind the demonic lords, jumping out from underground to interrupt the celebration of his enemies. Xiao Wendi and Bai Ye immediately turned around and saw Li Chang'an, who was already preparing his attack. Without wasting any time, the boy used the skill, Thunder Cutting the Sky, in order to demonstrate to the demon the seriousness of his intentions. At that very moment, lightning struck the ground, but the demonic lords managed to jump aside in time. Then the angry Xiao Wendi warned that this was the same demon who saved the demonic bulls. Bai Ye turned to the main character and asked what clan he was from since they had never met before. Li Chang'an landed calmly on the ground while the demons humbly waited for an answer. The guy confirmed that he had never introduced himself to these lords before, so he honestly said that he was a man named Li Chang'an. At the border of Fengchuan County, a group of masters of the literary path stood and observed what was happening. They regretfully assumed that their students had been defeated after all, and within an hour the influence of the sacred demon stone had covered the entire county. Everyone present knew that after this a completely different war would begin, for which they were prepared. Meanwhile, on the 5th line of defense, Zhou loudly ordered all the soldiers to retreat quickly. One of the soldiers surprisingly refused to leave because he thought that he would rather die and take several demons with him to the grave. Zhou was unhappy and said that now was not the time to show courage, because if there was an opportunity to save lives, then it was necessary to take advantage of it. The disciple of the Bailu Academy recalled that the sacred monument had been destroyed, and now there was nothing to stop the demons from invading the land of Fengchuan County. Zhou also said that soon waves of powerful demons would pour in here, and from the human side, the strongest masters of literature and martial arts would enter the battle, and they would only hinder them. The soldier knew about all this, but it didn't make it any easier for him because many of his comrades died here, but they still lost to the damned demon. Zhou could no longer respond to this because the soldier was indeed right, and this retreat looked very pitiful. Meanwhile, an Anand silently looked into the distance and wondered whether Li Chang'an was still alive and what he was doing now. The guy really hoped that his friend was okay and mentally asked him to come back soon. At this time, Li Chang'an silently looked at his enemies and waited to see what their reaction would be to what he said. Bai Ye and Xiao Wendi were very surprised that there was a person standing in front of them and did not understand how he was able to penetrate so deep into the rear. The guy believed that humanity had not yet lost, and if he managed to destroy the sacred stone of the demons, the enemies would not be able to advance further and capture Fengchuan County. However, first the main character had to somehow deal with the 2 lords of the great demon clans who stood in his way. Xiao Wendi suddenly declared that Li Chang'an was not a human because he felt his demonic qi, which meant that the guy had already become a demon. Despite this, the demonic wolf still rushed to attack because the main character chose to help people, and this was unforgivable. Li Chang'an was not at all against checking whether the demon lord had enough strength to punish him for this sin. Xiao Wendi quickly approached his opponent and swung his sword sharply, thinking that he was already dead. Suddenly, the demonic wolf saw that there was no one in front of him because the main character had disappeared somewhere. Xiao Wendi didn't expect this at all, and didn't understand how this could happen. Meanwhile, a worried Bai Ye warned his comrade that this enemy was very dangerous, so he shouldn't stand still. It turned out that Li Chang'an was already on top and quickly headed towards the demonic wolf, who was still confused by what was happening. The boy swung his sword and claimed that it was too late to counter his attack. The next moment, the boy rushed forward at lightning speed and attacked Xiao Wendi, thinking that he now had one less opponent. Bai Ye was very unhappy with what happened, and so, filled with rage, he called upon a huge elephant to help him in order to teach the main character a lesson. This did not frighten Li Chang'an at all, so he quickly used sword art to perform the pacifying swing technique, causing a mysterious aura to appear around him. With just one swing of his sword, the protagonist managed to tear the elephant to shreds and also attack the demonic lord. As a result, Bai Ye was killed and no longer posed a threat to humanity. This short fight still made Li Chang'an tense up, so when it was over, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then the main character confidently headed towards the sacred stone of demons, believing that he only had to finish this. The guy used the pacifying swing technique again. I hope it works. After that, Li Chang'an swung his weapon while thinking that humanity would not fall. The next moment, the guy attacked the sacred demon stone, but it was not damaged at all. The main character was shocked and did not understand why he failed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wendi, without hiding his laughter, said that the sacred stone could not be destroyed with a simple iron sword because it required a fragment of the qi of fate. The demonic wolf mocked the guy, thinking that now he had nowhere to go, because the demons would consider him a man and the people a demon. Li Chang'an wasted no time turning to the jade letter and asking if there was any way to destroy the stone. After a long silence, the letter made it clear that it did not want to answer this question. Despite this unambiguous answer, it gave the guy one thought. Li Chang'an assumed that the letter did not want to answer, because if he used this method, only death awaited him. The main character realized that the only thing that now contained the qi of destiny was himself, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Xiao Wendi saw this and was very scared and asked the guy to stop. The demon could not believe that his enemy was the owner of the Xiantian body. In order to pacify the demonic wolf and silence it, Li Chang'an suddenly thrust his weapon straight into it, instantly killing his opponent. The guy believed that even if he couldn't destroy the sacred stone now, he had already finished off two great demon lords, which would certainly make his comrades' work easier. Then the main character looked at his heart filled with qi energy and began to regret that he could not enjoy the second chance given by heaven for long, and now he would have to die again. Without thinking twice, the guy swung his sword sharply and prepared to attack the sacred stone of the demons again. Before this, the main character mentally asked for forgiveness from all his acquaintances and friends, as well as from the master, for the fact that his student turned out to be so useless. The guy also threatened that he would appear to the worthless officials and the commander of the empire in their dreams every day, and sooner or later he would drag them with him to hell. The next moment there was a huge explosion, which was probably clearly visible to both the demon and the people. Of course, after that, the influence of the demonic stone began to weaken, until eventually the bequeathed energy that enveloped Fengchuan County dissipated. As a result, nothing remained of the sacred stone of the demons. At the same time, Li Chang'an, who had been badly damaged by the explosion, was now lying helplessly on the ground. The main character was still conscious, but due to the wounds he had received, his strength was quickly leaving him. The Jasper letter and both palaces of literature suffered greatly because of the boy's zeal to save humanity. In the end, Li Chang'an could no longer resist his fate and slowly closed his eyes. At that very moment, the teachers of the academies saw a bright flash on the horizon, which became a signal that something irreparable had happened. Everyone immediately realized that this was a heavenly vision of the death of the owner of the sacred body of Xiantian, and therefore could not contain their surprise. One of the shocked teachers immediately asked which academy was so stupid as to allow such a talent to join the battle. In order to find out who exactly died, the man quickly opened a list of sages who could answer this question. What they saw shocked everyone. The teachers simply refused to believe that it was true. Everyone watched indifferently as Li Taibai's name disappeared from the list, along with his literary works. Soon after, the same fate befell the name Qing Lian, which was simply impossible. However, one of the teachers suggested that Li Taibai and Qing Lian were the same person who had just died. The sages could not believe that the man who was destined to become the next saint sacrificed himself in order to destroy the sacred stone of the demons. The teachers of the academies believed that they would never make up for this loss, so they were very angry with the demons and wanted their complete destruction. Despite the destruction of the sacred monument and the sacred stone, strong warriors from both sides were still unable to enter the battlefield, which played into the hands of the people. Yuan Shengtian assured that there was still half a month left before the blessing of the sacred stone disappeared, so all the demons had to continue their attack and turn these lands into a scorched wasteland. At the same time, Qin Xiaofa ordered the soldiers to protect the fragments of the sacred monument and prevent the demons from reaching them. Both commanders of the hostile armies loudly declared that they could not give in to their enemy now. The battle continued for a long time, due to which the battlefield became increasingly covered with lifeless bodies of demons and people. Meanwhile, one of the demons quickly made his way through the underground tunnel because he was very afraid of not making it in time. Niu Dingtian turned to Xiangde with an excited voice and asked if everything was okay with the Lord. Xiangde replied with regret that the main character couldn't have been okay given his serious injuries. Despite this, the demonic bull was still glad that they arrived in time, thanks to which the wolves did not have time to tear the ruler apart. Niu Dingtian then said that Li Chang'an had kept his promise, so they also could not betray his trust. Xiangde agreed with this, and decided to give the boy the medicine that the clan leader had given him. The demonic bull had not yet had time to do anything, but suddenly he saw something that shocked him. Suddenly, the protagonist's wounds began to emit a bright light. The demons did not understand what was happening and even assumed that their eyes were deceiving them. Niu Dingtian couldn't bring himself to admit that the Lord's wounds had mysteriously begun to heal and his lost limbs were being restored. Very soon, the restoration process was almost complete, and the required amount of literary qi had flowed into Li Chang'an's body. Meanwhile, one of the demons reported to the Lord that reinforcements in the form of 7 million demons that the king had sent had arrived. Yuan Shengtian was very happy to hear this news, because he had already thought that they would have to give up this fragment of the monument. But now it was time to fight back against the people. The head of the monkey clan then spoke loudly to his soldiers and declared that Li Taibai's sacrifice would not change anything and that today they would crush the army of the damned insects. Soon after, Yuan Shengtian reached the first fragment of the destroyed sacred monument of humanity. Immediately, several soldiers appeared in front of the demon, who were determined to protect this fragment at the cost of their lives. Yuan Shengtian wasted no time in swinging his weapon, asking as he went along whether the people really thought they could stop him. One of the soldiers was already preparing to repel the demon's attack, not at all hoping for success, but suddenly a mysterious man appeared in front of him. It turned out that this person was Li Chang'an, who was able to easily stop Yuan Shengtian's strike. This could not help but surprise the monkey clan's leader. The protagonist turned to the demon and said that he was glad to meet him, after which he calmly introduced himself and added that he was a student at the Bailu Academy. Enraged, Yuan Shengtian, upon hearing the name of his unexpectedly appearing opponent, replied that he had never heard of Li Chang'an. Meanwhile, the guy pressed his feet hard into the ground in order to resist the bloodthirsty demon. Throwing the demonic monkey's weapon aside, the protagonist asked if he remembered the demons they had left to guard the sacred stone. Without waiting for an answer, Li Chang'an quickly attacked Yuan Shengtian while saying that he had finished off those demons with his own hands. The demon monkey clan chief immediately remembered Li Taibai, who had recently destroyed the sacred stone. The angry demon asked if it was really that same Li Taibai standing in front of him now. Li Chang'an, who had already prepared one of his skills, confirmed the opponent's guess and added that he was glad to finally meet him. The teachers of the academies observed everything that was happening through vision and did not understand how Li Taibai managed to survive after he destroyed the sacred demon stone at the cost of his Jiantian. In addition, the masters found it very difficult to believe that the main character was able to kill 2 demon lords, so they assumed that the guy was gifted not only in the field of literature, but also in martial arts. One of the masters congratulated his colleague on the fact that the Bailu Academy had snatched a true genius for itself. Wuxu thought that the elderly man was exaggerating. After that, the 3rd grade master of the Bailu Academy, whose name was Wuxu Gong, used his telepathic abilities to contact a guy named Tai Ching. The student, despite his busy schedule, was ready to talk to his teacher. Wu Shugong said that this was the first time he had heard of a student named Li Chang'an, and asked the boy to tell him about him. Tai Ching said that the main character first became famous at the Dragon Gate competition, winning first place in archery and the art of calculus. The guy also knew that some time ago Li Chang'an arrived at the front and proposed new combat tactics, after which he disappeared for several months. Everyone thought that the guy died, but he somehow managed to survive and keep the great blessing of Xiantian. Hearing all this, Wu Shugong thought that when this battle ended, they needed to immediately return Li Taibai to the academy and hide him from prying eyes. Meanwhile, Yuan Shengtian turned to his opponent with a wide smile on his face and said that he was surprised that he managed to survive. Suddenly, the head of the clan of demonic monkeys jumped up and rushed into battle, saying along the way that it would only be a joy for him to personally kill the main character. Despite the approach of his enemy, Li Chang'an remained calmly standing in place, as if he was prepared for any outcome. Yuan Shengtian stopped abruptly and swung his weapon, launching a stream of destructive energy at the main character. I want to see how the guy resists this attack. It was no problem for Li Chang'an to jump high into the air to avoid the blow, and at the same time use sword art and use the thunder cutting through the sky technique. The head of the demonic ape clan was immediately surrounded by flashing lightning that was supposed to restrain him. Despite this, the demon smiled slyly and praised his opponent for using this ability. Even though the large explosion had completely engulfed Yuan Shengtian, the demonic monkey continued to insist that it was not enough to defeat it. Li Chang'an realized that this battle would not end so quickly, so without wasting time, he used the four thunderstorms technique. The next moment, the protagonist launched 4 destructive streams of energy at his enemy, hoping that this could stop the demonic monkey. Unfortunately, Yuan Shengtian, thanks to his skill, was able to resist this attack and not allow the protagonist to gain an advantage. Despite this, the demon monkey clan leader could not relax because Li Chang'an continued to attack his enemy with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Peng Qi, who was flying past, turned to his comrade and asked him to hold off the main character while he himself destroyed the fragment of the sacred monument. Li Chang'an had not taken into account that someone else was interfering with this battle, which is why he was now a little discouraged and did not know how he could confront 2 enemies at once. Seeing that the guy was a little distracted, Yuan Shengtian mercilessly attacked him, but fortunately the main character managed to jump aside in time. The head of the clan of demonic monkeys, smiling slyly, demanded that his opponent not dare to take his eyes off him, and considered that the guy should better worry about his own life and not a fragment of an old stone. To this, Li Chang'an asked his enemy not to worry and promised that he would take care of him as well. Yuan Shengtian happily accepted these words and asked the guy to show off his vaunted strength. Meanwhile, Peng Qi still managed to accomplish his plan and steal the fragment of the sacred monument, despite the fact that the soldiers tried to stop him. Yuan Shengtian was very pleased and believed that his enemies had already lost, because without this fragment, the people no longer had a single chance of victory. To this, Li Chang'an calmly replied that the demons would still live to see the moment when the sacred moment was restored. After that, the main character showed his murderous intent and also used the skill Arrow of 100 Rivers. Taking quick aim, the guy fired 3 arrows at once at the bloodthirsty demon, who was trying to escape with a fragment of the sacred monument in his hands. At that moment, a huge fire dragon appeared in front of Peng Qi, who was going to interfere with his plans and return what he had stolen. Yuan Shengtian was shocked by what he saw. He didn't expect Li Chang'an to create such a dense aura of killing intent. In order to confront the fire dragon, the head of the demonic monkey clan had to resort to summoning. The next moment, as if out of nowhere, a huge white tiger appeared, which was supposed to help the demon achieve what he wanted. Without wasting time, the bloodthirsty tiger rushed at the fire dragon in order to destroy it. Despite this, the dragon was able to shoot out several of its scales, which headed towards the head of the demonic monkey clan. Yuan Shengtian didn't expect this at all, so he didn't have time to dodge this attack. It wouldn't do much harm to him, but he could no longer control his tiger. Thanks to this, the fire dragon was able to reach Peng Qi without hindrance, which the demonic monkey had been trying so hard to avoid. At the same time, Peng Qi, seeing the monster approaching, was very scared because he realized that he would not be able to dodge it. The next moment, the demonic bird was engulfed in raging flames emanating from the dragon's mouth. The other demons, seeing that Peng Qi had been defeated, felt that they needed to quickly pick up the fragment of the monument because they could still win this war. One of the demons soon quickly flew up to the shard and grabbed it. The monster's joy did not last long, because suddenly his head literally split into 2 parts thanks to an arrow fired from a bow. Li Chang'an declared that anyone who dared to approach the fragment of the sacred monument would be killed by him personally. Yuan Shengtian was very angry due to the series of failures and felt that he needed to quickly finish off the protagonist before it was too late. Despite the strong attack, the guy managed to easily dodge. He laughed at his opponent and said that he was too slow. The protagonist then quickly put his hands together and prepared to attack Yuan Shengtian in return. To do this, Li Chang'an summoned the pacifying Hellblade, which was a huge stone surrounded by mysterious energy. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy pointed his weapon at the head of the demonic monkey clan, wishing him death. Yuan Shengtian was very indignant and said that the guy would never be able to defeat him. The next moment, the pacifying Hellblade collided with its target, causing a blast wave to spread around. Li Chang'an himself began to run away somewhere, thinking along the way that he really wouldn't be able to defeat Yuan Shengtian this way, but it would buy him a little time. The main character, holding a fragment in his hands, turned to the soldiers and asked them to tell him how he could restore the sacred monument. Unfortunately, none of the soldiers knew how this could be done, since initially even the thought that the monument would be destroyed was not allowed. Suddenly, someone loudly declared that poetry would help restore the monument. And Annan loudly recounted that he had seen the commander rewriting great and famous poems to restore a fragment of a sacred monument. Li Chang'an was very happy when he saw his friend safe and sound. And Annan was also glad to see the protagonist, but he felt that now was not the time to talk, since everything depended on Li Chang'an. Yuan Shengtian, hearing this conversation, declared that humanity had not written a single worthy poem in all these days, and even Li Taibai, who had lost his Xiantian body, could not change this. That's why the head of the demonic monkey clan considered that the insignificant people had already definitely lost this battle. To this, Li Chang'an calmly replied that although he had lost most of his blessing, his jade had wisely saved a little for him. Then the main character pulled out a small portion of energy from the Jasper letter, which was supposed to help him accomplish his plan. Li Chang'an was confident that this would be enough to restore a small fragment of the sacred monument. Without wasting any time, the guy concentrated and began to write a poem, which was accompanied by the appearance of a bright, mysterious aura. Soon the poem was ready. It was called Leaving the Border Fortress, and the lyrical hero regretted that after the death of the general, foreign horsemen invaded the empire. The power of this poem was enough to completely restore the sacred monument of humanity. Zhou and Annan were shocked by what happened and were very happy. At the same time, Yuan Shengtian was not happy at all. Li Chang'an addressed his enemy and said that he could deny reality as much as he wanted, but humanity had won this battle. After the sacred monument was restored, its aura immediately began to influence all the demons in the area. Even Yuan Shengtian felt how quickly he was losing his former strength, which frightened him greatly. Soon after, the monument was completely restored, and all the demons were defeated. The soldiers could not contain their emotions and loudly rejoiced that they had managed to defeat the demons. Meanwhile, Annan hugged the protagonist with tears in his eyes and said that he always believed in him. The boy then asked with displeasure why Li Chang'an had done such a stupid thing and sacrificed his innate blessing from heaven. The protagonist replied with a smile that it was a small sacrifice, since he possessed only a part of the true heavenly blessing. Suddenly, Annan had a thought, so he asked if his friend was from Lin County. The protagonist confirmed it with surprise. Upon hearing this answer, Annan immediately realized that his friend was the same guy from Lin County whom he had been looking for a long time. This made the guy very nervous, but he still decided to tell the main character the whole truth about himself. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an invited his friend to continue this conversation, after which he began to walk away somewhere. Finally, the guy mysteriously said that he still had one more important unfinished business. Soon after, Wu Shugong approached Annan and asked where Li Chang'an was now. To this question, Annan briefly replied that the main character had already left. Li Chang'an knew that once the remnants of the sacred stone's influence had completely disappeared, the strongest masters of the Bailu Academy would arrive on the battlefield to take it away from there. So the boy hurriedly headed north. According to the demon's words, Wang Tianan, who was the lord of the Bamboo Mountain and one of the greatest masters, was locked inside the ancient tomb of the northern desert. The main character believed that he, as his only student at the moment, was obliged to save his master.